The youth, Mu Feng, traversed through realms, initially expecting a life of mediocrity. However, by a stroke of fortune, the celestial coffin resting upon the sun transformed into his dantian. After the celestial coffin became my dantian, I found that killing enhances my strength. Thus began Mu Feng's perilous journey, armed only with a sword and a coffin, traversing a path paved with blood and bones. Chapter 1. Those who wrong me shall pay in blood. In the rear garden of the Mu Wang mansion, a strikingly handsome youth, possessing an ethereal demeanor, stood outside a pavilion, gazing at the sun, lost in thought. It was midday, the sun at its most scorching. Yet, the youth's eyes remained fixed upon the blazing orb, unwavering. "Brother, are you staring at the sun again? Don't your eyes hurt? What do you see up there?" A delicate little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, stealthily approached from behind, wrapping her tiny arms around the youth's elbow with a cheerful grin. The youth, known as Mu Feng, was the heir of the Mu Wang mansion in Yongzhou. The girl, named Mu Yao, was his younger sister. Mu Feng affectionately ruffled Mu Yao's hair and replied with a smile, "I once saw a woman carrying a coffin. Is she still there?" "No, she is gone." "And the coffin?" "It remains." With a sigh, Mu Yao thought to herself that her brother was unwell again. 3 years prior, Mu Feng was renowned throughout Yongzhou as a martial arts prodigy, clad in fine garments and brimming with vigor. However, during a training session, he had glanced at the sun, cried out in agony, and collapsed. Since then, he had fallen gravely ill, his body gradually weakening. Strangely, his dantian vanished, and he lost all his martial prowess, becoming a mere shell of his former self. From that moment on, Mu Feng spoke nonsensically, his mind seemingly adrift. After a brief conversation, Mu Yao departed. Mu Feng sighed heavily for 3 years. No one in the mansion believed his words. 3 years ago, he had felt an inexplicable pull and looked up at the sun. In that instant, his gaze pierced through the brilliant sunlight, delving deep into the heart of the sun. He beheld a celestial woman, unlike any mortal, bearing a coffin adorned with intricate carvings, suspended gracefully within the sun's embrace. The beautiful woman cast a glance at Mu Feng, offering him a fleeting smile. His mind erupted in a cacophony, and he succumbed to darkness. "After traversing the vastness of the ancient world, I have finally found you." Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the woman's wistful sigh. Since that day, Mu Feng's dantian had disappeared, marking him as the most infamous waste in Yongzhou. Likewise, the woman with the coffin vanished, leaving behind the mysterious celestial coffin. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, prompting Mu Feng to lift his gaze. A formidable man clad in armor, accompanied by a retinue, advanced toward him, encircling him. Mu Feng scrutinized the imposing figure and inquired, "General Lei Hong, what is the meaning of this?" Lei Hong, with piercing eyes, coldly declared, "Mu Feng, the Council of Elders has unanimously decided to strip you of your title as heir, granting it to Mulan. Seize him." 2 armored soldiers promptly produced shackles, efficiently binding Mu Feng's limbs. He struggled fiercely, his voice low and defiant. "On what grounds?" "Simply because you are a waste. Whereas Mulan possesses dual bloodlines and is a genius." A haughty voice interjected from behind, prompting Mu Feng to turn. He beheld a smug young man, Mulan, his half-brother, who had always been exceptionally gifted, yet had languished in Mu Feng's overshadowing brilliance. Now, with Mu Feng rendered powerless, Mulan had seized the opportunity to suppress him at every turn. 7 days from now will mark my ascension as king, and the end of your life, Mu Feng." Mulan sneered, discarding a paper inscribed with accusations against Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed as he read the charges, each one a capital offense. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind, and rage ignited within him. "Mulan, is it not enough that you usurp my title? You fabricate baseless accusations to annihilate me. Why resort to such extremes?" Mulan, with a frigid gaze, retorted, "Do you have any idea how much I have loathed you over the years? No matter how hard I strive, all attention is fixated upon you, rendering me a mere shadow. Thus, I despise you, wishing for your demise. Fortune has smiled upon me. You are now a cripple. I, Mulan, shall be the foremost genius of the Mu Wang mansion. If you do not perish, my hatred shall not subside." With that, Mulan erupted in laughter, his voice laced with derision and triumph. "Take him away," Lei Hong commanded indifferently. The guards bound Mu Feng tightly and dragged him away, his struggles proving futile. The Black Prison, notorious within Yongzhou, belonged to the Mu Wang mansion. The guards, one stout and one lean, forcibly hurled Mu Feng into the torture chamber. Inside, a burly man named Shi Qian waited. "Lord Shi Qian." The guards bowed respectfully. "Bind him," Shi Qian ordered, casting a glance at Mu Feng. The guards complied, securing Mu Feng's hands behind him and suspending him in midair. Shi Qian then retrieved a barbed iron whip, his eyes gleaming with malice as he regarded Mu Feng. "What do you intend to do?" Mu Feng's expression darkened. Crack! The iron whip lashed out, striking Mu Feng's back, leaving deep gashes that contorted his face in agony. The general has commanded us to treat you well in the Black Prison. This chamber is equipped with a myriad of torture devices, and I shall ensure you experience each one." Shi Qian's cruel laughter filled the air as he mercilessly lashed Mu Feng, leaving him bloodied and battered. "Lord Shi Qian, this waste is no longer an heir. Why continue to address him as such? The general has decreed that we may use whatever means necessary, as long as he remains alive." The stout guard chimed in, brandishing a red-hot branding iron, which he pressed onto Mu Feng's back, searing his flesh and emitting a foul stench. The pain was unbearable. Mu Feng gritted his teeth, his face pale, yet his eyes blazed with fury. Despite being condemned to death, General Lei Hong continued to torment him, even now targeting a man already on the brink of demise. Rage coursed through Mu Feng as he recalled the cold gaze of General Lei Hong, the mocking grin of Mulan, and the indifferent stares of the mansion's higher-ups. "I refuse to accept this," he roared inwardly, his visage contorted in despair. In that moment, the celestial coffin, nestled deep within the sun, radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the intricate patterns on its surface. The light intensified, nearly eclipsing the sun itself, and then the coffin stirred. It soared from the sun, plummeting toward the mortal realm. After a brief interlude, Shi Qian tossed the whip to the lean guard, instructing, "Continue to attend to our waste of an heir without allowing him any respite. I have matters to attend to." The lean guard accepted the whip, grinning obsequiously. "Rest assured, Lord Shi Qian, I shall ensure this waste is well taken care of." With that, he wielded the whip with fervor. Shi Qian, satisfied, exited the torture chamber, leaving Mu Feng to endure the relentless torment. As each strike intensified the pain, Mu Feng's fury blazed ever brighter, stirring within him a reckless desire to retaliate. At the peak of his rage, a radiant light pierced through his consciousness. A resplendent aura enveloped the mysterious celestial coffin, surging into his being, descending until it settled within his dantian. In an instant, a surge of enigmatic power erupted from the coffin, flooding through Mu Feng's limbs, invigorating his entire being. Meanwhile, the stout and lean guards continued their sadistic torment, exchanging vile taunts as they treated Mu Feng like an animal. "Look at you waste, daring to glare at me. You truly do not know your place." The stout guard jeered, intensifying his grip on the branding iron, eliciting a pained grimace from Mu Feng. Mu Feng bellowed, an uncontrollable surge of rage compelling him to harness the mysterious power that had awoken within him. With a mighty effort, Mu Feng tore apart the bonds restraining his hands. "You find pleasure in torturing me, do you?" he growled, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged for the stout guard. Before the guard could react, Mu Feng seized his head, forcefully slamming it into the ground. A sickening crack echoed as the guard's skull shattered upon impact, blood and brain matter splattering across the room in a gruesome display. Yet, Mu Feng remained unfazed, relentlessly pounding the guard's head against the ground, as if unleashing the pent-up fury within him. "Is this how you enjoy hurting me? Now, I shall repay you in kind." D. Mu Feng shrieked, his voice a cacophony of madness as he continued to strike the guard's head against the floor. The lean guard stood frozen in terror, utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 2. My dantian is an immortal coffin. As Mu Feng regained a semblance of rationality, the head of the rotund jailer was obliterated, leaving behind a headless corpse. Now, Mu Feng, infused with the enigmatic power of the immortal coffin, wielded a temporarily formidable strength. His vigor surged, relentless and inexhaustible. The corpulent jailer was merely at the initial stage of blood refinement, utterly fragile in Mu Feng's presence, akin to an ant. Mu Feng, you. The lean jailer was thoroughly petrified, turning to flee towards the interrogation room. His strength was inferior even to that of the stout jailer, who had been dispatched with ease. So he knew his fate would be no different. Yet, the lean jailer was baffled. Wasn't Mu Feng a cripple? How had he suddenly become so powerful? Mu Feng's gaze turned frigid as he swiftly pursued the lean jailer, delivering a devastating punch to his back. The sound of the impact resonated through the air like a thunderclap. The lean jailer coughed up blood, attempting to scream for help. But Mu Feng's hand clamped over his mouth. Want to call for assistance? Have you consulted me first? Without hesitation, Mu Feng snapped the lean jailer's neck and discarded his lifeless body onto the ground. I've killed. Mu Feng stood still, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they shone with unwavering resolve. This world was not the peaceful, lawful realm of his past life. It was a martial world where the strong held sway, far more brutal than he had ever imagined. If he did not kill, he would be the one to perish. At that moment, Mu Feng noticed two streams of crimson energy emanating from the corpses of the lean and stout jailers, swiftly merging into his body. The sanguine energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging within the immortal coffin in his dantian. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted within Mu Feng, and powerful vitality surged forth from his being. His frail physique began to swell, muscles bulging and forming a strikingly powerful silhouette. Simultaneously, a red vertical line appeared between his brows. In that instant, he had stepped into the realm of blood refinement. In this world, martial realms ascended from low to high, encompassing blood refinement, bone tempering, divine concealment, qi si, and divine unity. Blood refinement marked the inception of martial arts, divided into 3 stages: first blood, second blood, and third blood. Mu Feng had just entered blood refinement, barely at the first stage, yet he was overwhelmed with joy. He could finally cultivate. This signified that he would no longer be a cripple. The moment the immortal coffin integrated with him, it bestowed upon him strength that surpassed the blood refinement stage. However, he understood that this power was merely temporary. He could distinctly sense the mysterious energy permeating his body, retreating rapidly back into the immortal coffin. Only the strength he cultivated himself would truly belong to him. What exactly was that crimson energy? After the immortal coffin absorbed it, I broke through instantaneously. Was it because the coffin had become my dantian? Although questions swirled in Mu Feng's mind, his eyes sparkled with bright illumination. It was the light of hope. The instant he beheld the immortal coffin, he recognized it as the one from the sun, left behind by the mysterious woman 3 years ago. Who was that enigmatic woman? Did she seize my dantian to prepare for today? What was her true intention? Mu Feng was beset with endless inquiries, yet he knew he could not uncover any answers at this moment. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to earn the right to seek the true answers. Suddenly, Mu Feng's expression stiffened. He realized that the lid of the coffin in his dantian was slowly opening. A beam of celestial light surged forth, and in an instant, Mu Feng vanished from his location. He found himself in an expanse of boundless wasteland. At the center of the wasteland, a grand and imposing celestial tomb rose majestically. Within the tomb, radiant light soared into the clouds, a magnificent spectacle that seemed to emanate divine authority, resembling a paradise of immortals. This coffin concealed a hidden realm. Mu Feng displayed the expression of a rustic villager entering a city, gazing around with curiosity. Before the celestial tomb stood a towering bronze gate, 100 feet high. Boom! At that moment, the bronze gate slowly creaked open. Mu Feng beheld a vast courtyard beyond, where a stone tablet stood tall. At the end of the courtyard, a massive iron gate stood firmly closed, blocking his path forward. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Feng stepped into the courtyard. Upon his gaze landing on the tombstone, he saw an inscription gleaming in gold. The sword immortal with dual pupils, clad in robes of brilliance, gazes back, his foes now vanquished. This phrase exuded grandeur and magnificence, filled with an array of majestic imagery. Merely reciting it silently within his heart left Mu Feng profoundly shaken. Open the first layer of the chaotic immortal coffin. bestowing the invincible inheritance of the white-clad, sword immortal. Suddenly, a resounding and impassive voice echoed from the depths of the celestial tomb. Subsequently, Mu Feng witnessed the tombstone before him radiating a brilliant light. Countless beams converged above the tombstone, forming a towering and solemn apparition. He stood there, sword in hand, adorned in snow-white garb, exuding an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial sword immortal. Especially striking were his eyes, which shone brightly, revealing a pair of golden pupils. The white-clad sword immortal exchanged a glance with Mu Feng before transforming into a beam of light that entered Mu Feng's brow. We, who cultivate the sword, do so not for any other reason but to slay. I, Jun Wudi, have fought throughout my life with only 3 sword strikes, rendering me invincible. These 3 strikes are, the first strike called Slay Life, the second strike called Connect with the Divine, the third strike called Sever Immortals. A torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into Mu Feng's mind like a deluge. His head throbbed painfully, his features contorting, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. He knew he was receiving an inheritance and could not afford to lose consciousness. Otherwise, the transmission would be interrupted. Once Mu Feng fully assimilated the inherited memories, he distinctly sensed 2 peculiar forces pouring into his eyes. My eyes, they're going blind. Suddenly, Mu Feng let out a piercing scream, covering his eyes with his hands and rolling frantically on the ground. After about a quarter of an hour, he struggled to rise, his eyes opening and closing, now gleaming brilliantly, his black pupils transformed into golden ones. Even more astonishingly, within one eye socket, 2 overlapping golden pupils emerged. At that moment, Mu Feng not only inherited Jun Wudi's cultivation memories and insights, but also acquired his formidable dual pupil bloodline. With the emergence of his dual pupils, extraordinary phenomena manifested. Boom! When Mu Feng activated his dual pupils, the skies above the Mu Wangfu in the black prison erupted in a cascade of radiant light, clouds swirling majestically. The void fractured, revealing countless golden dual pupil apparitions, radiating dazzling golden brilliance. Strangely, in other areas outside the Mu Wangfu, the skies remained clear, unchanged. Celestial phenomena. The entire Yongzhou city was abuzz with excitement. In this world, there are always extraordinary prodigies who, during breakthroughs, moments of enlightenment, or awakenings of unique bloodlines, invoke celestial phenomena. Such prodigies, once they mature, invariably become unparalleled powerhouses, standing proud in the world. And now, celestial phenomena had emerged in Yongzhou City. At this moment, all eyes in Yongzhou City were drawn to the direction of the Mu Wangfu. In the depths of the Mu Wangfu, General Lei Hong, accompanied by the elders and clan members, came to the courtyard, bowing reverently to the sky, his face alight with excitement. Lei Hong was the most esteemed general of Mu Yuan, granted the title of general and entrusted with the military authority of the Mu Wangfu. Now that Mu Yuan had fallen, Lei Hong was the de facto leader of the Mu Wangfu, and he had single-handedly supported Mu Lan's rise to power. Heaven bless our Mu Wangfu. Haha, our choice of young Master Mulan was indeed right. Who would have thought that young Master Mulan could invoke celestial phenomena? Our Mu Wangfu shall once again reclaim its former glory. Lei Hong laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with pride and exhilaration. At this moment, the entire Mu Wangfu rejoiced, celebrating with songs and dances. Meanwhile, within Yongzhou City, a turbulent undercurrent surged, as countless factions were left astounded. The entire Yongzhou City understood that the Mu Wangfu was poised to rise, possibly reaching even greater heights. For a prodigious talent capable of invoking celestial phenomena had emerged from their ranks. Haha, I, Mulan, am indeed a gifted individual favored by the heavens. Having just broken through, I can invoke celestial phenomena. Deep within the Mu Wangfu, Mulan emerged, gazing at the celestial phenomena above, laughing joyously. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the myriad dual-pupil apparitions in the void were fixated on the direction of the Black Prison. Chapter 3. One day, 3 realms at this moment within the Black Prison. The instigator, Mu Feng, was blissfully unaware of the immense turmoil he had inadvertently caused. At this moment, having adapted to the awakening of his dual eyes, he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, silently assimilating the legacy of the invincible sword immortal, Jun Wudi. The most formidable aspects of Jun Wudi's legacy were the 3 supreme sword techniques: killing, communing with the divine, and slaying immortals, which represented the culmination of his lifelong dedication. Beyond these three techniques, the legacy encompassed a wealth of cultivation experiences and mental methods that would allow Mu Feng to circumvent numerous pitfalls. Particularly, the bloodline of the dual eyes had nearly reformed the very foundation of his meridians, endowing him with extraordinary talent and insight, elevating him to the ranks of rare cultivation prodigies. Upon the initial digestion of the inherited memories, Mu Feng began to enter a state of deep meditation. Instantly, the acupoints throughout his body began to whirl, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Mu Feng distinctly felt his limbs and bones swell with potent vitality. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated within him, as a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his being. In that moment, a second blood mark appeared on his brow, signifying his breakthrough into the realm of two blood warriors. Yet he did not cease. He continued to fervently absorb spiritual energy, and soon after, a third blood mark emerged on his forehead. 3 realms in a single day. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. As Mu Feng reached the pinnacle of the 3-blood stage, he relentlessly continued to absorb energy from the divine coffin. After receiving Jun Wudi's legacy, his breakthroughs encountered virtually no obstacles, allowing him to progress with remarkable fluidity. Enough! A chilling voice suddenly emanated from within the divine coffin, and Mu Feng's consciousness was forcefully expelled. Upon regaining his bearings in the familiar interrogation chamber, he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the divine coffin possessed a form of sentience, but stinginess was undeniable. Could it not have allowed him to advance to the bone-forging realm? Mu Feng lamented internally, feeling a sense of regret. Creak! At that moment, the door of the interrogation chamber swung open. A burly jailer entered, and their eyes met. The air grew still. This imposing jailer was none other than the returning Shi Qian. "I'll let you out. Where are Su Yuan and Zhou Li?" Shi Qian's expression darkened, glaring at Mu Feng with cold scrutiny. "Oh, you mean that fatso and the skinny one? They're right over there." Mu Feng gestured toward the corner. Shi Qian instinctively turned to look, only to be met with the horrifying sight of the 2 jailers, one fat and one thin, lying lifelessly in grotesque positions. Who did this? Shi Qian's fury ignited as he spun around, only to witness a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. The punch was executed with such speed that the air resonated with a tearing sound. Shi Qian's complexion shifted dramatically as he narrowly sidestepped, but the punch still struck his right shoulder with tremendous force, nearly shattering his shoulder blade and rendering his right arm immobile. Shi Qian staggered back, eyes wide in shock as he noticed the 3 blood marks on Mu Feng's brow. 3-blood warrior? You worthless! Shi Qian's voice faltered in astonishment. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Feng lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Though Shi Qian was also a 3-blood warrior, he roared, channeling all his vitality into a counterattack. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Shi Qian's left hand twisted and shattered under the impact, bones and blood bursting forth. As Shi Qian opened his mouth to scream, Mu Feng's fist came crashing through, silencing him. Enough with the idle chatter. Mu Feng withdrew his fist, disdainfully wiping it on Shi Qian's clothing before retracting his hand. Shi Qian's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. A dense stream of crimson energy surged forth from his corpse, flowing into Mu Feng's being. Another infusion of blood energy? What is this phenomenon? Mu Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the blood energy was entering his body and directly reaching the divine coffin in his dantian. Shortly thereafter, he felt a significant surge in his vitality. Crackling. Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds echoed within him. The surging vitality filled Mu Feng's limbs and bones, causing his muscles to swell substantially. His entire skeletal structure underwent an unimaginable transformation, enhancing its resilience, density, and strength to remarkable levels. In that instant, Mu Feng stepped into the bone-forging realm. Blood refining involved tempering the physical body and enhancing strength. When a warrior's vitality permeates their muscles and reaches perfection, they begin to forge their bones. Entering the bone-forging realm, the bones serve as the framework of the human body. The sturdier they are, the greater the vitality they can sustain, allowing the warrior's power to proliferate. Upon reaching the pinnacle of bone forging, the bones become as resilient as iron, producing a resonant sound with each movement. There are 4 stages of bone forging, ranked from highest to lowest as golden bone, silver bone, iron bone, and copper bone. Mu Feng now stood at the copper bone stage. The notion that killing could strengthen him was indeed peculiar. A chill ran down Mu Feng's spine as he discerned that the vitality offered by Shi Qian was far greater than that of the previously slain jailers. This implied that the stronger his victims, the greater the power he would obtain from their demise. With this realization, a fierce light ignited in Mu Feng's eyes. This also indicated that he possessed an additional avenue for acquiring strength. In this brutal world, to grow stronger necessitated contention. Contention against heaven, earth, and humanity. And contention often required bloodshed. Subsequently, Mu Feng collected the keys and sword from Shi Qian's lifeless form, discarding the 3 corpses into an abandoned cellar adjacent to the interrogation chamber. This cellar, once a hiding place for wine during Mu Yuan's time, had fallen into disuse after the establishment of the Black Prison. After disposing of Shi Qian and his companions, Mu Feng proceeded down the corridor. Suddenly, a powerful arm reached out from a cell ahead, its claw-like hand mercilessly aimed at Mu Feng's eyes. Mu Feng deftly sidestepped the assault, his cold gaze locking onto the interior of the cell, where a bald, muscular man with piercing, triangular eyes glared at him. "Little brat, how did you escape? Speak, and release me this instant." The bald man sneered. "Yes, let us out. I can no longer endure this." Another voice echoed. "Kid, you better behave, let us go, or you will regret it for life." Inside the cell, the prisoners glared at Mu Feng with predatory intensity, their eyes glowing with malice. Despite Mu Feng wearing the same prison garb, his leisurely stroll outside the cell indicated he possessed means of escape. They had been imprisoned for too long. Any glimmer of hope for freedom would compel them to seize it by any means necessary. "You attempted to gouge out my eyes to force me to reveal an escape route?" Mu Feng glared at the bald man, the air thick with hostility. The bald man scoffed. "You're quick on the uptake. Do you know who I am? You still have a chance. Release me, and I will reward you handsomely." "And you are?" Mu Feng replied, his tone indifferent. With brazen defiance, the bald man declared, "I am," before he could finish a long sword shot through the air, piercing his chest. The tremendous force propelled him against the wall, pinning him there. "Your identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you dare to prattle before me, seeking death." Mu Feng retorted coldly. Blood poured from the bald man's mouth and nostrils as terror filled his eyes. After a few convulsions, he succumbed to death. The prisoners inside the cell collectively gasped in astonishment. When they glanced back at Mu Feng, they were struck with a sense of dread. This individual was overwhelmingly domineering, decisive, and terrifyingly swift to resort to lethal force. After the act of killing, Mu Feng remained unfazed. The Black Prison was established by Mu Yuan, and it primarily housed the most heinous criminals and corrupt officials. Their deaths were of little consequence, and Mu Feng showed no mercy. Once more, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the bald man's corpse, eagerly absorbed by Mu Feng. Mu Feng comfortably closed his eyes, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, invigorating his limbs and filling his body with abundant energy. His recently achieved breakthrough was gradually solidifying. He retrieved the key and unlocked the prison door, withdrawing the long sword from the chest of the burly man, then grasped the man by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him into the abandoned cellar. "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" After completing these actions, Mu Feng cast a glance around the other prisoners, his eyes ablaze with fervor and desire. At that moment, this group of inmates appeared to him as mere pawns, igniting an impulsive urge within him to eliminate them all. "No, we do not wish to leave. Indeed, we were merely jesting. This cell is quite comfortable. Why would one go outside?" In the corridor, a group of prisoners trembled, shaking their heads in frantic denial, especially upon witnessing the fervor in Mu Feng's gaze. They were filled with dread. Yet, Mu Feng soon suppressed his murderous intent. The Black Prison was a crucial stronghold for the Mu royal family, teeming with experts and heavily guarded. Even if he harbored thoughts of slaughtering these prisoners, he would have little opportunity to kill many without exposing himself, at which point the guards and formidable warriors of the Black Prison would converge upon him. In 7 days, the coronation ceremony of Mulan would take place, and most of the powerful figures from the Mu royal family would attend, leaving the Black Prison vulnerable, an opportune moment for an escape. After deliberating, Mu Feng quelled his bloodlust, his gaze coldly surveying the prisoners, a smirk creeping onto his lips. When the time for escape arrived, these prisoners would prove invaluable, and he intended to make full use of them. With this thought in mind, Mu Feng entered the burly man's cell and sat cross-legged. I have just inherited Jun Wudi's legacy. In these 7 days, I shall fully digest his insights and sword techniques to strengthen myself. A glint of icy determination flickered in Mu Feng's eyes. Mulan, 7 days hence, not only shall it be your day of ascension, but also the day of your demise. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, catching Mu Feng's attention. He then saw 2 guards escorting a haughty young man. The young man was handsome, yet a long scar marred his right cheek, lending him an air of menace. Upon sighting the arrogant youth, Mu Feng's expression turned frosty. Chapter 4. The ungrateful wretch Lord Duan. From now on, you shall be favored by His Highness Mulan. Do remember to speak a few kind words for us. Yes, Lord Duan's future is boundless. Do not forget your brothers. In the corridor, the 2 guards fawned over the haughty youth as they led him deeper into the prison. The arrogant young man paid no heed to their sycophantic remarks, his cold gaze sweeping over the cells lining the corridor. Upon spotting Mu Feng, his eyes lit up, and he strode over with rapid steps. My dear heir, how does it feel to be a prisoner? The scarred youth looked down at Mu Feng, a hint of mockery in his tone. Duan Dao, you treacherous sycophant, what brings you here? Mu Feng's eyes narrowed with cold disdain. Duan Dao had once been Mu Feng's personal attendant, a position Mu Feng had bestowed upon him. 3 years prior, Duan Dao had been a beggar, destitute and wretched. Moved by his plight, Mu Feng had taken him in. Later, Duan Dao exhibited remarkable martial talent, prompting Mu Feng to grant him the finest cultivation methods and seek guidance from masters. In just 3 years, Duan Dao had ascended from a mere commoner to a formidable copper bone realm expert, earning great acclaim. Upon becoming Mu Feng's personal attendant, Duan Dao had vowed eternal loyalty to him. However, once Mu Feng fell into disgrace, Duan Dao swiftly aligned himself with Mulan. Duan Dao cast a cold glance at the 2 guards, who wore ingratiating smiles and discreetly withdrew. Mu Feng, we were once master and servant. I know you valued me and have shown me great kindness, which I shall never forget. Duan Dao smirked, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Thus, why not grant me one last favor? What do you mean? Mu Feng can quiet comedy. His Highness Mulan is a genius of dual bloodlines, destined for greatness. By following him, I, Duan Dao, shall have a glorious future. However, because of my past loyalty to you, he remains suspicious of me. I must present sufficient proof of my allegiance to win his trust. Duan Dao's eyes glinted with malice as he continued. After much contemplation, I have concluded that the best proof is you. Since you are to perish in 7 days, why not facilitate my ascent? I'm not greedy. I only wish to gouge out your eyes and sever 1 hand and 1 foot as my token of loyalty. You should be grateful for my mercy. Otherwise, given my nature, I would have dismembered you entirely. Mu Feng's gaze grew icier. Duan Dao's shamelessness exceeded all expectations. To gouge out his eyes and sever a hand and a foot was considered mercy? Was this the language of a human? Clang! Duan Dao let out a sinister laugh, drawing his sword and severing the chains at the prison door. Mu Feng, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Blame yourself for being so inept, becoming a useless wretch, unable to even retain your status as heir. Wait, before Duan Dao could finish a sentence, Mu Feng erupted into action, drawing the long sword hidden by his side and thrusting it forward. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through Duan Dao's chest, pinning him forcefully to the ground. The entire event transpired in an instant, leaving Duan Dao no time to react. Mu Feng, you worthless fool, how could you? Duan Dao's words were cut short as a foot came crashing down upon his mouth. The force unleashed shattered his teeth, and blood poured forth as he attempted to scream. You pathetic wretch, I've endured your insolence for far too long. Today, I shall make you regret your treachery. Keep talking. Weren't you quite the braggart a moment ago? Do you truly believe I am easy prey? You wish to gouge out my eyes and sever my limbs? Just what do you think you are? Mu Feng used all his strength to keep Duan Dao pinned to the ground, grinding him mercilessly. Initially, Duan Dao struggled fiercely, his copper bone realm vitality surging forth in an attempt to repel Mu Feng. However, he soon realized that Mu Feng was also of the Copperbone realm, and his vitality far exceeded Duan Dao's. This disparity rendered Duan Dao's efforts futile. Though they were both in the Copperbone realm, Duan Dao lacked a bloodline, whereas Mu Feng possessed an exceptionally powerful dual-pupil bloodline, making him nearly invincible within the same realm, capable of slaying those at higher levels. A mere ordinary Copperbone warrior stood no chance against him. "Spare me, young lord. I was wrong. Duan Dao quickly begged for mercy, but before he could finish, Mu Feng's hand dug into his eyes, brutally extracting them. Covering Duan Dao's mouth with one hand, Mu Feng crushed the eyes in his grasp. "Now, I shall return the favor." Next, he swiftly severed Duan Dao's right hand and foot with the sword. Duan Dao's gut-wrenching screams were muffled, reduced to pitiful whimpers. The prisoners lining the corridor gasped in horror at the sight, their gazes toward Mu Feng filled with increasing fear and reverence. His decisive actions were enough to instill dread within their hearts. You've destroyed my dantian?" Suddenly, Duan Dao felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, followed by the sensation of his entire cultivation dissipating like a deflating balloon. Mu Feng had forcefully crippled his dantian, plunging him into hopelessness as he screamed in madness. "Mu Feng, you are so ruthless." However, before Duan Dao could utter another word, Mu Feng thrust the sword into his mouth, continuously twisting it. The sharp blade tore through Duan Dao's mouth, rendering it a mangled mess, his tongue and shattered teeth spilling forth in a gruesome display. With both eyes blinded, his tongue severed, and one of his hands and feet cruelly amputated, Duan Dao had been rendered utterly incapacitated, unable even to utter a word. "Duan Dao, despite our past as master and servant, I am a person who values old ties, and I cannot bring myself to kill you. I shall cast you into the abandoned wine cellar of the Black Prison. Whether you survive will depend on your fate. You should be grateful for my mercy. Do you understand?" Mu Feng gazed down upon the nearly hopeless Duan Dao, hoisting him over his shoulder and returning to the forsaken wine cellar adjacent to the interrogation room, where he unceremoniously tossed Duan Dao inside. Undoubtedly, in such a state, Duan Dao could neither speak nor see. Left in the abandoned cellar, he would merely await a slow death, a fate far more cruel than a swift execution. After cleaning the bloodstains from the floor, Mu Feng surveyed the prison cells and casually inquired, "Did you see anything just now?" The prisoners trembled in fear, shaking their heads vigorously, insisting that they had seen nothing and heard nothing. Satisfied, Mu Feng nodded and discreetly entered his own cell. Following the deaths of 3 prison guards and Duan Dao, although he had left the scene immaculate, it would not remain concealed for long. During this time, he needed to maintain a low profile, quietly biding his time, seeking to enhance his cultivation in hopes of finding a way to escape. Before long, 2 prison guards returned, scanning the cells but finding no trace of Duan Dao. They exchanged puzzled glances. Has Lord Duan Dao truly departed so swiftly? Why did he not bid us farewell? One mused, now that he has allied himself with Lord Mulan, with his talent, he is bound to be valued in the future. He probably thinks little of us and cannot be bothered to say goodbye, the other replied. The 2 guards speculated that Duan Dao had left without a word, sharing a self-deprecating laugh before continuing their patrol. The thought that Duan Dao might have met with misfortune never crossed their minds. They believed such a possibility to be almost non-existent. After all, Duan Dao was a master of the bone refinement realm, who in the Black Prison could harm him, let alone kill him. Not long after the guards departed, a small, stealthy figure approached Mu Feng's cell. Upon closer inspection, this figure was clearly a girl disguised as a boy. "Your Highness," the girl called out. Mu Feng opened his eyes, glancing at the girl in surprise. "Chanu, what brings you here?" Chun'er was the personal maid of Mu Feng's half-sister, Mu Yao. Since childhood, Mu Yao had been close to Mu Feng, their bond unwavering even as the rest of the household scorned him. "The young lady sent me. Please take this." Chun'er carefully produced a porcelain vial from her bosom and handed it to Mu Feng. Mu Feng accepted the vial, uncorking it to reveal 3 translucent jade-colored pills inside. Jade purity pills. He gasped in astonishment. The jade purity pills were renowned healing elixirs capable of mending most internal and external injuries in a short time. A treasure that was nearly unattainable in Yongzhou City. "Did Yaoer give this to me? Is she well? Is Mulan targeting her?" Mu Feng hurriedly asked, his concern for Mu Yao palpable. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the young lady is doing quite well. She fears you may suffer in prison and specifically instructed me to deliver the jade purity pills to you in secret, Chun'er replied with a smile. Mu Feng nodded, touched by her words. He understood that Mu Yao was worried he would be tortured in the black prison, leading to irreparable harm. With the jade purity pills, as long as he still drew breath, he would likely recover from his injuries. This care warmed his heart. Your Highness, I cannot linger in the black prison. If discovered, the young lady will be implicated. I must leave now. Without waiting for Mu Feng to inquire further, Chun'er hurried away. Mu Feng silently clutched the porcelain vial. Memories of Mu Yao's innocent smile flooding his mind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In this cruel and frigid world, there were still those who cared for him. After Chun'er departed the black prison, she hurriedly returned to a dilapidated courtyard. The place was nearly as decrepit as a ruin, with the only intact structure being the woodshed on the right side of the courtyard. Upon entering the woodshed, Chun'er found a girl, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, cutting her wrist to let the blood flow. The bright red blood dripped from the girl's pale wrist into a large bowl below, nearly filling it. Chun'er, you're back. Did you deliver the jade purity pills to my brother? The porcelain-like girl, her complexion ashen, managed a weak smile. She was Mu Yao. However, as soon as she spoke, her body swayed, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Chun'er quickly helped her up, taking out a handkerchief to bandage Mu Yao's wrist. Since Mu Feng had been imprisoned, Mulan had ordered Mu Yao expelled from the main residence, leaving her in such a dire environment. To keep Mu Yao in check, Mulan even used Mu Feng as leverage, preventing her from making any rash moves. Miss, you cannot bleed any longer. If you continue, you will die, Chun'er said, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of despair. Mu Yao forced a smile. It's fine. See, I'm still alive. And if I don't do this, my brother will truly be in danger. You have already done enough for His Highness. If this continues, I truly fear for you. Shonea Zubit. Her words cut short by a sudden loud banging on the door. Bang! The decrepit door of the woodshed was kicked open, and a cold-faced middle-aged man stepped inside. He was Mu Lin, the fifth elder of the Mu family, a staunch supporter of Mulan. He entered with an icy demeanor, glancing at Mu Yao and Chun'er before his gaze fell upon the bowl filled with blood. Lord Mulan has decreed that 2 bowls of blood are required daily, Mu Lin stated coldly. Chun'er's expression changed. My lady is already in poor health. 1 bowl of blood is barely manageable. 2 bowls will surely kill her. Slap! Before Chun'er could finish, Mu Lin lunged forward, striking her across the face. The force of the blow sent her flying against the wall, leaving her curled on the ground in pain. You, a mere lowly servant, dare to shout at me. Mu Lin withdrew his hand and looked down at the furious Mu Yao. Miss Mu Yao, you may refuse. However, the price will be your brother's life. Do not forget, Lord Mulan has promised not to kill Mu Feng, but only if you provide your blood daily, as required. Should you fail to comply, our agreement with you will become void, and we will be the first to take Mu Feng's life. Surely, you do not wish to see your dear brother perish before your very eyes. Mu Yao's face turned pale. She remained silent, instead unwrapping the cloth around her wrist, pulling out a dagger, and making another cut on her wrist. When the second bowl was filled, her face was devoid of color, her lips frighteningly pale. Very well, this will be your meal for today, Mu Lin declared with satisfaction as he collected the 2 bowls of blood, carelessly tossing the food box to the ground. The contents of the box spilled out, revealing the food within to be spoiled and emitting a foul odor. This is the jade purity pills supplied for today. You should thank Lord Mulan for his kindness, considering your health and providing you with the pills daily. Miss Yao, please take care of yourself, and remember to provide Lord Mulan with your precious blood. Mu Lin tossed a translucent pill on the ground with a cold laugh before sweeping out the door. They have gone too far. Miss, they are pushing you to your death. Chun'er staggered forward, filled with rage and sorrow. I cannot die. If I die, my brother will die too. As long as I live, there is still hope for him. Mu Yao's eyes were filled with resolve as she silently began to pick up the food, eating it piece by piece. Miss, you must take the jade purity pills as well. Your condition is too poor. If you do not take them, you won't last long, Chun'er pleaded softly, tears streaming down her face. Mu Yao cautiously stored away the jade clear pill, shaking her head and saying, It's nothing. I possess strong recovery abilities. As long as I have enough to eat, I can be full of vigor. My brother needs it more. I must save it for him. Chapter 6. The royal ascension ceremony in the Mu Wangfu at the Chunhua Pavilion. Mu Lan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, silently observing the koi in the pond as they competed for food. "Greetings, Your Highness the Heir." The Grand General Lei Hong rushed in, kneeling on one knee before the pavilion. "General Lei, you come in haste. What is the matter?" Mulan inquired without turning, her tone indifferent. "3 prison guards have gone missing from Black Prison, and Duan Dao, who entered the prison, is also unaccounted for," Lei Hong replied solemnly. "Who is responsible?" Mulan's voice sharpened. "My subordinates have yet to investigate, but I suspect it may be related to Mu Feng." Lei Hong hesitated. Mulan turned to glare at Lei Hong, scoffing. "That waste? Why would you entertain such an absurd notion?" With his head bowed, Lei Hong explained, "Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I do not mean to say that these individuals disappeared because of Mu Feng, but rather that there may be some loyalists to him within our ranks who are aiding him in secret. I have questioned 2 prison guards who interacted with Duan Dao. They claimed that Duan Dao came to the Black Prison on Mu Feng's behalf, purportedly to eliminate his limbs as a token of loyalty to you, Your Highness. Furthermore, the 3 missing guards had previously tortured Mu Feng. Both Duan Dao and the guards had engaged in actions detrimental to him." Mulan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Your conjecture holds merit. Despite the prevailing tide in my favor, there are still those who fail to recognize the situation. Shall I conduct a thorough investigation and root out those hidden pests?" Lei Hong queried, his gaze sharp as a blade. "No need," Mulan waved her hand dismissively. "Mu Feng has already lost his significance. Once I am crowned, those people will come to understand who the true master is." Lei Hong nodded, flattering her, "Indeed. Your Highness possesses a heart as vast as the sea. It was a grave mistake for the prince to elevate that waste Mu Feng to air, overshadowing you, the true dragon." The flattery sent Mulan into a euphoric state, invigorating her spirit. "Just a waste. Yet he has ridden atop me for so long. He deserves to perish in the most humiliating manner." A cruel glint flashed in Mulan's eyes. "In 7 days, I shall be crowned, and he will meet his end. I wish to witness his head roll as a victor." After further discussion, Lei Hong took his leave. Once he departed, the 5th elder Mu Lin approached and bowed respectfully to Mulan. "Have the blood pills been refined?" Mulan inquit. Mu Lin nodded, producing 2 crimson pills and presenting them to Mulan. "In accordance with your instructions, I had Mu Yao offer 2 bowls of her essence blood, which I then refined into these blood pills." Mulan's gaze ignited with fervor as she received the blood pills, exclaiming, "I never imagined Mu Yao's blood to be so extraordinary. It surpasses the effects of any elixir. With these blood pills, on the day of the royal ceremony, I anticipate breaking through once more and entering the divine concealment realm." Mu Lin's eyes flickered as he remarked, "Given Mu Yao's condition, she may not endure for long. Your Highness, are you truly intent on fulfilling your promise to her?" After discovering the uniqueness of Mu Yao's blood, Mulan had previously made a pact with her. Provided Mu Yao willingly offered her essence blood, he would spare Mu Feng's life. Mulan Chuka Gonli. It was merely a ruse. She truly believed it. How pitifully foolish. "In 7 days, Mu Feng must die, and I shall drain every last drop of her precious blood." A chill ran through Mu Lin. Mulan's ruthlessness instilled fear in him. If he could turn against his own sister, what heinous acts was he not capable of? 6 days later, in the Black Prison, Mu Feng sat cross-legged within his cell, his nostrils flaring with each breath, exhaling puffs of mist. The surging blood within him roiled ceaselessly. Deep within his flesh, his bones shimmered with a faint silver light against a backdrop of darkness. For 6 days, he had been digesting Jun Wudi's cultivation insights and had grasped the profound essence of sword intent. The realm of intent is an exceptionally enigmatic force. A warrior who comprehends it is deemed invincible within their domain, capable even of battling beyond their level. Among the myriad forms of intent, sword intent is particularly fearsome. Tomorrow marks the royal ceremony. The Black Prison has been too peaceful for too long. It is time for chaos to ensue. Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he surveyed his surroundings, the corners of his mouth curling into a frigid smile. The following day, outside Mu Wangfu, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed. Today was the royal ascension ceremony for the newly appointed Mu Wang, and the Mu Wangfu had invited most of the influential forces in Yongzhou City. Among them, the Yongzhou Prefectural Office and the Qianlong Commerce, both powerful entities alongside the Mu Wangfu, were also present. In addition to the invited guests, many uninvited individuals had gathered, for today, in addition to the royal ceremony, it was rumored to be the day of Mu Feng's execution. Many understood this was a deliberate act by Mu Lan, seeking to declare himself the victor before the eyes of the public, while Mu Feng would be branded a complete failure. This ignited the gossiping spirit within many, hence the bustling scene outside the Mu Wangfu. The royal ceremony was arranged in the central square, several miles outside the Mu Wangfu, a grand spectacle indeed. Within the ancestral hall of the Mu Wangfu, Mu Lan donned a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, twin blades hanging at his waist, his demeanor radiating an air of superiority. He gazed directly at the rows of ancestral tablets within the hall, his gaze ultimately resting on the tablet of his father, Mu Yuan. Father, you were mistaken, gravely so. A waste will forever remain a waste. No amount of protection can alter its essence. You were blind to see only Mu Feng, neglecting me. I was filled with rage, jealousy, and resentment. But now things have changed. I, Mu Lan, have ascended to the throne, becoming the new Mu Wang. Rest assured, I shall strive to become a formidable ruler, proving just how blind your vision was. With that, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from within Mu Lan, and he turned to leave the ancestral hall. His form gleamed like gold, resplendent as the sun. This was the hallmark of the divine concealment realm. On the day of the royal ceremony, Mu Lan had unexpectedly broken through, entering the divine concealment realm. Creak! The doors of the ancestral hall swung open, and Mu Lan stepped out with measured grace. Outside, Grand General Lei Hong and Elder Mu Hao stood on either side, leading the senior officials of the Wangfu in respectful salutation to Mu Lan. They could distinctly sense the aura emanating from Mu Lan, their hearts swelling with reverence and excitement. A talent of the divine concealment realm before the age of 20. What a marvel! The rise of the Mu Wangfu seemed assured. In their hearts, Lei Hong Mu Hao and the others felt increasingly convinced that their decision to dispose of Mu Feng and support Mu Lan was the wisest choice of their lives. Elder 5. What Mu Yao? Mu Lan's gaze fell upon Elder Mu Lin, who stood behind Mu Hao. Mu Lin stepped forward and respectfully replied, "She is not dead, but she is on the brink of death. Her time may be short." Mu Lan replied coolly, "Drain her blood and send her off on her final journey." Understood. Mu Lin felt a shiver run through him, nodding submissively. Let us proceed to the central square. Mu Lan walked past the crowd, reminding them before he departed. Do not forget to bring Mu Feng. I wish to execute him personally. Grand General Lei Hong exchanged glances with two soldiers behind him before following Mu Lan out of the ancestral hall. The soldiers understood and quickly departed for the Black Prison. Chapter 7. To be a chicken or a monkey inside the Black Prison, Mu Feng, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the door of his cell. A prison guard approached, accompanied by two soldiers. Mu Feng, it is time to go. The gaunt guard, with a disdainful glance at Mu Feng, spoke in an arrogant tone. The two soldiers behind him remained expressionless, regarding Mu Feng as if he were already dead. Clang! The cell door swung open. The gaunt guard's eyes glimmered with mockery, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, a fist rapidly loomed before him. Before he could react, the guard was struck squarely in the face, his head exploding upon impact, blood and brain matter spilling forth. The two soldiers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Mu Feng would suddenly launch an attack. Wasn't he supposed to be a useless waste incapable of cultivation? This hardly resembled a waste. After swiftly dispatching the jailer, Mu Feng drew forth the long sword hidden within the haystack. A flash of sword light appeared, and the heads of the two soldiers were sent flying. It was clean and decisive. 3 streams of vital blood surged from the 3 corpses, all flowing into Mu Feng's body. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant, showing no signs of advancement. Has the effect of the vital blood diminished so significantly? Could it be due to my own enhanced cultivation? Mu Feng furrowed his brow. His cultivation had already reached the bone-tempering realm, while the jailer and the 2 soldiers were merely in the blood-refining realm. The disparity was so vast that the absorbed vital blood had little effect on him. To validate his thoughts, Mu Feng opened the adjacent cell and released the prisoner inside. This prisoner was a middle-aged man with a sharp face, shackled with dark iron chains. Upon seeing Mu Feng open the cell, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. "What crime brought you here?" Mu Feng inquired nonchalantly. "Patricide, fratricide, and committing adultery with my brother's wife." We are all unfortunate souls. Thank you for freeing me." The middle-aged man hastily expressed his gratitude. But before he could finish, he was met with a rapidly enlarging fist. The middle-aged man had no time to react before Mu Feng's punch shattered his skull. Blood and brain matter spraying forth. "Patricide? Fratricide? Are you not the scum of the earth? You deserve to die." Mu Feng expressionlessly wiped his hand on the middle-aged man's corpse, erasing the blood. A faint stream of vital blood drifted from the man's body into Mu Feng. Indeed, blood-refining warriors are too weak. Their vital blood holds negligible effect on me. Mu Feng sighed and grasped the keys, methodically unlocking the doors of the cells on the first floor. Since he was to escape, he would incite chaos among the prisoners, using the confusion to his advantage. "You are free now. Flee for your lives." To Mu Feng's astonishment, although the cell doors were opened, the prisoners trembled in fear, none daring to step out. He noticed their gazes fixated on the corpse of the sharp-faced man he had just killed. Clearly, they did not believe Mu Feng intended to free them. Instead, they thought he had done so merely to facilitate their slaughter, leaving them too terrified to step beyond the threshold. "Those who do not flee shall die." Mu Feng sighed, stepping into another cell and swiftly cleaving a prisoner in two with his sword. His decisive action meant to instill courage in the remaining prisoners. "Run! Run quickly! This murderer is terrifying. If we don't escape, we'll die in here." Within the silent prison, the prisoners, utterly frightened, scattered in a panic, escaping their cages. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At that moment, the jailers finally sensed something amiss and rushed over to intercept Mu Feng. But they were all dispatched in an instant by his sword. Streams of crimson energy erupted from the fallen jailers, swirling like a tempest into Mu Feng's body, filling him with vitality. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within Mu Feng as his vital energy surged to its peak. His bones shone with a brilliant silver light in that instant. After absorbing such a significant amount of blood energy, Mu Feng's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the iron bone level, dangerously close to a breakthrough. How exhilarating! Is there anyone else willing to meet their demise? Feeling the surging vitality within him, Mu Feng laughed heartily, continuing to release more prisoners, ruthlessly dealing with the approaching jailers. However, the jailers were simply too weak, all being merely in the blood-refining realm. Despite Mu Feng's continuous absorption of their vital energy, he found it challenging to successfully break through to the silver bone realm. Mu Feng recalled Duan Dao and strode towards the cellar entrance, retrieving Duan Dao's body. At this moment, Duan Dao was not entirely dead, his eyes bloodied, his mouth a mangled mess, unable to speak, only able to emit muffled sounds. "Duan Dao, we have been master and servant. I cannot bear to see you suffer this agony. Let me grant you release. Do not thank me. It is my duty." Without waiting for Duan Dao to respond, Mu Feng swiftly ended his life with a sword to the throat, blood gushing forth. In an instant, a torrent of vital energy surged into Mu Feng's body. He let out a long howl as the energy within him reached its zenith. His bones radiated a moonlit silver glow at that moment. The vital energy provided by Duan Dao propelled Mu Feng forward, allowing him to leap into the silver bone realm. The chaos in the black prison was still insufficient. It needed to be more tumultuous. Mu Feng's eyes were as cold as steel, his aura commanding as he marched toward the second floor of the black prison. The black prison comprised 4 levels. The deeper one ventured, the more significant the prisoners being held, and the more formidable their powers. No, don't kill me. Upon entering the second level, Mu Feng's path was a bloodbath as he advanced deeper into the prison. With the strength of the silver bone realm, very few jailers could withstand him. Any who stood in his way were swiftly dispatched. The jailers of the first and second levels were nearly annihilated, while those on the third level, witnessing the carnage, were paralyzed with fear, losing their will to fight and fleeing toward the black prison's exit. Unfortunately, those fleeing jailers met their demise, one by one, under Mu Feng's sword. Streams of crimson energy formed a massive cyclone around Mu Feng, coalescing into his body, transforming into a surge of vitality. Almost there. I am on the brink of reaching the peak of the silver bone realm. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly pursued the fleeing jailers deeper into the black prison. If memory served him correctly, the third level housed 3 renowned masters from Yongzhou, captured by his father long ago. Mu Feng raced toward the third level. The third level was dark and damp. the air thick with the stench of decay. Here, 3 water dungeons were situated straight ahead and on either side. Hee hee. I truly did not expect someone to dare venture into the 3rd level. You are quite fearless, aren't you? A cold voice echoed from the right. Following the sound, Mufeng noticed a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze, his limbs bound tightly by heavy chains, submerged in murky, toxic water reaching his chest. Who are you? Mufeng glanced at the middle-aged man and asked. What qualifications does a mere jailer have to know my name? The middle-aged man raised his chin, exuding arrogance. Mufeng nodded, bending down to pick up a fist-sized stone nearby and casually tossing it through the iron bars, striking the middle-aged man squarely on the forehead. The man's head split open, blood gushing forth, infuriating him to the point of nearly steaming. You bang! Before he could finish, another stone flew in, landing precisely on his wound, causing Kuwui to grimace in pain. Then came more stones, 2, 3, 4. Stop throwing. My name is Kuwui, known in the martial world as the Flying Bat. Kuwui quickly surrendered, pleading for mercy. Mufeng, satisfied, turned his gaze toward the other 2 prisoners. One was an elderly man with disheveled hair and a white beard, while the other was a voluptuous and beautiful woman. Iam le Kiuyu. Maki. Noticing Mufeng's gaze, the elderly man and the beautiful woman's expressions shifted, and they promptly revealed their names without hesitation. I can let you go, Mufeng said nonchalantly. Kuwui, El Chua, and Ma Chi all gazed at him with fervor, their eyes ablaze with hope. Is that truly the case? Kuwui asked urgently. Although El Chua and Ma Chi remained silent, their eyes betrayed their anticipation and elation. But you must submit to me, Mufeng replied coolly. The expressions of Kuwui, El Chua, and Ma Chi faltered. Little brat, your demands are rather excessive, don't you think? In the Jianghu of Yongzhou, I, Kuwui, am a renowned master. You expect me to serve you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before I could finish my words, a stone suddenly flew through the air and struck my forehead with tremendous force. Then 1 stone, 2 stones, 3, Kuwui cried out in rage and agony, blood-red streams of resentment surging from his body. You have no choice. Either die here today or submit to me. Choose. Mufeng casually picked up stones, throwing them at Kuwui while glancing at El Chiomeng and Ma Chi. I agree. I also agree. El Chiomeng and Ma Chi exchanged glances, both acquiescing. I agree too. Just stop throwing. Damn it. I've already agreed, and you still throw? Kuwui roared. Mufeng smirked slightly, retrieving a set of keys and rummaging through them before unlocking Kuwui's cell door. With a loud clang, the heavy chains fell from Kuwui, splashing murky water everywhere. Haha, finally free from this damned water prison. After being trapped for 3 years, I was about to suffocate. Kuwui leaped out of the cell, landing in the corridor, stretching his limbs before bursting into laughter. Mufeng merely observed Kuwui calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Foolish brat, you are truly naive to believe in our verbal promises. Kuwui grinned, a fierce killing intent gleaming in his eyes. As torrents of blood energy surged from within him, his bones making a sound akin to metal clanging, with a hint of golden light flashing. Undoubtedly, Kuwui was a master of the Golden Bone realm. El Chiomeng and Ma Chi watched coolly, silently mocking Mufeng's naivety for believing their promises. Yet they were also somewhat concerned whether Kuwui would spare them after killing Mufeng. You are mistaken. I do not trust your words. Mufeng shook his head, looking at Kuwui, and continued. Do you know why I released you first? Kuwui was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss but dismissing it, sneering. I do not need to know. I only know that you are doomed. With that, Kuwui stomped, transforming into a flurry of afterimages, crossing over 10 meters in an instant to reach Mufeng. He raised his right hand into a palm and struck fiercely at Mufeng's forehead. Clang! The air exploded where his hand passed, echoing like metal clashing. El Chiomeng and Ma Chi shook their heads inwardly, fully aware that Kuwui had reached the peak of the bone-tempering realm, his bones harder than ordinary weapons. A strike like this would intimidate even a master of the Golden Bone realm, let alone this youthful prisoner. Mufeng stood still, calmly watching Kuwui approach, his eyes suddenly glowing with golden light. His black pupils transformed into golden-heavy pupils. In an instant, within a radius of several dozen meters around Mufeng, countless heavy pupil phantoms appeared. What is this? Ku Wui was taken aback, his heart racing as he gazed at the heavy pupil phantoms surrounding him. Confusion dawning in his eyes. After inheriting the heavy pupil bloodline, Mu Feng awakened the first eye technique of the heavy pupils, all things in nature. This technique, in strict terms, is a powerful illusion. Once unleashed, the victim falls into the seductive trap of myriad illusions, ultimately sinking into despair. However, Mu Feng was currently too weak to maintain the technique for long. The moment Ku Wui fell into the illusion of all things in nature, Mu Feng stepped forward. Reaching him, with his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck swiftly at Ku Wui's face. The power of the silver bone realm erupted completely, as his punch penetrated Ku Wui's skull, emerging from the back of his head. Boom! Immediately, a white circular mist erupted before his fist. This phenomenon resulted from the fist moving at supersonic speed, colliding with the air. One punch. The Golden Bone Realm Master, Ku Wui, was dead. Thud! Ku Wui's headless corpse fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A massive stream of blood-red energy ascended from Ku Wui's body, surging into Mu Feng. In an instant, Mu Feng's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Silver Bone Realm, just half a step away from the Golden Bone Realm. Although Ku Wui's cultivation was superior and his blood energy more abundant, he underestimated Mu Feng, fell prey to the illusion, and had been imprisoned in the dark prison for too long, causing his blood energy to deteriorate severely. All these factors combined led to Ku Wui's demise at Mu Feng's hand. El Qiumeng and Ma Qi stared in shock, their mouths agape, as if petrified, gazing at Ku Wui's corpse. Is this a joke? You just died like that. I released you to serve as a warning, and you are the chicken to be killed. Mu Feng retracted his hand, wiping the blood off on Ku Wui's clothing before turning to El Qiumeng and Ma Qi. And you two are merely monkeys. Choose whether you wish to be a chicken or a monkey. Mu Feng grinned. Upon seeing the golden heavy pupils in Mu Feng's eyes, along with his chilling smile, El Qiumeng and Ma Qi trembled, a wave of coldness surging from their spines to their heads. This youth is terrifying. Chapter 8. Blood Exploitation. It is a bloodline, and a particularly powerful one at that. Ma Qi, with disheveled hair and white beard, widened his old eyes in disbelief. Who exactly are you? El Qiumeng's beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion as she stared at Mu Feng. Those who awaken bloodlines are invariably gifted individuals. They possess superior talents, quicker cultivation, and innate divine strength, making their bodies far more formidable than ordinary warriors. Bloodlines are classified into 3 categories: ordinary, exotic attribute, and special, with special bloodlines being the most prestigious. Exotic attribute bloodlines come next, while ordinary bloodlines are the lowest tier. Yet, even ordinary bloodlines are rare in the entire Qin Empire, qualifying as the chosen ones. Undoubtedly, Mu Feng's displayed bloodline is special. Now it is my turn to ask you. Submit or die. Mu Feng stepped toward El Qiumeng and Ma Qi, his eyes brimming with palpable killing intent. El Qiumeng and Ma Qi felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit. As Mu Feng approached them and showed no hesitation in his intent to strike, both lowered their heads. They recognized the resolute killing intent in Mu Feng's eyes, understanding that he truly meant to kill them. Moreover, upon realizing Mu Feng possessed a special bloodline, they felt little resistance to submission. After all, special bloodlines are favored by the heavens, destined for extraordinary achievements. Following such a gifted individual would not be a loss for them. Mu Feng unlocked the shackles from both of them and proceeded deeper into the dark prison. Mu Feng's plan was simple: to release all the prisoners in the dark prison, creating utter chaos. The more chaotic the dark prison became, the more opportunities for slaughter would arise, allowing him to take advantage of the turmoil to escape. This plan serves 2 purposes. My lord, are you going to the 4th level? El Qiumeng asked, her beautiful eyes filled with apprehension. Why? Is there a problem? Mu Feng replied, nonchalantly without turning back. The 4th level houses Xue Tu, a notorious figure of the demonic sect and a master of the divine concealment realm. If we release him, we might. Their meaning was clear. They urged Mu Feng not to confront the 4th level directly and to flee instead. Mu Feng, once the heir of the Mu Wangfu, was well aware of the prisoners held in the dark prison. He naturally knew that the 4th level contained Xue Tu, the deputy leader of the Bloodslaughter sect. This individual was indeed a master of the divine concealment realm, responsible for numerous bloodshed in Yongzhou City before being captured and imprisoned by Mu Yuan. If a riot is to occur, it must be grand. Releasing Xuetu is a pivotal part of his plan. The Dark Prison is a stronghold of the Mu Wangfu, and guarding the Dark Prison is a master of the Divine Concealment Realm. Releasing Xuetu serves to divert the attention of that powerful master and instigate chaos among them. Meanwhile, Mu Feng can take advantage of the chaos to enhance his cultivation through slaughter. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Mu Feng's voice thundered as he continued forward without pausing. Ma Qi and El Chiyue exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. After a moment of resolve, they pressed onward into the 4th level. The air here was thick with a putrid stench of decay that was almost unbearable. Within this gloomy space stood a vast water prison, where a frail, white-haired elder was confined. Mu Feng noted that the old man's vital joints and critical areas were pierced by iron hooks, rendering him nearly immobile. He was none other than Xuetu, the vice leader of the Blood Fiend sect. Was the chaos in the black prison instigated by you? Xuetu's gaze widened in astonishment as he regarded Mu Feng. The positioning of Ma Qi and El Chiyue made it evident that they were wholly devoted to this young man. Indeed, Mu Feng replied with an impassive demeanor. Xuetu, I can grant you your freedom, but what can you offer me in return? Xuetu narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Boy, do not presume to think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to unleash me to wreak further havoc in the Black Prison, even without offering anything. You would have to let me go, otherwise you would have fled long ago instead of coming to the 4th level. Mu Feng replied coolly. The initiative lies with me now. Whether or not you are released is my decision. If you wish to leave, you must pay the price. After a brief hesitation, Xuetu gritted his teeth and offered, I can teach you a secret technique for explosive power, a rare treasure I acquired through great fortune. Mu Feng nodded attentively. The technique imparted by Xuetu was called blood explosion, allowing one to unleash a surge of vitality and significantly enhance their strength for a brief period. However, its effects lasted only as long as a stick of incense. Once expired, the user's energy would plummet, leaving them extremely weakened. Now, will you release me? Xuetu said coldly after imparting the technique. Mu Feng produced a key and systematically unlocked the shackles binding Xuetu, then swiftly retreated. Ma Qi and El Chiyue positioned themselves protectively beside Mu Feng, their eyes warily fixed on Xuetu's. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from the water prison, sending torrents of murky water spiraling upwards like dark pillars. Within the confines of the prison, Xuetu's emaciated body began to swell ominously, his wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. With a thunderous crack, he burst free, his foot shattering the ground as he lunged toward Mu Feng. Xuetu, have navigated this realm for decades without being extorted. You, insignificant brat, are the first, and I shall ensure your demise is most grotesque. A torrent of blood surged from behind Xuetu, his eyes gleaming with palpable malice. Be careful, my lord. Ma Qi and El Chiyue shouted in alarm, their faces etched with fear. Yet, Mu Feng advanced rather than retreated, brandishing his sword as he charged at Xuetu's. All things under heaven. In an instant, Mu Feng's golden eyes shimmered, enveloping Xuetu in a myriad of phantasmal orbs. A flicker of confusion crossed Xuetu's eyes, but he quickly regained focus as a glimmering sword light loomed before him. In a flash, Xuetu's claw-like hand seized the blade. However, with a sickening crunch, his hand erupted in a spray of blood, 2 fingers severed, forcing him to stagger back. Mu Feng grunted as he too was impacted by the surging blood, his complexion paling slightly. A sword cultivator? And one who has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. Xuetu's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he fixated on Mu Feng. Mu Feng, his expression unyielding, declared, Xuetu, if you wish to take my life, it will not be so simple. You will pay a steep price. If you insist on battle, I shall oblige, but you will lose the element of surprise for your escape. You are clever enough to understand what must be done. As he spoke, Mu Feng's sword emitted a resonant chime, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. I shall spare you today, but should we meet again, your death is assured. Xuetu scoffed, turning to flee, vanishing from the 4th level in a series of agile leaps. Ma Qi and El Chiyue sighed in relief, their gazes towards Mu Feng filled with awe. The formidable bloodline combined with his sword mastery surpassed their wildest imaginations. Let us proceed. Chaos in the black prison still beckons. Mu Feng turned, leading the two towards the exit of the prison. Chapter 9. The slaughter begins outside the black prison. 3 imposing walls encircle the entrance, securing it tightly. Within, heavy fortifications were in place, soldiers standing vigilant. However, due to the coronation ceremony, the prison's forces were reduced by over 50% that day. Mu Zhan sat alone atop the city tower, drinking in solitude. As the warden of the black prison, he commanded the troops surrounding the facility and coordinated the guards within. Since the incident involving the disappearance of 3 guards and Duan Dao, he had endured much reprimand from Lei Hong. Being barred from attending the coronation ceremony only deepened his frustration. Suddenly, Mu Zhan sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the prison entrance. A group of guards stumbled out, panic-stricken. What has happened? Mu Zhan's expression darkened as he questioned them. The cells within the black prison have been breached, and countless inmates are pouring out. One guard, bloodied and breathless, gasped. What? Mu Zhan's eyes blazed with fury as he crushed the wine cup in his grasp. He then witnessed wave after wave of prisoners surging from the prison gates. Kill, slay the guards, and escape the black prison. I am finally free. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall die. A frenzy erupted as countless inmates, driven mad, charged forth, their roars echoing through the air. The number of prisoners far exceeded that of the soldiers stationed there. Thus, as they flooded out, they caught the soldiers completely off guard, plunging the area into chaos. How dare you? Mu Zhan soared into the air, drawing his heavy spear and sweeping it in a wide arc. With a thunderous impact, a ring of deadly energy radiated from him, obliterating over a dozen prisoners into a grotesque spectacle of gore. With indomitable momentum, Mu Zhan wielded his spear, unleashing a torrent of lethal strikes that stymied the prisoners' advance. Meanwhile, the disoriented soldiers gradually regained their composure and began to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rhythmic clanking sounds echoed from the front gates as the massive doors began to close. In an instant, the prisoners realized their dire predicament. They understood that once the gates were shut, they would be trapped like fish in a barrel, with escape rendered nigh impossible. Where are the blood guards? Mu Zhan bellowed, thrusting his spear into the fray as he fought through the throngs of inmates. Suddenly, figures emerged atop the walls, clad in blood-red robes and wearing menacing masks. Approximately 50 of them surged forth, exuding overwhelming power and vitality. The 5 leading figures donned black iron masks, their strength reaching the formidable iron bone realm, while the others were at the copper bone level. The blood guards, the black prison's elite force, boasted only the most skilled fighters, the weakest among them being copper bone warriors, with the strongest attaining the gold bone realm. Show no mercy, Mu Zhan commanded, and the 50 blood guards charged forth, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Each of them fought with the ferocity to take on 100 foes, instilling terror in the hearts of the prisoners. Flee! The blood guards are too powerful. Our numbers mean nothing. Heaven help us! How can the blood guards be so fearsome? Run for your lives! The remaining prisoners, stripped of their courage, scattered in panic. Suddenly, a colossal blood-red palm descended from the prison, crushing several of the blood guards into a mist of gore. Who? Mu Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed on the black prison. He had not anticipated that the invincible blood guards would be so swiftly vanquished. Boom! 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 Blood palms continued to rain down, indiscriminately slaying guards, prisoners, and soldiers alike. Who the devil is responsible? Mu Zhan seethed in exasperation, his feet cracking the ground as he propelled himself forward, shattering one blood palm after another. As he shattered over 10 blood palm prints, the prison remained eerily empty. Suddenly, a series of anguished screams echoed from the city gates. Mu Zhan turned to behold a gaunt old man brandishing a soldier's lifeless body. A mocking grin etched on his face. Blood butcher? Was this all you're doing? Mozanis kontenans darkened. Mu Zhan, you are truly foolish. You are being manipulated without even realizing it. The mastermind behind all this is a young prisoner. Blood Butcher's derisive laughter resonated as he forcefully blasted open the city gate, vanishing in a flash of crimson light. Liang Wu, suppress these prisoners. If you fail to accomplish this by the time I return, I shall take your head. Mu Zhan commanded a figure clad in a golden mask, then surged out of the city gate in pursuit of Blood Butcher. Blood Butcher was the most significant prisoner in the black prison. Allowing him to escape would result in grave consequences for Mu Zhan. Once Mu Zhan departed, Liang Wu summoned the remaining blood-clad guards. The Black Prison's blood guards totaled 100, with 8 wearing iron masks and 3 in silver. Liang Wu, the sole gold-masked guard, held a rank second only to Mu Zhan. Although 50 guards had perished, the majority were bronze and iron masks, leaving the foundation of the blood guards intact, particularly with the strongest silver and gold masks still present. With the addition of 50 new blood guards, the previously dominant prisoners were once again subdued. Led by 3 silver masked guards, they exuded an aura of lethal intent, overwhelming the prisoners who stood no chance of retaliation. Mu Feng silently lingered in the shadows behind the black prison gates, coldly observing the slaughter outside. In less than half a stick of incense, the tide of battle turned, leaving the prisoners in utter defeat. Out of nearly 1,000 prisoners, scarcely 100 remained alive. The ground was littered with corpses, resembling a hellish battlefield. The prisoners' swift downfall was primarily due to the Blood Guards' intervention, especially the 3 Silver Mask Guards, who were formidable masters of the Silver Bone realm. Sheer numbers meant little against them. "Run for your lives. The Blood Guards are beyond our capacity to resist," cried a surviving prisoner. "Spare me. I won't attempt to escape again. Just don't kill me." The surviving prisoners, utterly demoralized, retreated into the depths of the black prison. In the blink of an eye, they had all fled. As the 3 Silver Mask Guards rushed into the black prison, they spotted Mu Feng, Ma Qi, and El Chiyue concealed at the entrance. The foremost Silver Mask Guard cast a cold glance at the trio, about to speak when he was taken aback by Mu Feng's swift draw of his sword. "Kill!" A streak of sword light, akin to moonlight piercing the sky, surged forth with a chilling intent directed at the Silver Masked Guard. In an instant, the guard's head was severed before he could even react. His silver-masked head rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, leaving the entire scene in shock. A master of the Silverbone realm had fallen so easily. Both the blood guards and fleeing prisoners gasped in disbelief. Mu Feng, on the city wall, Liang Wu observed in astonishment as the prisoner in tattered garb dispatched the silver-masked guard with a single stroke. He recognized Mu Feng, but wasn't he supposed to be an incapable waste? How could he have slain a master of the Silverbone realm with one sword? It was utterly inconceivable. "Kill!" After effortlessly eliminating the Silver Mask Guard, Mu Feng altered his sword's trajectory toward the other 2 silver guards. The 2 silver guards, their expressions shifting drastically, raised their blades to parry, only to be violently forced back by the overwhelming force, colliding with their fellow blood guards. Mu Feng pressed forward with relentless ferocity, closing the distance in an instant, his sword striking like thunder, compelling the silver-masked guards to retreat once more. "Attack together. Eliminate him." Liang Wu, realizing the gravity of the situation, roared as he descended from the city wall, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Ma Qi and El Chiyue leapt into action, engaging Liang Wu in a fierce battle. The clash of 3 masters of the Goldbone realm erupted into a cacophony of explosive sounds. However, it quickly became evident that Ma Qi and El Chiyue were at a disadvantage, having languished in the black prison for far too long and suffering from severely depleted vitality. Were it not for their combined efforts, they would have succumbed almost immediately. Meanwhile, the 2 silver guards, 3 iron guards, and 45 bronze guards swiftly formed an encirclement around Mu Feng. The 2 iron guards charged at him, while 3 others flanked him from behind, intent on delivering lethal blows. The 45 bronze guards formed an impenetrable barrier, obstructing all avenues of escape for Mu Feng. He leapt into the air, evading the attacks from the 3 iron guards, his sword descending mercilessly upon the 2 silver guards. The clash of steel rang out as Mu Feng's sword strikes came in rapid succession, each blow faster than the last, resembling an unrelenting tempest. After a fierce exchange of over 10 strikes, the 2 silver guards found their vitality waning, spitting blood and collapsing to their knees. "Your vitality. How can it be so powerful?" One silver guard, blood seeping from his mouth and nostrils, struggled to lift his head and fix his gaze on Mu Feng. But the only response he received was the piercing edge of a sword that, in a moment of horror, pierced his brow, shattering his skull. "You talk too much." Mu Feng's gaze turned icy as he swiftly dispatched the silver guard, then unleashed a powerful punch at the remaining silver guard. The force of his strike roared like a tiger. In the face of the silver guard's terror, Mu Feng's fist crushed his skull. Silence enveloped the battlefield, as if time itself had frozen. Both prison guards and prisoners alike were left astounded by Mu Feng's decisive and efficient method of killing. If Mu Feng's first kill of a silver guard had been attributed to an element of surprise and a stroke of luck, there was no denying his prowess now. Having slain 2 silver guards amidst the throng of blood guards. With the 2 silver guards dispatched, Mu Feng's momentum surged, and he charged at the surrounding blood guards. Heads flew as he navigated through the onslaught, his blade claiming one life after another. With the silver guards eliminated, the strongest remaining blood guards were mere iron guards, and the rest were bronze guards, none capable of standing against Mu Feng. A whirlwind of crimson energy coalesced around him, drawing into his being as his own power surged with each kill. With a thunderous roar, Mu Feng's cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the silver bone realm to the gold bone realm. The silver luster of his bones faded, replaced by a brilliant golden radiance, his aura escalating to an unprecedented level of terror. Kill! In that moment, Mu Feng transformed into a deity of death, brandishing his sword with reckless abandon. Any blood guard that dared to obstruct his path was swiftly beheaded, leaving no survivors. Was this truly the rumored waste of the Mu royal family? His strength was simply overwhelming. How terrifying! The rumors outside were utterly unfounded. Mu Feng was far from a waste. He was astonishingly powerful. The prisoners who had retreated into the black prison bore witness to this spectacle, their mouths agape in shock. The gaze they cast upon Mu Feng was filled with both awe and fear. The blood guards faced near annihilation, and the remaining 3 iron guards, terrified beyond measure, hastily fled toward Liang Wu. None shall escape today. They shall all perish. Mu Feng, with a swift stride, pursued the fleeing iron guard, thrusting his sword toward the lagging one. The iron guard, seeing no escape, gritted his teeth, gripping his blade tightly, and summoned all his remaining strength for a desperate counterattack. The clash of their weapons rang out, the sound reverberating through the air. Mu Feng stood unyielding, while the iron guard erupted in a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. After dispatching the iron guard, Mu Feng seized the long knife nearby, bending his body like a bow, then hurled the knife with tremendous force. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a long white trail in its wake. The second iron-faced warrior was pierced through by a long blade, his body brutally pinned to the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he convulsed in agony. Mu Feng rushed forward decisively, delivering a final blow before turning his attention to the last armored foe. No! Lord Liang, save me! The terrified iron-faced warrior sprinted towards Liang Wu, desperation evident in his eyes. Mu Feng, cease this madness. Liang Wu's fury surged, forcing Ma Qi and El Qiuming back as he dashed to rescue the iron-faced warrior. Upon seeing Liang Wu approach, the iron-faced warrior felt a glimmer of hope, believing he was saved. Yet, he soon noticed that Liang Wu's expression was not one of relief, but rather of shock and rage. Stop! Liang Wu bellowed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crescent of sword light ascended from above the iron-faced warrior's head and swiftly descended. With a piercing sound, the warrior was cleaved into 2 halves, hot blood spraying forth and splattering Liang Wu's face and body. Standing opposite him, Mu Feng smirked coldly, declaring, "Those I seek to kill cannot be saved." Feeling the warmth of blood on his face, Liang Wu's fury surged uncontrollably. "You insolent fool, Mu Feng! How dare you murder before me? Do you not realize?" Liang Wu's eyes widened in rage as he fixed his gaze on Mu Feng, his voice nearly a roar. But before he could finish, Mu Feng struck. Clang! The sword light, radiant as a flower, sliced through the air, aiming for Liang Wu's brow. Liang Wu's expression changed dramatically as he withdrew a golden blade from his waist, positioning it defensively. Bang! A sound akin to metal clashing echoed, causing Liang Wu to grunt as he staggered back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Mu Feng launched a relentless assault, driving Liang Wu backward like a tempest. Enough of this nonsense. It's a fight to the death, not a debate. It's kill or be killed. Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he unleashed a torrent of attacks. Each strike aimed to be lethal. To him, action spoke volumes. Killing was not a matter of words, but of the sword in hand. With a momentary lapse in focus, Liang Wu felt the tip of Mu Feng's sword pierce his left shoulder blade, blood erupting forth, forcing him to retreat 10 paces before he steadied himself. How is this possible? You've merely just broken through to the Golden Bone Realm. How can your vitality be so robust? Liang Wu's face paled in shock. But before he could finish his thought, he was horrified to see a flash of sword light approaching. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through his right shoulder. More terrifyingly, the sword began to spin rapidly, shredding not only the flesh of his right shoulder, but obliterating his entire right arm. The arena fell into stunned silence. No one expected that Liang Wu, a master of the Golden Bone realm, would suffer such a devastating defeat at the hands of Mu Feng. In a fit of rage, Liang Wu clenched his remaining fist and swung it fiercely at Mu Feng's head. He realized that Mu Feng played by no conventional rules. This man fought without hesitation, diving straight into battle. All-encompassing, Mu Feng's eyes blazed with golden light, transforming his black pupils into resplendent golden orbs, surrounded by a multitude of shimmering golden illusions. Liang Wu was instantly ensnared in a mirage, yet his will remained steadfast, quickly snapping back to reality. However, in that fleeting moment, he lost his advantage as Mu Feng's sword descended like lightning, severing his left arm. Liang Wu let out a heart-wrenching scream, but it was short-lived. For Mu Feng's right hand seized his neck, hoisting him high above his head before hurling him mercilessly against the city gate. Liang Wu crashed against it with a thud. Then, a golden light erupted, piercing through Liang Wu's chest and pinning him firmly to the gate. With a sickening sound, Liang Wu coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror and despair as he stared at Mu Feng. What a thrill! This is exhilarating. Mu Feng laughed heartily, his laughter growing louder. Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds resonated within him as his bones underwent a profound transformation. The golden bones within him grew increasingly radiant, shining like the sun. At this moment, Mu Feng's skeletal structure completely transformed into golden bones, solidifying his recent breakthrough into the Golden Bone realm, enhancing his vitality and power. Chapter 11. I am a mastermind, Mu Feng. Do not be so arrogant. Liang Wu, suspended against the city gate, struggled to lift his head, forcing out the words, General Lei Hong, Prince Mulan, they will never let you go. No. Before Liang Wu could finish, another long knife sliced through his brow, extinguishing the last remnants of his life. Enough of your incessant chatter. Mu Feng remarked coldly. A torrent of crimson energy surged from Liang Wu's body, pouring into Mu Feng, who reveled in the sensation. His newly solidified cultivation surged further. The surrounding area fell into a hushed silence. At that moment, both the soldiers on the city wall and the prisoners within the cells were struck dumb, their faces etched with astonishment. Liang Wu is dead? A master of the Golden Bone realm had perished before their very eyes. This youth was terrifying. Mu Feng slowly raised his head, surveying the soldiers atop the city tower, and grinned. Who else wishes to obstruct my path? His voice pierced like an arrow, striking dread into the hearts of all present. Yet, none dared reply. They remained silent, paralyzed by fear, trembling. A bunch of cowards. Mu Feng scoffed, boldly striding toward the city gate. The soldiers were too weak, most barely reaching the refining blood realm. Even if he were to annihilate them all, the vitality gained would scarcely elevate Mu Feng's power, instead wasting precious time in his escape. Thus, unless they foolishly obstructed his path, he had no intention of expending energy on needless slaughter. Suddenly, a disheveled figure hurtled toward the city gate at a breakneck speed, crashing heavily to the ground near Mu Feng. Squinting, Mu Feng recognized the figure. It was Blood Butcher, covered in blood and filth, resembling a walking corpse. Blood Butcher, you are free, yet you cannot even escape the black prison. You are truly worthless. Mu Feng looked down at him with indifference. Blood Butcher clutched his chest, gazing up at Mu Feng, ready to speak, when a flash of sword light unexpectedly darted toward him. The strike was too swift, and Blood Butcher was too injured. He watched helplessly as the sword pierced through his brow. Mu Feng! Blood Butcher let out a final, sorrowful cry, his eyes wide open in death. In Mu Feng's eyes, Blood Butcher was a bane. Given any opportunity, he would show no mercy in eliminating him. A torrent of life force, as overwhelming as a waterfall, surged from Blood Butcher's body, flooding into Mu Feng. With a thunderous roar, Mu Feng's power visibly escalated. Golden Bone Realm Initial Stage. Mid-stage. Late stage. In a single leap, Mu Feng's recently attained Golden Bone Realm reached its pinnacle, just one step away from entering the Divine Abode Realm. After dispatching Blood Butcher, Mu Feng turned his gaze toward the city gate. There, a towering figure sprinted toward him, resembling a primal beast. Blood Butcher, though we are both in the heart-concealing realm, your vitality is nearly depleted, making you no match for me. Best to return to the Black Prison. Mu Zhan laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. Lord Mu has returned. Our Black Prison is saved. With Lord Mu here, these scoundrels will surely be vanquished. Upon seeing Mu Zhan, the remaining soldiers within the city felt a spark of hope. Mu Zhan was the lord of the Black Prison and a master of the divine abode realm. His return signaled salvation. Conversely, the prisoners' faces turned ashen, filled with despair. Although Mu Feng had demonstrated prowess, his cultivation was merely at the Golden Bone realm, far inferior to Mu Zhan. Little did they realize that even Blood Butcher was no match for Mu Zhan. However, as Mu Zhan stepped onto the city wall, his expression froze. He beheld the ground before the Black Prison, nearly buried under a mountain of corpses. The description of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was not an exaggeration. Particularly shocking was the sight of the Blood Cloak guards he had painstakingly trained. All dead, the Blood Cloak guards consisted of 3 silver masks, 8 iron masks, and nearly 100 copper masks. To cultivate such an elite force, Mu Zhan expended half a lifetime's savings and energy. Now, they have all been annihilated. His heart bleeds profusely. Liang Wu, where are you, you wretched spawn? Mu Zhan bellowed in a fit of rage. He had entrusted the blood-clad guards to Liang Wu, believing they could suppress the prisoners of the Black Prison, only to be met with the calamitous outcome of total annihilation. How could Mu Zhan not be furious? Are you referring to Liang Wu? Mu Feng pointed behind Mu Zhan and spoke languidly. Mu Zhan turned abruptly, and upon seeing Liang Wu's corpse, impaled through the chest and hanging from the city gate, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, rage surging within him. Who is it? Mu Zhan's fury erupted, roaring out, but as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted instantly. He saw Mu Feng, in that moment of distraction, shatter the ground beneath his feet and charge toward him with ferocity. All-encompassing. In that instant, Mu Feng unleashed the all-encompassing technique of the heavy eye, his irises transforming into golden orbs of power. Within a radius of several dozen meters around him, a myriad of illusory heavy eyes emerged. When Mu Zhan turned back, confusion clouded his gaze. A lethal sword strike, the intent of the blade. Seizing this opportune moment, Mu Feng unleashed his full might, the murderous intent of his sword coiling around him as he ruthlessly thrust toward Mu Zhan's brow. The strike was swift, akin to a comet colliding with the moon, a radiant arc slicing through the air. With a soft thud, the sword, imbued with indomitable intent, pierced Mu Zhan's brow, exiting through the back of his head. In that fleeting moment, Mu Zhan regained his senses, fixating intensely on Mu Feng, his right fist crashing down upon Mu Feng's head. Mu Feng retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists stirred the air, whipping up a tempest, and Mu Feng emitted a muffled groan, hurtling backward for several dozen meters before barely regaining his balance. His right fist and arm were drenched in blood, covered in a network of deep fissures. Truly, he was a warrior of the divine concealment realm, his vitality terrifyingly potent. Mu Feng's expression grew grave. Had he not possessed a unique bloodline, coupled with his peak cultivation in the Golden Bone realm, that strike could have claimed his life. Mu Feng, how is this possible? You are merely a waste. Mu Zhan's face was a mask of disbelief. As he attempted to speak further, dizziness overcame him, and he fell to his knees. The life force within him was swiftly waning, the sword wound in his brow a grievous, fatal injury. Even a warrior of the divine concealment realm, known for their vigorous vitality, would find it nearly impossible to survive such a blow. The fact that Mu Zhan could still utter words was a testament to his tenacious spirit. As Mu Zhan knelt, Mu Feng seized a nearby long blade and charged toward him. Under Mu Zhan's terrified gaze, he cleaved off his head. Oh, I forgot to mention, the mastermind behind the chaos in the Black Prison is none other than me. Alas, you discovered this too late. Mu Feng looked down upon the headless corpse of Mu Zhan and continued, Rest assured, you shall not be alone in your descent. Mulan and Lei Hong will soon join you. El Chiming timidly approached, glancing at the headless body before turning to Mu Feng, cautiously speaking, My lord, Mu Zhan is dead. What more is there to say? Some words must still be uttered. Mu Feng replied calmly, but only while they are alive. It is unwise. Mu Feng was acutely aware of the adage that villains perish from excessive chatter. Although he was not a villain, verbosity was still a perilous gamble. Thus, he would not say another word until Mu Zhan was utterly defeated. His ability to slay Mu Zhan was primarily due to catching him off guard. Had Mu Zhan been wary, Mu Feng would never have had the opportunity and could have found himself embroiled in a bitter struggle, facing defeat. A surge of vibrant life force erupted from Mu Zhan's corpse, flooding into Mu Feng's body. His vitality swelled dramatically, propelling him ever closer to the divine concealment realm. The life force provided solely by Mu Zhan surpassed the combined total of all the Black Prison's inhabitants. Yet, as Mu Feng's aura reached its zenith, it abruptly halted. He was on the brink of the divine concealment realm, separated by merely a thin veil, yet unable to breach it entirely. At present, Mu Feng's cultivation lingered between the peak of the Golden Bone realm and the divine concealment realm. He understood that his bloodline was too formidable, and with the immortal coffin as his dantian, he required an extraordinary amount of life force to transcend to a higher realm. He needed to eliminate more warriors of the divine concealment realm to finally pierce that last barrier. At this moment, silence enveloped the Black Prison. Numerous gazes converged upon Mu Feng, observing him as one what a monster. His slaying of the Golden Bone realm Liang Wu had already been astonishing. Now, he had directly slain the divine concealment realm Mu Zhan. How terrifying this was! The instant Mu Zhan perished, the remaining soldiers of the city crumbled into despair, their faces ashen as they fled in disarray. The prisoners within the Black Prison trembled with excitement. With the Black Prison guards fleeing in terror, they found themselves unencumbered. Yet, the prisoners did not escape. Instead, they cast wary glances toward the city gate. At that moment, Mu Feng stood at the city gate, his icy gaze fixed upon the remaining prisoners. Approximately 100 prisoners remained, each bowing their heads, too fearful to meet Mu Feng's eyes. "Return to your cells, or perish," Mu Feng declared coldly. None among the prisoners were virtuous. He had never entertained the idea of allowing these scoundrels to escape. He had merely seized the opportunity, and now that the Black Prison had been breached, there was no chance of releasing these miscreants upon the world. The prisoners' faces turned pale, revealing their defiance. Yet before they could retort, El Qiuming and Ma Qi, having caught Mu Feng's signal, swiftly struck down the leading prisoners. "Return to your cells, or die," Mu Feng growled ominously. The prisoners, heads bowed, silently trudged back into the Black Prison. Once the remaining prisoners were securely confined, Mu Feng, accompanied by Ma Qi and El Qiuming, exited the Black Prison and made their way toward the coronation site. Not far into their journey, Mu Feng halted, spotting a maid crawling toward them. The maid's legs were broken, her right hand twisted and fractured, and she was propelling herself forward solely with her left hand, moving painfully slow. Behind her trailed a long streak of blood. Two burly men followed the blood trail, their faces adorned with cruel smiles. They laughed and chatted, mercilessly lashing their iron whips upon the maid, treating her as though she were a beast of burden. The maid endured the brutal strikes of the whips, her back a gruesome sight, yet she grit her teeth, her gaze somewhat dazed yet resolutely fixed ahead, seemingly intent on alerting the waist of a former heir of the Black Prison. That waist is doomed. Today, Mulan shall claim the throne with that waist's head. What need is there to notify him? The two burly men jeered at the pitifully crawling maid, unleashing a torrent of vicious taunts while they continued their merciless assault. With a laugh, the leading brute raised his whip, preparing to deal a severe blow, when suddenly his head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered forth, creating a ghastly spectacle. The remaining brute stood frozen, staring in bewilderment at his companion's decapitated body as it fell heavily before him. Then, he beheld a youth charging forth, his eyes ablaze with rage, delivering a thunderous punch. Mu! The brute's pupils constricted, but he barely had time to utter a word before Mu Feng's fist struck, shattering his right shoulder with terrifying force. The robust man's right shoulder shattered, causing his right arm to break apart as well. A piercing scream escaped his lips. However, in that very instant, Mu Feng seized the man's mouth with his left hand. "Dare to utter a word, and I will have you torn limb from limb." Mu Feng uttered coldly. The robust man, pale with fear, despite being in excruciating agony, stifled his cries, not daring to voice a single word. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, Mu Feng's right hand, like a claw, crushed the man's kneecap. The intense pain caused the man to collapse to the ground, convulsing, yet he remained silent, his face flushed with the effort of suppressing his screams. For Mu Feng loomed above him, radiating a murderous intent. Should he dare to cry out, his fate would be sealed. Mu Feng knelt down to assist Chun'er, only to discover that her gaze was vacant, consciousness lost. Yet, Chunem mom ulet incessantly. Go to the black prison. Tell the young master to flee. Mulan is fickle. I cannot betray Mrs. expectations. Mu Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Chun'er was but an ordinary person, enduring such torture to the point of losing her senses. Yet still remembered to inform him about the black prison. After administering a jade clarity pill to Chun'er, her condition improved somewhat. Mississippi. Do not. The miss is in danger. Chun'er murmured, as if in a dream, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Feng's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a fierce cold light, his heart brimming with anxiety. He knew something was amiss with Mu Yao. He entrusted Chun'er to LV Chiuming's care and tightened his grip around the robust man's neck. Where's Mu Yao? With increasing force, Mu Feng shouted, Speak, or die. The robust man, nearly choking, trembled in fear and replied, She is in the side courtyard's woodshed. Bang! With the answer in hand, Mu Feng slammed the robust man's neck into the ground with tremendous force, shattering the man's skull. Without hesitation, Mu Feng dashed towards the side courtyard of the Mu Wangfu, with Ma Chi and LV Chiuming hot on his heels. The black prison, located behind the Mu Wangfu, was a standalone dungeon not far from the side courtyard. Furthermore, due to the royal ceremony taking place that day, the Mu Wangfu was largely deserted, allowing Mu Feng to penetrate the estate with minimal obstruction. In the side courtyard, Elder Mu Lin sat leisurely at a table, savoring tea, flanked by two armored soldiers standing attentively behind him. In the center of the woodshed, a gaunt girl hung, suspended in the air, her hands bound. Although her cheeks were sunken and her body emaciated, the contours of her face revealed an undeniable beauty. Deep gashes marred her heels, blood dripping steadily. Below her, a wooden bucket, half a meter high, brimmed with crimson blood, having already filled a third of its capacity. Oh, what a pity! Elder Mu Lin lamented. Mu Yao, your blood is of extraordinary value. If only I could keep you alive. Your essence could help nurture more cultivators in the Mu Wangfu. He shook his head regretfully. Alas, the young master has made up his mind to kill you, and I cannot defy him. However, before you die, make sure to maximize your remaining worth. Your blood will be immensely useful to us. At this point, Mu Lin's gaze grew fervent. Having received Mu Lan's orders to handle Mu Yao, he felt elated, knowing he could extract every drop of her precious blood before her demise, a portion of which he could pocket for himself. Elder, you can do whatever you want of me, but please spare my brother. Mu Yao struggled to lift her head, her voice pleading. He can no longer threaten Mu Lan. Can't you grant him a reprieve? Why must you pursue his destruction? Mu Lin clicked his tongue in amazement. Such sibling affection. Even on the brink of death, you still think of that worthless Mu Feng. With clenched teeth, Mu Yao understood that the people of the Mu Wangfu would not spare her brother and herself, no matter what. With that thought, she gradually closed her eyes, her complexion swiftly turning ashen, dark energy swirling around her pale face. Strangely, the blood oozing from her heels turned pitch black. As the dark blood dripped into the wooden bucket, the essence within quickly stained black, resembling thick ink. What have you done? Mu Lin rushed over, lifting the bucket, and upon seeing the blood turn black, he roared in fury. At that moment, Mu Yao's lips turned purple-black, her face growing even more pallid. Yet she managed to smile. Mu Lin, in my final moments, I will not allow you a single drop of my good blood. Even in death, I will not let you or Mu Lan off the hook. Mu Lin's expression soured. It's the poison blood powder. What did you conceal it on you? Damn it. The poison blood powder spreads throughout the bloodstream. Once ingested, the blood turns toxic, and the user is certain to die within the span of an incense stick. Undoubtedly, the essence in the bucket was rendered useless. Insufferable wretch. Mu Lin, fuming, delivered a brutal kick to Mu Yao's abdomen. Wah! Mu Yao spewed forth a mouthful of dark blood, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground. Who dares to thwart my plans? Within this incense stick's duration, I will have you wishing for death. Strike her. Beat her mercilessly. Do not let her die so easily. Mu Lin screamed in madness. The two soldiers obeyed, launching a relentless assault on Mu Yao, showing no mercy. Yet Mu Yao remained silent, curling into a ball, trembling, murmuring Brother, I come to accompany you. It is Yao's inadequacy that failed to save you. Will you blame me? But you are right to blame me for my uselessness. For I cannot help it all. After death, I will have no face to meet you. As Mufeng burst into the side courtyard through the open door of the woodshed, witnessing this scene, his fury ignited a firestorm within him. Chapter 13. Rage Unleashed. Stop. Mufeng roared, shattering the ground as he charged towards Mu Yao. The two soldiers, engrossed in their assault, noticed Mufeng's approach and swiftly drew their blades, ready to strike him down. Mufeng sidestepped the incoming blade, unleashing a powerful punch. Where his fist passed, a shock wave erupted, instantly obliterating the head of the closest soldier. The momentum continued, crashing into the second soldier's head, effortlessly shattering it amidst his terror-stricken gaze. After dispatching the two soldiers, Mufeng trembled as he knelt, gazing at the gaunt girl who was nearly a mere skeleton. His heart ached with pain and guilt. Mu Yao struggled to open her eyes, recognizing Mufeng. Brother, is it you? Am I dead? Is this the underworld? As Mu Yao discerned Mufeng, she grasped his arm tightly, retrieving an object from her bosom and placing it in his hand. Brother, I'm sorry. Yao is useless and could not save you. Not even a little. I can only leave you these jade clarity pills. Mufeng glanced down, discovering the 7 or 8 translucent jade clarity pills in his hand, his eyes instantly reddening. Enduring abuse from Mu Lin, humiliation from Mulan, and unfair treatment from the Wangfu. This girl had never considered her own plight, only his. His heart swelled with pain, guilt, and above all, an overwhelming rage. No, you have done remarkably well. It is I who have failed, unable to protect you. Mufeng's eyes glistened as he sighed. Brother, run away quickly. Mulan is intent on killing you, disregarding our agreement. You must not die. I promised our father to protect you. As long as you live well, I will be happy. Mu Yao extended her frail right hand, gently wiping the tears from Mufeng's cheeks, her tear-streaked face breaking into a tender smile. Mufeng gently caressed Mu Yao, speaking softly, silly girl. It's all right now. I have returned. For now on, let me protect you. Mu Yao sadly shook her head. Brother, you cannot contend with Mulan. He is backed by the entire Mu Wangfu. Flee, and do so far away. Upon finishing her words, Mu Yao spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. Mufeng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly used his own vital energy to nurture Mu Yao, only to discover that her life force continued to dwindle. She was poisoned. Mufeng immediately noticed the black blood that Mu Yao had expelled and the purplish hue on her lips, his face paling to an extreme. Mufeng, how did you escape from the black prison? At that moment, Elder Mu Lin's gaze darkened as he took a swift step towards Mufeng. His right palm enveloped in a massive surge of vital energy, striking fiercely at Mufeng's back. When Mufeng had just dispatched 2 guards, he clearly saw that Mufeng's vitality was astonishingly potent, reaching the level of a bone refinement expert. Although he was unsure of Mufeng's precise realm, it was enough to astonish him, for in his eyes, Mufeng should have been a mere waste incapable of cultivation. Yet now, Mufeng exhibited the combat prowess of a bone refinement expert, which filled Mu Lin with both shock and rage, a murderous intent surging within him. Thus, at the moment Mufeng was attending to Mu Yao, Mu Lin decisively struck. Ma Qi and LQ Dream stepped forward, blocking behind Mufeng while simultaneously launching their attacks. Crack! As their fists collided, the air erupted, and soon Mu Lin was horrified to find his right palm, and indeed his entire right arm, shattered, leaving only a segment of broken bone. Ah, my hand! Mu Lin screamed in agony, but before he could utter another word, Ma Qi and LQ Dream launched another barrage of lethal strikes. Though Mu Lin was a gold bone expert, he had only recently entered this realm, while Ma Qi and LQ Dream were both seasoned gold bone experts. Together, they were simply beyond his capability to contend with. Before long, Mu Lin was beaten to the point of spitting blood and was captured by Ma Qi and LQ Dream. 2 gold bone experts? Mu Lin trembled, his eyes filled with terror. He finally understood why Mufeng could escape from the black prison. It turned out he had such formidable assistants. Yet, he remained puzzled after all. The black prison was under the supervision of a powerful expert like Mu Chaoyang. How could these two possibly help Mufeng escape? You too. I am Elder Mu Lin of the Mu Wangfu. I do not know your origins, but I assure you, you do not want to provoke the Mu Wangfu. If you have any sense, you will let me go. Ah, Mu Lin's voice, laced with trepidation, was abruptly cut off as Ma Chi delivered a resounding slap that caused blood to gush from his ears. Slap. Following this, Ma Chi delivered more than 10 consecutive slaps, leaving Mu Lin bleeding from his 7 orifices, unable to utter a sound before finally ceasing his assault. My lord, how shall we deal with this person? Ma Chi turned to Mu Feng with deep respect. My lord? Mu Lin's expression hardened, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the scene. 2 formidable gold bone experts were treating Mu Feng with such reverence? Had he gone deaf or blind? Continue to slap him. I did not say to stop, so do not cease. Without looking back, Mu Feng continued to use his vital energy to nurture Mu Yao. Yes, Ma Chi complied, raising his hand to deliver a flurry of fierce slaps, eliciting wails of despair from Mu Lin. Meanwhile, Mu Feng remained focused on caring for Mu Yao, though his expression darkened as he saw her life force still waning, showing no signs of improvement. Is the blood poison dispersal? My lord, I have a method for this poison. LQ Dream stepped forward, speaking gravely. Mu Feng's spirits lifted, and he urged quickly, help her. LQ Dream knelt down, checked Mu Yao's pulse, her countenance growing solemn. The toxin has already infiltrated her heart and lungs. It's somewhat troublesome. Can it be resolved? Mu Feng inquired solemnly. It is difficult to cure. I can only suppress the toxin. As LQ Dream spoke, she retrieved hidden silver needles and began to puncture the acupoints around Mu Yao's body. Gradually, the black aura on Mu Yao's face receded, her lips slowly regaining some color, and her breathing steadied. My lord, this toxin has infiltrated her heart and lungs, rendering it irreparable. My method can only suppress it for a month. After that, the poison will surely take her life. Blood Slaughter lamented. You have done excellently. Mu Feng sighed in relief, gently cradling Mu Yao. Upon contact, he felt a wave of sorrow. He realized that Mu Yao was so thin she was almost skin and bones, and as he lifted her, all he felt was the sensation of her bones. Mu Yao was in a deep slumber, and Mu Feng carefully laid her upon a nearby pile of straw. Once he turned away, the fury in his eyes could no longer be contained as he stormed towards the now swollen-faced Mu Lin. Old fool, tell me clearly, what have you done to Yao? If you utter a single falsehood, I will make you wish for death. Mu Fu delivered a vicious slap to Mu Lin's face. Mu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression contorted in agony. Mu Feng, you've hidden yourself well, but do not think that with 2 gold bone experts backing you, you can contend with young Master Mulan. I tell you, As Mu Lin attempted to maintain his bravado, Mu Feng seized his mouth with his right hand and thrust his left hand into his mouth, directly pulling out his upper front teeth. Then, he proceeded to extract the lower teeth, followed by the molars. Fear filled Mu Lin's eyes. Mu Feng was nothing short of a madman, capable of any atrocity. The agony of having teeth forcibly removed was unbearable, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. I will speak. Please do not pull them out. Mu Lin begged, blood spilling from his mouth. Mu Feng halted, coldly regarding Mu Lin. Everything was orchestrated by young Master Mulan. The events transpired thus. Trembling, Mu Lin recounted the tale. Upon learning that Mu Yao had agreed to provide a bowl of her blood daily for Mu Lan's cultivation in order to save him, Mu Feng felt as if his heart were being wrenched. His fists clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood from his palms. He finally understood why Mu Yao had become so frail. It was because she had been bled daily. Moreover, Mulan had escalated his demands, increasing from 1 bowl to 2, and today, he had sent Mu Lin to eradicate her entirely. Had Mu Feng not arrived in time, Mu Yao would likely have already been a corpse. Mulan, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Mu Feng trembled with rage, his eyes blazing red, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Chapter 14. Crawl like a dog. Mu Feng, I have said all that I needed to. Can you only go now? Mu Lin, bloodied, gazed cautiously at Mu Feng, his voice trembling. In response, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, and Mu Lin's legs were severed at the knees. My legs. Mu Feng, you're contradicting yourself. Mu Lin collapsed to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Mu Feng stood with his sword, coldly gazing down at Mu Lin, saying, crawl like a dog, to young Master Mulan. Mu Lin was momentarily stunned. A fierce desire to survive propelled him to begin crawling. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his remaining left hand laboriously dragging him across the ground towards the estate's exit, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. LQ Dream, take good care of her. Mu Feng gently caressed Mu Yao's hair as he spoke. Yes, my lord. LQ Dream repliait respectfully. Maki, comme witme. Mu Feng turned, his gentle gaze replaced by a tempestuous intent to kill. Where to? Maki inquired. To kill. Mu Feng strode away with determination. In Yongzhou City, at the central square. The square was vast, surrounded by towering stone pillars, each intricately carved with lifelike dragons. At this moment, numerous individuals had gathered around the square, most of whom were prominent figures within the city. The royal ceremony was a centennial grand event for the Mu Wangfu, which had sent out invitations over half a month prior, inviting the Yongzhou government and various major factions. Among these factions, the most significant were the Yongzhou government and the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce. These two powers, along with the Mu Wangfu, formed the three major forces of Yongzhou. The Yongzhou government managed civil affairs within the region, acting as a local authority under the central government. The Qianlong Chamber of Commerce dominated trade, with intricate connections to various gangs and escort agencies. The Mu Wangfu controlled the military power of Yongzhou, although it was a princely house of a different surname. It still held a status akin to royal kin. In the Great Qin dynasty, the positions of nobles were hereditary, and once an heir was established, they could inherit the title autonomously. The coronation ceremony, which serves as the succession rite of the Mu Wang mansion, is an essential passage for the newly appointed Mu Wang. Within this ceremony lies a segment known as the King's Battle. This battle permits the direct descendants of the royal family to challenge the new king. Should they succeed, they may replace him during the coronation. However, given that Mulan is the most formidable genius of the Mu Wang mansion, it is evident that this coronation will not feature the King's Battle. At this moment, a grand platform has been erected in the center of the square, specifically designated for the coronation ceremony. The Mu Wang mansion certainly spares no expense in this spectacle. I recall that previous coronations were conducted with modesty, but this time, they have extended invitations to noble families throughout Yongzhou, seemingly eager for everyone to witness the occasion. Amidst the crowd of the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce, a veiled maiden remarked nonchalantly. Beside her stood a regal and elegant woman named Yu Yunwei, the president of the Yongzhou branch of the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce, known for her astute capabilities. In the entirety of Yongzhou, Yu Yunwei holds a status that rivals that of the Mu Wang and the provincial governor. Yet, this formidable woman maintains a demeanor of utmost respect towards the veiled maiden, adopting a subservient posture. In hushed tones, Yu Yunwei confided, "What you may not know, esteemed lady, is that Mulan, the one being crowned, is not the rightful heir of the previous Mu Wang. He seized this position through coercion. His ostentation is merely an attempt to assert himself as the true master of the Mu Wang mansion in the eyes of the world." The veiled maiden scoffed. Ultimately, Mulan's actions stem from insecurity. If he were sufficiently self-assured, he would not need such grand displays to validate his worth. Indeed, I have heard that the Mu Wang mansion's eldest son, Mu Feng, is but a talentless wastrel, previously protected by Mu Yuan. However, with Mu Yuan's death in battle and the betrayal of all within the mansion, he now faces execution. Yu Yunwei explained, bowing slightly. Survival of the fittest. The unchanging law of the world. Mu Feng can only blame his own weakness for being oppressed by his younger brother. The veiled maiden replied indifferently. Nevertheless, we must be cautious of Mulan. He has awakened a dual bloodline at the tender age of 16 and has already achieved mastery in the bone refinement stage. His potential is boundless. Yu Yunwei continued, her brow furrowed with concern. Moreover, not long ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred above the Mu Wang mansion, likely related to Mulan. The veiled maiden nodded, her expression turning serious. Even one as proud as she could not deny Mulan's genius. After all, within the realm of the Qin, those who awaken bloodlines are exceedingly rare, let alone a dual bloodline. Even if Mulan's bloodline were merely ordinary, it would still be formidable. If he truly possesses a dual bloodline, the maiden would not have come personally. Her presence in Yongzhou was due to Yu Yunwei's reports of Mulan's suspected connection to the celestial phenomenon. Anyone capable of invoking such phenomena is invariably a paragon of excellence, favored by the heavens. Such individuals are either endowed with extraordinary comprehension or possess an unparalleled bloodline. And such prodigies are exceedingly scarce, describable as 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, A commotion erupted outside the square, drawing the attention of the veiled maiden and Yu Yunwei. They looked up to see Mulan, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns and brandishing a long sword, approaching with a grand entourage. He is indeed the second son of the Mu Wang mansion, Mulan, exuding an air of nobility and strength. I have heard that this young man is a prodigious talent, having awakened a dual bloodline and summoned celestial phenomena. It seems the rise of the Mu Wang mansion is unstoppable. All eyes in the square converged on the spirited Mulan, who was the subject of fervent discussion among the onlookers. Given his status as one of Yongzhou's top talents and the recent celestial event above the Mu Wang mansion, Mulan became the focal point of attention from various factions. Even members of the royal family arrived to congratulate him, a testament to his growing prominence. Under the gaze of the masses, Mulan ascended the platform, his expression proud as he surveyed the crowd, a smile playing on his lips. "Thank you all for gracing my coronation ceremony." As his words fell, representatives from various factions offered their congratulations. "Ah, esteemed brother Mulan, congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be the new Mu Wang. With your talents, you are destined to surpass all previous Mu Wangs, perhaps even reaching the heights of divine unity." A hearty laugh resonated from deep within the crowd. As the crowd parted, a robust young man in a purple and gold robe, flanked by a retinue, strode forward. Upon seeing him, Zhao Wenbo, the provincial governor, instantly paled and rose to greet him. Old Minister Zhao Wenbo pays his respects to His Royal Highness, the third prince. Zhao Wenbo bowed deeply. His words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the royal family would send a prince to the ceremony, underscoring the significance they placed on Mulan. The third prince waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality, Governor Zhao." With a smile, he turned his attention to the approaching Mulan. Mulan, filled with excitement, quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the third prince." The third prince personally assisted Mulan to his feet, grinning. "No need for such courtesy, esteemed brother Mulan. With your qualifications, you are destined to become a true dragon among men. Let us grow closer in the future." Mulan, taken aback by such attention, felt a twinge of confusion. Although he was undeniably gifted, his fame had only spread across Yongzhou, and the Mu Wang mansion typically had little interaction with the royal family. He had never even met the third prince, leading him to wonder why the prince was so amicable towards him. Could it be due to the celestial phenomenon he had invoked recently, garnering the royal family's interest? With this thought, Mulan's spirit soared. If he had royal support, his future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. He eagerly guided the third prince to the main seat, while he himself took a more modest position. With the third prince leading, the atmosphere in the square grew even more vibrant, as many factions that had been observing made up their minds, presenting their prepared gifts to congratulate Mulan. Even the Yongzhou provincial office and the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce were not exceptions. In an instant, Mulan shone brightly, the center of attention. The veiled maiden quietly regarded the third prince, murmuring, "The royal family arrived rather swiftly. I wonder if this is the royal family's intent or that of the forces behind them." She revealed a look of hesitation. Her visit to Yongzhou was also motivated by the celestial phenomenon. If Mulan truly was the prodigy responsible for it, both she and her backing forces would undoubtedly strive to gain his favor. Yet, upon seeing Mulan in person, the maiden hesitated. She did not perceive any extraordinary traits in him. To her, Mulan appeared to be merely a promising talent. Is Mulan truly the one? As the square buzzed with excitement, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoed. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd, all eyes turning towards the source of the sound, including Mulan's. They then beheld a middle-aged man, his legs severed at the thighs and only one arm remaining, struggling to crawl towards them across the stone pavement. Upon sighting this man, Mulan's pupils constricted. He recognized him as none other, not only Mulan, but also the great General Lei Hong and the elder Mu Hao, who stood beside him, wore equally grim expressions. The third prince, seated at the head of the table, also noticed Mu Lin, his narrow eyes slowly narrowing. "Someone, drive this old madman away." Mulan suddenly shouted. The great General Lei Hong and elder Mu Hao exchanged glances, immediately signaling to the two guards nearby. The two burly men nodded and swiftly approached Mulan. Today was the most significant coronation ceremony for Mulan, and he would not allow any blemish to tarnish it. Thus, Lei Hong and Mu Hao understood that Mu Lan was publicly disavowing Mu Lin, treating him as a madman to be expelled. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as the two guards leapt forward, but just as they neared Mu Lin, two long spears flew through the air, piercing through the guards' heads. Their skulls exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Beside Mu Lin, two headless corpses now lay. Terrified, Mu Lin trembled, recalling Mu Feng's words before he left. He dared not pause, tremblingly continuing to crawl towards Mu Lan. He knew that if he stopped, he would be the next to die. At this moment, his fear of Mu Feng reached its zenith. Silence. The entire venue fell into an eerie stillness. No one expected that someone would dare to kill during the coronation ceremony. Who? What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Come out. Mu Lan's eyes darkened as he stared intently down the street, where a young man in prison garb strode forward. Instantly, countless gazes turned towards the newly emerged figure. They soon realized that the young man bore an extraordinary appearance. Tall and striking, with 9 long spears strapped to his back. These spears were seized by Mu Feng during his time in the Black Prison. Who is this person? How did he come here in prison clothes? You don't recognize him? He is the Mu Feng of the Mu royal residence. It was said that after Mu Lan ascended to power, he imprisoned Mu Feng in the Black Prison, intending to execute him publicly after today's coronation ceremony. So it's Mu Feng. I heard he was just a useless waste. How did he escape from the Black Prison? And he dares to come to the coronation ceremony? Is he seeking death? The crowd buzzed with murmurs, as many recognized the young man in prison garb. Mu Feng had made quite a name for himself in Yongzhou City, not due to any talent, but because he was a cultivator deemed incapable of progressing, once a joke of the city. Mu Feng, that? In the Qianlong Merchant Association's entourage, a veiled girl sat, her beautiful eyes surveying the young man in prison garb, exclaiming in disbelief, "Indeed, I heard he was thrown into the Black Prison by Mu Lan, but I never expected he would escape. I wonder what he intends to do? Seeking death? Not necessarily. A good show is about to unfold." The veiled girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Mu Feng, though others could not discern it. Her keen insight caught the fierce glint of sword intent emanating from Mu Feng's eyes. Such a display of sword intent was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Only a swordsman could. This implied that the young man in prison garb was likely a swordsman. Mu Feng. Mu Lan's eyes filled with suspicion as he glared fiercely at General Lei Hong. Lei Hong's expression darkened. The Black Prison was within his jurisdiction. The fact that Mu Feng had escaped from the Black Prison placed the blame squarely on him. I, Mu Feng, the great heir of the Mu royal residence, have come today to contest Mu Lan's coronation. As he strode forward, Mu Feng's voice thundered, each word resonating. Mu Lan, today I demand a royal battle, a fight between us with life and death at stake, until one of us falls. Do you dare to fight? The chilling intent in Mu Feng's voice echoed throughout the square. The crowd gasped. No one had anticipated that the Mu Feng would suddenly appear at the coronation ceremony. Even more shocking was that this recognized had the audacity to challenge Mu Lan. Was this not a death wish? Mu Lan's gaze fixed on Mu Feng, coldly declaring, "Mu Feng, you have no right to initiate a royal battle. Are you afraid? Afraid? If you are afraid, then get lost. The position of Mu Wang is not for a coward like you." Mu Feng's voice roared like thunder, deafening. Mu Lan's expression faltered as he replied, "Do you truly believe I fear you? I simply do not wish to soil my hands. You must not forget." Suddenly, a spear soared through the air, embedding itself a few meters in front of Mu Lan, precisely piercing the head of the recently crawling Mu Lin. His head burst like a shattered watermelon. Red and white matter sprang forth, even splattering onto Mu Lan's face. "You coward! Will you fight or not?" The murderous intent in Mu Feng's eyes intensified as he stomped forward, charging at Mu Lan. "Protect the young master," Lei Hong bellowed, and immediately, surrounding armored soldiers surged forth, over a dozen rushing towards Mu Feng. However, as the soldiers advanced, long spears shot through the air, piercing each soldier that dared approach, resulting in their immediate demise. Golden Bone Realm? Both Lei Hong and Mu Hao were taken aback, staring in disbelief at Mu Feng. The moment Mu Feng struck, they recognized his cultivation level. He had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Bone Realm. Even Mu Lan was shaken. In his eyes, that had transformed in an instant into a formidable master of the Golden Bone Realm. This was utterly inconceivable. Will you fight or not? Mu Feng withdrew a spear from the first soldier's corpse, hurling it again, piercing the advancing soldiers one by one, pinning them to the ground. Within mere moments, over a dozen soldiers lay slain. Will you fight or not? Step by step, Mu Feng traversed the battlefield, extracting the spears embedded in the ground and slinging them over his back as he continued towards Mulan. At this moment, countless gazes in the square were fixed upon Mulan. Mu Feng's actions demonstrated he was no longer, and everyone awaited to see if Mulan would dare accept the challenge. Bold! Mu Feng, you are no longer the heir. Why do you have to battle with Mulan? Today I shall kill you. Lei Hong roared, his terrifying aura bursting forth, preparing to charge at Mu Feng to eliminate this reckless youth. But Mulan intervened. General Lei Hong, please stand down. Mulan's tone was calm. Yet Lei Hong could clearly see the intense killing intent in Mulan's eyes. With countless spectators around, Mulan understood he had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Hong nodded and stepped aside. Mu Feng, I accept your challenge. I must say, you have concealed your abilities well. Unexpectedly reaching the Golden Bone realm, Mulan, elevated and aloof, tilted his chin, looking down upon Mu Feng, continuing, however, the gap between us remains as vast as the chasm. Soon, you will. Before Mulan could finish, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force of fist wind rushing towards him. A massive fist rapidly enlarged in his vision, creating shockwaves in its wake. The sound of explosions ringing in his ears. Mulan roared and hastily countered with his own fist, colliding fiercely with Mu Feng's strike. The impact sent waves of air rippling, and Mulan was forced back several steps while Mu Feng remained steadfast, relentlessly advancing towards him. Damn it! I haven't finished speaking. Mulan inwardly roared, finding himself in a passive position, forced to engage in brutal combat with Mu Feng. Regrettably, he had lost the initiative and was quickly overwhelmed by Mu Feng's onslaught. Mu Feng fought like a raging lion, fiercely pressing against Mulan. This was a fight to the death. There was no time for idle chatter. They simply had a clash. At this moment, Mu Feng's mind was consumed with the image of Mu Yao's tragic fate. All of this was instigated by Mulan, and thus he wished to utter no more words, only to annihilate Mulan. The square fell into stunned silence, countless spectators frozen in shock. No one anticipated that as soon as the battle commenced, Mulan would find himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pressured by Mu Feng. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. Chapter 16. Swift and resolute with a thunderous roar, Mu Feng unleashed a punch that resonated through the air like a tiger's roar, striking fiercely against Mulan's chest. Mulan emitted a muffled groan, staggering back over 10 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his expression contorted in rage. You insolent fool, I shall slay you. Mulan Baolao. A brilliant golden light erupting from his heart, revealing the pulsating outline of his heart. His aura surged, reaching a terrifying peak. In the first realm of divine concealment, the heart concealment realm, Mulan proved himself to be the renowned genius he was, having actually entered the divine concealment realm before the age of 20. Such a prodigy. If Mulan were to avoid an untimely demise, the Mu Wangfu was destined to soar to great heights. Across the plaza, countless onlookers were stunned, their gazes fixated on Mulan, who had revealed his divine concealment prowess. General Lei Hong and the elder Mu Hao exchanged smiles. They had been aware of Mulan's advancement to the divine concealment realm for some time, but Mulan had chosen to keep it concealed as a trump card. Little did they know that Mu Feng would emerge unexpectedly, forcing Mulan to unveil his true strength. Mu Feng's arrogance won't last long. The full might of Prince Mulan will soon eliminate him. Exchanging glances, Lei Hong and Mu Hao continued to instruct their subordinates to maintain order in the surroundings, while personally dispatching numerous guards to protect the third prince. The Mu Wangfu was indeed a cradle of talent. Not only had it produced a genius like Mulan, but also boasted the formidable Mu Feng. Beside the third prince, Ziyang, a black-robed elder side, Mu Feng is indeed impressive, but he still falls short compared to Mulan. Alas, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Mu Feng must perish. Ziyang appeared indifferent, showing no concern for the outcome of their duel. His sole interest lay in who could bring him the greatest benefit. Undoubtedly, Ziyang favored Mulan, believing him to be the prodigy who could invoke celestial phenomena, possessing dual bloodlines. Such an extraordinary talent, when fully developed, would be a tremendous asset to him. Mu Feng, you insignificant insect, allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us. With a resounding spirit, Mu Lan's eyes transformed. His right eye flickered with flames, while his left shimmered with flowing water. In an instant, flames and waves erupted from his eyes, enveloping his entire being. His right half blazed with a fierce fire, while his left half undulated with ethereal blue ripples. The two opposing energies harmoniously fused within Mulan. At that moment, Mulan unleashed his full power, not only revealing his divine concealment realm, but also igniting his dual bloodlines. He aimed to obliterate Mu Feng with a single strike. Such genius blossomed within the Mu Wangfu. After today, no force in Yongzhou City could suppress the Mu Wangfu. The governor, Zhao Wenbo, remarked with a complex expression, "We underestimated Mulan. With his caliber, he is fully qualified to contend for the heavenly rankings." The Mu Wangfu's rise is inevitable. Yu Yue sighed, while countless spectators supported Mulan. Only a veiled maiden, with bright eyes fixated on Mu Feng, murmured, "Interesting, truly fascinating. Mulan will lose." With a ferocious expression, Mulan shattered the ground beneath him, propelled by the combined force of water and fire, charging toward Mu Feng. Instead of retreating, Mu Feng surged forward, equally frenzied, drawing multiple long spears from his back and hurling them toward Mulan. The spears sliced through the air, creating a series of explosive shockwaves directed at Mulan. Drawing a long knife from his waist, Mulan slashed, unleashing a torrent of water and fire that shattered the incoming spears. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he lunged for Mu Feng's vital points. As Mulan sliced through the last spear, he was already upon Mu Feng, delivering a decisive blow. At that moment, water and fire converged upon his long knife, generating an awe-inspiring force. Mu Feng's expression turned icy as he drew his long sword, bracing to meet Mulan's full-powered strike. This sword channeled all of Mu Feng's vitality and concealed the sword intent he had just comprehended. Though it appeared unremarkable, it held countless possibilities. The crowd shook their heads, silently lamenting that Mu Feng was merely courting disaster. Lei Hong and Mu Hao exchanged cold smiles. A mere golden bone realm dares to confront a divine concealment realm, especially one that is a dual bloodline genius. This is a death wish. Before everyone's eyes, the clash of blade and sword resonated. After a brief moment of silence, a deafening explosion rang out as the ground beneath Mu Feng and Mulan shattered, sinking several feet deep. Simultaneously, a figure was violently propelled backward. As the crowd recognized the individual, they were left dumbfounded. The one who had been sent flying was none other than the favored Mulan. The spectators clearly saw a massive gaping wound in Mulan's right shoulder, his arm nearly severed. How is this possible? Lei Hong gasped, rising abruptly. Defeated? And so decisively? With a thunderous crash, after defeating Mulan, Mu Feng's eyes burned with murderous intent. He stomped the ground, continuing his relentless advance toward the fallen Mulan. "You seek death." Seeing this, Lei Hong and Mu Hao's expressions darkened as they reacted, attacking Mu Feng from either side. The crowd erupted in uproar, astonished that Lei Hong and Mu Hao would intervene. This was a battle between the younger generation, a contest between Mu Feng and Mulan. The involvement of these two seasoned experts was utterly shameless. Both were masters beyond the divine concealment realm. Their vitality and prowess far surpassed Mulan's. Among them, Mu Hao stood at the pinnacle of the second realm of divine concealment, while Lei Hong was a formidable figure in the third realm. Mu Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart, yet his expression grew ever more ferocious, brimming with murderous intent. Now, whoever obstructed him would face death. Under the gaze of the astonished crowd, Mu Feng not only refused to retreat, but charged directly at Lei Hong and Mu Hao. In an instant of collision, Mu Feng's black eyes transformed into golden ones. At that moment, a multitude of golden shadows enveloped him, creating an overwhelming presence. "What is this?" Lei Hong and Mu Hao gasped in horror, their eyes widening in disbelief as they found themselves ensnared within the myriad golden shadows, quickly succumbing to confusion. In an instant, both fell into a trance induced by the overwhelming illusions. "Kill!" Mu Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gripped the sword hilt, enveloped in sword intent, and thrust it toward Mu Hao's heart. With a piercing sound, the long sword penetrated Mu Hao effortlessly, the terrifying sword intent instantly shattering his heart. No! Mu Hao gasped, disbelief etched on his face as he coughed up blood. With a mournful cry, he collapsed his knees, life extinguished. Simultaneously, Lei Hong regained his senses and unleashed a powerful punch at Mu Feng's chest. With a resounding impact, Mu Feng was forced back over 10 steps, barely stabilizing himself as blood poured from his mouth and nose, his face ashen. Realizing Mu Hao had been slain, Lei Hong's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. On the high platform, the third prince stood up abruptly, and the crowd collectively gasped, their expressions frozen in shock. Is this sword intent? This child is indeed extraordinary. The veiled maiden also rose, her eyes fixed intently on Mu Feng. No one had anticipated that the seemingly underwhelming Mu Feng, merely at the Golden Bone Realm, would not only defeat the Divine Concealment Realm Mulan, but also slay the Lung Concealment Realm Mu Hao in a single stroke. This was utterly monstrous. Crimson streams of energy surged from Mu Hao's lifeless body, like a tempest, spiraling into Mu Feng. Utilizing the blood energy, Mu Feng's injuries healed rapidly, transforming into an abundance of vitality that propelled his strength to new heights. In mere moments, Mu Feng drew closer to the Divine Concealment Realm, on the verge of a complete breakthrough. As he landed, his wounds fully healed, he swiftly darted past Lei Hong, charging toward the fallen Mulan. Impudent! Return to me! Ignoring Mu Hao's side, Lei Hong turned and pursued Mu Feng. Regrettably, Mu Feng's speed was too swift. The moment Lei Hong turned to pursue, Mu Feng had already arrived before Mulan. With his right hand nearly incapacitated, Mulan grasped a long knife with his remaining left hand and roared as he swung it towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a punch that sent Mulan's knife flying. He then seized Mulan's left hand, twisting it with force. Crack! 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 Mulan's left hand was twisted into a spiral, and the excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from him. Poor Mulan! As soon as he cried out, Mu Feng stomped him fiercely into the ground. Mulan, you have repeatedly declared me worthless, unworthy of battling with you. Yet now, here you lie beneath my foot. Defeated so disgracefully, what does that make you? Mu Feng looked down at Mulan with a cold smile. The true worthless one is not I, but you. A waste like you has no right to inherit the title of Mu Wang. You. Mulan's fury surged, his face contorted with rage. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Feng raised the long knife from the ground and unceremoniously plunged the blade into Mulan's mouth, stirring it mercilessly. Mulan's mouth became a bloody mess, rendering him speechless. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. You should remain silent. Mu Feng retorted icily. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. Everyone gazed in shock at the youth in prison garb upon the platform. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. This prisoner not only publicly defeated Mulan, but also, amidst the assault from both Lei Hong and Mu Hao, not only emerged unscathed but had also slain Mu Hao. This was truly astonishing. Chapter 17. A Sword to the Divine. Release the young master. Lei Hong roared as he charged forward, a terrifying surge of energy erupting from him, crashing towards Mu Feng. However, he soon halted, his expression turning grim as he beheld Mu Feng severing Mulan's right arm before his very eyes. Advance! Mu Feng held his long sword, its tip poised against Mulan's forehead, coldly regarding Lei Hong. A threat. A blatant threat. Lei Hong realized that if he dared to take another step, Mu Feng might kill Mulan in public. With another swift stroke, Mu Feng cleanly severed Mulan's remaining arm. Mulan howled in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Coward! You dare not advance even when I command it. Mu Feng scoffed, striking again to sever Mulan's right leg. Mu Feng, what do you intend to do? Lei Hong bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and glaring fiercely. What do I intend to do? Mu Feng laughed heartily, saying, You have stripped me of my title as young master, insulted and humiliated me, and now you seek to kill me. But the most unforgivable act is that you dared to lay hands on Yaoer, to deceive her, and even to kill her. Whoever harms her deserves to die, to be tortured mercilessly. At this point, the murderous intent in Mu Feng's eyes intensified as he thrust his spear toward Mulan's forehead. No! No! Fear gripped Mulan's eyes, shaking his head frantically, emitting a mournful cry as if foreseeing death. Just then, a menacing aura of death approached, causing Mu Feng's expression to change drastically. He altered his sword's trajectory, stabbing upward into the sky. The sword's intent erupted, reaching a pinnacle of his capabilities. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, causing Mu Feng's sword to shatter into dust, and he was sent flying backward with a muffled groan. At that instant, as Mu Feng steadied himself, experts from the Mu Wang mansion concealed in the surrounding square surged forth, encircling him. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 formidable experts of the divine concealment realm. Simultaneously, numerous bone-tempering realm guards flooded in, sealing off any escape routes around Mu Feng. Drip! Drip! Mu Feng looked down to see his right arm riddled with cracks, blood dripping continuously, presenting a pitiful sight. He noticed a black-robed elder had appeared beside Mulan, the one who had struck him earlier. Mu Feng raised his head, addressing the third prince seated high on the platform, coldly asking, "Third prince, do you intend to interfere in the internal matters of the Mu Wang mansion?" Mu Feng understood that this black-robed elder was the third prince's personal guard, with unfathomable strength. Since the elder had acted, it was undoubtedly at the behest of the third prince. The crowd below looked on in astonishment, having not anticipated the third prince's sudden involvement. Many cast sympathetic glances at Mu Feng, comprehending that with the third prince's intervention, his situation had become dire. Why must we harm one another when we share the same roots? The third prince slowly rose, gazing down at Mu Feng with a smile. You and Mulan are both prodigious talents, destined to become pillars of our great Qin. Why must you engage in mutual destruction? Today, let me act as the mediator. How about you both smile and bury the hatchet? You may not know, but Mulan once summoned a celestial phenomenon, displaying immense potential. It would be a great loss for him to perish like this. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Mulan had once summoned a celestial phenomenon. No wonder the third prince was willing to speak on Mulan's behalf. What does this have to do with me? I have stated that I will battle Mulan until death. Mu Feng replied coldly. The third prince's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, Mu Feng, this is for your own good. Anyone the prince, values, no one shall lay a hand upon. Whoever dares to act will die. Obey my commands. The title of Mu Wang still belongs to Mulan, but I can allow you to remain in the Mu Wang mansion, enjoying the same treatment as Mulan. All I ask in return is your loyalty. Though your talents may not match Mulan's, they're not lacking. I will nurture you well, and your path in martial arts will be smooth. However, should you refuse, you may find it difficult to leave this place. Those who recognize the times are wise. I advise you to think carefully and not throw away your life in vain. A threat, a blatant threat. The third prince's words were exceedingly straightforward. He intended to protect Mulan at all costs and to make Mu Feng his underling. Mu Feng took a deep breath, slowly bowing his head, saying, "All right." The third prince smirked, secretly contemptuous, thinking to himself that Mu Feng had ultimately succumbed to his coercive power. Suddenly, Mu Feng moved with the speed of lightning, swiftly invoking the myriad manifestations, transforming his black eyes into golden orbs. Surrounding him were countless golden pupils, ensnaring the 9 experts in the divine concealment realm and dozens of bone-tempering realm experts in an illusion. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Feng seized a nearby warrior's sword and charged towards Mulan with the fury of a thunderstorm. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, as relentless as a flood. Today, Mulan must die. Anyone who stands in his way shall perish. Foolish child, the black-robed elder snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy, akin to a tsunami crashing down. Boom! The elder's right palm struck the air, conjuring a massive golden palm print from the gathered energy, descending upon Mu Feng with overwhelming force. The might of this strike was terrifying, shattering the air in its wake. This was the peak of the divine concealment realm. This old man was utterly shameless. In the crowd, the veiled girl furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. A sword to the divine. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with madness as he unleashed the second sword from the giant Wudi legacy. This strike drained nearly all of Mu Feng's energy and strength, causing his body to rapidly wither. As he executed this sword, a brilliant light erupted, shining as brightly as the sun, blinding all who beheld it. Almost everyone squinted in astonishment, gazing at this dazzling sword light. Bang! The golden palm print exploded, vanishing into the void. The resplendent and stunning sword light surged forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, continuing its trajectory towards the black-robed elder. The elder's expression changed drastically. He swiftly countered with both palms, retreating step by step, eventually shattering the terrifying sword light after numerous steps back. Bang! The moment the black-robed elder retreated, Mu Feng stepped forward, sword in hand, pointing it at Mulan's forehead. "Mu Feng, how dare you?" Lei Hong roared, drawing his sword and placing himself before Mulan, slashing at Mu Feng with lethal intent. A life-taking stroke. Mu Feng's gaze was sharp as he unleashed a strike, his murderous intent surging forth like a dragon or a tiger, unwavering and relentless. The sword in his hand emitted a melodious clang, and the blade sliced through the air, releasing a chilling aura that penetrated to the very marrow. At that moment, Mu Feng appeared to merge with his sword, transforming into a breathtaking beam of sword light that dazzled the world. This radiant light shot forth like a bolt of lightning, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, colliding instantaneously with Lei Hong's attack. Boom! The sword light erupted, shattering the sword in Lei Hong's hand as the brilliant radiance surged forth, forcing Lei Hong to retreat repeatedly. In the brief moment that Mu Feng repelled Lei Hong, his sword intent shifted abruptly, the tip now aimed directly at Mulan's forehead. "Mu Feng, halt! Do you dare defy my command?" The third prince's furious voice rang out. With a swift motion, Mu Feng remained silent, and in response, he pierced forward with his sword, drawing forth a spray of blood. Mulan's eyes widened in shock as the sharp blade penetrated his forehead. In that instant, regret washed over Mulan. He lamented not having eliminated Mu Feng sooner. A crimson aura surged from Mulan, merging into Mu Feng's being. Thunderous sounds echoed within Mu Feng as he absorbed the life force from Mulan's dying moments, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Breaking through from the pinnacle of the Golden Bone realm to the Divine Cavity realm, a torrent of vitality coursed through his limbs and bones, converging upon his heart. The Divine Cavity realm is divided into 5 stages: heart cavity, lung cavity, spleen cavity, liver cavity, and kidney cavity. The first stage, heart cavity, involves refining the heart with one's vitality, forging an exceptionally powerful heart. Only with a mightier heart can one sustain a continuous flow of life force, ensuring the warrior's vigor endures. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. Mu Feng's astounding strike moved all present, as he, at the Golden Bone realm, had repelled 2 formidable experts of the Divine Cavity realm, including the peak expert, the old man in black robes. Such prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 18. Resonating with the Sword. Comprehending the will of the sword, sword intent. This youth is indeed a prodigy. The veiled maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixated on Mu Feng's form. "He possesses sword intent," she murmured. The third prince glared at Mu Feng, well aware of the immense sword intent contained within that strike. Such genius, capable of comprehending the realm of intent, was a rarity throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. In that moment, a flicker of regret emerged in the third prince's heart for having supported Mulan. It was evident to all that Mu Feng far surpassed Mulan, who was now deceased. Yet, the third prince's heart was predominantly filled with rage, an offended rage. Mu Feng was merely a discarded scion of the royal family, yet he dared to show such disrespect to the prince. The third prince seethed with fury, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. Kill. Mu Feng has committed an act of rebellion by killing the new king of the Mu family in public. Such defiance warrants no mercy. At that moment, Lei Hong roared, his foot crashing into the ground as he charged toward Mu Feng, fully aware that Mu Feng was on the verge of a breakthrough. Before his ascension, Mu Feng had already defeated lung cavity experts like Mu Hao and even repelled him in direct confrontation. If allowed to break through, who could possibly stand against him? As Lei Hong issued his command, 5 experts from the Mu family, all at the Divine Cavity realm, surrounded Mu Feng, intent on delivering lethal blows. An uproar ensued, as the crowd expressed disdain for Lei Hong's words. The conflict between Mu Feng and Mulan was a legitimate royal battle. Victor lives, loser dies. Mulan's defeat was a foregone conclusion, yet in Lei Hong's words, it had become an act of rebellion, an utter inversion of truth. Now, they sought to take advantage of Mu Feng's breakthrough to launch a collective assault, which was nothing short of shameless. Boom! As Lei Hong charged forward, a flash of purple light surged from beneath the plaza, swirling around Mu Feng with an almost sentient grace, blocking Lei Hong's lethal strike. Lei Hong stumbled back, his expression grave as he gazed forward. Suddenly, 3 purple-patterned turtle shells appeared around Mu Feng, revolving continuously to shield him. Defensive spiritual artifact? Lei Hong's pupils constricted as he turned to the Qianlong Merchant Association's group, his gaze locking onto the veiled maiden beside Yu Yunwei. She was the one who summoned the artifact. Spiritual artifacts, imbued with innate spirituality, were treasures of immense value. Any faction possessing such artifacts was invariably a formidable force within the Great Qin dynasty. The fact that this maiden possessed one indicated her extraordinary status. Do you intend to oppose our Mu family? Lei Hong's face darkened. The third prince, too, glanced over, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing the veiled maiden. How did she arrive? The third prince furrowed his brow, a deep apprehension evident in his gaze. What? Do you have an objection? The veiled maiden asked languidly from her seat. I. Lei Hong's face contorted as he prepared to respond when a resounding slap struck him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, another slap followed, propelling him back into the air. The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing Lei Hong, akin to a rag doll, flailing helplessly through the air, unable to discern the identity of his assailant. Boom! Lei Hong landed once more, his face resembling that of a pig's head, and he staggered to his feet, horrified as he beheld the veiled maiden. Though others could not see who had struck, he clearly recognized her as the source of his humiliation, particularly her speed, which was as swift as thunder. He could hardly comprehend how she appeared before him, only to be met with successive slaps. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of a divine cavity realm warrior. Was this maiden's cultivation above the divine cavity realm? Now, do you have any objections? The veiled maiden inquired calmly, unfazed by the chaos around her. Lei Hong shook his head repeatedly, terror flooding his eyes. Below the plaza, countless gazes turned toward the veiled maiden, whispering in hushed tones. When had the Qianlong Merchant Association produced such a formidable expert? Jiang pays respects to the esteemed lady. The third prince suddenly rose, bowing respectfully toward the veiled maiden, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the crowd. No one anticipated that the third prince, a member of the royal lineage, would display such reverence toward this mysterious maiden. What could her identity possibly be? Rest assured, I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Mu family. How you deal with this youth is your own concern. However, I cannot abide by such despicable acts as ambushing someone during their breakthrough. The veiled maiden waved her hand dismissively. Once he successfully breaks through, I will retract my spiritual artifact. As for whether you choose to engage in a fair duel or a group assault, that is entirely your prerogative. Of course, should you possess the capability to destroy this artifact, I will remain uninvolved in any actions against him. At her words, both the third prince and Lei Hong breathed a sigh of relief. The veiled maiden was far too powerful. They feared her allegiance to Mu Feng would render them incapable of further action. Your Highness, this youth cannot be allowed to live. You have seen for yourself his vengeful nature. Once he rises, he will be a threat to you. Lei Hong implored the third prince. The third prince regarded Lei Hong thoughtfully, then replied, Sure, Zhong, I must trouble you. The old man in black robes understood and stepped forward, his vitality surging to its peak as he unleashed a barrage of strikes toward Mu Feng. Instantly, the 3 turtle shells surrounding Mu Feng shimmered with countless ripples, as if on the verge of collapse. Seeing the third prince's decision, Lei Hong was elated, leading the 5 divine cavity realm experts in a full-scale assault on Mu Feng. In that moment, the purple-patterned turtle shells quivered violently, as though they might shatter at any moment. Crack! After a quarter of an hour, the purple turtle shells dimmed, emitting a resonant hum before retreating back to the veiled maiden's grasp. Mu Feng, prepare to die, Lei Hong exclaimed, overjoyed as he brandished his sword. Its tip aimed squarely at Mu Feng's forehead. The 5 divine cavity experts followed suit, thrusting their swords toward Mu Feng's vital points. The old man in black robes stepped back to the third prince's side, refraining from further action. In his eyes, Mu Feng's demise was a certainty. Even his own peak prowess in the divine cavity realm was already a significant advantage. To join forces with Lei Hong would be utterly disgraceful. Clang! Just as the sword tip neared Mu Feng's forehead, Lei Hong's sword trembled violently, emitting a melodious ring. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Lei Hong, The long sword in his hand unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, its blade aimed directly at his brow, impudently thrusting forward. Lei Hong's expression turned to one of alarm as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the treacherous strike of his own treasured sword. Not only Lei Hong, but the 5 surrounding masters of the divine concealment realm also found their swords betraying them, the sound of clashing steel echoing as they turned against their wielders. The 5 masters found themselves in a similarly precarious retreat. Simultaneously, throughout the square, any individual bearing a sword felt it slipping from their control, emitting a series of strange, resonating cries. All long swords trembled, as if eager to be drawn, their sounds rising and falling in a continuous chorus. What on earth is happening? Why has my sword suddenly become unmanageable? My heavens! I can barely contain my sword. It seems poised to leap from its sheath. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, tightly gripping their sword hilts. The resonance with the sword. This is the will of the sword. The veiled maiden abruptly rose, her beautiful eyes reflecting shock. Not only she, but also Zhao Wenbo, the governor, and Yu Yunwei, the president of the Hidden Dragon Commerce, along with other influential figures, stood up, their eyes filled with astonishment. Clang! Suddenly, the swords of the martial artists in the square trembled violently, and one by one, they leapt from their sheaths, swooping toward the center of the square, orbiting around Mu Feng as they spun continuously. This scene was utterly breathtaking. Hundreds, even thousands, of swords converged into a river of blades, encircling the youth in prison garb, resembling the most loyal of guardians. Boom! At that moment, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, which burst forth with resplendent sword light. Whoosh! The river of swords that had been orbiting Mu Feng plunged downward, aligning themselves neatly on either side of him, inclined toward him as if in reverence. The entire square fell into a deathly silence, the onlookers transfixed by the spectacle before them. In this moment, Mu Feng, receiving the homage of countless swords, was undoubtedly the true sovereign of sword. At this instant, not only had Mu Feng broken through to the divine concealment realm, but he had also attained a profound understanding of the will of the sword. The will of the sword transcends the realm of sword intent. Those who comprehend the will of the sword can resonate with their blades, even wielding them to slay. Lei Hong, you shall die. The moment Mu Feng's eyes opened, they locked on a Lei Hong, and with a forceful push against the ground, he shot forth. Lei Hong's face darkened as he rushed forward empty-handed. He understood all too well that Mu Feng had grasped the will of the sword. If he were to wield a sword now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Thud! A flash of sword light appeared, and before Lei Hong could comprehend the situation, both of his arms fell severed at the shoulders. How could he be this strong? Fear filled Lei Hong's eyes as he turned to flee, utterly devoid of combat spirit. Thud! Unfortunately for him, as he turned, an even swifter blade of light shot forth. Lei Hong's head was severed, blood gushing forth as it rolled onto the ground. Just 2 strikes. In mere moments, the strongest of the Mu Wangfu had perished. Chapter 19. I Ascend to Kingship. Do you dare contest? A surge of crimson energy erupted from Lei Hong's body, continuously absorbed by the immortal coffin residing in Mu Feng's dantian. Mu Feng's aura sword, reaching the pinnacle of the heart concealment realm. After all, Lei Hong was a formidable expert of the 3rd stage of divine concealment, providing a far more substantial influx of energy than anyone else. Bang! While the crowd remained in shock over Mu Feng's swift execution of Lei Hong, Mu Feng planted his foot firmly and charged towards the remaining 5 masters of divine concealment. Though he had been focused on his breakthrough, a portion of his awareness remained vigilant. He had witnessed everything that had transpired. Had it not been for the Veiled Maiden's intervention, he would have been slain by this group. Revenge must be exacted, and kindness must be repaid. This is the creed by which he lived. Thud! A streak of sword light shot forth like a comet, instantly decapitating one of the divine concealment experts. The remaining 4 masters turned pale, scattering in panic, unwilling to face him in combat. All-encompassing. In that moment, Mu Feng unleashed his ocular technique, all-encompassing, centered on Mu Feng. Within a radius of dozens of meters, a multitude of golden phantom eyes emerged. The 4 divine concealment masters were immediately ensnared in a realm of illusions. Thud! Thud! In that instant, sword light flashed like lightning, and soon after, 4 heads soared into the air almost simultaneously. Upon ascending to the divine concealment realm, Mu Feng's bloodline of the heavy eye had grown even stronger, and his ocular technique, all-encompassing, had also evolved. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. As the crowd remained immersed in the aftermath of Lei Hong's demise, Mu Feng swiftly and decisively eliminated the 5 divine concealment masters of the Mu Wangfu. The rapidity of these events left them utterly unprepared. Streams of crimson energy poured from the 5 corpses, flooding into Mu Feng's body like a river. Boom! Mu Feng's aura érupté like a volcanique explosion, soudain les reaching unprecedented heights. Within him, torrents of blood and energy surged into his lungs, reconstructing and reshaping the organ. At this moment, Mu Feng was on the verge of ascending to the 2nd stage of divine concealment. Once his lungs were revitalized by abundant energy, he would successfully enter the lung concealment realm. All around the square, countless individuals rose, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Mu Feng. Is this a jest? Is Mu Feng about to break through again? If my memory serves me right, he just ascended to the divine concealment realm. It has barely been a short while, and he is set to ascend once more. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. Compared to Mulan, Mu Feng is nothing but refuse. The higher-ups of the Mu Wangfu must be blind to have chosen Mulan. A cacophony of gasps reverberated throughout the square as all eyes turned to Mu Feng, filled with awe and admiration. The rise of the Mu Wangfu is an unstoppable force. Yu Yinwei shook his head in secret, his beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Yinwei, your vision is still too limited. Such a person, not to mention the Mu Wangfu, but even the entire Qin dynasty, would find the stage too small. The veiled maiden's eyes sparkled with admiration as she chuckled lightly. Yu Yinwei's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such high praise from the veiled maiden for Mu Feng, suggesting he had underestimated Mu Feng. The 3rd prince's expression, however, was one of utter dismay. The more of a genius Mu Feng displayed himself to be, the more embarrassed he felt. He had consistently shown support for Mulan, and now that Mulan was dead, so too were Lei Hong and the others who had backed her. Or could he hide his face? This was a resounding slap to his pride. Soon after, Mu Feng's lungs glimmered with golden light, the energy within boiling, fully reconstructing and refining his lungs. He successfully ascended to the lung concealment realm. Clang! The sword in Mu Feng's hand sang with a piercing resonance, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd of the Mu Wangfu. Is there anyone here who dares to defy me? Those who wish to contest, feel free to step forward for a duel to the death. Having spoken, Mu Feng's long sword erupted with a fierce song, and wherever his gaze fell, every member of the Mu Wangfu bowed their heads in submission. Mu Feng, the matter of kingship cannot solely be decided by you. It requires my approval as the prince. The 3rd prince glared coldly at Mu Feng, continuing, I acknowledge your talent, and if you pledge your loyalty to me, not only will I support your ascension to king, but silence. I care not for your approval on my kingship. Your opinion matters little. You are merely a prince. Do you truly believe yourself to be an emperor? Mu Feng retorted coldly. The 3rd prince's expression froze, fury igniting his eyes as he said, Mu Feng, you truly are. Whoosh! Before the 3rd prince could finish, a blade of light shot towards him. The black-cloaked elder snorted, striking out with his palm, sending the incoming sword light flying. You dare to attack the 3rd prince? The black-cloaked elder roared in anger, his murderous intent directed at Mu Feng. Whoosh! Mu Feng, his expression as frigid as ice, responded to the black-cloaked elder with a flurry of sword light. The swords embedded in the ground trembled violently under the influence of the will of the sword, their ringing intensifying before soaring into the air, aimed at the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince's face paled as he involuntarily retreated several steps, while the black-cloaked elder positioned himself protectively before him, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes that sent the approaching swords flying. One sword, one life. Amidst the myriad of sword lights, Mu Feng, gripping his long sword, transformed into a streak of sword light, charging forth with lethal intent. Bang! The black-cloaked elder's palm collided with the tip of Mu Feng's sword. As Mu Feng finally discerned, the old man in the black robe had his hands encased in transparent ice silk gloves. These gloves were indestructible, rendering even the sharpest blade incapable of piercing them. A sense of death loomed in the air. The old man's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he unleashed a terrifying surge of vital energy from his palm, manifesting into a blood-red giant python. Mu Feng's expression darkened, a frenzied glint igniting in his gaze. He immediately invoked the secret technique blood explosion he had acquired from the blood slaughter. Boom! In that instant, the vital energy coursing through Mu Feng's body surged several-fold, elevating his aura beyond the lung concealment realm, rivaling even that of the black-robed elder. With a divine strike, Mu Feng's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed his second sword strike, its radiance slicing through the air like a brilliant rainbow, colliding with the blood-colored python. A resounding explosion echoed as the python shattered into fragments. Both Mu Feng and the black-robed elder were propelled backward, retreating a dozen paces almost simultaneously. With a strike that could slay immortals, regaining his footing, Mu Feng shattered the ground beneath him and charged wildly towards the black-robed elder. This strike, known as the third sword of Invincible Monarch, held the intent to cleave through the heavens and earth, as if it could fell celestial beings. In the square, countless onlookers were momentarily blinded by a dazzling beam of sword light that flared up, appearing and vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the gathered crowd squinted and then opened their eyes to gaze upon the high platform, they gasped in astonishment. For there, they beheld the black-robed elder, pierced through the chest by a sharp, long sword. The wielder of this blade was none other than Mu Feng. With a gasp, the black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with the remnants of his internal organs, his gaze fixed on Mu Feng as he uttered, "Such speed. In your sword, you." Before he could finish, Mu Feng flicked his wrist, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, causing the black-robed elder to explode before the eyes of all, leaving no trace behind. In the moment of slaying the black-robed elder, Mu Feng dashed forth like an arrow, heading straight for the third prince. You audacious fool." The third prince stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground in disarray. As he attempted to rise, a sword tip pressed against his brow, the chilling sensation palpable. A trickle of blood flowed from his forehead, trailing down his nose and dripping onto the ground. "I shall be crowned king, and you dare oppose me?" Mu Feng gazed down at the third prince, his tone devoid of warmth. Chapter 20. Regardless of submission, death awaits silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the square. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Mu Feng's audacity in attacking the third prince. They could scarcely believe that the black-robed elder, tasked with the prince's protection, had fallen to Mu Feng's blade. This was a peak figure of the divine concealment realm, not some insignificant character. Was this audacious youth intent on provoking the heavens? Governor Zhao Wenbao's complexion shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. Although he feigned righteous indignation, he showed no inclination to intervene. His strength was on par with Lei Hong, yet still inferior to the black-robed elder. To act now would be tantamount to courting death. Yu Yanwei also bore a look of shock, her brows furrowed. Only the veiled maiden exhibited a glimmer of admiration in her gaze. "Mu Feng, I am the third prince. Do you dare kill me?" The third prince clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Mu Feng. Mu Feng remained silent, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, causing the sword tip to sink further into the prince's flesh. Blood continued to pour from the third prince's forehead, staining his cheeks with a grotesque hue. "I submit. From this day forth, you shall be the new Mu Wang." The third prince immediately capitulated, genuine fear reflecting in his eyes. He perceived no hint of hesitation in Mu Feng's demeanor. This man was lawless, a veritable madman. With a sudden thrust, the third prince felt an agonizing pain in his brow, watching helplessly as Mu Feng's sword pierced through his forehead, emerging from the back of his skull. "Why?" The third prince's eyes brimmed with resentment, glaring at Mu Feng. Mu Feng replied calmly, "Your gaze betrays your refusal to submit. Since you resist, I must eliminate you, lest you seek vengeance later." With that, Mu Feng withdrew his sword, and the third prince collapsed backward, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face, his life extinguished. A collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly as all present absorbed the shocking scene, incredulous that Mu Feng had dared to kill even the third prince. Such madness. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, do not spread rumors about today's events. If you do, I, Mu Feng, shall come to your door with my sword and annihilate your entire clan. Mu Feng surveyed the crowd, his voice laced with icy menace. The onlookers fell into a hushed silence, none daring to meet his gaze. Thank you, fair lady, for your assistance. Might I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode? Mu Feng turned to the veiled maiden, bowing deeply, his tone sincere. He recognized that without her intervention, his predicament would have been dire, albeit not necessarily fatal, but at an immense cost. Your hospitality is hard to refuse. I shall accept your kind invitation. The veiled maiden replied with a gentle smile. Mu Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the trembling members of the Mu Wang family, who were all kneeling in fear. The coronation ceremony shall proceed. Rise, Mu Wang. Mu Feng took a seat at the high platform, exuding an aura of authority. Among the kneeling members of the Mu Wang family, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire, Elder Mu Yin, stepped forward, trembling. He was the last remaining elder of the council, as the others had fallen to Mu Feng's blade mere moments ago. With a trembling hand, he presented a tray to Mu Feng, a feeble smile adorning his pale face, sweat beading on his forehead and back. My king, this is the Mu Wang order. Please accept it. Elder Mu Yin offered the tray, his hand shaking. Upon it lay a translucent green jade token, inscribed with the character Mu. This token represented the Mu Wang order, a symbol passed down through generations of Mu kings. Only the true bearer of the Mu Wang order could rightfully claim the title of Mu Wang. As Mu Feng grasped the Mu Wang order, memories of Mu Yuan's jovial smile filled his mind, prompting a soft sigh before fastening it at his waist. Bow before your king. Elder Mu Yin knelt before Mu Feng, offering a deep bow. Bow before your king. Bow before your king. The members of the Mu Wang family echoed, kneeling and calling out in unison. With the departure of Mulan, another formidable figure, Mu Feng, had risen. The momentum of the Mu Wang family was now unstoppable. Zhao Wenbo rose, his expression complex as he regarded the young man, receiving the adoration of the crowd from the high platform. Governor, your words are misguided. This child is arrogant and reckless. Though he has ascended to the position of Mu Wang, his audacity in slaying the third prince will not bode well for him in the days to come. On est busy Zhao Wenbo opined. Zhao Wenbo scoffed. Such a talent may not be contained by the royal family. Do not forget, this world is vast, while our great Qin is but a small realm. With that, Zhao Wenbo waved his sleeve and departed. The coronation ceremony concluded with the demise of Mulan, Lei Hong, and others, as Mu Feng rightfully assumed the title of the new Mu Wang. In no time, Mu Feng's name reverberated throughout Yongzhou City. Every street and alley buzzed with tales of his exploits, some embellished by storytellers to render him almost mythical. Within the grand hall of the Mu Wang residence, Mu Feng sat across from the veiled maiden, while Yu Yunwei stood humbly behind her. Mu Feng scrutinized the maiden, his heart filled with gravity and curiosity. Yu Yunwei, the president of the Hidden Dragon Commerce, held a status equal to that of the governor and Mu Wang, yet willingly placed herself in a subordinate position behind the veiled maiden. May I inquire your name, fair lady? I shall never forget this act of kindness, and if you require my assistance, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Mu Feng broke the silence first. Xiao Shui. The veiled maiden's eyes curved into a smile as she continued. You possess quite the audacity to publicly execute the third prince. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the royal family? Mu Feng replied calmly. If I do not slay him, he will seek to end my life. If I kill him, the royal family will punish me. Regardless, I would offend one side. Thus, I chose to eliminate him, at least freeing me from his vengeance. Yunwei gazed deeply at Mu Feng, contemplating inwardly how fearless this young man truly was. You certainly see through things quite well. However, you need not worry. Among the numerous princes and princesses of the royal family, the third prince is hardly noteworthy. Xiao Shui smiled slightly and continued. In the younger generation of the royal family, the truly formidable ones are the crown prince, the eldest princess, and the ninth prince. These three possess the true essence of dragons. Although the third prince has been slain, as long as I intervene, the royal family would not dare to take action against you. Mu Feng was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated this woman, who even commanded respect from the royal family. What is her true identity? He refrained from inquiring, knowing that if Xiao Shui wished for him to know, he would not need to ask. If she did not want him to know, his questions would be futile. Why do you help me? What do you seek to gain? Mu Feng asked, locking his gaze on Xiao Shui, his tone serious. Xiao Shui chuckled lightly. Because I see potential in you. Assisting you is merely to cultivate a good relationship. Few possess the will of the sword at such a young age within the realm of dantian. Of course, if that were all, you wouldn't warrant my aid. What intrigues me more is the unique bloodline you carry. A wielder of thee is invincible. Mufing's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Xiao Shui. Ever since inheriting the bloodline of Jun Wudi, no one had recognized its origin until now. But Xiao Shui discerned it at a glance, raising his caution. The peculiar celestial phenomena surrounding the Mufing manor were also summoned by you, weren't they? It's rather amusing how the upper echelons of the Mufing manor discard true treasures while cherishing the worthless. Xiao Shui shook her head. There is no need for you to be anxious. Currently, I do not require anything in return, but in the future, once you grow stronger, I will need your assistance with certain matters. After a moment of silence, Mufing nodded. Very well. In the future, to the best of my abilities, I shall assist you. Xiao Shui beamed, her delicate fingers lightly flicking, and a radiance emerged from the ring on her middle finger. The light hovered before Mufing, revealing a gleaming sword. The blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches, its edge shimmering with silver light. The hilt was as green as jade, shaped like a dragon. A splendid sword. Mufing's eyes sparkled as he could not resist grasping the hilt. With a clang, the long sword seemed to possess spirit, emitting a melodious ringing akin to a dragon's roar, with sharp and fierce light glinting along the blade. The true dragon sword? My lady, this is an extraordinary spirit weapon. Yunwei's expression shifted slightly, about to speak when Xiao Shui cast her gaze upon her, prompting her to lower her head. A fine sword for a hero. This sword is named the true dragon sword, and it shall henceforth belong to you. Xiao Shui stated calmly. Mufing caressed the true dragon sword, unable to part with it, and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xiao Shui. Thank you. There's no need to express thanks. This is merely a long-term investment. Xiao Shui waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the hall. Mufing turned to see it was El Qiuming. My lord, it is dire. Miss Muyao's poison has flared up again, and I can no longer contain it. She exclaimed in panic. What? Did you not say she could hold for a month? Mufing's anger flared. El Qiuming trembled. I do not understand what happened. Miss Muyao seemed fine just a moment ago, and then suddenly. Take me there at once. Mufing rose hastily and departed. Let's go and see. Xiao Shui stood and followed Yunwei. Chapter 21. Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Upon reaching Muyao's chamber, Mufing discovered her lying on the bed, her complexion darkened, coughing up blood, black blood, to be precise. Miss Chunner, at the bedside, was at a loss, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing this, Mufing rushed over to support Muyao. She coughed up another mouthful of black blood, her eyes weakly opening to gaze at Mufing. Brother, are you well? Mufing's eyes reddened as he grasped Muyao's hand. I'm well, never better. You can rest easy, focus on healing. Once you recover, I shall take you to witness the wonders of this world. You mentioned desiring to visit the southern region of Daqin to experience its misty beauty, did you not? Once you are well, I will take you there, he added. Muyao smiled faintly, her gaze dimming. You remember, I truly wish to see the south, but alas, I may not have the chance anymore. I might not have much time left. No, you will survive, no matter the cost. I will save you. Mufing held Muyao's hand firmly, his eyes tender. Go. Summon the finest physician from Yongzhou. Whoever can save Muyao, I shall offer half of the manor's wealth as reward. He commanded Ma Qi, who followed behind. Ma Qi smiled wryly, my lord. We have already summoned the best physician in Yongzhou, but they all claim they are powerless, stating that Miss Muyao has little time left. Search. Continue to search. If Yongzhou cannot find anyone, then go to Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Jingzhou, or even the imperial city, until we find someone. Mufing ordered. It's futile. Ordinary physicians cannot cure her. Suddenly, Xiao Shui, who had accompanied them, spoke up. Mufing turned, hastily bowing to her. Miss Xiao, do you have a remedy? Please, save my sister. Xiao Shui approached, her delicate hand resting on Muyao's wrist, her brow furrowing deeper. Her blood is quite unique. After consuming the poison blood powder, its toxicity fused with her blood, resulting in a peculiar mutation. Xiao Shui looked up at Mufing, shaking her head. I am also powerless. Mufing's face turned ashen, his gaze bleak. In his eyes, Xiao Shui held an extraordinary identity and formidable strength. If even she was unable to help, could Muyao truly be beyond saving? Brother, it's all right. Isn't it just death? This way, I can meet father sooner. Mu Yao reached out her frail hand, gently stroking Mu Feng's cheek in comfort. Silly girl, you will not die. Mu Feng clutched Mu Yao's hand tightly, his eyes welling with tears. Xiao Shuai sighed, hesitating for a moment before producing a jade pendant, pure as snow, adorned with mysterious patterns. This is cold jade. Have your sister hold in her mouth. It will freeze her blood and vitality. As long as her blood does not flow, the poison will cease to invade her life force. Xiao Shui handed the cold jade to Mu Feng, continuing, however, this will turn her into a living corpse. Once you find a way to heal her, you may remove the cold jade. Mu Feng accepted the cold jade. Feeling its icy surface frost his hands immediately. Thank you, Miss Xiao, he expressed gratefully, then lifted Mu Yao's head to offer the cold jade. Mu Yao gazed at Mu Feng with wide eyes, scrutinizing him closely. Brother, let me look at you one more time. After a lingering gaze, Mu Yao struggled to take the cold jade and placed it in her mouth. In the blink of an eye, frost enveloped her body, transforming her into an ice sculpture. Her eyes gently closed, resembling a sleeping beauty. If you wish to save your sister, perhaps you could try your luck in the Imperial City, Xiao Shui stated calmly. Please, Miss Xiao, guide me. Mu Feng implored with hope in his eyes. Xiao Shui replied, to my knowledge, a saintly alchemist from the Qinmen has recently traveled to the Dantian dynasty and is currently residing within the Imperial City. This alchemist holds an extraordinary identity and is adept in both medicine and alchemy. If she intervenes, your sister's affliction can be cured. Mu Feng asked urgently, what is the name of this saintly alchemist? Where is she currently residing? Mu Feng had heard of Qinmen, knowing it to be a mysterious and powerful organization involved in numerous fields, including weapon forging, medicine, astronomy, mechanisms, and formations. Those hailing from Qinmen were top talents in their respective areas, holding elevated status, and every dynasty treated them with utmost respect, as their expertise was invaluable to any dynasty. Producing powerful spirit weapons, miraculous elixirs, and enigmatic formations. If one were to offend the Qinmen, then that dynasty would truly be in peril. The vital resources, such as spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and formations would be completely severed. Not only the dynasty, but even those lofty and enigmatic powers treat the Qinmen with utmost respect. The Saint Alchemist is a paragon of medical knowledge and elixirs. It is said that powerful Saint Alchemists can even resurrect the deceased. Xiao Shui remarked nonchalantly, I only know that she is a woman. Mu Feng responded. What kind of clue is that? Xiao Shui cast a sidelong glance at Mu Feng, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smile, and said, her name is Mom Yao. That's all I have to say. I must take my leave now. This is my token. When your cultivation reaches the Divine Union realm, you may come to Longyuan Pavilion to find me. Xiao Shui produced a purple orb and tossed it to Mu Feng, stating, do not seek me until you reach the Divine Union. The matters I require of you demand at least that level of cultivation. With that, Xiao Shui departed gracefully. Yu Yinwei hesitated for a moment before retrieving a purple gold card from her bosom and presenting it to Mu Feng. Lord Mu, this is the VIP card of my Qianlong Commerce. It holds a credit limit of 100,000 taels, and with this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on any purchases at Qianlong Commerce. As Mu Feng accepted the purple gold card, he was about to respond when he noticed Yu Yunwei hastily pursuing Xiao Shui. Longyuan Pavilion? Divine Union? Grasping the purple gold card and the purple orb, Mu Feng's heart was filled with astonishment. Despite his noble lineage, he had never heard of Longyuan Pavilion before. Undoubtedly, it was not a force within the Great Qin. He recalled Mu Yuan mentioning that while the Great Qin seemed vast, it was in fact quite small. Beyond its borders lay numerous dynasties akin to the Great Qin. Above these countless dynasties loomed mysterious powers that dictated their fates. Longyuan Pavilion must surely be one of these enigmatic forces. Mu Feng's conviction stemmed from Xiao Shui's parting words. Do not seek me until you reach the Divine Union. Above the divine concealed realm lies the Qi realm, and above that, the Divine Union. Within the entire Great Qin dynasty, those in the Divine Union realm are exceedingly rare, and each is an elder who influences the trajectory of the dynasty. It can be said that if Mu Feng were to attain the Divine Union realm, he could command the entire Great Qin. However, according to Xiao Shui, he would merely qualify to seek her with the token. Thus, it was clear that the Longyuan Pavilion behind Xiao Shui was a mysterious power that transcended the dynasties. Yet, Mu Feng felt a profound sense of confidence. Ever since his dantian fused with the immortal coffin, his cultivation speed had surpassed that of ordinary individuals, even outpacing many prodigies. He was confident that he could elevate his realm to the divine union within a year, a conservative estimate at that. It was time to venture to the imperial city. With determination in his eyes, Mu Feng grasped Mu Yao's hand tightly and declared, "Yaoer, do not worry, I will surely heal you." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Feng was taken aback. The very Mu Yao who had been lying on the bed had inexplicably vanished before his eyes. Chapter 22. The Truth, Where's My Sister? Mu Feng looked around anxiously, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and frustration. It must be the immortal coffin. Calming himself, Mu Feng quickly realized that the lid of the immortal coffin within his dantian had opened a crack unbeknownst to him. With a thought, he entered the immortal coffin's space. Upon re-entering the familiar immortal tomb, he passed through the open bronze door and saw Mu Yao lying quietly beside a gravestone in the courtyard. Relief washed over him, but it was soon followed by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this mysterious immortal coffin would not only serve as his dantian, but could also contain living beings. If it could harbor the living, could it not also accommodate other items? With this thought in mind, Mu Feng withdrew from the immortal coffin and returned to reality, placing his hand on Mu Yao's bed. To his amazement, the bed vanished, replaced by the courtyard of the immortal tomb. It truly works. Ecstatic, Mu Feng lifted Mu Yao onto the bed, and with a thought, both she and the bed disappeared from the immortal tomb and reappeared in her chamber. Mu Feng then attempted to place items such as the true dragon sword and the purple orb into the immortal coffin, all of which succeeded. This meant that he would now possess a unique pocket to store anything he wished. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something deep within the courtyard and froze. At the end of the courtyard stood another towering door, reaching a height of 100 feet. However, this was not a bronze door, but rather a black iron one. Mu Feng recalled that when he first entered, this black iron door had been firmly shut. Now, a narrow gap had opened. Behind the black iron door lay the second layer of the chaotic immortal coffin, which likely housed a powerful being's legacy, perhaps even stronger than Jun Wudi. With fervor in his gaze, Mu Feng pushed against the black iron door, but it did not budge. After several fruitless attempts, he opted to abandon the effort. He recalled the crimson energy he had been absorbing during this time. He began to understand that the opening of the black iron door was likely related to the blood-red energy the immortal coffin had been absorbing. The more energy it absorbed, the more the door would open, until it was entirely ajar. Who, he wondered, lay entombed in the second layer? What legacy awaited him? Hope gleamed in Mu Feng's eyes. After acquiring Jun Wudi's legacy, he had tasted the sweetness of success. The swordsmanship and insights he gained were unparalleled, and coupled with his formidable bloodline, he was invincible in the mortal realm. Thus, the legacy within the second layer of the immortal coffin would undoubtedly be at least as powerful as that of Jun Wudi. In the following days, the atmosphere within the Mu residence became tense and uneasy. Under Mu Feng's orders, anyone associated with Mulan and Lei Hong was swiftly executed. In a matter of moments, the Mu residence was transformed into a scene of carnage, resembling a hellscape. This sight thoroughly intimidated the entire household, leaving them in a state of dread. Originally neutral clansmen, who had held some resistance towards Mu Feng, now regarded him with reverence. This was the power of establishing authority. As Mu Feng ascended to his position, he needed to quell the unrest. Only through iron-fisted measures could he swiftly intimidate those with ulterior motives. Moreover, as he was about to head to the imperial city, he needed to solidify his control over the Mu residence before his departure. Thus, he resorted to somewhat extreme measures. Of course, a stick must be followed by a treat. After employing his iron-fisted tactics, he offered various benefits to those who submitted to him. In no time, he stabilized their hearts and solidified his position. Once the Mu residence was in order, Mu Feng prepared to head to the imperial city. However, just before his departure, an unexpected visitor arrived. In the reception hall, Mu Feng sat in the main seat, gazing intently at the plain-clothed man before him. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with rough, dark skin and hands calloused from toil, clearly a common farmer. Today, he had suddenly come to discuss a matter of great importance with Mu Feng. Initially, Mu Feng had no intention of entertaining him, but upon hearing that the matter pertained to Mu Yuan's death, he agreed to meet with the man. "I am Chen Ping, greeting the young Lord Mu." The plain-clothed man stood tall, saluting with military precision, his eyes filled with intensity. Chen Ping. Mu Feng was taken aback. He recognized Chen Ping as Mu Yuan's right-hand man, a valiant and skilled general. However, he recalled that Chen Ping had perished alongside Mu Yuan during their campaign against the Yuan dynasty a month ago. The man's face shifted, revealing a determined and chiseled visage. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Chen Ping. "Uncle Chen, please rise," Mu Feng exclaimed with delight, rushing to assist Chen Ping to his feet. "Since you survived, does that mean my father is still alive?" Chen Ping's expression darkened as he lowered his head, choking on his words. "Young Lord Mu, I am sorry. The old lord indeed fell on a battlefield. Our Mu army, numbering in the tens of thousands, was utterly annihilated at Lulan city of the Yuan dynasty. The old lord perished there, and I was the sole survivor." Mu Feng fell into a deep silence, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes, extinguishing the rekindled hope within him. Had that boisterous man, who would laugh heartily and fondly ruffle his hair, truly perished? But this was not the fault of the old prince. Had it not been for the inadequate supplies and the delayed reinforcements, how could the Mu family army have met such a tragic end? The old prince would not have died. Chen Ping spoke with a mix of grief and indignation. Mu Feng's gaze ignited with a sharp intensity as he fixed his eyes on Chen Ping and demanded, "Is there more to this story? Tell me what truly transpired." The tale unfolded as Chen Ping recounted the events in meticulous detail. After his narration, Mu Feng sat in silence. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a raging tsunami. A month prior, Mu Yuan had led the Mu family army to a resounding victory, capturing the border city of Lulan from the Yuan dynasty. However, their supplies had suddenly run dry, leaving the Mu family army stranded within the city. They sent for aid, but the reinforcements were delayed. Ultimately, the army, exhausted and out of provisions, held out for half a month before succumbing entirely. From Chen Ping, Mu Feng learned that the responsibility for the supply shortage lay with Prince Yu, Ji Huan, and Prince Liu, Ji Zhan, who had conspired against Mu Yuan, leading to the demise of both him and the Mu family army in Lulan. With a crash, Mu Feng slammed his palm down on the table beside him, his voice icy as he declared, "Prince Yu, Prince Liu, they have truly gone too far. This is an affront to the throne. How could His Majesty remain oblivious to this?" Chen Ping sighed bitterly. Now the entirety of the Great Qin claims that the old prince underestimated the enemy and made a grave error by penetrating deep into hostile territory, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the army. And with the complete destruction of the Mu family forces, who could possibly corroborate the truth to convince His Majesty? Mu Feng clenched his fists tightly, looking at Chen Ping with a piercing gaze. "You disguise yourself to meet me. Have you been exposed? Or is there a traitor within the estate?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping replied, "Both Prince Yu and Prince Liu are remarkably astute. After the fact, they dispatched spies to Lulan to investigate, and upon discovering that I survived, they have secretly sought my life. I had no choice but to hide and live under an alias. During my covert inquiries, I discovered that Mu Lan has been corresponding with both Prince Yu and Prince Liu." Mu Feng's pupils contracted, the aura of killing intent radiating from him. "He is involved as well?" Chen Ping nodded sadly. "It seems so. Otherwise, he would not have learned of the old prince's death so swiftly and pressured you to abdicate, even resorting to fraternal betrayal against you. This Mulan is truly treasonous. He deserves the most severe punishment." Mu Feng scoffed coldly. Chen Ping affirmed, "Fortunately, you have risen against the odds and ultimately claimed the title of Prince Mu. After much contemplation, I chose to visit you." At this juncture, Chen Ping's expression shifted to one of hesitation and inner turmoil. "Young Prince Mu, there's another matter I must mention, though I am uncertain if I should." "Speak," Mu Feng urged with a nod. The old prince had long since laid down his arms and ceased to involve himself in military affairs. However, this time, he volunteered to lead the expedition to Dayan. Chen Ping stated solemnly. Mu Feng acknowledged this with a nod, recalling his astonishment at the time and his direct inquiry to Mu Yuan, who merely sighed without elaborating. Reflecting on it now, did Mu Yuan have hidden motives for embarking on the campaign to Daiyuan? Without interruption, Mu Feng gazed intently at Chen Ping, awaiting the continuation of his tale. "It was for one person," Chen Ping lamented. "Who?" Mu Feng pressed. "Your birth mother," Chen Ping revealed. The revelation struck Mu Feng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 23. The old prince's last will since he could remember, Mu Feng had never laid eyes upon his birth mother. Despite his repeated inquiries to Mu Yuan, the latter had always shrouded the subject in secrecy, as though her name were a forbidden topic. All he knew was that she had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. His memories of her had long since faded into obscurity. My mother died when I was very young. What do you mean by this? Mu Feng's countenance darkened as he stared at Qin Ping. Young prince, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. These are the old prince's last instructions to me, and this letter is his testament, prepared in advance, Qin Ping declared. Feeling the weight of Mu Feng's gaze, with a shiver down his spine, Qin Ping withdrew a letter from his bosom and handed it to Mu Feng. Mu Feng accepted the envelope, lost in thought for a moment before finally opening it. The handwriting within was unmistakably that of Mu Yuan. Fengya, by the time you read this letter, I shall have perished. You have grown, and there are truths you must understand. Your mother's name is Feng Xiao. She did not die, and I am not your biological father. As he read those words, Mu Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. You may find this perplexing, bewildering, or even infuriating. I apologize for having concealed this from you for so many years. On the back of this letter is a story that, once you read it, will illuminate everything. Mu Feng inhaled deeply, wiping his hands on his garments before flipping the envelope over. The story recounted a young and accomplished prince who, upon returning triumphantly from a campaign in Diyun, passed through the ancient city of Lulan and encountered a gravely wounded woman. Captivated by her beauty, he saved her and brought her to his palace, tending to her with utmost care. In gratitude for her life, the woman followed him into battle, saving his life on numerous occasions and achieving what seemed to be impossible victories. After one particularly victorious campaign, the prince mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to be met with the woman's gentle refusal, revealing that she was already with child. Heartbroken, he departed, and from that night forth, he never broached the subject of his affections again, instead cherishing their friendship. Seasons passed, and the woman bore a son. While the prince jestingly expressed his desire to be the child's godfather, the woman, filled with sorrow, remained silent, gazing at the infant as if imprinting his image upon her heart. The moment the prince cradled the child, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the woman. Mu Yuan, please take good care of this child. When he inquires about me, tell him I am no longer here. I do not wish for him to bear the burden of my absence or suffer because of me. Let me endure this pain alone. With those parting words, the woman vanished alongside the light. The story concluded abruptly with a final note. If you wish to learn more about your mother, seek the foremost courtesan, Hua Wuqing, in the imperial city. Remember, do not seek revenge, live well. After reading, Mu Feng fell into a profound silence, then gently set the letter aside. He realized that the prince in the story was Mu Yuan, and the woman was his mother. For the first time since his birth, he had finally learned her name. Little did he know that Mu Yuan had taken on the responsibilities of a father out of a promise, nurturing him with great care. The weight of this debt was truly immense. At that moment, a piece of crimson jade tumbled from the envelope. Mu Feng picked it up, noticing that it was half of a larger piece, with a phoenix motif etched upon its surface. But due to its incomplete state, only the upper half of the phoenix remained visible. This fragment of jade had been fiercely seized by the old prince from Lulan. He had claimed it was the only relic left behind by your birth mother, which explained his eagerness to lead the campaign to Diyuan upon hearing of its existence. Seeing the half of the phoenix jade, Qin Ping sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow. The old prince had meticulously planned this campaign for 6 months, intending to seize Lulan and incorporate it into the Great Qin's territory. Yet, Prince Yu and Prince Lu had conspired against them, leading to their total annihilation. Qin Ping knelt on the ground, his eyes glistening with tears as he choked out, "Young prince, please take me to the imperial city. I must seek justice. For the old prince, for those brothers who perished in battle, I demand retribution. I implore you to assist me." Mu Feng slowly rose to his feet, a chilling glint in his eyes. "I shall assist you. Thank you, young prince," Qin Ping exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "You should stay in the palace for now. In 3 days, we will set off for the imperial city. Your identity must remain concealed. Do not expose it." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. "Understood." Qin Ping's expression turned solemn. After Qin Ping departed, the vast hall was left in silence, with Mu Feng seated alone, quietly perusing his father's posthumous letter. "Father, forgive me. I will avenge this grievance, and they shall pay in blood." Mu Feng's gaze was resolute. He had never been one to cower or compromise. Unbeknownst to Mu Yuan, Mu Feng had already embarked on his training, believing that Mu Feng's impulsive actions could lead to his demise, hence the cautionary note in the letter. However, Mu Feng had evolved significantly since then. 3 days later, a discreet carriage departed from Yongzhou City, its owner being none other than Mu Feng himself. On this journey to the imperial city, Mu Feng was accompanied by 3 companions, L.Q. Dream, Chun Ping, and Mu Yao. Meanwhile, Ma Qi was left at the Mu residence to assist Mu Yin in managing the affairs of the estate. Mu Feng chose to travel light and inconspicuously. The Yongzhou government and the Qianlong Chamber of Commerce were oblivious to his departure. This was a strategic decision to prevent any leaks, especially since Chun Ping was currently being hunted by both the Prince of Yu and the Prince of Lu. Should Mu Feng suddenly enter the capital, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, prompting them to take action. Thus, a low-profile entry into the capital was deemed essential. Of course, Mu Feng and his companions had undergone significant disguises, their covert operations executed flawlessly. The distance from Yongzhou to the imperial city was neither too far nor too near. The journey by carriage would take approximately half a month. Along the way, L.Q. Dream tended to Mu Yao, Chun Ping remained vigilant, and Mu Feng focused on his training. Since comprehending the essence of the sword, Mu Feng's understanding of the swordsmanship had deepened, and his skill in wielding the sword had become increasingly adept. As night fell, L.Q. Dream ignited a campfire, while Chun Ping caught 2 wild rabbits in the woods. After gutting and cleaning them, he skewered them on twigs and roasted them over the fire. Soon, the rabbit meat turned golden and glistening, filling the air with an enticing aroma, and once seasoned, it was irresistible. Mu Feng eagerly accepted a piece of the roasted rabbit from Chun Ping, taking a hearty bite. The meat was tender, crispy, and delicious. "Old Chun, your culinary skills are extraordinary," Mu Feng exclaimed, devouring the meat and giving Chun Ping a thumbs up. Chun Ping grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. A bit bashful. Initially, L.Q. Dream delicately tore off a small piece of rabbit meat, savoring it slowly, but after tasting its flavor, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she began to eat heartily. In no time, she had polished off half a rabbit. Noticing Mu Feng and Chun Ping's gaze upon her, L.Q. Dream smiled modestly and elegantly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. "In 3 days, we shall arrive at the imperial city. It is indeed thanks to your wisdom. Young prince, we have encountered no obstacles along the way." Chun Ping remarked sincerely. "Do not let your guard down. Have you not noticed that since entering the central state, the wanted posters for you have multiplied, and the vigilance has intensified?" Mu Feng replied gravely. "The central state is the heart of the Qin dynasty, with the imperial city situated within it. Having crossed into the central state 3 days prior, they had indeed observed the increased wanted posters for Chun Ping." Chun Ping's expression grew serious as he nodded heavily. "In the presence of outsiders, refer to me as young master. Do not call me young prince." Mu Feng shot Chun Ping a look. Chun Ping chuckled awkwardly, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Mu Feng, Chun Ping, and L.Q. Dream stood alert, their gazes fixed on the thicket. Soon, a voluptuous woman clad in a black bodysuit stumbled out from the bushes, her ample bosom swaying enticingly as she walked. "Help me. Someone is trying to kill me." The woman's exquisite face was pale, exuding an air of weakness. Swish! In the dense forest behind the bushes, the sound of rushing air indicated the approach of pursuers. With a swift motion, Mu Feng unsheathed the true dragon sword and charged forward. "Young master, do not meddle." Chun Ping's face filled with helplessness as he witnessed Mu Feng's impulsive intervention. They had yet to resolve their own issues. How could they afford to take on someone else's troubles? "Thank you, young master. You are truly a benevolent soul," the voluptuous woman exclaimed, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she stumbled toward Mu Feng. In a flash, a blade of light flickered. Stab! The woman was pierced through the throat by a blade. Chapter 24. The Dark Knight's assassination. Both Chun Ping and L.Q. Dream were stunned, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Your intention was not to save her, but to kill her?" The voluptuous woman glared at Mu Feng, her eyes filled with venom. Mu Feng delivered a powerful kick to her chest, causing her to spew blood and fly backward. landing beside the bushes. A dagger slipped from her sleeve, clattering to the ground. An assassin? Chun Ping and L.Q. Dream's expressions shifted, their demeanor growing tense. My dear lady, you cannot escape today. Whoever aids you shall meet death. At that moment, 5 men emerged from the dark forest, led by a burly man with a beard. A wicked grin plastered across his face. As he burst forth from the bushes, his laughter abruptly ceased. He was met with the sight of the very woman they had been pursuing, now lying on the ground, her throat punctured, convulsing in her final moments. 5 of you. I have taken care of the person you were hunting. You need not thank me, Mu Feng declared, sword in hand, standing nonchalantly. The 5 men were momentarily speechless. Kill him. The voluptuous woman, on the brink of death, uttered her final curse, and her life extinguished. In that instant, Mu Feng sprang into action. He stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to the bearded man, unleashing a deadly thrust. The bearded man had not anticipated such a ruthless approach. Before he could utter a word, his arm was severed. The remaining 4 men quickly regained their composure and drew their swords to strike at Mu Feng. His expression turned grave. All 4 were experts at the Lung Tsang level, and the bearded man was even at the Pai Tsang level. This was a formidable array. With a single sword strike, the air crackled with murderous intent as the blade shimmered like moonlight. The 4 assassins who had simultaneously attacked Mu Feng froze in place. As Mu Feng wove through them, vibrant blood blossomed at their necks, and blood gushed forth. Sir, we bear no enmity. Why must you resort to such violence? The bearded man stammered, retreating in terror. Are you still playing your little games? Unfortunately, that woman has already revealed her true nature. The moment she appeared, it was clear she was not merely a victim. Her eyes harbored malice, and she concealed a dagger within her sleeve. Mu Feng spoke slowly, even as he surged forward once more. Another strike, and the bearded man's remaining arm was severed. And your intentions were all too clear. You feigned pursuit of that woman, but your true goal was to come after us. Regrettably, you failed to conceal the murderous intent in your eyes. Mu Feng's expression was icy as he struck again, the blade slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The bearded man found himself reduced to a pitiful state, his legs severed at the knees. Did the prince of you send you lowly scoundrels to their doom? Surely, there are more formidable opponents among you? Mu Feng looked down upon the bearded man with disdain. How did you know we were sent by His Highness the Prince of you? The bearded man exclaimed, incredulous. He had thought their plan was flawless. A heroic rescue of a damsel in distress would easily ensnare Mu Feng and his companions. Although they did not recognize Mu Feng and L.Q. Dream, they were aware of Chun Ping, leading them to believe their mission would succeed without fail. Yet, they had not anticipated that the most formidable among the trio was the young man before them. Who is this boy? So you truly are sent by the Prince of you. Mu Feng's expression turned enlightened. Mu Feng was uncertain about the identity of the burly man and his companions, but he speculated they were sent either by Prince Yu or Prince Lu, and thus he seized the opportunity to ensnare them. To his surprise, the trap worked. You deceived me? The burly man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. However, he quickly fell silent as the cold tip of a sword pressed against his brow. How did you recognize Chun Ping? Mu Feng coldly interrogated. Chun Ping and Lu Qiuming stepped forward, their expressions grave. They had concealed their identities convincingly. How could they have been discovered? Where had they gone wrong? You're doomed. Prince Yu and Prince Lu will not spare you. The burly man hissed, his gaze menacing. Just then, with a swift motion, the true dragon sword pierced his brow, ending his life. Crimson energy surged forth from the burly man and the other corpses, all absorbed by Mu Feng. His vitality surged, reaching the peak of the lung storage realm, with a breakthrough imminent. Why do we reveal ourselves? Chun Ping pondered, furrowing his brow as he looked at the burly man's lifeless body. We hardly interacted with outsiders during our journey. Lu Qiuming shot him a glance, suggesting, could it be that your disguise was insufficient, and someone recognized you while passing through nearby towns? Chun Ping fell into self-doubt, hastily retrieving a bronze mirror from the carriage to scrutinize his reflection. It's not about the disguise. We likely exposed ourselves the moment we departed. Mu Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Chun Ping and Lu Qiuming were startled, turning to Mu Feng. Young master, are you implying that there is a traitor in the Mu residence? Chun Ping asked incredulously. What you say makes sense. These assailants came prepared. harboring murderous intent aimed directly at us. Lu Qiumeng inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness as she continued. Had they not recognized our identities beforehand, they wouldn't have been so well prepared. Who could have betrayed us? Chen Ping seethed. Whoever arranged our transportation is the traitor. Mu Fengke replied coldly. Lu Qiumeng and Chen Ping exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Mu Yan? This covert expedition, including the carriage and provisions, had been arranged by Mu Yan. If they had indeed been exposed, it could only mean Mu Yan had informed others. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. If Mu Yan has indeed leaked information, we would have already been exposed upon entering the central state. Chen Ping's complexion turned pale. Lu Qiumeng's face blanched as she said, So, the reason we could so easily enter various cities in central state without thorough inspections is that they deliberately allowed us passage? Mu Feng took a deep breath, his expression growing grave. It must be so. The 6 I have slain were likely merely the first wave of probing assailants. Before Mu Feng could finish his thought, a signal flare erupted from the depths of the forest. Soon after, torches appeared all around, illuminating the dark woods. The trio looked around, their faces darkening. Surrounding them were soldiers clad in black armor, holding torches, forming an impenetrable encirclement. At the forefront of this formation stood a burly man in silver armor, wielding a spear and riding a white horse, approaching slowly. Chapter 25. The White Horse Spear Master. Meng Chao, the silver-armored man, appeared to be around 20, with a fair complexion and striking features, though his eyes were filled with indifference. The White Horse Spear Master, Meng Chao. Chen Ping's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the silver-armored man, his demeanor turning somber. Mu Feng, too, felt the tension in his muscles rise as he sensed a profound threat. This man was undoubtedly stronger than the black-clad elder by the side of the third prince. Meng Chao. Could it be the one ranked 10th on the imperial list? Lu Qiumeng gasped, her face paling. The imperial list, Mu Feng had heard, was a roster personally issued by the emperor of the Great Qin, featuring the young talents of the imperial city. There were only 10 slots on this list, and anyone who made it was considered a paragon of the younger generation. Mu Feng never expected to encounter a genius from the imperial list. Could it be that Meng Chao was hired by Prince Yu or Prince Lu at great expense? The elite black-armored guards closed in, encircling Mu Feng and his companions. Chen Ping, you're no match for me. Surrender, Meng Chao proclaimed, towering on his steed, disregarding Mu Feng and Lu Qiumeng entirely. Meng Chao, as a genius on the imperial list, how could you willingly act as a lackey for Prince Yu and Prince Lu? Chen Ping retorted, gripping his sword tightly. You talk too much. Meng Chao's expression turned frigid as he swept his spear through the air, its momentum fierce as a dragon. Clang! Chen Ping unleashed his full vitality, drawing his sword in a fierce counterattack. Their weapons clashed violently, causing the air to erupt in sparks. Chen Ping was sent reeling back, spitting blood, while Meng Chao remained steady, resolutely seated upon his horse. Impressive, Lu Qiumeng observed, her eyes filled with trepidation. She was aware of Chen Ping's prowess. He was indeed a peak expert in the lung storage realm, with over a decade of military experience, making him a formidable opponent. Yet, against Meng Chao, he exhibited no ability to retaliate. Though we are both peak experts in the lung storage realm, the gap between us is insurmountable. You are not my equal. If you wish to live, surrender. My patience is limited. Meng Chao's gaze was cold and indifferent, fixed upon Chen Ping. A flicker of despair crossed Chen Ping's eyes as he struggled to stand, his right hand gripping his sword. I can go with you, but you must spare them. Meng Chao glanced at Mu Feng and Lu Qiumeng, a mocking smile curling his lips. Why do you have to negotiate? If you come with me, they will die. You. Chen Ping seethed with outrage. Enough chatter. Come here and surrender. If you continue to waste words, I won't hesitate to kill you as well. Prince Yu and Prince Lu only said to bring you to meet them. They never specified you had to be alive. Just then, a flash of sword light surged toward Meng Chao with blinding speed. Meng Chao's brow furrowed slightly as he coldly snorted, thrusting his spear to intercept the attack. The sound of the clash resonated, followed by a melodic sword cry, its power surging exponentially. Sword intent. Meng Chao's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, landing heavily, and retreated several steps, unleashing a sweeping strike with his spear to dispel the sword light. Who? Meng Chao turned sharply. finally noticing the black-clad youth he had previously ignored, advancing towards him with a sword in hand. One sword to slay. The sword was drawn with killing intent akin to a dragon roaring in fury. Without hesitation, Meng Chao executed a counterattack, the spear's brilliance flashing like lightning. The tips of their weapons collided, sending ripples through the air, forcing Mu Feng back several steps, while Meng Chao staggered back a few paces. Spear intent? Mu Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise. Meng Chao's earlier strike had been masterful, hinting at a burgeoning spear intent. It was evident that he was on the cusp of mastering it. Who are you? Such youth, and yet you wield sword intent. You cannot be an inconspicuous individual. Meng Chao's gaze was fixed upon Mu Feng. Do you not know who I am? Mu Feng replied, his expression curious. If Mu Yin had indeed leaked information, he would have certainly reported all that transpired during the sealing ceremony. Surely, Prince Yu and Prince Lu would not be unaware of Chun Ping and his companions. Could it be that they had not disclosed many details to Meng Chao? Should I know who you are? Meng Chao frowned. Since you do not know, there is no need for you to find out. In a swift motion, Mu Feng lunged at Meng Chao, his sword flashing as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one radiating like a constellation against the night sky, overwhelming Meng Chao. Suddenly, Mu Feng leaped, bringing his sword down with all his might. As Meng Chao raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack, clang! The spear shattered under the force, while the true dragon sword continued its descent towards Meng Chao's brow. What an exquisite spiritual artifact! Who exactly are you? Meng Chao bellowed, retreating swiftly as he stepped back. In that very moment, as Meng Chao withdrew, Mu Feng's eyes radiated a brilliant golden light, his dark pupils instantaneously transforming into resplendent golden orbs. Countless golden phantom eyes materialized around Mu Feng, enveloping Meng Chao entirely. A look of obsession flickered in Meng Chao's eyes, his retreat slowing by a fraction. One misstep leads to another. By the time Meng Chao regained clarity, the true dragon sword was already perilously close, descending from his brow with a swift stroke. With a sickening sound, Meng Chao's eyes widened in shock, a line of blood appearing on his forehead and swiftly spreading throughout his body. Ultimately, before the eyes of many, he was cleaved in two, his blood mingling with entrails, spilling upon the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was Chun Ping, El Xiaomeng, or the nearly 100 black-armored guards nearby, they were all rendered speechless. The 10th on the imperial ranking, known as the Spear King Meng Chao, had perished just like that. Both Chun Ping and El Xiaomeng were aware that Mu Feng had previously slain the black-robed elder beside the third prince. Yet that individual was merely a peak divine, concealed realm cultivator, comparable to Chun Ping in strength. Meng Chao, however, was different. He was a genius ranked 10th on the imperial list, possessing a portion of spear intent and having awakened his bloodline, yet he was still slain by Mu Feng. The two realized they had somewhat underestimated Mu Feng. Conversely, Mu Feng understood that his victory over Meng Chao had an element of luck. Firstly, Meng Chao had underestimated him, dismissing him as insignificant. Secondly, Mu Feng had employed the blood explosion secret technique, which had instantaneously augmented his strength, compounded by his cultivation being stronger than during the king's sealing ceremony, resulting in a terrifying surge in power. Lastly, the true dragon sword in Mu Feng's possession was a supreme spiritual artifact, slicing through iron as if it were mud, enhancing his combat prowess as much as the blood explosion did. Thus, it was this combination that ultimately led to Meng Chao's demise. Otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain. A torrent of crimson energy surged forth from Meng Chao's corpse, entirely absorbed by the celestial coffin within Mu Feng's dantian. Subsequently, Mu Feng's vitality surged once more, propelling his cultivation through the Lungsong realm and achieving the third stage of the divine concealed realm, the Paitsong realm. To Mu Feng's delight, he sensed that the second layer's black iron door within the celestial coffin had opened slightly. Indeed, it was necessary to absorb these crimson energies to unlock the sealed doors of the celestial coffin. Why are you still dawdling? Kill them all. Mu Feng commanded coldly, wielding the true dragon sword and charging recklessly towards the surrounding black armor guards. El Xiaomeng and Chun Ping snapped back to their senses and joined the fray, showing no mercy. They understood that this group could not be allowed to escape. If they did, they might face another wave of ambush. Hence, extermination was imperative. Chapter 26. A night of murder beneath the darkened moon, a night of murder beneath the darkened moon. In the depths of the night, within the dense woods, carnage spread like wildfire. No. One by one, the fleeing black armored guards fell, transforming into heaps of corpses. Blood soaked the surrounding trees and earth, turning the area into a veritable hellscape. A flash of sword light sliced through the darkness of the forest, piercing a black armored guard hiding in the bushes with deadly precision. Mu Feng slowly withdrew the true dragon sword, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the blade. Muttering softly, "The last one," creak. In that instant, a heavy and muffled sound of a door opening resonated from the celestial coffin within Mu Feng's dantian. Mu Feng momentarily froze, then his face lit up with wild joy. After continuously absorbing the crimson energy through the slaughter, the second layer's grand door within the celestial coffin had finally opened completely. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng refrained from hastily inspecting the celestial coffin. A battle had just transpired here. Lingering would be unwise. He resolved to examine the second layer of the celestial coffin only after he had distanced himself to a safe location. Whoosh! Two figures swiftly approached and stood respectfully behind Mu Feng. "Young master, the black armored guards fleeing to the east have been dealt with. The black armored guards fleeing north have also been eliminated." El Xiaoming and Qin Ping reported their achievements. Mu Feng nodded, stating, "The black armored guards of the west and south have also been vanquished. We must depart. What's the nearest city from here?" Qin Ping retrieved a map from his pocket, scrutinizing it by the torchlight. "It is Deer City." "Excellent. From this moment forth, we will separate, change our clothes and disguises, and regroup in Deer City. The signal for our meeting point will be a black garment hanging from a window," Mu Feng instructed solemnly. El Xiaoming and Qin Ping exchanged glances, showing no disagreement. Given that they had already been discovered, continuing to act together posed a significant risk of exposure. Separating was indeed the wisest course of action. "What about Miss Mu Yao?" El Xiaoming pointed towards the carriage and inquired. "Leave her to me," Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. After the trio had once again disguised themselves, Mu Feng watched as El Xiaoming and Qin Ping departed. Once their figures completely vanished from his sight, Mu Feng approached the carriage, lifted the curtain, and gently placed the slumbering Mu Yao into the celestial coffin. After completing these tasks, Mu Feng urged the horse. With a startled whinny, the horse bolted, pulling the carriage in the opposite direction of the imperial city, galloping away in a panic. Having accomplished this, Mu Feng soared towards the imperial city. Shortly thereafter, two figures appeared like phantoms in the area. Both donned sinister black masks, their dark attire blending seamlessly with the night. "Meng Chao has failed, and all the soldiers assigned to him are dead," one of the cloaked figures stated coldly. "The prince has underestimated Mu Feng. This young man possesses the strength to rank among the top on the imperial list." The other replied gravely, "These are tracks." Suddenly, the first cloaked figure crouched down, running his hand over the tracks nearby. "These tracks have only just appeared. They fled south after the slaughter." "South?" "The imperial city lies to the north. If they are heading south, do they not intend to go to the imperial city?" The second questioned in confusion. "That is likely. Meng Chao was exceptionally strong, and Qin Ping is no match for him. Even Mu Feng must have paid a considerable price to slay Meng Chao." The first cloaked figure rose, gazing southward. "I believe Mu Feng and Qin Ping must have sustained severe injuries, realizing that reaching the imperial city is a faint hope. They must have retreated." The second cloaked figure nodded in agreement. This explanation was indeed reasonable. "The death of Meng Chao necessitates my return to report to the prince. You follow the wheel tracks to pursue, and mobilize forces to intercept. We must not allow them to escape." After issuing several stern instructions, the first cloaked figure vanished into the woods. The remaining cloaked figure confirmed the direction of the tracks and swiftly set off in pursuit. After traversing several dozen miles, Mu Feng's expression shifted as he felt his vitality rapidly deplete, leaving him exceedingly weak. Alas! The side effects of the blood explosion secret technique are truly troublesome. Mu Feng sighed, nimbly climbing a towering tree and sitting cross-legged on a sturdy branch. Once the blood explosion secret technique is invoked, its duration lasts for the length of an incense stick. After that duration, one's vitality will plummet to the extreme, plunging into a state of weakness that requires at least 10 hours to recover. In this weakened state, Mu Feng's power had completely diminished from the divine concealed realm. Should a divine concealed realm assassin find him now, Mu Feng would be in grave peril. After confirming that there were no dangers in the vicinity, Mu Feng's consciousness sank into the celestial coffin. When Mu Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself once more within the grand and majestic expanse of the vast celestial mausoleum. His gaze immediately fell upon the black iron door deep within the first layer. To his astonishment, the black iron door had fully opened. Mu Feng hurriedly approached and stepped through the door. What startled him was that beyond the door lay a desolate ruin. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling tower, atop which was embedded a rusted broken sword. Clang! Suddenly, the broken sword at the tower's peak emitted an earth-shattering resonance, a wave of sword energy soaring into the sky, leaving behind a phrase in midair. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword casts a cold light over 19 states. Mu Feng silently recited the phrase formed by the heavenly sword energy, his heart brimming with awe. It appeared that the second layer also housed a venerable sword immortal. Opening the second layer of the chaotic celestial coffin grants 1. The indestructible sword, the sword of the immortal sword monarch. A grand and indifferent voice resounded from the depths of the celestial mausoleum. The sound was familiar to Mu Feng. It had been the same voice that announced the commencement of the first layer. Soon after, he noticed a broken sword embedded in the ruins atop the tower, trembling violently before it shot forth and landed before him. Mu Feng's expression stiffened as he stared blankly at the unsightly blade at his feet. So the reward for opening the second layer of the celestial coffin is not a legacy, but a rusted fragment of sword. Is this all that the indomitable sword monarch has left behind? He called out into the depths of the celestial tomb, but only his echo returned. This is quite disappointing. After all my efforts to unlock the second layer, you couldn't at least leave me some form of inheritance? A mere broken sword seems rather stingy, doesn't it? Unyielding, Mu Feng knew that this broken sword must possess some significance. But look at its condition. Even if it were once extraordinary, it now resembled nothing more than scrap metal. Could it truly be of any use? Suddenly, as if responding to his thoughts, the sword emitted a resonant hum, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sent Mu Feng sprawling backward, landing unceremoniously. Struggling to his feet, he watched as the sword flew back towards him, mercilessly aiming to strike. Could it be that this broken sword possesses sentience? Is it truly incensed? Alarmed, Mu Feng fled, initiating a chase through the vast celestial tomb, pursued by the sword. An hour later, breathless and exhausted, Mu Feng collapsed onto the ground. The broken sword hovered before him, its rusted blade gently tapping against his face, reminiscent of a ruffian taunting a helpless scholar. Next time, will you dare to provoke me again? Resigned, Mu Feng lay sprawled on the ground, secretly astonished. In his understanding, neither exquisite spirit weapons nor more advanced artifacts could exhibit such vitality. This broken sword felt more like a living entity than an inanimate object. It could express anger, excitement, and even seek vengeance. What rank of weapon could this broken sword possibly be? As Mu Feng's face became increasingly bruised from the sword's playful taps, the sword's energy finally dissipated. It circled him once before embedding itself beside him. Casting a glance at the sword, Mu Feng hesitated for a moment before grasping the hilt. When he felt no immediate reaction from the sword, he sighed in relief and began to examine it closely. Intricate characters inscribed on the hilt read indomitable. Despite its unsightly appearance, the moment he held it, Mu Feng could distinctly sense a powerful sword intent contained within. This sword intent had endured through countless years, remaining eternal and sharp. With his eyes gently closed, Mu Feng immersed himself in contemplation, gradually entering a profound state of enlightenment. The sword emitted a piercing sound, and waves of sword energy surged forth, creating a terrifying storm around him. Time became irrelevant as he remained enraptured in this state, until he abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, a sword-shaped mark manifested. Anyone meeting his eyes at that moment would surely be blinded, as if pierced by two blades. Simultaneously, his heart crystallized into a sword shape. His sword heart had taken form. In that instant of enlightenment, Mu Feng had condensed his sword heart. The sword heart is a coveted goal pursued by countless sword cultivators throughout history. Only by forming a sword heart can a sword cultivator advance further along the path of the sword, ultimately achieving the status of a sword immortal. Without a sword heart, no matter how strong one's comprehension or talent, the dream of becoming a sword immortal remains forever unattainable. Undoubtedly, Mu Feng, having attained his sword heart, held the promise of becoming a sword immortal in the future. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a strike with the sword. The broken sword resonated harmoniously, and a terrifying sword energy soared into the heavens, cleaving the sky and racing for miles, crashing toward the firmament. The perpetual gray mist above the celestial tomb was violently torn apart, resembling the end of the world. This broken sword possesses such formidable power? Mu Feng stared in astonishment at the rift in the sky, but then his vision blurred, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The backlash from this strike exceeded anything he could withstand at his current level. Truly, it was a troublesome companion. From the depths of the celestial tomb, a faint sigh echoed. Shortly thereafter, a ray of celestial light surged forth, merging with Mu Feng's being. The convulsions ceased, and he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found the day had brightened, and he was sprawled across a tree trunk, his posture utterly disheveled. Quickly rising, he attempted to circulate his energy, relieved to find that the side effects had dissipated. I remember grasping that broken sword last night, leading to my enlightenment of the sword heart. Overjoyed, I struck out a sword and nearly lost my life in the process. He recalled the events of the previous night with a cold sweat. The pain from the backlash was still vivid in his memory. In that moment, he truly felt death looming close. Who saved me? Could it have been the entity within the celestial coffin? Mu Feng's gaze flickered as he recalled, just before losing consciousness. The surge of celestial light from the depths of the tomb. It was this celestial light that had spared his life. With this thought, he returned his consciousness to the celestial coffin. Upon entering, the broken sword joyfully darted around him like a tail-wagging puppy, even eagerly presenting its hilt, hoping for another strike from Mu Feng. With a swift motion, Mu Feng batted the sword away, exclaiming, "Get away! You nearly caused my demise, and yet you dare to approach me." The sword twirled midair, emitting a plaintive sound, before darting after Mu Feng once more, intent on a strike. What a ruthless creature! Does it hold such a grudge? It continues to pursue me? An hour later, Mu Feng lay defeated on the ground, his cheeks swollen from the sword's relentless taps. His demeanor one of utter dejection. He called out repeatedly into the depths of the celestial tomb, his voice hoarse from shouting. Unfortunately, there was no response. Disheartened, he withdrew his consciousness from the celestial coffin. It was time to set forth. Leaping down from the tree trunk, Mu Feng oriented himself before making his way towards Deer City. Upon arrival, he observed that the guards were conducting thorough inspections of a group comprising 2 men and a woman. He silently rejoiced at his decision to separate from his companions, for passage would have been far more challenging otherwise. Using their prearranged method, Mu Feng reunited with Lu Qiumeng and Chen Ping, establishing their next meeting place and code before parting ways once more. Within the imperial city, at the residence of the Prince of Reputation, the Prince and the Prince of Flow sat opposite each other, engrossed in a game of chess. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask, silently appeared in the hall, standing with bowed head, waiting patiently. After a brief interval, the Prince of Reputation, having made a move, laughed heartily. "Prince of Flow, I concede." The Prince of Flow frowned, shaking his head. "Your chess skills remain unparalleled, Prince of Reputation. I wonder when I will be able to defeat you." The Prince of Reputation smiled slightly, then sipped his tea before turning to the cloaked figure. "Mu Feng and Chen Ping should have been dealt with by now," he remarked casually. The Prince of Flow also regarded the cloaked figure, his demeanor indifferent. Both princes were confident in the success of this assassination, having made ample preparations, even hiring the renowned Meng Chao, ranked 10th on the imperial list. As long as they remained within the realm of Qi Si, their forces were practically invincible. "Your Highness, the operation has failed." The cloaked figure bowed low. Crack! The previously tranquil Prince of Reputation shattered his teacup, abruptly lifting his gaze to fixate on the cloaked figure. The Prince of Flow also furrowed his brow, coldly questioning, how could it fail with Meng Chao involved? The cloaked figure, drenched in cold sweat, continued, "Meng Chao is dead." Both the Prince of Reputation and the Prince of Flow's pupils constricted in disbelief. They never anticipated that Meng Chao had perished. This is indeed a genius who has preliminarily grasped the essence of martial arts. and with peak proficiency in the divine concealment realm, who could possibly rival him? My subordinates have investigated the scene. Meng Chao must have perished at the hands of Mu Feng. The man in black hurriedly reported. It seems we have underestimated Mu Feng. The fact that even Meng Chao was no match for him places him among the elite of the imperial rankings. The Prince of Reputation's expression darkened. The King of Flowing Gold inquired, "Where's Mu Feng now?" My plans with the Prince of Reputation around the imperial city extend beyond just Meng Chao. The man in black quickly responded. We discovered that Mu Feng's carriage had turned back, leading us to speculate that although he killed Meng Chao, he was also gravely injured, thus abandoning his plans to proceed to the imperial city. Rest assured, my lords, I have instructed Black Tiger to rally nearby forces to pursue Mu Feng, and we shall undoubtedly return with his and Chun Ping's heads. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Reputation and the King of Flowing Gold nodded, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Suddenly, urgent footsteps were heard outside the door. A different man in black rushed in, kneeling before the hall. Black Tiger, your timing is impeccable. Black Dragon mentioned you would be tracking Mu Feng's group. I assume you have secured their heads by now? The Prince of Reputation lifted a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely as he inquired. Black Tiger prostrated deeply, fear evident in his voice. My lord, I am deserving of death. Mu Feng employed a cunning tactic to lure me away. I was deceived. What do you mean? The Prince of Reputation's expression soured. My subordinate followed the tracks and indeed found Mu Feng's carriage, but it was empty. Black Tiger lowered his head, bitterness lacing his words. Crack! The Prince of Reputation crushed a second teacup, his expression as dark as water, declaring, Useless. Two worthless fools. You sent all nearby forces to pursue that carriage. What if Mu Feng took the opposite route towards the imperial city? Would that not leave us vulnerable and provide him an opportunity? The King of Flowing Gold turned to the Prince of Reputation and said, Do you mean to suggest that Mu Feng and Chun Ping have seized the chance to enter the imperial city? It must be so. This Mu Feng is truly remarkable. Not only does he possess extraordinary martial talent, but his cunning is as profound as the sea. We have all underestimated him. The Prince of Reputation's expression was grim. My subordinates deserve death. I implore you, my lord, to punish us. Black Dragon and Black Tiger hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness. The Prince of Reputation scoffed. At this juncture, what use is punishment? You might as well focus on redeeming yourselves. Chun Ping's arrival at the imperial city is likely to seek an audience with the emperor. The King of Flowing Gold smiled broadly. That works well. The contingency plans we have prepared can now be put to use. The Prince of Reputation and the King of Flowing Gold exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions inscrutable. Chapter 28. The Bureau of Courtesans. 3 days later, Mu Feng arrived safely at the imperial city, reuniting with LQ Dream and Chun Ping through a secret signal. Upon entering the city, Chun Ping was elated, eager to present his evidence to the emperor, but Mu Feng stopped him. Why do you hinder me, young prince? If I present my evidence to his majesty, the Prince of Reputation and the King of Flowing Gold will surely meet their doom. Inside the inn, Chun Ping looked at Mu Feng, puzzled. Mu Feng replied calmly, The Prince of Reputation and the King of Flowing Gold are not fools. Do you think they would be unaware of your purpose in coming to the imperial city? I assure you, if you go to present your case now, not only will you not see the emperor, but you may also lose your life. His words awakened Chun Ping from his reverie. After pondering for a moment, his face turned pale. Young prince, please guide me. The Prince of Reputation and the King of Flowing Gold are royal relatives, their influence firmly established in the imperial city. We must observe the situation carefully. During this time, you and LQ Dream should also gather intelligence while ensuring you remain inconspicuous. Mu Feng looked at Chun Ping and LQ Dream with a serious expression. What about you, young prince? Chun Ping asked curiously. I must visit the Bureau of Courtesans. Mu Feng replied calmly. Chun Ping and LQ Dream's expressions froze, their gazes shifting awkwardly. As night fell, the imperial city was ablaze with lights, especially on Fireworks Street, where the bright lights made the night seem like day. Fireworks Street is a renowned avenue within the imperial city, and any man from the city would exhibit a knowing expression upon hearing its name. The street stretches for 10 li, with most establishments being brothels and pleasure houses. Additionally, there are taverns, tea houses, and food stalls, the sounds of vendors shouting and bustling filling the air. Of course, The most eye-catching are the colorful courtesans lining the streets. Handsome young man, come play with me. Tonight, I shall accompany you to the peaks of Mount Wu to experience the pleasures of ecstasy. Handsome sir, come spend the night. I shall ensure you cannot rise from your bed. When the disguised Mu Feng, Chun Ping, and LQ Dream entered Fireworks Street, they were met with a spectacle. The women of Fireworks Street were indeed bold, unabashedly uttering suggestive phrases before the public, and Mu Feng found it somewhat overwhelming. He glanced at Chun Ping and LQ Dream beside him. Noticing Chun Ping grinning at the women, his smile becoming increasingly unsettling. Meanwhile, LQ Dream, disguised as a man, furrowed her brows, clearly uncomfortable. Mu Feng had initially intended to come alone, but Chun Ping and LQ Dream insisted on accompanying him, claiming they feared he might be deceived by a woman. Reluctantly, Mu Feng acquiesced to their presence. Young master, the heart of Fireworks Street is the Bureau of Courtesans, occupying a third of the entire street. Moreover, the courtesans within are all of unparalleled beauty. Chun Ping eagerly introduced, his expression lewd, drawing a disdainful look from LQ Dream. Are you aware of Hua Wuqing? Mu Feng asked calmly. Certainly, Hua Wuqing is renowned as the foremost courtesan of the imperial city, a dream for countless men of Deqin. Chun Ping spoke confidently, continuing, moreover, her fame extends beyond Deqin, reaching into neighboring dynasties such as the Yuan, the Zhou, and the Yun, making her a household name. I wish to meet her, Mu Feng stated matter-of-factly. Chun Ping displayed a troubled expression, saying, young master, that may prove difficult. Hua Wuqing's reputation is so great that she seldom receives guests. It is said that even the crown prince once issued a decree to meet her, but was unsuccessful. Oh, even the crown prince cannot meet her? Mu Feng expressed surprise. Indeed, Hua Wuqing is celebrated for her dual talents in poetry and swordsmanship. She established 2 challenges within the Bureau of Courtesans, one for poetry and one for swordplay. She once declared that if anyone could surpass both challenges, she would accept them as a guest and allow them to indulge. While there have been those who succeeded in the first challenge within the imperial city, none have yet conquered the second. Chun Ping shook his head, looking at Mu Feng. Young master, with your talent, overcoming the swordplay challenge should be easy, but the poetry. Chun Ping's implication was clear. He regarded Mu Feng as a mere brute skilled in combat, but lacking in literary finesse. Let's go take a look first, Mu Feng said with interest. Along the way, he and Chun Ping chatted, learning much about the culture surrounding courtesans. This world's courtesan culture is quite similar to that of ancient times in the past. Here, brothels are ranked in tiers. The lowest tier consists of establishments like brothels and shanties, typically named after their rooms or classes. These places are straightforward, catering to the common folk and soldiers. A tier above are the courtesans, known for their elegant names, usually named after gardens or pavilions, focusing on entertainers who sell their talents rather than their bodies. These entertainers are quite skilled in various arts, appealing mainly to the elite, scholars, and dignitaries. Thus, patrons primarily visit to enjoy music, engage in poetry, and converse with the talented women. If one possesses sufficient talent to impress a courtesan, they may enjoy a complimentary exchange with the courtesan, elevating themselves to the esteemed status of a free patron. Of course, if one possesses enough wealth, they may also engage deeply with the courtesan. The highest tier is the Bureau of Courtesans, an official establishment primarily serving the nobility and those of high status. The women here are predominantly the relatives of convicted officials. Because their family members have committed offenses, they have been implicated, relegated to the Bureau of Courtesans, and classified as entertainers, with no option for redemption. If the women in brothels are akin to professionally trained actresses meant to please men, then the official courtesans of the Bureau resemble refined ladies of the aristocracy. Since most of the courtesans in the Bureau are the daughters of convicted officials, they have received a good education from a young age, endowing them with a unique grace that is unparalleled by the entertainers of the brothels. The heart of the entertainment district lies within the Bureau, occupying a third of the entire area. The top courtesan of the Bureau, regardless of her beauty, talent, or demeanor, far surpasses the entertainers in the other brothels. Of course, the Bureau is a true den of luxury, one that the average person cannot afford. Soon, the trio arrived at the Bureau. Upon their arrival, their eyes were immediately drawn to the exquisite architecture, the vibrant lights, and the multitude of stunning women. An older matron, with a hint of seduction in her demeanor, spotted the three, and sauntered over, fanning herself gracefully. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Which lady are you searching for tonight?" she inquired with a flirtatious glance at Mufong. He, however, subtly withdrew his arm and replied, "Is Hua Wuqing available?" The matroness expression faltered, her enthusiasm noticeably waning. "Ah, you seek Hua Wuqing. At this rate, the other courtesans will soon be neglected. Is there a problem?" Mufong asked. The matron smiled. "No problem at all. It's just that Hua Wuqing has her own rules. One must pass her challenges before she will entertain guests. Since her arrival at the bureau, no one has ever succeeded in her tests. I advise you not to waste your silver and instead choose another courtesan. I have come specifically for Hua Wuqing, so let us not waste time. Please take us to her," Mufong urged, tossing a silver coin to the matron. With the silver in her hand, the matron beamed and led the trio deeper into the bureau. Hua Wuqing, as the most celebrated courtesan of the bureau, resided in the grandest pavilion, Lanyue Pavilion. Outside this pavilion stood a massive platform, upon which were neatly arranged 81 wooden figures. Each figure held a wooden sword, standing motionless. Beside the platform hung a banner inscribed with the character Chrysanthemum. Upon arriving at Lanyue Pavilion, the trio found the area around the platform packed with guests, numbering in the hundreds. Mufong was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. The popularity of Hua Wuqing was astonishing. Even without direct access to her, so many still gathered to support her. Was this the power of scarcity marketing? As he surveyed the crowd, he fell into contemplation. With Mufeng's generous payment, the matron promptly arranged for them to sit in a prime location. As they settled in, two scholars, one stout and the other slender, were engaged in an animated discussion. Hua Wuqing truly is a remarkable woman. Her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are exceptional, and her intellect far exceeds that of those dull scholars in the academy. In my opinion, her musical talent is unparalleled, although the crown prince has never seen her face. Her solo performance of Ding Feng Bo inspired him to reach new heights in his cultivation. So that's the hidden story behind it. No wonder the crown prince did not pursue her for her earlier indiscretion. Indeed, otherwise, why would so many uncouth warriors be present today? They are here simply to hear a performance of Ding Feng Bo. The bureau announced that any who passed the martial challenge tonight would earn the chance to listen to it. It's no surprise it's so lively today. I've seen several prodigies from the imperial decree in attendance. Alas, such a cultured place as Lanyue Pavilion is being disrupted by these boorish warriors. The two scholars continued their unabashed discussion, their disdain for the martial artists evident, drawing glares from those around them. Yet, to Mufeng's surprise, despite their visible displeasure, no one dared to confront them. It seemed these scholars held a notable status. Observing quietly, Mufeng noticed three individuals who drew his attention. They occupied the prime seats at the east, west, and south. The woman seated at the east was striking and donned soft armor, her gaze cold and noble. A woman in the bureau unimpeded was certainly of high status. The gentleman in the yellow robe at the south exuded an aura of authority, his sharp eyes cutting through the air. The man in plain clothing at the west kept his eyes half closed, silent, yet an invisible sword energy emanated from him, causing those nearby to shy away. Suddenly, a melodious sound akin to flowing water filled Lanyue Pavilion. The music, reminiscent of serene mountain streams and gentle breezes, enveloped the audience, silencing the crowd as they absorbed the enchanting melody. Mufeng slowly closed his eyes, discovering that the tune deepened his understanding of the sword path. Could music truly guide one's comprehension of realms? He marveled at the unseen Hua Wuqing. His curiosity piqued further. As the performance concluded, a profound silence enveloped the venue. All present sat quietly, eyes half closed, reflecting on the insights the music had imparted. No wonder Hua Wuqing was hailed as the finest courtesan in the imperial city. Her musical prowess alone eclipsed that of countless courtesans. The expenditure was well worth it, Mufeng thought, filled with admiration. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as a woman in palace attire emerged from Lanyue Pavilion, bowing to the crowd. Thank you all for attending. As per tradition, if anyone can pass both the literary and martial challenges, they may enter Lanyue Pavilion to meet Hua Wuqing. Those who only pass the martial challenge will be treated to Ding Feng Bo, while those who pass the literary challenge will hear Qin Yu, and upon hearing this, the scholarly audience stirred with anticipation, excitement coloring their faces. The literary heart is essential for scholars to reach enlightenment. Only by nurturing this essence can one attain such a status. The chance to experience Qing Yu, and which could lead to such enlightenment, sent ripples of enthusiasm through the scholars. I must succeed in the literary challenge. I will cultivate my literary heart and astonish my father, who often berates me for my ineptitude, one rotund scholar exclaimed, jiggling with excitement, while his lean companion flailed his arms in a frenzy of enthusiasm. The martial challenge involved the intricate formation of 99 wooden figures. To enter, participants must suppress their strength to the first level of the heart-preserving realm, matching strikes until enduring 100 exchanges to succeed. The literary challenge required composing a poem on the theme of chrysanthemum to be evaluated by Hua Wuching herself. After the matron's dignified explanation of both challenges, she smiled and announced, "You may now begin. Those attempting the martial challenge may step onto the platform, while those attempting the literary challenge can find writing materials on the table and submit their poems to me." As she finished speaking, the scholars eagerly set to work composing their verses. "Is there anyone willing to attempt the martial challenge?" The matron scanned the crowd, her gaze landing on the three prominent figures at the east, west, and south. "I shall go first." A young man in white leaped on a platform. He radiated vitality, revealing his cultivation at the lung-preserving realm, but he quickly restrained his energy to the heart-preserving realm. With a clang, he drew a long spear, stepping forward to engage the wooden figures. In that instant, the 81 wooden figures sprang to life, moving with agility and wielding their wooden swords, swiftly encircling the platform. With a crash, one figure sent a body flying, landing clumsily on the ground. The man in white failed to even make a single move before his defeat. A profound silence descended upon the arena. All eyes were riveted in shock at this scene. The man in white was no ordinary fighter, a master of the lung-song realm, yet he fell with such astonishing swiftness. Sword intent, Mu Feng displayed an expression of surprise the moment the wooden figure attacked. He immediately sensed the enigmatic sword intent emanating from the wooden sword. Although it was merely a rudimentary grasp of sword intent, it was wielded by 81 wooden figures, working in perfect harmony, under the constraint of suppressed realms. Enduring 100 moves in a direct confrontation was exceedingly arduous. Mu Feng finally comprehended that within the vast imperial city, few could surmount the martial barriers set by Hua Wuching. Chun Ping and El Chuyue exchanged bitter smiles, their eagerness thoroughly extinguished. This martial barrier was akin to climbing the heavens for the two of them. Subsequently, one martial artist after another stepped onto the stage to challenge. Yet the outcome was predictable. None could last through 100 moves, and only a scant few managed to endure even 50. Gradually, the challengers dwindled, and the high platform grew increasingly desolate. The spectators were not fools. Those who initially dared to engage were already renowned masters. If even these experts could not breach the martial barrier, then those of lesser strength would be wise not to subject themselves to humiliation. "I shall give a try." After a brief lull, a man in a yellow robe seated at the southernmost position rose, letting out a long cry as he leaped onto the high platform. The aura of the yellow-robed man surged dramatically, his vigorous vitality akin to an unfathomable ocean, moving all present. Truly, he was the fourth-ranked genius of the imperial list. The ninth prince's talent was indeed formidable. Merely half a year ago, he had been at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. Yet now he had broken through to the Qi-Si realm. The crowd erupted in excitement, many gazing at the yellow-robed man with eager anticipation. The cool, composed woman in the corner and the unadorned swordsman simultaneously opened their eyes, turning their attention to the stage. After reaching the peak of his aura, the yellow-robed man swiftly suppressed it down to the heart concealment realm before charging into the sword formation. "So he's the ninth prince. What astonishing speed." Mu Feng gazed at the yellow-robed man, who moved like lightning, his expression one of realization. Xiao Shui had once informed him that among the royal offspring, the third prince was inconsequential. The true threats were the crown prince, the ninth prince, and the princess. The ninth prince did not confront the wooden figures directly. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary agility to evade, soon surpassing 100 moves with ease. He ultimately exited the high platform with grace, earning resounding applause. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, on successfully passing the martial barrier." The woman in palace attire smiled warmly. The Ninth Prince nodded, picking up a piece of parchment from the table and handing it to her. The woman accepted the parchment and passed it to a maid beside her, who then took it into the Lingua pavilion, evidently for Hua Wuqing to review. Your Highness, it is your turn. The ninth prince turned to the cool woman at the easternmost position, smiling. The woman remained silent, leaping into action as she too unleashed her aura, subsequently suppressing her realm. To Mu Fang's astonishment, she, too, was of the Qi Si realm, and her aura surpassed that of the ninth prince. This is the princess, a genius second only to the crown prince among the royal offspring. Her rank on the imperial list is third. Chen Ping explained quietly. Upon the princess's appearance, numerous men in the crowd gazed at her in awe, entranced by her presence. With an oval face, a high nose, and captivating crescent-shaped eyes, complemented by her commanding aura, she was indeed a rare beauty. However, the most striking feature of the princess was her remarkable presence. Clang! After suppressing her realm, the princess drew a golden knife from her waist, her delicate feet lightly tapping as she charged into the sword formation. To Mu Fang's astonishment, the princess faced the wooden figures head-on, without evasion, engaging them directly. Her knife techniques were fierce and expansive, imbued with tremendous momentum. What captured Mu Fang's attention further was that the princess had mastered the knife intent, executing her strikes with incredible speed, each slash following the last like an unending tide. After surpassing 100 moves, the princess forced back the wooden figure before her and leaped from the high platform, somewhat disheveled. At that moment, her complexion was flushed, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating the pressure she endured from facing 100 moves head-on. Nevertheless, this still left the entire audience in astonishment. While the ninth prince had triumphed effortlessly through evasion, the princess had faced the challenge directly. The contrast was striking. Indeed, the ninth prince's expression darkened. His avoidance of direct confrontation with the wooden figures stemmed from a lack of confidence, employing cunning instead. Now, witnessing the princess's unwavering resolve to endure 100 moves, he realized the gap between them had widened. This revelation left the ninth prince feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Congratulations, princess! Will you challenge the literary barrier now? The woman in palace attire bowed to the princess with a radiant smile. The princess shook her head, replying, Hua Wuqing is exceptionally gifted. Those scholars in the literary academy pale in comparison, so I shall not embarrass myself. With that, the princess succinctly returned to her seat. Is there anyone else? The woman in palace attire nodded, her gaze falling upon the unadorned swordsman in the westernmost position. The swordsman, with a cold demeanor, stepped forward and leaped onto the high platform. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon him, creating a stir. Even the scholars composing poetry were momentarily distracted. Who is this person? Mu Feng inquired. Song Lan, the foremost swordsman on the imperial list. Chen Ping replied with reverence. He is universally acknowledged as the greatest sword practitioner of the Great Qin, having comprehended sword intent at an early age, and is said to have even grasped the initial essence of the will of the sword. Chen Ping expressed his admiration. The rankings from 2nd to 10th frequently change, but the first has remained constant. Song Lan is a true genius of the sword path. And though your cultivation may not match Song Lan's, in terms of sword talent, you are undoubtedly his equal. Chen Ping nodded in agreement, recalling the sealing ceremony battle where he observed Mu Feng's sudden enlightenment of the will of the sword. However, Mu Feng's rise had been too recent, and he remained relatively unknown. Absurd. Song Lan is recognized as the greatest swordsman of the Great Qin. Claiming your young master is not inferior to him is akin to a frog in a well. Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed from the side. Chapter 30. A sword breaking the formation. Mu Feng turned to see the source of the remark was a plump youth seated nearby. This youth donned the attire of scholar, yet his corpulence made him appear rather awkward. At that moment, he held a brush, his gaze disdainfully fixed upon Mu Feng. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, about to retort, but Mu Feng gestured for him to refrain. There is no need to engage in a battle of wits. Mu Feng shook his head. Chen Ping displayed a sheepish expression, conceding defeat. The plump youth, seeing Mu Feng's reticence to retort, displayed a smug grin, only to be chastised by a lean companion beside him. Lin Long, are you out of your mind? Why strike me? The plump youth glared angrily at his classmate. He merely boasts for amusement. Do you take it seriously? What is with your sarcasm? Have you forgotten the teachings of our master? The lean youth shot a fierce glare at the plump one before turning to Mu Feng, offering a respectful bow. My apologies, fellow. My classmate speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. Mu Feng. Suddenly, a wave of excited murmurs rippled through the crowd, drawing the attention of Mu Feng and others. Song Lan unsheathed the long sword from his back, stepping forth boldly into the sword formation. Clang, clang, clang. Blades of light flashed like lightning, continuously flickering from within the formation. Song Lan's sword was incredibly swift. With each strike, he forcefully repelled the onslaught of wooden figures from all directions. What power! The crowd gasped in awe, utterly captivated by Song Lan's formidable prowess. The ninth prince dared not confront the sword formation head-on, while the princess, albeit valiantly, struggled against the challenge. In stark contrast, Song Lan engaged directly, exuding effortless grace. Observant individuals could easily discern the disparity among the three. The ninth prince and the princess remained transfixed on the sword formation, their expressions imbued with complexity. Song Lan has grown stronger again. The gap between us widens. The princess sighed softly. The ninth prince clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with resentment. Indeed, this is the will of the sword. But Song Lan has merely scratched the surface. Mu Feng silently observed Song Lan as he maneuvered through the sword formation with remarkable agility, internally assessing his capabilities. He has inherited the legacy of Jun Wudi, and his comprehension of the swordsmanship far surpasses that of many sword masters. Although he has only recently achieved enlightenment regarding the will of the sword, he has seamlessly assimilated Jun Wudi's experiences, attaining an exceptionally profound mastery of the sword's essence. Thud, thud, thud. Jian Qinglin unleashed 3 swords in quick succession, forcing back 3 approaching wooden dummies, and then, with an air of nonchalance, he gracefully withdrew from the high platform. Throughout the ordeal, Jian Qinglin maintained an air of calm and composure, as if traversing the sword array was akin to a leisurely stroll in a garden. Truly, as the number 1 prodigy recognized by the imperial decree, the 9-palace sword array posed no challenge for him at all. Indeed, compared to the 9th prince and the princess, Jian Qinglin's experience was remarkably effortless. They were simply on different levels. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and even the proud scholars could not help but praise Jian Qinglin. Congratulations, young Master Jian. Will you attempt the literary challenge? A young woman in palace attire gazed at Jian Qinglin with sparkling eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Jian Qinglin nodded slightly, retrieving a pre-written poem from his bosom and handing it to the young woman. Then he resumed his seat, closing his eyes in anticipation. Esteemed guests, the time limit for the literary and martial challenges is 1 incense stick. The time is drawing near. Please make haste. The palace-attired woman kindly reminded. The scholars, who had been deep in thought, immediately felt a sense of urgency, with some abandoning contemplation altogether to hastily compose their poems and submit them. In contrast, no one else dared to challenge the platform again. Everyone had witnessed the might of the 9-palace sword array, and those who had previously contemplated challenging it quickly extinguished their ambitions, opting not to embarrass themselves. Mu Feng remained unperturbed, pondering for a moment before picking up his writing brush. Chun Ping and El Xiomeng, standing behind him, exchanged surprised glances, not expecting Mu Feng to attempt the literary challenge as well. However, they paid little mind, instinctively assuming Mu Feng was merely participating casually. For martial artists like them, the literary challenge was far more challenging than the martial one. After finishing, Mu Feng signed his name in the lower right corner of the rice paper, Feng Yuan. Given that they were still being pursued by the Luong and Yuang, Mu Feng could not reveal his true name. The name Feng Yuan was derived from his mother's surname and his father's name. After completing his poem, Mu Feng neatly folded the rice paper and stood to approach the high platform. After handing the rice paper to the palace-attired woman, he stepped forward and leaped onto the platform. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Mu Feng. Upon realizing he was an unknown figure, many shook their heads in disapproval, showing little interest. Clearly, everyone assumed Mu Feng was merely setting himself up for embarrassment. This guy really went up there? He's going to get his face beaten black and blue by the wooden dummies. How embarrassing. The plump one looked at Mu Feng on the stage with astonishment. Shaking his head, the slender one gave him a playful hit and said, "Have you finished your poem? Are you still in a mood to watch others make fools of themselves?" The plump one rubbed his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he lowered his head to continue writing. The 9th prince, the princess, and Jian Kanglin all closed their eyes in meditation, not even glancing at the stage. They were only concerned about the imperial prodigies, showing indifference towards the others, now merely waiting for the time to enter the Lanyu Pavilion to listen to Hua Wuqing's Ding Feng Bo Clang. Mu Feng drew the Jinlong sword, his eyes flashing with a sharp sword light that instantly locked onto a wooden dummy in the southeast corner of the nine-palace sword array. Whoosh! Mu Feng dashed forward in a swift stride toward the southeast. Clang! 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 Within the sword array, wooden dummies surged forward, and wooden swords rained down from all directions, sealing off Mu Feng's path with impenetrable precision. Yet, curiously, as the wooden sword struck, they trembled violently before flying from the hands of the wooden dummies. Orbiting around Mu Feng, one by one, the wooden swords were uncontrollably drawn to him, forming a protective barrier of swords that intercepted the dummy's assault. Without breaking stride, Mu Feng darted like a bolt of lightning across the entire sword array, his Jinlong sword aimed directly at the wooden dummy in the southeast. A flash of sword light pierced through the dummy's brow in an instant. Bang! The dummy's head exploded, and it collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the heads of the remaining 80 wooden dummies also burst open, one after another, falling to the ground. The sound of their collapse echoed through the arena, drawing the attention of many. The previously indifferent crowd instinctively looked up, their expressions frozen in shock at the scene unfolding on the high platform. The palace-attired woman's eyes narrowed, her expression one of astonishment. Did he truly break the nine-palace sword array with a single strike? She thought, her mind racing. Am I seeing things? This boy shattered the array, and with just one sword? I must be dreaming. Someone pinch me to see if this is real. Who is this extraordinary individual? To break the array means he must be more formidable than Jian Kanglin. The entire venue erupted into uproar. Whether it was the ninth prince, the princess, or Jian Kanglin, they had merely endured over 100 moves within the sword array. Yet, this suddenly appearing youth in black had dismantled the nine-palace sword array with a single strike. The difference was stark, even monumental. At that moment, the ninth prince, the princess, and Jian Kanglin all opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing at the scene on the high platform in disbelief, their expressions frozen in incredulity. Chapter 31. Breaking through the literary and martial challenges inside the Lanyu Pavilion. Amidst layers of gauzy curtains, a lavishly adorned woman in a red robe, her hair adorned with golden hairpins, languidly reclined on a soft couch. The gauzy curtains obscured her features, yet her graceful figure and alluring silhouette were undeniably captivating. She was none other than the foremost courtesan of the great Qin, Hua Wuqing. Two strikingly beautiful maidservants stood nearby, one grinding ink with delicate fingers while the other waved fragrant fans. The literary circles of the great Qin are becoming increasingly dismal. Each poem crafted is worse than the last. Hua Wuqing tossed a piece of rice paper onto the floor, her tone heavy with exasperation and mockery. The floor was strewn with discarded sheets of poetry penned by those attempting the literary challenge that evening. My lady, it is not just great Qin. The entire Eastern Wilderness literary circles have waned. The maidservant grinding the ink gently set down the ink stick and presented a new stack of rice paper. These are the latest submissions. Would you like to see them? Hua Wuqing shifted her position, resting her right hand beneath her head, and replied, You read them aloud. I shall not look, lest the nonsensical verses offend my eyes. The maidservant stifled a giggle, pulled out a sheet, and began to recite. This poem is by the ninth prince. The structure is rather neat, yet it lacks any artistic depth. This Jian Kanglin indeed harbors lofty aspirations, but alas, his skills are still lacking. He possesses ambition, but no true talent. Hua Wuqing languidly critiqued each poem, none of which satisfied her discerning taste. The maidservant subconsciously picked up the last sheet of paper, only to realize it was the final submission. As she inspected it, she froze in place, resembling a statue. Noticing her maidservant's unusual behavior, Hua Wuqing furrowed her brows and asked, Suya, why have you stopped reading? My lady, the handwriting is atrocious. The maidservant set down the paper, her emotions aflame. But the poem is extraordinary, truly remarkable. Bring it to me, Hua Wuqing commanded, intrigued by the maidservant's excitement. As she took the rice paper, she casually began to read. Such ugly handwriting. However, upon seeing the characters on the rice paper, Hua Wuqing's eyes twitched. She had never encountered such grotesquely distorted writing. Yet, As she examined the verses, her astonishment deepened, and ripples of emotion stirred within her once still heart. A splendid poem. Truly splendid. Hua Wuqing sat up with lightning speed, her flawless hands gripping the rice paper tightly, her gaze fixated upon it. She recited the poem repeatedly, her beautiful eyes ultimately landing on the signature. Feng Yuan? Who is this? Is there such a figure in the imperial city? Hua Wuqing's expression shifted to one of confusion. Two maids shook their heads in unison, indicating they had never heard of such a person. Go summon Hong Yuan. I wish to inquire about her. Hua Wuqing inhaled deeply, returning to her languid reclining position. Yes. Suya bowed slightly and hastily departed. Moments later, the maid in palace attire was brought in. Hong Yuan, do you know who this Feng Yuan is? Hua Wuqing asked nonchalantly. The palace-attired maid knelt on the ground, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I know. Of course I know. Truly, the madam possesses foresight. She knows that I have come to report on matters concerning Feng Yuan. Hua Wuqing, momentarily bewildered, thought, I merely asked casually. How did that become foresight? The ninefold sword array has been broken. The one who shattered it is none other than Feng Yuan. The maid's mind involuntarily recalled Mu Feng's striking swordsmanship. Clang! The teacup that Hua Wuqing had been holding slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the floor. This Feng Yuan broke the ninefold sword array? Hua Wuqing exclaimed in shock. How many moves did it take? One move. Hua Wuqing sprang to her feet, lifting her skirt to rush outside, but was firmly restrained by the two maids at her side. Madam, what are you doing? You cannot go out like this. You established these rules yourself. To go out now would be to break them and invite ridicule. The two agile maids managed to halt her impulsive actions. Only then did Hua Wuqing regain her composure. Returning to her bed, I acted rashly. I must meet this Feng Yuan. The palace maid sensed something amiss. Although Feng Yuan's feat of breaking the array was astonishing, it should not have provoked such a reaction from the courtesan. Could it be? The maid's heart raced as a realization struck her. The results of the literary examination have been released, and one person has passed. Feng Yuan. Quickly invite him in. Hua Wuqing commanded. Hong Yuan felt as though thunder had struck her mind. She had not anticipated that the first individual to excel in both literary and martial examinations would appear tonight. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Hua Wuqing's voice rose significantly. Yes. Hong Yuan responded, turning to leave. Outside the moon-holding pavilion. Where did this fellow come from? The ninth prince gazed intently at Mu Feng on the high platform, his brow furrowed. The grand princess silently observed Mu Feng, her beautiful eyes flickering, lost in thought. The will of the sword? And he has completely mastered it. The most affected was Jian Kanglin, who suddenly stood, his cold gaze fixated on Mu Feng. As a fellow swordsman who had initially grasped the will of the sword, he was certainly familiar with its essence. Hey, chubby guy, didn't you just say my lord is inferior to Jian Kanglin? Care to repeat that? Chun Ping shot a sidelong glance at the nearby chubby man, deliberately provoking him. The chubby man turned beet red, covering his face and lowering his head in silence. The crowd's gaze towards Mu Feng transformed entirely. Many began to inquire about his background. Yet, to their astonishment, no one recognized him. It was as if this young man in black had appeared out of nowhere. After breaking the array, Mu Feng descended the platform, but was halted by the hastily approaching palace maid. Young Master Feng, please hold on. Mu Feng paused, looking at the palace maid with a smile. Has Hua Wuqing expressed a desire to meet me? Mu Feng was quite confident in the poem he had composed, for it was a timeless masterpiece from his previous life, renowned across the ages. At his words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Everyone present cast him odd looks. Although Mu Feng's feat of breaking the array had greatly impressed them, none believed he would be granted an audience with Hua Wuqing. After all, her standards required one to excel in both literary and martial examinations. Mu Feng had only succeeded in the martial aspect. This fellow is overly confident. Does he think he could be received by the courtesan just for breaking the martial barrier? Ridiculous. Someone in the crowd scoffed, while the ninth prince remained silent. A hint of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. The grand princess furrowed her brows, subtly shaking her head, clearly thinking Mu Feng's words were somewhat arrogant. The palace maid bowed slightly and smiled. Young Master Feng, your foresight is remarkable. The courtesan requests your presence in her flower chamber for a discussion. Mu Feng nodded, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stepped into the moon-holding pavilion. Instantly, silence enveloped the space. One could hear a pin drop. Chapter 32. a poem that astonished all. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of chatter erupted. No one expected that Hua Wuqing would personally invite a man into the moon-holding pavilion. It was known that when the crown prince sought an audience, he was only permitted into a separate courtyard and never even laid eyes on Hua Wuqing. Yet now, she was inviting Mu Feng into her flower chamber. It was common knowledge that the flower chamber was Hua Wuqing's private space, a place countless men longed to enter but had never succeeded. Now, with her invitation, the implication was unmistakable. My heart is shattered. Though this lad has broken the martial barrier, what merit does he possess to enter the courtesan's inner sanctum? Indeed, we are not convinced. Hong Wan, you must provide us with an explanation. The crowd was in an uproar, their voices raised in indignation, directing their frustrations at the palace maid. Hong Wan, what say you? This person has merely passed the martial barrier, while the outcome was unexpected. The rules dictate one must excel in both literary and martial aspects. I refuse to believe that a mere brute could produce anything of worth in poetry. The chubby man beside Mu Feng shouted loudly, his squinty eyes brimming with discontent, provoking dissatisfaction among several martial artists present. While they grumbled, a group of scholars, equally incensed, began to question if Mu Feng had taken a shortcut. The scene descended into chaos. Hong Wan, surely the moon-holding pavilion must provide an explanation. Otherwise, the evening will not conclude well for you. The ninth prince remarked coolly. The Grand Princess and Jian Kenglin also turned their attention to Hong Wan, their silence nonetheless conveying a clear demand for clarification. Hong Wan maintained her composure, stating, "There is no need for wild speculation. The reason the courtesan invited young Master Feng into the flower chamber is that he has earned her recognition. You see only that he has passed the martial barrier. But in truth, he has also passed the literary barrier. If you doubt it, behold this poem." With that, Hong Wan flicked her sleeve, and a massive banner was cast down from the rooftop of the moon-holding pavilion. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the banner. The crisp autumn wind fills the courtyard. The chrysanthemum blooms in the cold, the fragrance faint, while butterflies find it hard to come. After reading the first two lines, the crowd nodded in agreement. These lines depicted the chrysanthemum blooming defiantly amidst the desolate autumn wind, creating a striking contrast with the bleak season. If in the years to come I were to be the Azure Emperor, I would reward the peach blossoms with a place beside me. As the crowd absorbed the final two lines, a sudden stir rippled through them. The latter lines expressed aspirations through the chrysanthemum, infused with a passionate romanticism that elevated the theme to unprecedented heights, serving as a brilliant climax. Upon reading the entire poem, everyone present fell into a profound silence, lost in the poem's imagery. "Excellent," the chubby scholar exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes wide open, finally revealing their brilliance. This exclamation jolted the crowd from their reverie, and astonished gasps filled the air as they expressed their admiration, fully convinced. An unparalleled verse. This poem is unmatched in the literary world. Quickly transcribe it. Such a magnificent poem must be widely publicized, shared at the first opportunity. In that moment, the crowd erupted into lively discussion, their expressions filled with enthusiasm. Especially among the scholars, excitement made them animated, their faces flushed. "Everyone, let us not disturb the courtesan and young Master Feng tonight. It is time for you to take your leave." Hong Wan bowed to the crowd. "Hong Wan, what about those of us who passed the martial barrier?" The ninth prince interjected abruptly. "Rest assured, ninth prince, the courtesan will fulfill her promise on another occasion. Please take your leave." Hong Wan replied with a gentle smile. The ninth prince's expression darkened, yet he said nothing further, leading his retinue away. "Feng Yuan?" The princess murmured softly, casting a lingering gaze upon the Lanyu pavilion before turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, the vicinity of the pavilion grew markedly desolate, leaving only 5 individuals within. These 5 included El Kayaming, Chun Ping, a stout and a slender scholar, and Jian Kenglin. Jian Kenglin remained seated, his eyes gently closed, utterly still. The stout and slender scholars frequently glanced at El Kayaming and Chun Ping, hastily approaching them. "Esteemed sirs, your young master has entered the Lanyu pavilion and may not emerge until dawn. Might we have a moment to converse?" The stout scholar asked courteously. Chun Ping displayed a wary demeanor, shaking his head in silence. Observing Chun Ping and El Kayaming's indifference, the stout scholar grew anxious and whispered, "You may not be aware, But I am Yang Qi, and my father is the current prime minister. He gestured to the slender scholar beside him, stating, "This is Lin Long, whose father serves as the current imperial censor. We mean no harm. We simply wish to make the acquaintance of your young master." Qin Ping was taken aback, astonished to learn that these seemingly unremarkable scholars had such significant backgrounds. The Dacian dynasty adhered to a bureaucratic system featuring the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, where the prime minister and imperial censor ranked among the highest echelons of power. "Very well. I am grateful for your esteemed attention. Let us converse." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ping nodded. Yang Qi and Lin Long rejoiced, leading Qin Ping and El Kayaming away from the Lanyu Pavilion to another elegant courtyard within the Jiafangxi. "Young Master Jian, why do you linger here alone?" Hong Wan inquired, frowning at Jian Kenglin, who remained solitary. Jian Kenglin, sword in hand, replied coldly, "I await him for a duel." Hong Wan chose not to press further and turned to leave. Upon entering the Lanyu Pavilion, Mu Feng was guided by a maid through corridors, steps, and pavilions, eventually arriving at a garden lush with blossoms. Deep within the garden, amidst the flowers, stood an exquisite chamber. "Young Master Feng, the flower maiden awaits you within this floral abode. I shall not intrude further. Please enter." The maid curtsied and departed. As Mu Feng stepped into the garden, he was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated from within the chamber. The music began gently, gradually rising and falling, ultimately culminating in a fervent crescendo that stirred Mu Feng's very soul, causing his blood to pulse in rhythm with the melody. To his astonishment, he felt his vitality expand and surge along with the music. Immersed among the blossoms, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his energy to be stirred, filling his heart, lungs, and spleen. Eventually, this energy burst forth from his spleen, converging entirely within his liver. The surging vitality relentlessly tempered his liver, rendering it more resilient and abundant. After a brief incense stick's burn, the ethereal music ceased abruptly. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within Mu Feng, and his aura surged, elevating him to a higher level of mastery. At this juncture, he successfully broke through to the 4th realm of the divine abode, the liver realm. "Thank you, Flower Maiden, for your guidance." Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a divine light shimmering within them as he bowed deeply towards the floral chamber. Truly, young Master Feng possesses extraordinary insight. A sultry yet slightly magnetic voice emerged from within the chamber. Merely hearing the voice ignited a warmth within Mu Feng, awakening a rush of impulse in his mind. Alarmed, he forcibly suppressed the unusual sensations coursing through him, his expression growing gravely serious. This flower maiden is indeed no ordinary individual. The mere sound of her voice wields such power. "Young master, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. What are you waiting for?" The flower maiden's alluring voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng strode through the floral array, reaching the threshold of the chamber, and pushed the grand door open. Beyond the door lay a tranquil hall. Crossing the hall, Mu Feng entered an inner chamber, immediately enveloped by an enchanting fragrance. Through layers of gauzy curtains, he could vaguely discern a graceful figure reclining behind them. "Young master, come here." The woman behind the curtain extended her fair, delicate arm, beckoning Mu Feng. At once, he felt a heat rising within him, and lewd images flooded his mind. Realizing something was amiss, Mu Feng slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his black pupils transformed into golden ones. Instantly, the world before his eyes shifted entirely. The room remained unchanged, yet the bed beyond the curtain was empty. It was an exceptionally sophisticated illusion. Mofonless gaze sharpened. Were it not for his golden pupils, he would have been ensnared by the enchantment. After all, the golden pupils could pierce through all illusions, rendering such tricks virtually ineffective. "Young master, what are you waiting for? A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold." The alluring voice echoed once more, but Mu Feng felt an unsettling sensation, for in his eyes, the chamber was utterly vacant. "Fluid Maiden, might you reveal yourself? I have matters of importance to discuss." Mu Feng pondered aloud. "Simply enter. I await you on the bed." The enticing voice coaxed him further. "There is no one on the bed," Mu Feng replied earnestly. Suddenly, silence enveloped the air, creating an awkward atmosphere. Mu Feng maintained his composure and stepped through the curtain, approaching the bed. He nonchalantly seated himself at the table before the bed, pouring himself a cup of tea. How did you see through my ruse? After a prolonged silence, the flower maiden's voice held an unmistakable strain of discomfort. From behind the curtain, the flower maiden was astonished. Her enchantment had reached a remarkable level. No one, not even those in the divine abode or even the Qi realm, could typically unveil it. Fluid maiden, might you step forth for a conversation? I bear no ulterior motives. I simply wish to inquire about someone, Mu Feng stated solemnly. Who? Feng Xiao. Suddenly, a hidden door on the left side of the chamber creaked open, and a woman stepped out briskly. Mu Feng looked up, his gaze revealing astonishment. Clad in a resplendent red robe, adorned with a golden hairpin, her beauty was akin to a blooming flower, with skin like fine jade and a slender neck, particularly accentuated by her captivating phoenix eyes. Her attire, luxurious and noble, would have appeared gaudy on another, yet on her, it exuded an air of elegance. What did you say? Repeat that. The flower maiden's enchanting phoenix eyes glinted with a fierce murderous intent, a terrifying aura flooding the chamber. Mu Feng's expression shifted as he felt his limbs grow rigid, as if ensnared in quicksand, utterly immobile. How could you be so powerful? He was alarmed, realizing he was utterly defenseless against the flower maiden's overwhelming presence. Should she choose to strike him down now, his demise would be inevitable. This woman is exceedingly perilous. Feng Xiao. Mu Feng mustered his courage to repeat her name. He noted that the flower maiden's aura intensified, infused with a palpable murderous intent. How do you know her name? Should you utter a single falsehood, I shall slay you. The flower maiden's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Mu Feng felt a bitter smile creep upon him. He had not anticipated the flower maiden's formidable strength. Had he known, he would never have dared to seek her out. I am her biological son, he declared, bracing himself. The flower maiden furrowed her brows, her aura retracting slightly. You are Mu Feng? Mu Feng exhaled in relief, astonished. You know of me? The flower maiden huffed. Of course I know. When you were born, I held you. Why did you come to find me? She reclined lazily against the bed, her enchanting eyes sizing up Mu Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Feng clasped his hands together and said, Flower maiden, I wish to know everything about my mother. I implore you to share what you know. Having sensed the formidable presence the flower maiden had previously displayed, Mu Feng understood that she was no ordinary individual. She might possess valuable information regarding his mother. The flower maiden shook her head, a flicker of sorrow evident in her eyes. It was Mu Yuan who sent you, wasn't it? That coward has shied away from meeting me for over a decade. Yet, after his death, he sends you in his stead. What a cunning plan. Mu Feng listened in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the flower maiden's words. You are too weak. Knowing your mother's information is of no benefit to you. Just go back, Hua Wuqing said indifferently. However, Huan Yangzi, before Mu Feng could utter another word, Hua Wuqing waved her sleeve, and Mu Feng found himself involuntarily flying backward. Once he steadied himself, he realized he was already outside the garden, while the door to the flower house deep within was firmly shut. Furrowing his brow, Mu Feng stubbornly stepped toward the garden, only to halt at the entrance. An invisible barrier had appeared at some point, preventing him from entering, no matter how forcefully he tried. Suddenly, a whoosh sliced through the air from within the garden, and Mu Feng caught something in his hand. Opening his palm, he found a dagger, with a note attached to its hilt. The note read, Do not mention the name Feng Xiao again. Remember, all words will be known. After reading it, Mu Feng's brow knitted in confusion, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Hua Wuqing's note. He understood that all words referred to his mother Feng Xiao's name. But what will be known mean? By whom would it be known? Why would it be known? Yet, Mu Feng did not take it lightly. He recalled the ending of the story in Mu Yuan's letter. To an ordinary person, that conclusion seemed absurd, and even Mu Feng found it hard to believe. However, he knew this tale was true. His father would not joke about such matters. Throughout his life, Mu Yuan had rarely mentioned his mother's name, as if it were a taboo. Was this the situation Hua Wuqing spoke of? If so, what was his mother's true identity? Just then, another whoosh resonated from within the flower house, and Mu Feng's right hand instinctively reached out, discovering another dagger with a note attached. The holy alchemist Man Miao resides within the martial manor. Mu Feng cast a deep glance at the flower house before turning to leave. Young Master Feng, allow me to escort you to another room to rest. Shortly after he exited the garden, Hong Wan approached, bowing respectfully. After pondering for a moment, Mu Feng nodded and followed her. Though he longed to rush to the martial manor to find Mon Miao, the night had grown late, and it would likely be closed by the time he arrived. It would be wiser to rest at Lanhua Pavilion for the night and visit tomorrow instead. Inside the flower house, Hua Wuqing slowly sat up, retrieving a scarlet jade pendant from her bosom. Upon closer inspection, it was a broken piece, exactly half of the one Mu Feng possessed. I have seen your son. I am not sure what kind of adventures he has experienced, but he has embarked on the path of cultivation once more, and his literary talent is remarkable, truly worthy of being your son. Hua Wuqing tenderly caressed the fiery red jade pendant, her eyes filled with affection and helplessness, continuing, had you chosen not to bear him, you would not have been exposed. For his sake, you lost your freedom. Was it truly worth it? I used to resent him, blame him, even feel it was unfair for you. But now, I feel somewhat relieved because he has finally inquired about you. Aunt Yao, I truly miss you. Chapter 34. Accepting the bet the following morning. Mu Feng practiced throughout the night, feeling refreshed as he opened the door and exited Lanhua Pavilion under the guidance of a maid. He intended to engage Hua Wuqing in conversation, only to be informed that she would not see him, leaving Mu Feng at a loss for words. This woman truly was capricious and enigmatic. Clang! The moment Mu Feng stepped out of Lanhua Pavilion, a sharp sword aura surged toward him, crashing into the ground before him. He halted and looked up, meeting a gaze filled with combat intent. Jian Kanglin, is there something you need? Mu Feng frowned. Jian Kanglin slowly rose, locking eyes with Mu Feng, and declared, Feng Yuan, I wish to duel with you. Are you out of your mind? I'm quite busy. Mu Feng dismissed Jian Kanglin, eager to reach the martial manor and find the holy alchemist, hoping to treat Mu Yao as soon as possible. Jian Kanglin's expression darkened, and he leapt to block Mu Feng's path. Countless talents in the martial manor wish to duel with me, but fail. You dare refuse me? Are you a member of the martial manor? Mu Feng asked in surprise. Jian Kanglin raised his chin proudly, stating, I am the first genius of the martial manor. Mu Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, I can duel with you, but since it is a competition, there must be a wager, correct? Jian Kanglin retorted coldly, What wager do you seek? If I win, I need you to take me into the martial manor to find someone. Mu Feng smiled lightly. Who do you seek? Jian Kanglin inquired, his brow furrowing. The holy alchemist Mon Miao, Mu Feng stated. Jian Kanglin gazed deeply at Mu Feng, puzzled. How do you know the holy alchemist is in the martial manor? This information has never been disclosed by us. You only need to answer whether you can or cannot. If you cannot, the duel is void. Mu Feng replied coolly. Jian Kanglin hesitated for a moment before nodding. I can take you to find the holy alchemist. But what if you lose? I'll teach you a sword technique. Mu Feng laughed. Jian Kanglin shook his head. I admit your swordsmanship is superior to mine, but your techniques may not be stronger. You're not qualified to teach me. As Jian Kanglin finished speaking, Mu Feng instantly drew the Jinlong sword, a sword that connects to the divine. With a flash, Mu Feng unleashed a radiant sword light that rose like the sun. Jian Kanglin's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and executed his strongest technique, slicing through the air. Clang! As their blades met, the brilliant sword light extinguished in an instant. Jian Kanglin stood in shock, his right hand empty. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, holding the Jinlong sword, slowly sheathed it. The moment the sword was fully sheathed, Jian Kanglin's sword fell from the air, embedding itself before him. Do you truly think I lack the qualifications to teach you? Mu Feng stated calmly. Jian Kanglin stared blankly at the sword before him, sinking into a long silence. He had spent a night envisioning countless scenarios of combat, but had never imagined he would lose in a single move, and so decisively. The inheritance of Jun Wudi's 3 swords was exquisite and profound, having reached the realm where formlessness surpasses form. Although Mu Feng had only grasped the surface, he could still easily defeat all sword masters of the Great Qin, let alone Jian Kanglin. Of course, Jian Kanglin was stronger than Mu Feng, being a master of the Qi realm. If it were solely a matter of strength, Mu Feng would undoubtedly struggle to win against him. However, Jian Kanglin was incredibly proud. He did not rely on his status, but wished to compete purely in swordsmanship. Thus, Jian Kanglin fell swiftly. At the moment of their clash, Chen Ping, Lu Qiumeng, Yang Qi, and Lin Long happened to arrive from another courtyard, witnessing the duel between Mu Feng and Jian Kanglin. So powerful! Jian Kanglin was actually defeated in one move. The slender Lin Long exclaimed in shock. The plump Yang Qi, brimming with excitement, declared, as expected of the person Yang Qi, Feilu. Not only is he talented in literature, but his martial prowess is astonishing as well. My judgment has proven impeccable. Chun Ping and Lu Qiuming exchanged knowing glances, recalling how this little chubby boy had claimed Mu Feng was narrow-minded the previous night. I concede. Jian Kanglin, coming back to his senses, looked at Mu Feng with a complex expression and said, I never expected such a talent to be hidden within the great Qin. With your capabilities, you are more than capable of contending for a spot on the heavenly ranking. Mu Feng had certainly heard of the heavenly ranking Jian Kanglin mentioned. It was a list of geniuses from the Eastern Wilderness, recording the most exceptional talents in the region. The Eastern Wilderness was vast, with countless inhabitants. Even a dynasty like the Great Qin boasted thousands. Yet, the Great Qin was but a small dynasty within the Eastern Wilderness, and since its establishment, no one had ever made it onto the heavenly ranking. This illustrated just how prestigious the heavenly ranking was. Anyone who could secure a spot on it was undoubtedly a rare prodigy among thousands. Even Jian Kanglin could only look up to those on the heavenly ranking. Agreed. I will take you to the martial manor. Jian Kanglin sheathed his sword, casting a glance at Mu Feng before turning to leave. Mu Feng followed closely behind, with Chun Ping, Lu Qiuming, Lin Long, and Yang Qi hastily trailing after them. Brother Feng, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My father is the current Prime Minister. He is Lin Long, and his father is the current Minister of Justice. Yang Qi approached, introducing himself with an unreserved familiarity. Mu Feng cast a glance at the rotund Yang Qi, naturally recognizing him as the portly scholar who had sat beside him the previous evening, feeling somewhat surprised. The identities of this stout and slender scholar were indeed remarkable. One was the son of the Prime Minister, and the other the son of the Minister of Justice. Initially, Mu Feng had little desire to engage further, but considering Chun Ping's purpose for this journey, he remained vigilant. They had come to the imperial city with the intent of assisting Chun Ping in petitioning the court. Yet this territory belonged to Prince Yu and Prince Lu, and approaching the political affairs office recklessly could expose them. However, if they had connections with high-ranking officials in the court, the petitioning process would become significantly simpler. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice ranked among the highest officials, and even Prince Yu and Prince Lu would hesitate to confront them. If they could entrust their petition to these two, the process would indeed be much more straightforward. I have long heard of your esteemed names. Mu Feng clasped his fists in greeting. Seeing Mu Feng so amenable, Yang Qi and Lin Long breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with smiles as they engaged in conversation with him. Especially when discussing the chrysanthemum poem Mu Feng had composed the previous night, the two scholars were elated. Their admiration for Mu Feng lay bare. Scholars are typically proud, yet they harbor genuine respect and reverence for those with true talent. Upon arriving at the martial house, Chun Ping, Yang Qi, and the others were halted outside, while Mu Feng followed Jian Kanglin into the premises. The martial house was expansive, adorned with pavilions and towers that stood in orderly rows. As they walked, Mu Feng noticed that the most common feature within was the martial arts platform, where disciples of the martial house frequently engaged in competitions and sparring. Greetings, Senior Brother Jian. Good day, Senior Brother. Along the way, the disciples of the martial house greeted Jian Kanglin with utmost respect. Jian Kanglin merely nodded, his expression remaining aloof. Soon, Jian Kanglin led Mu Feng to the core of the martial house, the Master's Pavilion. Upon arriving, Mu Feng keenly sensed powerful auras lurking in the shadows, each emanating an intense sense of danger. The Master's Pavilion served as the residence of the martial house's master, a place forbidden to ordinary disciples. Yet, Jian Kanglin was an exception, possessing a badge granted by the master that allowed him free access. As Jian Kanglin was the most favored disciple of the master, it was only fitting. At that moment, two figures emerged from the pavilion, a tall woman and an imposing old man with white hair. Mu Feng looked up and was taken aback upon seeing the woman, his face betraying his astonishment. Chapter 35. The stark contrast of a saint alchemist. The tall woman appeared to be around 19 years old, with delicate features and a prominent nose. Though her beauty did not rival that of Hua Wuqing, she surpassed ordinary beauties. At this moment, this elegant maiden held a greasy chicken leg in her right hand, voraciously gnawing at it, Her small tiger teeth glimpsed as she chewed. Such a beauty, yet with such a crude manner of eating, truly left Mu Feng flabbergasted. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, esteemed Saint Alchemist." Jian Kanglin bowed deeply, his face filled with reverence. The master he referred to was Yan Guijue, the head of the martial house, who was exceedingly powerful and ranked among the foremost in the entire Qin realm. Mu Feng's gaze was fixed upon the tall beauty. He had not anticipated that this unrefined woman was the mysterious Saint Alchemist. He had envisioned the Saint Alchemist to be a reclusive sage, yet this was the reality? The contrast was indeed staggering. Yan Guijue nodded, glancing at Mu Feng beside Jian Kanglin, and inquired with surprise, "Kanglin, who is this person?" Jian Kanglin replied respectfully, "Master, this is Feng Yuan, whom I met in the teaching institute. Last night, he unraveled Hua Wuqing's duel challenge." Yan Guijue's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he began to scrutinize Mu Feng closely. He had certainly heard of Hua Wuqing's duel challenge, which had stumped the younger generation in the imperial city for a year. Even the top-ranking Jian Kanglin was unable to solve both challenges simultaneously. Yet this seemingly ordinary youth had managed to unravel the duel challenge, leaving Yan Guijue astonished. However, that was all. He was a martial artist first and foremost, placing greater importance on martial talent. He had witnessed Hua Wuqing's martial challenge, and although the 9-9 sword formation was intricate, it was mere child's play to Jian Kanglin, hardly worthy of mention. "Then let my disciple spar with Feng Yuan." Jian Kanglin continued, a crushing defeat. Yan Guijue's pupils constricted, finally revealing a flicker of emotion. "What did you say? You lost in the spar?" Yan Guijue was acutely aware of Jian Kanglin's formidable sword talent, having grasped the essence of swordsmanship before the age of 20. To him, Jian Kanglin was the foremost swordsman of the young generation in Qin. "Kanglan, donotist." Yan Guijue's expression darkened. Jian Kanglin, filled with shame, replied, "Master, every word I speak is the truth. I feel unworthy before you." Yan Guijue furrowed his brow, suddenly extending his right hand, unleashing a stream of sword energy. Mu Feng's expression shifted as he swiftly drew the true dragon sword, executing a strike that resonated like thunder. One sword, a life taken, the essence of a sword. As Mu Feng unleashed his strike, he planted his legs firmly, retreating continuously, nearly carving deep furrows into the ground. With a resounding crash, after retreating several dozen paces, Mu Feng bellowed, delivering a horizontal slash that ultimately extinguished the sword energy. Such a marvelous sword technique. Such profound essence of sword. A true genius. "You are Feng Yuan, aren't you? Would you consider taking me as a master?" Yan Guijue gazed at Mu Feng with fervent eyes. Mu Feng did not respond directly. Instead, turning to the Yan Guijue finished speaking and turned back to the main hall of the residence. Jian Kanglin silently put away the white jade porcelain bottle and departed. After leaving the martial arts estate, Mu Feng looked around and found that Man Miao had already vanished, leaving him inwardly astonished. "Xiaoming, please procure 500 marinated chicken legs from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for me." Mu Feng instructed Lu Xiaoming. "Huh? 500 marinated chicken legs?" Lu Xiaoming appeared utterly bewildered. Chen Ping, Yang Qi, and Lin Long shared similar expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why Mu Feng would make such an eccentric request immediately after exiting the estate. Once Lu Xiaoming departed, Mu Feng turned to Yang Qi and Lin Long. Speaking warmly, "I have heard that both of you are students of the Literary Academy?" "Indeed," Yang Qi and Lin Long replied somewhat bashfully. "Are you aware that your dean has requested a Saint Alchemist to concoct tranquility pills?" Mu Feng inquired. "I've heard a bit about it. The dean believes we literary students are too restless to concentrate on our studies, resulting in successive generations of decline." Yang Qi lamented. Thus, he sought the formula for tranquility pills, intending to force us to consume them so that we may diligently study day and night. Lin Long exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. "Our days of hardship are about to begin. Yang Qi, you must cherish the current moments of leisure." Yang Qi nodded in agreement, displaying a face of despair. Mu Feng, uninterested in their complaints, said, "I would appreciate it if you could take me to the Literary Academy. I have long desired to visit and see it for myself." Seeing Mu Feng's interest in the academy, Yang Qi and Lin Long became animated, enthusiastically sharing information about the institution. "Silence. I do not wish to hear your introductions. Simply take me there," Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. Yang Qi and Lin Long promptly ceased their chatter and energetically guided Mu Feng toward the academy. Before long, the four arrived at the entrance of the literary academy. Although its grounds were not as expansive as the martial arts estate, they were still considerable, with numerous buildings and a plethora of libraries, all imbued with the fragrance of books. Just as Mu Feng and the others were about to step into the academy, a voice called out from behind them, halting Mu Feng in his tracks. Chapter 36. The literary temple. Mu Feng turned to see that it was Jian Kanglin who had called him. "This is what my master instructed me to deliver to you." Jian Kanglin handed over the white jade porcelain bottle and turned to leave. Mu Feng opened the bottle cap, discovering 5 blood-red pills resting inside, their surfaces adorned with faint crimson streaks. "This is the blood-building pill, a superb spiritual elixir. The lord of the Yin estate is indeed generous." Yang Qi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mu Feng felt a whirlwind of emotions within. He understood this was Yin Guijua's gesture of goodwill, imbued with sincerity. The blood-building pill was something he could not refuse, as it would greatly benefit Mu Yao. He silently acknowledged Yin Guijua's kindness as he entered the academy with Yang Qi, Lin Long, and the others. The expansive literary academy comprised 3 main areas: the lecture hall, the library, and the literary temple. The lecture hall, centrally located, served as the heart of education and the venue for significant events. The library contained an extensive collection of classical texts, accumulated by the Academy's eminent predecessors. The literary temple was designated for ceremonial rites and the veneration of sages. Oh my! This poem is exquisitely composed. It is truly the finest ode to chrysanthemums throughout the ages. Especially the final 2 lines. They elevate the poem's essence to an extraordinary realm, stirring my heart profoundly. It was said that the poet was named Feng Yuan, who, last night at the Moon Landing Pavilion, had surpassed Hua Wuqing in both literary and martial prowess, subsequently being invited by Huan Yangzi to enjoy a night of revelry within the pavilion. How enviable! At that moment, within the lecture hall, a group of scholars animatedly discussed a newly penned poem, some even moved to tears by their excitement. When an elderly gentleman entered the hall and found the students in a raucous uproar, he frowned disapprovingly and struck the podium with a heavy piece of wood. Instantly, the noisy hall fell silent. "As students of the Literary Academy, is this how you conduct yourselves?" The elder stated flatly. The elder, known as Chu Wenyuan, was one of the 3 esteemed masters of Confucianism at the Academy, respected for his virtues and dignified demeanor. "We pay our respects, master." The scholars bowed respectfully to Chu Wenyuan and returned to their seats. A youthful scholar, with rosy lips and white teeth, produced a writing tablet and explained, "Master, we were admiring a new poem, for it is so beautifully written that we became overly excited and momentarily lost our composure. We must cultivate tranquility within ourselves. We should remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Have you not absorbed the teachings of the sages? Your teachings are most enlightening." The scholars lowered their heads in shame. "Master, would you care to take a look at this poem? It is remarkably well written and worthy of eternal renown." The rosy-lipped scholar gazed at Chu Wenyuan with hopeful eyes. Chu Wenyuan shook his head slightly, stating, "Your foundations remain shallow. Only the rarest of verses can endure through the ages. Not every poem is destined for immortality." With that, Chu Wenyuan casually took the tablet, though he was skeptical. Unlike prose, poetry relies heavily on its spirit. Only verses brimming with vitality can evoke resonance, thus achieving timeless acclaim. In Chu Wenyuan's view, within the vast landscape of Qin's literary circle, no one possessed extraordinary poetic talent. Therefore, he dismissed the youthful scholar's assertion. A poem about chrysanthemums? He first glanced at the title before lowering his gaze to read the lines. Upon finishing the poem, his expression froze, eyes wide with astonishment. The students in the lecture hall were taken aback as they witnessed the usually stern and composed Chu Wenyuan erupt with excitement, trembling with fervor. "Who composed this poem? Speak quickly." Under the astonished gazes of the scholars, Chu Wenyuan tightly grasped the rosy-lipped youth, his breath quickening. The youth, startled by Chu Wenyuan's fervor, hesitated before replying. "I heard the author of this poem is Feng Yuan, who composed it last night at the Moon Landing Pavilion." "The Moon Landing Pavilion? The one from the teaching bureau?" Chu Wenyuan's excitement intensified. The crowd gaped in disbelief. What had happened to maintaining inner tranquility? Why was he even more agitated than they were? Who exactly is this Feng Yuan? Does anyone know? After calming himself, Chu Wenyuan furrowed his brow, recalling that this name was unfamiliar to him. The scholars exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. Such poetic talent must be admitted to our literary academy. I must investigate this matter, Chu Wenyuan declared, eager to leave the lecture hall. Master, if you wish to go to the teaching bureau, it may not be the best time. They only open at night. The rosy-lipped scholar wisely interjected. Chu Wenyuan stiffened momentarily, glaring at the youth with disdain. What nonsense! I would never visit a place of frivolity. How dare you slander me? You shall write the 4 books and 5 classics 10 times as punishment, and I shall review them tomorrow. The rosy-lipped scholar's expression froze as he instinctively covered his face. Brother Feng, since Master Man Miao was personally invited by the dean, she must be concocting pills in the dean's private residence. At the entrance of the academy, Yang Qi guided Mu Feng and the others, saying, "It may not be suitable to visit her now. Would you like me to show you around our academy first?" Lin Long interjected, "Yes. Brother Feng, it would be a pity for someone of your talent not to enter our literary academy. Allow us to show you around and experience the academy's charm." Although Mu Feng was eager for Masterman Miao's assistance in treating Mu Yao, he understood the importance of patience and thus followed Yang Qi and Lin Long. The academy's grounds were vast, adorned with ancient and grand structures, pavilions, rockeries, and greenery, with streams flowing gracefully throughout. Walking along the tree-lined paths, amidst the melody of birds and fragrant blooms, Mu Feng felt an unprecedented tranquility envelop him. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a particularly impressive independent courtyard. Deep within the courtyard stood an ancient building, and before it loomed a stone statue of a venerable sage clad in Confucian robes, towering over 10 meters high. The elderly man cradled a scroll in his left hand while grasping a brush in his right, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. They stood in the ceremonial temple of the Literary Academy, where the stone statues of Confucian sages were enshrined. Yang Qi and Lin Long led Mu Feng and their companions into the courtyard, their expressions turning solemn and reverent. Mu Feng cast a glance at the statue of the sage. He had heard of this Confucian figure, a pioneer of the Confucian system, revered by scholars across the land, holding a position of great esteem. At that moment, Mu Feng noticed a jade stone tablet at the base of the statue. The jade tablet was shaped like an open scroll, intricately carved from the stone, appearing remarkably lifelike. However, to his surprise, the jade tablet was completely blank, devoid of any inscriptions. "Why are there no words carved upon this jade tablet?" Mu Feng inquired, pointing at it. "Yang Qi Sigit, it is not that words cannot be inscribed. Rather, they cannot remain." "What do you mean by that?" Mu Feng asked, intrigued. Lin Long interjected before the sage passed away. He left behind 108 jade tablets, scattered across various literary academies. This is one of them. However, for hundreds of years, no one has successfully inscribed anything upon these jade tablets. Whatever is written vanishes instantly. Even the most erudite scholars are not exempt. Mu Feng was astonished, incredulous. Such a peculiar phenomenon truly exists? Do not doubt it, my friend. This is indeed the case. Only inscriptions that gain the sage's approval can remain upon the jade tablet. Yang Qi, seeing Mu Feng's skepticism, picked up a nearby carving knife and began to etch words onto the jade tablet. As soon as he finished a line, a faint glow emerged from the tablet's surface, and the words vanished. Indeed, they disappeared. Mu Feng exclaimed in amazement. If anyone could leave an inscription on the jade tablet, what might happen? Yang Qi and Lin Long both shook their heads, indicating they did not know. The sage once stated that should anyone inscribe upon the jade tablet, it would signify the sage's recognition, allowing them to receive the sage's gifts. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Chapter 37. The Jade Tablet Inscription and the Celestial Phenomenon. Mu Feng and the others turned to see a youthful figure with red lips and white teeth slowly entering. "Bai Chiwen, what brings you here?" "At this hour, Master Chu should be lecturing in the hall. Have you too skipped class?" Yang Qi queried, scrutinizing the boy with curiosity. "Master Chu granted a day of rest today." Bai Chiwen replied nonchalantly. "When did that old man become so benevolent as to take a break?" Lin Long remarked incredulously. The story is as follows. Bai Chiwen recounted the events that transpired in the lecture hall. Yang Qi and Lin Long exchanged astonished glances, surprised that the poem on the chrysanthemum had spread so swiftly. Just one night had passed, and everyone in the academy had learned of it. Bai Chiwen, we know the author of this poem, Yang Qi said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Chiwen's eyes lit up. You know Feng Yuan? Please introduce me. Anyone capable of crafting a timeless masterpiece like on the chrysanthemum must be extraordinary. Yang Qi, brimming with pride, pointed beside him. That person is right before your eyes. Bai Chiwen looked puzzled, but there is no one beside you. Yang Qi was taken aback, turning to find that Mu Feng had inexplicably vanished. He quickly searched and discovered Mu Feng standing before the jade tablet. To his astonishment, Mu Feng had picked up the carving knife and was beginning to inscribe words upon the jade tablet. Bai Chiwen, noticing Mu Feng's actions, frowned disapprovingly. Sir, you are not a disciple of our academy. How can you carelessly inscribe upon the sage's jade tablet? Cease at once. Mu Feng paid him no mind, diligently carving away. Upon learning that inscriptions on the jade tablet could earn the sage's favor, he felt compelled to give it a try. Though he was unaware of the sage's true strength, he reasoned that anyone revered by so many scholars must possess considerable power. Such a being's gifts would undoubtedly be extraordinary. While he had little knowledge of Confucianism, he had absorbed the wisdom of countless ancient sayings during the age of information explosion in his previous life. The moment he beheld the statue of the sage, a well-known Confucian adage sprang to mind. Sir, you seem to underestimate our academy. Bai Chiwen, seeing Mu Feng ignore him, grew displeased and was about to confront him. But Yang Qi and Lin Long restrained him. Yang Qi, Lin Long, are you out of your minds? As students of the academy, how can you side with an outsider? Are you not afraid of the master's punishment? Bai Chiwen exclaimed in outrage. Yang Qi quickly interjected, Calm down, Baiwen. This is Feng Yuan. Bai Chiwen stood in stunned silence. As if struck by thunder. The Feng Yuan, who authored on the chrysanthemum? He asked incredulously. Yang Qi and Lin Long nodded vigorously. Bai Chiwen took a deep breath, his gaze toward Mu Feng transforming into one of fervent admiration. Yet when he glanced at the jade tablet, he couldn't help but gasp. The characters were dreadfully ugly. They were not astonished by Mu Feng's literary talent, but rather by the sheer awkwardness of his handwriting. Calligraphy held great significance for scholars. Poor penmanship was a source of embarrassment. Yang Qi and Lin Long, having studied calligraphy systematically since childhood, produced far more aesthetically pleasing characters. Mu Feng felt helpless. He was not a scholar, but a martial artist, raised in a world of physical prowess rather than literary finesse. The words he inscribed were naturally unsightly. However, as more characters accumulated on the jade tablet, forming a complete inscription, Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Chiwen found themselves captivated by its content. At the moment Mu Feng carved the final character, Bai Chiwen, Yang Qi, and the others were left in a daze, their eyes transfixed on the jade tablet, unable to look away. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to open peace for all generations. Yang Qi murmured, entranced, reciting the newly inscribed words. Thunder roared in Bai Chiwen's mind, as if breaking through the chaos that had long lingered within, shattering the shackles of his spirit. He stood there, staring at the inscription, tears suddenly streaming down his face. This is the aspiration we scholars should hold. He laughed and cried simultaneously, trembling with excitement. Suddenly, the entire academy trembled. Simultaneously, behind the jade tablet, a golden beam of light erupted from the sage's statue, soaring into the heavens. Throughout the imperial city, from the common folk to the nobility, everyone looked up in astonishment at the golden light piercing the sky. What is happening? Why is there golden light shooting up from the academy? Look, that golden light is emanating from the temple. Quickly, something must be happening there. Let's go and see. As the golden beam shot skyward, the students still within the academy rushed out of their rooms, awestruck by the light, and then dashed toward the temple. In the dean's private courtyard, two elderly scholars clad in Confucian robes were engrossed in a game of chess. A chubby man with a wine-stained nose laughed heartily after making a move. Dean, I concede. The slender elder opposite him frowned, suddenly lifting his gaze toward the courtyard entrance. Is that not Chu, old man? The wine-stained man turned to look and indeed saw Chu Wenyuan hurrying over. In that instant, the old dean, in a fit of distraction, swept his sleeve across the chessboard, scattering the pieces. Ah, isn't he supposed to be lecturing today? Why has he left his post? The chubby man remarked, turning back, only to be taken aback. Old fellow, are you unable to lose? The old man with a flushed nose pointed at the old dean and berated him vehemently. The old dean, unfazed, retorted, "What does it have to do with me? It was you who accidentally knocked over the chessboard while turning around, causing the game to descend into chaos. Am I to blame for that? You stubborn old fool." The old man with the flushed nose, exasperated, muttered, "Unwarranted disaster." Suddenly, the stool beneath the old dean shattered, causing him to fall to the ground. As he got up, he stumbled yet again, landing directly in the pond outside the pavilion. The distance felt insurmountable. The old dean snorted coldly, exuding a powerful aura as he instantaneously reappeared in the pavilion. "Song Yulong, you truly have come, haven't you? Then do not blame me." The old dean, filled with rage, declared, "Speak no more. Sweet words, venomous hearts. The weight of Mount Tai presses down. Even the grass and trees are on high alert." At that moment, the two esteemed scholars openly exchanged barbs, their words forming invisible forces in the air, as if they were casting spells. As Chu Wenyuan arrived, the pavilion erupted, and the two venerable scholars found themselves disheveled on the bank, glaring at each other. "Stop fighting," Chu Wenyuan interjected. "I have significant news." However, the two scholars, engaged in their verbal duel, paid him no heed. Chu Wenyuan, exasperated, placed his hand on his forehead and recited, "The west wind rustles through the courtyard, petals cold and fragrant, making it difficult for the butterflies to come. If I were to become the Azure Emperor in years to come, I would have the peach blossoms bloom together." As soon as he finished, the two old men, who were embroiled in their dispute, suddenly appeared before Chu Wenyuan. "What a splendid poem. Brother Wenyuan, did you compose this?" The old dean inquired eagerly. "Absolument impossible. Am I unaware of Wenyuan's caliber? The author of this poem is someone else," Song Yulong asserted confidently. Chu Wenyuan shot Song Yulong a disdainful glance and replied, "The author of this poem is named Feng Yuan. This person possesses unparalleled poetic talent. Dean, we must find him and bring him into our academy. Indeed, we must recruit him. Such poetic brilliance must be claimed for our school." "But who exactly is this Feng Yuan?" the old dean asked with fervent eyes. Chu Wenyuan shook his head. "I have no leads at the moment, which is why I sought you. Your connections are extensive. Tracing someone's origins should be quite simple." The old dean nodded. "Very well. I shall investigate this individual. A person capable of such verses could very well rejuvenate our Qin Confucian circle. I look forward to seeing if other dynasties' academies will dare to look down upon us." Suddenly, the three scholars simultaneously lifted their heads, astonished to see a golden pillar of light soaring into the sky, reaching heaven and earth. "Is it the righteous Qi? How can such immense righteous Qi exist? This is not something an ordinary scholar could release," Song Yulong exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Chu Wenyuan and the old dean also displayed expressions of astonishment. "That direction seems to be the Confucian temple?" The old dean's expression shifted, as if he had realized something. His legs propelled him forward as he raced toward the Confucian temple, with Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan closely following. Chapter 38. The heart of the sage within the Confucian temple. As the golden pillar shot skyward, the statue of the sage released a scroll, which gently landed in Mu Feng's hands. The scroll radiated brilliant golden light, and one ancient character after another leaped from it, deliberately embedding themselves into Mu Feng's heart. Upon closer inspection, one could see that golden ancient characters were imprinted upon Mu Feng's heart, gleaming brightly. At that moment, Mu Feng had his eyes slightly closed, his entire being radiant with golden light, silently receiving the sage's gift. This was the heart of literature, and it was personally bestowed by the sage. Incredible! Brother Feng has truly gained the sage's recognition, Yang Qi exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as he gazed at Mu Feng. Bai Qiwen and Lin Long were equally excited, trembling with respect. Countless scholars had toiled for decades, yet few could even condense the heart of literature, and even then, it would only be an ordinary one. Yet Mu Feng had instantaneously acquired not just any heart of literature, but the sage's heart of literature. They understood that in the future, Mu Feng would undoubtedly shine brightly in the realm of literature. Suddenly, a group of students and instructors from the academy surged into the Confucian temple. They first noticed Bai Qiwen, Lin Long, and Yang Qi, but their gazes were soon drawn to the statue of the sage. At that moment, the statue was still erupting with a golden pillar of light, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The source of this celestial phenomenon was the statue of the sage. What could have transpired? Look at the jade tablet beneath the statue. It has writing on it. In an instant, all eyes fell upon the jade tablet beneath the statue, and a collective gasp arose as they discovered a line of characters inscribed upon it. What ugly writing, was the initial impression, but as they read the content, they were left in stunned silence, as if struck by thunder, their bodies trembling in shock. This is written exquisitely. My heavens, such a breathtaking couplet. I am in awe. No wonder it has garnered the sage's approval. An elderly scholar, over 70 years of age, trembled as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. The others were equally moved, overwhelmed by the content of the jade tablet, lost in the essence of the inscription. Suddenly, 3 streams of light flashed in, and the old dean, Chu Wenyuan, and Song Yulong arrived simultaneously. What on earth has happened in the Confucian temple? The old dean inquired with an imposing demeanor. However, he was met with silence, as everyone remained captivated by the inscription. Dean, there are characters on the jade tablet. Que Wenyuan Sudonli exclaimed. The old dean's body jolted as he swiftly pushed through the crowd, hurrying to the statue of the sage. His gaze was fixed on the jade tablet, and he soon saw 4 twisted lines inscribed upon it: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the sages, to open peace for all generations. The old dean murmured to himself, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. How many years had it been since the sage's passing? Countless esteemed scholars had sought to commemorate the sage's monumental achievements by inscribing words in his honor, yet none had succeeded. Today, at last, someone's inscription had received the sage's recognition, putting an end to a lingering regret that had persisted for centuries. Both Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan were equally moved, their scholarly robes damp with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The heart of the sage? The old dean's gaze shifted to Mu Feng, who he quickly discerned was in the process of condensing the heart of literature, and not just any heart, but the exceedingly rare heart of the sage. Indeed, is the heart of the sage. Could the inscriber be this lad? Is he a student from our academy? Song Yulong speculated, examining Mu Feng with curiosity. Chu Wenyuan furrowed his brow and shook his head. I have never seen this boy before. Judging by his attire, he is likely not from our academy. This boy is at a critical juncture. Do not disturb him. The old dean waved his sleeve, and the righteous chi surged forth like a vast ocean, subsequently sweeping away all the onlookers outside the Confucian temple. The old dean, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan also exited, quietly waiting outside the temple. Dean, Master Song, Master Chu. Outside the Confucian temple, the crowd gradually regained their senses and hurriedly bowed to the 3 scholars. The old dean surveyed the crowd and asked, does anyone recognize that black-clad youth within the temple? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. One person suddenly spoke up, Dean, I recall that Bai Chiwen and Yang Qi were the first to arrive at the Confucian temple. You may inquire with them. The old dean's gaze fell upon Yang Qi and Bai Chiwen. Bai Chiwen bowed and said, Dean, that black-clad youth is named Feng Yuan. He came with Yang Qi and Lin Long. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The name Feng Yuan was indeed well known. A poem titled On the Chrysanthemum had earned him resounding praise from the academy. They never imagined that the silent black-clad youth standing beside the statue of the sage was the author of such a timeless masterpiece. The old dean, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan all displayed expressions of delight upon discovering that the black-clad youth was indeed Feng Yuan. How arduous it is to seek what one desires, exclaimed an elderly scholar, stepping forward with great anticipation. The crowd turned their hopeful gazes toward the venerable dean. However, the old dean regarded Bai Chiwen and Yang Qi, saying, since Feng Yuan was brought by you, it is only fitting that you elucidate what transpired at the Confucian temple. Bai Chiwen exchanged glances with Yang Qi, and ultimately, it was Bai Chiwen who stepped forward, his expression animated as he recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon learning that the one who inscribed the words was indeed Feng Yuan, the assembly was struck with astonishment. A genius indeed, truly a prodigious talent. This Feng Yuan shall undoubtedly attain sagehood. Dean, you must accept him. The elderly scholar implored fervently. The dean replied solemnly, I have conferred with Confucius Song and Confucius Chu, and we wish to designate Feng Yuan as the holy son of our academy, placing him on equal footing with the 3 of us. The crowd exchanged glances. and a chorus of agreement followed. Mu Feng had not only demonstrated unparalleled poetic talent, but had also gained the recognition of the sage. Such an individual was fully deserving of the title of Holy Son. Lin Long, Yang Qi. The Holy Son is a result of your efforts. Thus, you are granted access to the top floor of the library, where the classics of our sages are stored. The dean remarked to Lin Long and Yang Qi, who quickly bowed in gratitude, their hearts brimming with excitement. The top floor of the library was a sacred space, housing the revered texts that greatly benefited scholars, even enhancing their capacity to cultivate literary essence. Bai Qi-wen and the other students of the academy gazed at Yang Qi and Lin Long with envy. Now, let's await the arrival of the Holy Son here, the old dean concluded, closing his eyes in anticipation. With the dean leading, the others dutifully followed suit. Awaiting the moment, within the Confucian temple, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, snapping his fingers, which released a wave of golden righteous energy that cleaved a nearby tree asunder. As he absorbed the literary essence of the sage, Mu Feng inherited the entirety of the righteous energy contained within the sage's statue. However, due to the vastness of this energy, he could only harness a minuscule portion at that moment. I never imagined that the Confucian scholars in this world would possess such strength, Mu Feng mused, initially perceiving them as frail scholars. Yet, after receiving the sage's gifts, he realized that the learned individuals in this realm were not weaker than warriors, and in certain aspects, even more formidable. Where Chenping and Yang Qi? He wondered, surveying the empty courtyard of the temple. Behold, the Holy Son, the Holy Son. As Mu Feng stepped outside the temple, he was taken aback to find a gathering of academy students bowing in reverence before him. What is this? Are they bowing to me? When did I become the Holy Son? He stood bewildered at the entrance, staring blankly at the crowd. Chapter 39. The Holy Son of the Academy Feng Yuan. I am Gu Haoge, the Dean of the Academy. Your ability to inscribe on the azure stone and gain the approval of the sage marks you as our Holy Son. The Dean approached him warmly. As the Holy Son, you shall stand alongside me, Song Yulong and Chu Wen Yuan, enjoying all the privileges afforded to great scholars. Do you accept? At this moment, the dean felt a twinge of anxiety. Mu Feng, astonished, had not anticipated the dean's personal invitation. Yang Qi and Lin Long had previously informed him that while the great scholars held no official titles, their status was unassailable. Even the current emperor must show them respect. All officials of the Qin dynasty had once studied at the academy, making the three great scholars the teachers of the court. Thus, to be regarded as equal to them as the Holy Son was indeed a profound honor. Very well, Mu Feng replied without hesitation. The academy and the martial house wielded immense influence in the Qin dynasty, a force not easily provoked even by the imperial family. In comparison, the Hum family estate was insignificant. What reason did Mu Feng have to decline? Moreover, he had come to the imperial city to seek justice, and aligning himself with the academy would greatly facilitate his purpose. Upon Mu Feng's acceptance, the dean, Song Yulong, and Chu Wen Yuan all displayed expressions of relief and joy. Everyone, you may disperse, the dean instructed, dismissing the crowd before personally escorting Mu Feng to his residence. As they walked, the three great scholars engaged in lively conversation with Mu Feng, particularly when discussing the poem inscription on a chrysanthemum. Their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. When Mu Feng firmly asserted that the poem's true author was someone else, the three scholars exchanged knowing glances, clearly skeptical of his claim. Master, the calming heart pills are ready. A total of 81, please verify. As they entered the residence, a graceful figure emerged from within, holding a chicken leg in one hand and tossing a gourd to Gu Haoge with the other. Gu Haoge accepted the gourd, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master Man Miao, for your invaluable assistance. Man Miao waved the chicken leg, laughing. It was but a small task. The calming heart pill is merely a low-grade spiritual elixir. However, this chicken leg is quite delectable. Mu Feng stepped forward, bowing to her. Master Man Miao, I implore you to save my sister. You again. Man Miao glanced at Mu Feng nonchalantly. He wasted no time, signaling to Lu Chiyue, who was carrying a large bag of food containers filled with fragrant chicken legs. Here are 500 chicken legs from the drunken immortal tower. I hope Master will accept. Mu Feng said with a smile. Man Miao's eyes lit up, fixating on the food containers, her composure slipping as drool pooled at the corners of her mouth. Deal. And where is your sister? She asked eagerly. My sister is currently resting at the Fulu Inn. Please come to the inn tomorrow at noon. We are in room 1 on the 2nd floor. Mu Feng replied. In truth, his sister lay within the chaos immortal coffin, a secret he would not easily divulge. Very well. And what about these chicken legs? Mon mia inquirit, batting her eyelashes suggestively. Mu Feng chuckled. Master may take them. I look forward to your timely arrival tomorrow. Splendid. I shall arrive punctually. Man Miao grinned, waving her hand, causing Lu Chuyue's large bag of food containers to vanish into her spatial ring. Brother Feng, what affliction does your sister suffer from that necessitates the aid of a master alchemist? Gu Haoge asked, watching Man Miao depart with intrigue. My sister has been poisoned by blood toxin powder, Mu Feng sighed. Blood toxin powder? That is a common poison, easily remedied by a regular physician. Song Yulong exclaimed in surprise. Mu Feng shook his head. My sister's blood is unique. Once the toxin enters her system, it undergoes a transformation that ordinary physicians cannot resolve. The 3 great scholars exchanged astonished glances. Esteemed elders, I must confess. Feng Yuan is not my true name, Mu Feng suddenly declared, bowing. The 3 scholars erupted in laughter, with Chu Wenyuan saying, At last, young friend Feng Yuan, you are ready to be candid. You 3 were aware, all along? Mu Feng asked, astonished. Gu Haoge replied, Upon seeing the 3 of you, we discerned your disguises and assumed the name you used was also a falsehood. We merely chose not to expose it. Mu Feng smiled wryly. You 3 truly deserve your reputation as great scholars, possessing insight as sharp as a blade. With that, Mu Feng dispelled his disguise, revealing his true form. In truth, my name is Mu Feng. Mu. Could it be that you hail from the Mu family estate in Yongzhou? Song Yulong's eyes brightened. Indeed, Mu Yuan is my father. I have come to the capital to seek justice, and I require your assistance. Mu Feng glanced at Chun Ping beside him, who nodded and produced a blood letter along with several documents. The blood letter was penned by Mu Yuan himself, while the correspondence contained within was exchanged between Prince Yu, Prince Lu, and Mu Lan, documenting their conspiracy against Mu Yuan. Additionally, there were evidences of Prince Yu misappropriating military provisions and Prince Lu illicitly exchanging weaponry during the expedition to Deyuan. Upon reading these revelations, Gu Haoge, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan's expressions turned grim. How audacious of Prince Yu and Prince Lu to commit such heinous acts. The embezzlement of military supplies and the clandestine swapping of armaments are grave treasons. Gu Haoge trembled with rage. Chu Wenyuan, with anger gleaming in his eyes, remarked, I have met King Mu on several occasions and know him to be a man of integrity and military genius. How could he be so reckless as to lead his army to ruin? It must be the machinations of Prince Yu and Prince Lu. Song Yulong solemnly regarded Mu Feng and declared, Dear Mu, we 3 shall not stand idly by in this matter. Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and Minister by all hail from the Academy. I shall draft a letter to assist you in filing a formal complaint. Gu Haoge and Chu Wenyuan nodded gravely in agreement. Thank you, esteemed elders. Mu Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, feeling a wave of relief. The Prime Minister and the Inspector are 2 of the 3 highest officials, while the Minister is the head of the 9 ministers. These 3 are indeed significant figures in the court. He knew that with the 3 great scholars taking action, the Prime Minister, Inspector, and Minister would not treat this matter lightly, ensuring that it would reach the highest echelons. Once the formal complaint reached the court with undeniable evidence, Prince Yu and Prince Lu would have no means to defend themselves. Drafting a letter would take too long. I shall summon them directly. Gu Haoge huffed indignantly, exuding an aura of righteousness akin to a dragon soaring through the clouds. Moments later, this righteous energy returned, bringing with it 3 figures. Mu Feng stood in astonishment. The Confucian scholars were indeed formidable, utilizing righteousness in such a manner. Clad in imposing official robes, the 3 were none other than Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and Minister Bai. Initially shocked, the 3 scholars quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Esteemed scholars, has that inept Yang Qi caused trouble again? Rest assured, upon my return, I shall ensure he is dealt with. The rotund Prime Minister Yang was taken aback, interjecting before the scholars could speak. Inspector Lin and Minister Bai, regaining their composure, similarly vowed to discipline Lin Long and Bai Kaiwan. Mu Feng concealed his face in amusement, realizing that these 3 were rather strict in educating their offspring. frequently resorting to physical reprimands. He could easily envision the lives of Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Kaiwan. Clearing his throat, Gu Haoge said, "Rest assured, I have summoned you for matters unrelated to Yang Qi. Please take a look at this." With that, he presented the blood letter correspondence and evidence to Prime Minister Yang and his colleagues. After reviewing the documents, their faces were filled with astonishment. Such hidden truths regarding the Yuan campaign? Prime Minister Yang exclaimed, fury evident in his voice. Inspector Lin and Minister Bai were equally incensed. Esteemed officials, please uphold justice for our old lord. Chun Ping bowed deeply. Prime Minister Yang hurriedly assisted Chun Ping to his feet, saying, "You are the Deputy General Chun Ping of King Mu, correct? Fear not with this evidence. Prince Yu and Prince Lu will find it impossible to turn the tide. At tomorrow's court session, I will join forces with Inspector Lin and Minister Bai to formally accuse Prince Yu and Prince Lu, but we will need you to testify." Chun Ping exclaimed, fervently agreeing. "Thank you, my lord." Mu Feng also bowed deeply. "And who might this be?" Prime Minister Yang inquired, looking at Mu Feng with curiosity. Gu Haoge chuckled. "This is Mu Feng, the newly appointed King Mu, and also the holy son of our academy." Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and Minister Bai were taken aback. "What is son? Surely you jest. Esteemed headmaster, our academy has rules. Only with the sage's permission can one be designated as holy son, could it be?" Prime Minister Yang halted abruptly, pondering. Is today's celestial phenomenon related? The three scholars nodded with smiles, affirming, "Indeed, the holy sun inscribed on the Qingshi jade steel and has received the sage's recognition." Minister Bai's voice trembled with anticipation. "May I inquire about the content of that inscription?" "To establish a heart for the heavens and earth. To establish a destiny for the people. To carry on the teachings of the ancients. And to create peace for all generations." Gu Haoge spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the three men felt a shiver run down their spines, suddenly enlightened. In that instant, tears streamed down the faces of the three venerable scholars. Chapter 40. Filing a complaint, such words resounded profoundly, eliciting deep contemplation. "Holy Son, please allow us to bow before you." Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and Minister Bai bowed deeply to Mu Feng, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. They were utterly captivated by the 4 lines of wisdom from the sage. "You may rise, esteemed officials." Mu Feng assisted them up, saying, "The matter of filing a complaint will require your esteemed assistance. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts in this affair." "Will the Holy Son be joining us in court tomorrow?" Prime Minister Yang inquired politely. Mu Feng shook his head. "I have other matters to attend to tomorrow. Let Chun Ping accompany you esteemed officials instead." Tomorrow marked the day he was scheduled to meet with the esteemed Master Ma Miao to treat Mu Yao, and Mu Feng needed to remain by her side. He trusted that with the 3 officials present, the formal complaint would surely succeed. After discussing the details of the complaint with Mu Feng, the 3 officials took their leave. Chun Ping, filled with excitement, knelt and said, "Young prince, thank you. Without you, our hope for a complaint would be bleak. My old lord and our countless brothers would remain wronged for eternity." At this moment, Chun Ping's admiration for Mu Feng was akin to an unstoppable river, emanating from his very core. Since returning, he had been in a state of constant flight, believing he would never have the chance to seek justice for the old lord. Now, with the young prince's effortless assistance, Chun Ping felt both gratified and exhilarated. "Rise." Mu Feng helped Chun Ping to his feet, sighing, "The old lord is my father. The countless soldiers are my family. How could I remain indifferent?" Before his passing, the old lord often fretted, wondering how you would fare without him, fearing that no one would protect you. Chun Ping bowed deeply, reassured. "Now, young prince, with such extraordinary talent, the old lord can surely rest in peace." Mu Feng recalled the figure of the robust man from his memories, who had always sheltered him from the storms of life. When he finally had the ability to repay that man, he realized they were worlds apart. Trees may wish for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. A child may wish to care for their parent, but time waits for none. Mu Feng's eyes glazed over, a bittersweet expression on his face. Hearing this, the 3 scholars looked at Mu Feng with shining eyes, affirming that he was indeed a natural poet, with profound meaning in his seemingly simple words. After bidding farewell to the 3 scholars, Mu Feng, accompanied by Chun Ping and El Chiomeng, returned to the inn. Inside the room, Mu Feng gently released Mu Yao from the chaotic immortal coffin, cradling her carefully onto the bed. Yaoer, I have splendid news. I have found the holy alchemist. She will return tomorrow. Soon, the poison in you will be cured. Mu Feng sat quietly by the bedside, soaking a cloth in warm water before gently wiping Mu Yao's cheek with tender affection. Moreover, I have become the holy son of the academy, leveraging the connections with the 3 great scholars to secure assistance from the 3 highest officials. This formal complaint will be easier than I anticipated. Once you recover, my father will be vindicated, and then I will take you to explore the scenic mountains and rivers, to witness the beauty of Jiangnan and the snowy north. Mu Feng babbled on, speaking to the lying Mu Yao for a long while. As night fell, El Qiuming returned to the room to care for Mu Yao, while Mu Feng and Qin Ping sat in the inn's dining hall. The table was laden with fine food and drink. Qin Ping, tell me about my father's exploits. He has fought for many years. You have been closer to him. What was your impression of him? Mu Feng poured a cup of wine, raising it in a toast to Qin Ping, smiling as he inquired. I have followed the old lord since I was 16. It has been over 20 years. The old prince, Qin Ping downed his drink and fell into reminiscence. As he recounted past events, he alternated between hearty laughter and tears streaming down his face. Mu Feng listened quietly, his impression of his father growing ever more profound. Throughout his childhood, this nominal father was often away, returning only on rare occasions. However, he distinctly remembered that each time his father came home, he would bring various gifts for him and Mu Yao, and whenever he was at home, he would make an effort to spend time playing with him. Yet, as time passed, Mu Yuan became increasingly preoccupied, spending less time with them and more time away. Now, as Qin Ping narrated, Mu Feng's memories of Mu Yuan became more vivid. The corners of his mouth curved upwards, yet the sadness in his eyes deepened. The two spent an entire sleepless night talking, until the eastern sky revealed the first light of dawn. Young prince, it's getting late. I must head to the prime minister's residence. Qin Ping glanced outside and rose to his feet. Mu Feng personally poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Qin Ping, and earnestly said, Deputy Commander Chun, I await your good news. I shall not fail in my mission. Qin Ping drank it down and left with a hearty laugh. Mu Feng sat back down, waiting in silence. As the sun gradually rose, the tavern began to fill with patrons. By noon, Mu Feng turned to the entrance of the inn, where a tall woman entered, gnawing on a chicken leg. Master Manyao. Mu Feng approached her and offered a respectful bow. Oh, spare me the formalities. Quickly take me to the patient. She mumbled through her mouthful. Mu Feng nodded and led her to room number 1. I didn't expect you to have such wealth. You actually possess a piece of frost jade, Man Yao remarked as she approached the bed, eyeing the frost-covered Mu Yao with intrigue. I implore you to save her. Mu Feng said earnestly. Man Yao nodded, her beautiful eyes now serious. She extended her delicate hands, gently examining Mu Yao from head to toe, then retrieved the frost jade from her mouth. As the jade was removed, the frost on Mu Yao's body rapidly receded, but a thick black aura began to manifest on her face. Poisonous blood powder? No, this ordinary concoction cannot possess such potency. Man Yao took out a series of golden needles, inserting them into Mu Yao's head and limbs one by one, drawing out streams of black blood. She pinched the toxic blood, bringing it close to her nose for a whiff, her expression growing increasingly grave. Her blood is peculiar. It seems like mere poisonous blood powder, but upon mixing with her blood, it has transformed into something terrifying. As she spoke, she untied a gourd from her waist, poured out a green pill, and administered it to Mu Yao. Then, with both hands forming seals, she pressed her fingers onto Mu Yao's brow. Mu Feng, accompanied by Lu Qiyue, quietly left the room, waiting outside. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the door opened, and a weary-looking Man Yao emerged. Master Man Yao, is my sister cured? Mu Feng asked eagerly. Man Yao's gaze flickered, and she sighed softly. You may enter and see for yourself. A sinking feeling enveloped Mu Feng as he rushed into the room, discovering Mu Yao, still covered in frost, plunged into a deep slumber. Additionally, her body had grown increasingly frail from the bloodletting, resembling a skeleton. Yet, he could clearly see that the black aura surrounding her had diminished considerably. I apologize. Your sister's blood is extraordinarily strange. The poisonous blood powder has continuously mutated upon mixing with her blood, becoming increasingly lethal. Man Yao said, somewhat regretfully. The poison within her is no ordinary toxin. With my skills, I can only eliminate a portion of it, but cannot cure it entirely. Disappointment flickered in Mu Feng's eyes as he asked solemnly, Master Man Yao, do you have any idea what might be the cause of the strange blood within my sister? Man Yao shook her head, replying, I have never encountered such blood in my life. I regret not being able to heal your sister, and I am reluctant to accept my reward. With that, she waved her jade hand and retrieved a stack of food boxes from her spatial ring, somewhat sheepishly saying, I consumed over 200 chicken legs last night, so I can only return this much to you. I hope you won't mind. Mu Feng. Are there no other options? He pressed on. Man Yao pondered for a moment, saying, my master may have a solution. If he were present, he might discern the origins of your sister's blood. But he is not in Qin. Where's your master? Mu Feng inquired urgently. Just as Man Yao was about to answer, the door was forcefully pushed open. Odison, Gavnus. Chen Ping. Chen Ping has been punished by the emperor and imprisoned in the Sky Prison. Prince Yu and Prince Lu are using extrajudicial measures to kill Chen Ping. Yang Qi, plump and flustered, rushed into the room, speaking in a panic. Mu Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the breathless Yang Qi. What did you say? What on earth has happened? Chapter 41. The Fury in Silence for 1,600 words. As dawn broke, the morning frost was biting. Outside the Xianyang Palace, at the Meridian Gate, ministers gathered, patiently awaiting the morning court. Civil officials and military officers stood distinctly on either side. At the forefront of the civil officials stood Prime Minister Yang and Inspector Lin, with Bai Fengchong, the head of the 9 ministers, and other civil officials behind them. At the forefront of the military officials stood Grand Marshal Shi, with Prince Yu and Prince Lu flanking him, along with a row of military officers. Boom! 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 The sound of drums echoed from the gate tower. The civil and military officials entered the palace in unison, taking their places. In the main hall, once all the officials were seated, the Qin Emperor, donned in a yellow robe and exuding an aura of authority, strode in and took his seat on the throne. The emperor, around 40 years of age, had streaks of gray at his temples, a chiseled face, and a commanding presence, particularly his sharp eyes that radiated a piercing light, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully, and the Qin Emperor surveyed them, saying coolly, If there are matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, several officials produced their prepared memorials, presenting their cases. Most of the memorials were trivial matters, and the Qin Emperor listened with indifference, his eyes half closed. I have a matter to present. Suddenly, Prince Yu stepped forward, his voice booming, capturing the attention of most officials in the court. The Qin Emperor slowly opened his eyes and said blandly, Prince Yu, what is your matter? Recently, the Dawan army has been frequently harassing our Qin borders, committing unspeakable atrocities, and has slaughtered several key towns along the border. Prince Yu declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in an uproar, officials expressing their outrage and condemning Dawan's aggressive actions. Prince Yu, are you presenting this matter to increase the border forces? You could simply consult Grand Marshal Shi on this. The Qin Emperor responded calmly. Prince Yu shook his head, saying, Your Majesty, I have already consulted the Grand Marshal regarding reinforcements. The reason I present this matter is to seek punishment for one individual. Who? The Qin Emperor feigned ignorance, asking. Prince Mu Yuan. Prince Yu declared emphatically. If not for his obstinate and willful nature, leading to the defeat at Lulan, resulting in the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of troops, the border would not be facing such a dire situation. Prince Lu stepped forward, adding solemnly, What Prince Yu says is true. The border situation is dire, akin to a living hell, all thanks to Mu Yuan. Your Majesty, with your benevolence, you have spared him punishment due to his past merits, but a nation has laws and a family has rules. The grave consequences wrought by Mu Yuan cannot go unpunished. Otherwise, who will still have faith in the law and in your Majesty? I concur. I concur. One by one, military officials stepped forward in agreement. In contrast, the civil officials remained silent, watching with cold indifference. What my 2 ministers say is not without merit. Grand Marshal Shi, you're the head of the military officials. How do you believe this should be handled? The Qin Emperor turned his gaze to Grand Marshal Shi, shifting the responsibility onto him. Grand Marshal Shi smiled lightly and stated, According to the law, the Mu family should face extermination and their clan should be obliterated. Prince Yu and Prince Lu exchanged glances, both revealing satisfied smiles. During this time, they had thoroughly searched the imperial city but found no trace of Mu Feng and his companions, realizing they were well hidden. Thus, the two devised a plan to impeach Mu Yuan, compelling the Qin emperor to personally deliver the sentence, thereby sealing the matter with finality and leaving no room for appeal. After all, it was the emperor who had issued the decree. How could it be mistaken? Who would dare to challenge the emperor, risking their own demise? Do any of you ministers have dissenting opinions? If none, we shall proceed with the handling of the Mu Wangfu as suggested by the grand historian. The Qin emperor spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if the act of dismantling the Mu Wangfu were no more significant than the squashing of an ant. I have objections. Chancellor Yang stepped forward, his voice clear and resolute. We too have dissenting opinions. Inspector Lin and Bai Fengchong followed suit. The faces of the Yu Wang and Lu Wang shifted slightly, their confusion evident as they turned to Yang and his companions. What business do you civil officials have in the matters of military men? The grand historian furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the trio. Oh, what objections do you three ministers have? The Qin emperor inquired with curiosity. Your Majesty, Mu Yuan's defeat in Lulan carries hidden truths, not as the Yu Wang and Lu Wang have claimed. Moreover, I have found witnesses. As Chancellor Yang spoke, he clapped his hands, and a figure entered from outside the hall, kneeling in the grand chamber. All eyes turned to this figure, revealing a middle-aged man clad in bloodied armor. The expressions of the Yu Wang and Lu Wang shifted drastically upon recognizing him as Chun Ping, the man they had long sought to eliminate. Who are you? The Qin emperor gazed down at Chun Ping. I am Chun Ping, deputy general to Mu Yuan. I accompanied the army to Dayuan and personally experienced the battle. I implore your majesty to clear the old Mu Wang's name. Chun Ping's forehead pressed to the ground, his voice resonating with conviction. Your majesty, this Chun Ping is a deserter from the Mu army. Lu Wang and I have been hunting him down, yet he dares to come here and slander the royal family. The Yu Wang interjected hastily. What the Yu Wang says is true. Such a deserter tarnishes the reputation of our great Qin. He dares to invert black and white in the court, compounding his crimes. I beseech your majesty to mete out severe punishment. Lu Wang concurred. Silence. Chun Ping suddenly lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the Yu Wang and Lu Wang, exclaiming, were it not for you two, would the Mu army have met with such defeat? Would the old Mu Wang have perished? When we fought valiantly in Lulan, on the brink of victory, Yu Wang, you unilaterally severed our supply lines, leading to our troops being trapped without food or water. When we desperately sent scouts for reinforcements, Lu Wang, not only did you fail to send aid, but you also slaughtered our scouts and concealed all news. Most reprehensibly, before the assault on Lulan, you tampered with our weaponry, resulting in a drastic reduction of our military strength. Were it not for these betrayals, how could the Mu army have been vanquished? Chun Ping's voice grew increasingly impassioned, his cries echoing like an old wolf lamenting its fate. The court officials were taken aback. None had anticipated such hidden truths behind the Dayuan conflict. Should these allegations be substantiated, the Yu Wang and Lu Wang would face charges of treason against the emperor, punishable by annihilation of their entire lineage. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The Yu Wang retorted vehemently, addressing the Qin emperor. Your Majesty, this Chun Ping speaks falsehoods. A mere deserter dares to defame the royal family. I implore you to execute him at once. Lu Wang, equally indignant, added his voice to the clamor. Chun Ping does not speak without merit. He possesses evidence. Chancellor Yang cast a cold look toward the Yu Wang and Lu Wang. Oh, evidence? Present it for me to see. The Qin emperor's interest piqued. Inspector Lin produced a collection of letters, ledgers, and more, presenting them to the eunuch who respectfully delivered them to the Qin emperor. Your Majesty, among these is a blood letter written by the old Mu Wang before his death, alongside correspondence between the Yu Wang, Lu Wang, and Mulan, as well as accounts of the Yu Wang embezzling military supplies and the Lu Wang tampering with weaponry. Inspector Lin stood upright, speaking with fervor. The faces of the Yu Wang and Lu Wang drained of color, their eyes fixed on Yang and his companions, utterly shocked that Chun Ping had amassed such substantial evidence. They had never anticipated that Chun Ping could summon the likes of Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchong. Now their words faltered and panic set in. The court fell silent, save for the sound of the Qin emperor perusing the documents. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, the Qin emperor, having reviewed the materials, looked down at the Yu Wang and Lu Wang, asking, "Do you two have anything else to say?" The Yu Wang and Lu Wang quickly knelt. But before they could speak, the Grand Historian stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have worked alongside the Yu Wang and Lu Wang for many years and know them well. They would never commit such an act of treason against the emperor. I urge you not to be deceived by the words of a petty man." Chancellor Yang scoffed. "Grand Historian, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you truly find it worthwhile to speak thus? The authenticity of the evidence remains in question. It could very well be fabricated. I urge your Majesty to investigate thoroughly." The Grand Historian replied solemnly. The Qin Emperor nodded. The Grand Historian raises a valid point. This evidence is difficult to ascertain. For now, I shall retain it until I can clarify the matter further. Guards, take Chen Ping to the dungeon and await my judgment. Chen Ping's expression changed drastically, and he raised his head sharply towards the Qin Emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this evidence is indisputable. There is no fabrication." Chancellor Yang quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, you must not. Even if you require time to investigate, it is not Chen Ping who should be detained, but rather the Yu Wang and Lu Wang." Before Chancellor Yang could finish, the Qin Emperor interrupted. "What? Do I require your guidance in my decisions? Who is the emperor here, you or I?" Chancellor Yang broke into a cold sweat, quickly kneeling in silence. Inspector Lin and Bai Fengchong clenched their fists, their eyes filled with frustration, unwilling to voice their dissent. The emperor is the sovereign. What he commands is the principle by which his ministers abide. They dared not defy the emperor's orders. As Chen Ping was taken away, the Qin Emperor glanced at Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchong, stating, "Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchong, your salaries will be halved for 6 months. You may leave the court. We shall discuss this matter further once I have investigated it thoroughly." The civil and military officials dispersed, while Chancellor Yang and his companions left the Xianyang Palace in a daze. They had arrived with great expectations, but left in disappointment. "My lords, the matter of Mu Yuan is deeply convoluted. I advise you not to misjudge the situation." The Yu Wang and Lu Wang pursued them, with the Yu Wang boasting triumphantly. Seeing the departing figures of the Yu Wang and Lu Wang, Chancellor Yang and his companions fell silent. They sensed that Mu Yuan's death involved not just the Yu Wang and Lu Wang, but possibly the Qin Emperor as well, for the emperor's bias today was glaringly apparent. But why? This question echoed in their minds collectively. In the dungeon, damp and dim, the air was tainted with the nauseating stench of excrement mingled with rotting food. "Ping Shu, we have come to see you. We even brought fine wine and delicacies," Yang Qi exclaimed, unceremoniously sitting on the ground, while Lin Long and Bai Chiwen silently followed. Chen Ping, shackled and bound, approached the bars, opened the food box, and began to feast. Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Chiwen watched in silence until Yang Qi finally spoke. "Ping Shu, I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry." Lin Long and Bai Chiwen lowered their heads. Chen Ping paused, then smiled lightly. "What are you apologizing for? I should be thanking you. Were it not for your father, I might not have even made it to the Xianyang Palace. You may not realize, but I exerted great effort to reach the capital, aiming to enter the Xianyang Palace and expose the wrongdoings of the Yu Wang and Lu Wang, and I have succeeded. Moreover, I believe the emperor will see through the deception. I trust one will soon be released. My greatest regret lies with the young prince. I have betrayed his trust and failed to fulfill my mission." Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Chiwen nodded solemnly, their hearts feeling somewhat lighter. Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, a group approached. Yang Qi and the others looked up to find that the leading figures were none other than the Yu Wang and Lu Wang. What could they want here? The three exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. "By the decree of His Majesty, we are to interrogate Chen Ping. All non-essential personnel, step back." Prince Yu cast a glance at Yang Qi and the other two, then waved his hand. 3 burly men emerged from behind him, unceremoniously dragging Yang Qi and his companions away while simultaneously closing the prison door. "This is dire. Prince Yu, Lu Wang intends to silence us." Bai Chiwen's expression changed dramatically as the realization struck him. "What? How dare they?" Yang Qi and Lin Long wore expressions of disbelief. His Majesty has made it clear that he intends to protect Prince Yu and Lu Wang. The so-called investigation is merely a delaying tactic to buy time for the two to eliminate witnesses. The death of Chen Ping would be deemed a suicide out of guilt. rendering any evidence unnecessary to prove false, and ultimately, there would be no witnesses to contest it. As Bai Chiwen spoke, his face grew paler. He grabbed Yang Qi and Lin Long, urging them to run. Quickly, I will notify Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and my father. Yang Qi, you must inform the Holy Sun, and Lin Long, hurry to the academy to find the dean. We must act swiftly. Chun Ping, facing death, indulges in a fine meal. Lu Wang glanced at the food box and scoffed. Bang! Chun Ping lunged at the bars, roaring in anger. Prince Yu Lu Wang, you beasts! Why do you seek to harm the old prince and the Mu family army? That is the lives of countless men. Lu Wang kicked Chun Ping, mocking him. Chun Ping, if you wish to flee, you could have escaped far away. Now you insist on seeking justice, only to lose your life in vain. Clang! The prison door swung open, and several burly men entered with menacing torture devices. What do you intend to do? You dare to torture me without the emperor's approval? The emperor promised a thorough investigation. Chun Ping's gaze darkened. Fool! Let me tell you the truth. The evidence you provided is genuine, and the emperor is well aware of its authenticity. We are here under His Majesty's orders, Prince Yu sneered. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Chun Ping's mind. He understood. He comprehended everything. Why? Why would he do this? The old prince marched into battle for the sake of expanding territories and enhancing national prestige. Chun Ping, despondent, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. All his hopes shattered in an instant. Torture him. Ensure his death is agonizing. A cruel glint shone in Lu Wang's eyes. Intense pain and the despair of impending death tormented Chun Ping as his life ebbed away. Memories of his past hardships replayed in his mind. A childhood orphaned by war. A youth begging and wandering, enduring scorn. A young man who bravely enlisted to fight for survival. A middle-aged man who valiantly battled to achieve merit. Faces flashed before him, comrades with whom he had fought side by side, trusting each other with their lives. In his final moments, his memories lingered in a dim alley. In a heavy snowfall, the young boy huddled at the alley's mouth, shivering. He knew he would not survive the night. By dawn, he would be a frozen corpse. In his darkest hour, a man appeared before him. Though he could not discern the man's features, he heard the words, "Do you wish to die so pitifully, so devoid of value?" In that moment, a flame of defiance ignited within Chun Ping. No, he let out a desperate roar. Then come with me, fight for your life, carve out a destiny of your own. Chun Ping strained to lift his head and finally saw the man's face, breaking into a smile. Old prince, thank you. Time passed, and the prison door exploded open. A furious Mu Feng charged in with his sword drawn. Yang Qi followed closely, panting heavily, dripping with sweat, yet he uttered no complaints of fatigue. Suddenly, Yang Qi noticed Mu Feng had stopped in front of a cell, standing as if chiseled from stone. Yang Qi stumblet over, and upon peering inside the cell, he froze, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He saw within the cell a body, grotesquely disfigured from torture, carelessly discarded on the floor. In that instant, soldiers holding torches appear from the shadows, surrounding Mu Feng and Yang Qi. As expected, Commander Shi had foreseen this. Mu Feng had indeed fallen into their trap. Prince Yu and Lu Wang stepped forward from the ranks, their gazes mocking as they regarded Mu Feng and Yang Qi. Chapter 42. Killing needs no justification. Yang Qi's face paled, his eyes fixed on Prince Yu and Lu Wang. What do you mean, my lords? Young Master Yang, your father is a prime minister. Surely you comprehend the law? You should know that trespassing into the prison is a grave offense. Prince Yu sneered. Yang Qi's expression grew grave. You intentionally allowed us to enter? Upon bringing Mu Feng into the prison, he had sensed something amiss but dismissed it. Now, reflecting on it, a chill ran down his spine. He realized everything was a scheme orchestrated by Prince Yu and Lu Wang. If not for this, how could Mu Feng have walked into the trap? Furthermore, allowing you to suspect a cover-up was also our intention. Lu Wang declared triumphantly. Otherwise, we have countless means to eliminate Chun Ping without a hitch. Why go through such elaborate schemes? Yang Qi's face turned pale. He had not anticipated that the moment he, Lin Long, and Bai Chiwen entered the prison to visit Chun Ping, they had already fallen into the machinations of Prince Yu and Lu Wang. It turned out their true target had always been Mu Feng, their intentions exceedingly sinister. Young Master Yang, out of respect for you as the Prime Minister's son, we shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave. Prince Yu glanced at Yang Qi dismissively. Yang Qi clenched his fists tightly, shouting, If you have the ability, then kill me." Though he proclaimed bravado, his legs trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking with fear. Lu Wang's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly replied, "Since you refuse to heed our warnings, then perish. If the emperor inquires later, I shall claim you colluded with the traitors to invade the prison." Guards killed him. As his words fell, 5 soldiers surged forward with their blades drawn, prompting Yang Qi to shut his eyes in terror. A flash of sword light swept through, and the 5 soldiers froze, their eyes wide in shock. Fixed on something behind Yang Qi, Mu Feng stood resolutely outside the cell, unmoving, yet the true dragon sword flew through the air, swiftly severing the heads of the 5 soldiers. After dispatching them, the sword was thrust into the ground before Yang Qi, its ringing resonating like a protective tiger baring its fangs at Prince Lu Wang and his men. Yang Qi hastily retreated behind Mu Feng, nearly paralyzed with fear. The will of the sword. Prince Yu and Lu Wang's expressions turned grave, their gazes locked onto Mu Feng. Mu Feng had reached an exceptionally profound comprehension of the will of the sword, wielding his sword with the precision of a master, striking with unerring accuracy. No wonder you could defeat Meng Chao. You've truly grasped the will of the sword. Such talent is indeed formidable. The murderous intent in Prince Yu's eyes boiled over. The more extraordinary Mu Feng appeared, the stronger their desire to kill him became. They understood that their relationship with Mu Feng had become one of mutual destruction. If they did not eliminate him, they would face death at his hands when he grew stronger. Guards killed those too. Prince Yu's expression was icy as he issued the command. In an instant, nearly 100 soldiers, all elite guards of the prison, charged forward, armed with long halberds, attacking Mu Feng and Yang Qi. These soldiers were the finest, with the weakest being at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage, while the strongest had already reached the middle stage of the divine concealment realm. Prince Yu and Lu Wang observed coolly, aware that this troop alone might not be enough to defeat Mu Feng, so they had also stationed many experts outside the prison. Once the guards inside were vanquished, Mu Feng would be irrevocably implicated in the crime of invading the prison, and no one would be able to shield him from the consequences. As the nearly 100 soldiers charged, Prince Yu and Lu Wang quietly withdrew. "Holy Son, what shall we do? These are the prison guards, all elite warriors. The 2 of us cannot withstand them." Yang Qi trembled uncontrollably, knowing well Mu Feng's strength, yet believing that one man could not possibly fend off such a multitude. After entering the prison, Mu Feng remained utterly silent, not uttering a single word. However, Yang Qi could sense the raging fury contained within Mu Feng. Suddenly, as the prison guards charged forward, when they were within 5 meters of the 2, the Jinlong sword, which was embedded in the ground, emitted a thunderous roar, transforming into a streak of sword light that slithered through the air. Wherever the sword light passed, heads were severed and blood splattered. The Jinlong sword hovered in midair, creating a bloody chasm between the guards and Mu Feng. Any guard that dared approach was swiftly dispatched by the sword. In an instant, more than 10 guards met their demise, their bodies lying lifelessly between Mu Feng and their ranks. Fiery streams of blood gushed forth from the fallen guards, merging entirely into Mu Feng's body. For a moment, the remaining guards were paralyzed with fear, unable to advance an inch. Yang Qi watched, his heart racing with excitement, his gaze alight with admiration for Mu Feng. He had not anticipated that Mu Feng would prove to be even more formidable than he had imagined. "Yang Qi, did Chen Ping say anything before he died?" At last, Mu Feng spoke, not glancing at the approaching guards, but directing his inquiry to Yang Qi. Yang Qi's eyes filled with sorrow as he replied. He said he did not blame us, and that the emperor would discern the truth, promising he would soon be released. He also expressed his apologies to you for betraying your trust. Mu Feng fell silent once more. He smashed open the prison door and approached Chen Ping's lifeless body, kneeling down slowly to arrange the remains with reverence. Chen Ping's corpse was barely recognizable. His skin flayed away, leaving him a bloodied figure. His legs were severed at the knees, and only his left arm remained. His eyes remained wide open in fury, unable to close even in death. Mu Feng attempted to close Chen Ping's eyes, but found it impossible. "I know you are filled with resentment. You have toiled for so long, driven by the belief in your heart for my deceased father, for the countless soldiers of the Mu family who died in battle. You finally entered the imperial city, finally made it to the court, finally met the emperor, only to end up imprisoned. You were confused, bewildered, and even indignant. Despite being trapped, you still believed the Emperor would see the truth, hoping to be released soon and to overthrow the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu. Yet in the end, you paid with your life. Throughout it all, you did nothing wrong. You did not betray me, nor did you betray my father, nor the soldiers of the Mu family. You have done exceedingly well. The fault lies not with you, but with this world, with the laws of this kingdom, with this court. After arranging the body, Mu Feng stood up and bowed deeply. Rest assured, I will avenge you. I shall seek justice for my father. I will rectify the wrongs done to the countless soldiers of the Mu family. At that moment, unbeknownst to Mu Feng, Chen Ping's furious eyes slowly closed. Mu Feng turned to Yang Qi, saying, Yang Qi, please take good care of his body. With a sorrowful expression, Yang Qi nodded emphatically. Mu Feng then turned. Extending his right hand into the air, the Jinlong sword shot back into his grasp. Today, I must slay the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu. Anyone who stands in my way shall die. In that instant, a formidable killing intent emanated from Mu Feng, filled with rage. You possess great audacity. Not only did you trespass into the prison, but you also dare to threaten the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu. Do you not realize a captain of the divine concealment realm sneered? But before he could finish, a streak of sword light surged forth. His expression changed drastically as he swung his halberd, only to find the sword light already piercing through his forehead. I advise you to surrender. This is the prison, and the guards here are not limited to us. Another captain of the divine concealment realm stepped back several paces, his voice trembling, but before he could complete his warning, an even swifter sword light severed his head. This group consisted of only 3 divine concealment masters, and now 2 had been killed in the blink of an eye, leaving the rest utterly intimidated. The last captain of the divine concealment realm dared not speak further and quietly retreated, feeling a momentary relief. However, he soon realized a brilliant sword light was approaching. Before he could react, the Jinlong sword had pierced through his heart. Why? The captain of the divine concealment realm looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. Confusion etched on his face. He had said nothing, so why was he attacked? Why need a reason to kill? I kill because I desire to. Mu Feng's killing intent was chilling as he coldly stated, and now, I only wish to kill. With that, Mu Feng brandished the Jinlong sword and plunged into the crowd outside the prison. Rows of armored soldiers stood resolutely, surrounding the prison gates. In front of the many soldiers, a burly general on a tall horse gazed coldly at the prison entrance. This general, roughly in his 40s, with graying temples and a stern, unyielding face, was Chu Wuzi, the foremost general of the Tai Wei residence, possessing immense strength and a seasoned mastery of the Qi realm. Behind Chu Wuzi stood 2 men clad in menacing black masks, those who had initially tracked Mu Feng. They were now observing the prison entrance, visibly relaxed as they spotted the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu emerging. How did it fare within, my lords? Chu Wuzi rode forward, looking down upon the 2 princes. Their brows furrowed at his arrogant demeanor, yet they refrained from voicing their displeasure. Although Chu Wuzi held a mere title of general, he was a favored warrior of the Grand Tutor, a man of considerable influence. The 2 princes were wary of offending him, particularly due to his formidable strength as a mid-level master of the Qi realm, significantly more potent than the average Qi practitioners. That audacious Mu Feng has killed numerous prison guards. The Prince of Honor chuckled. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Chu Wuzi's lips. Excellent. You have done well. Chen Ping took his own life out of guilt. He reaped what he sowed. However, Mu Feng's trespass and the murder of the guards is a capital offense. I, Chu Wuzi, shall execute Mu Feng on the spot to maintain order in the prison. The Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu erupted in laughter, their faces gleaming with triumph. They understood that Mu Feng was doomed. Once he perished, no one would advocate for Mu Yuan, and their own transgressions would be buried in history, allowing them to continue their carefree existence. Not only would they avoid punishment, but they would also be rewarded for safeguarding the prison by eliminating the intruder. Suddenly, the prison's thick iron door exploded open with a resounding crash, creating a large gap. Mu Feng stepped out from the prison, drenched in blood, yet his aura surged. Having unexpectedly broken through to the final stage of the divine concealment realm. At that moment, his heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys underwent transformation, his vitality reaching unprecedented strength. You're a Mu Feng, are you not? I advise you to surrender at once. or else Chu Wuxi's fierce eyes fixed on Mu Feng as he prepared to deliver a warning. But just as he was about to speak, Mu Feng lunged forward, charging at him. This sudden movement caught the soldiers stationed outside the prison off guard, creating a breach in their ranks. Over a dozen soldiers fell instantly, their foreheads pierced, as Mu Feng's frenzied charge directed towards Chu Wuxi. The general's expression darkened as he realized the implications of Mu Feng's actions. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. Chu Wuxi drew his lengthy black iron halberd from his back, thrusting it forward with force, tearing through the air towards Mu Feng's vital points. In that fleeting moment, Mu Feng planted his foot firmly on the ground, halting his momentum entirely before swiftly redirecting his charge towards the direction of the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Liu. Fool! Stop him! Chu Wuxi's face shifted slightly, clearly unprepared for Mu Feng's feint. The two princes exchanged alarmed glances and quickly retreated into the ranks of soldiers. However, Mu Feng was far swifter than them. Just moments after they had retreated, he was already upon them. The more than 10 armored soldiers standing before Prince Yu and King Lu fell one by one, their heads severed in the blink of an eye amidst the flashing sword light. Without pausing, Mu Feng directed his true dragon sword straight at the heads of Prince Yu and King Lu. Bang! Bang! Two beams of sword light struck their foreheads in succession. Yet both men remained unscathed, their brows unpierced. An exquisite defensive spirit tool. Mu Feng's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, finally noticing the faint blue aura enveloping Prince Yu and King Lu. In their hands, they each clutched a piece of pale blue jade, from which a soft blue light emanated, forming an elliptical barrier that shielded them within. Mu Feng, you cannot kill us. Prince Yu laughed heartily. King Lu added with pride, are you not filled with rage, wishing to slay us? Unfortunately, you are unable to do so. Today, it is you who will perish. Suddenly, 2 dark figures emerged from the shadows, lunging towards Mu Feng's sides. These figures, clad in black and wearing menacing masks, had been lying in wait near Prince Yu and King Lu, anticipating the perfect moment to strike. At this moment, it was the ideal opportunity to eliminate Mu Feng. All-encompassing, Mu Feng's black pupils rapidly turned to gold, transforming into golden heavy pupils as he immediately unleashed his ocular technique, all-encompassing. The 2 black-clad figures exuded an overwhelming sense of danger, indicating they were not mere practitioners of the god concealment realm, but rather formidable masters of the Qi realm. Instantly, a multitude of golden heavy pupil phantoms filled the space within 100 meters of Mu Feng. Both the black-clad figures and the elite armored soldiers surrounding him fell into the illusion of all-encompassing. Even the approaching Chu Wuxi, who was chasing after him, seemed dazed due to the effects of all-encompassing, halting his advance. After advancing to the god concealment realm, the power of Mu Feng's heavy pupil bloodline had grown immensely, allowing his all-encompassing technique to not only be more potent, but also to cover a wider area. With a deadly intent in his eyes, Mu Feng's true dragon sword, imbued with a torrent of murderous energy, swiftly pierced the foreheads of the 2 black-clad figures. The intense pain jolted them back to reality, but it was already too late. What? Black Dragon and Black Tiger are dead? Upon regaining his senses, Prince Yu immediately spotted the lifeless bodies of the 2 black figures on the ground, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. Black Dragon and Black Tiger were his meticulously cultivated experts, both of whom were masters of the Qi realm. Although they were merely at the initial stage of the Qi realm, their strength far surpassed that of the god concealment realm. They never anticipated that Mu Feng, who was merely at the god concealment realm, could effortlessly slay both Black Dragon and Black Tiger. How could Mu Feng be this powerful? 2 torrents of crimson energy surged into Mu Feng's body, causing his aura to rise dramatically. After swiftly dispatching Black Dragon and Black Tiger, Mu Feng wielded his sword, executing a circular motion around himself, resulting in the decapitation of the surrounding armored soldiers. He then charged fiercely towards Prince Yu and King Lu, a sword that transcends the heavens. The brilliance of Mu Feng's sword shone like the sun, dazzling and radiant, striking fiercely against Prince Yu and King Lu. Crack! Under the astonished gazes of Prince Yu and King Lu, the blue jade in their hands developed a crack, which multiplied rapidly. Ultimately, in the depths of their despair, the jade shattered into countless fragments, and the blue aura surrounding them dissipated. No, don't kill me. I am a royal relative. If you kill me, it will mean your end. Prince Yu and King Lu retreated continuously, their voices trembling with fear. Puffed. A streak of sword light sliced through, severing both Prince Yu and King Lu's legs at the knees. They writhed on the ground in agony, emitting pitiful cries. Rest assured, I will not allow you to die easily. Mu Feng's gaze was icy as he executed 4 more sword strikes, severing their arms. Mu Feng, stop. Chu Wuzi strode forward, hurling a black iron spear with great force. The spear radiated brilliant, true energy, hurtling towards Mu Feng with the force of an unstoppable tide. Mu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he struck the black iron spear with his sword. In an instant, the true energy attached to the spear exploded into countless needles, piercing through Mu Feng's entire body. Fortunately, he had protected his vital points, avoiding severe injury, but he was left drenched in blood, resembling a bloodied specter. Chapter 44. Killing Chu Wuzi. Entering the Qi Sea today, staggering back more than 10 steps, Mu Feng's gaze remained icy as he stared at the oncoming Chu Wuzi. Chu Wuzi, a formidable master of the mid-Qi Sea realm, was vastly superior to Black Dragon and Black Tiger, especially with the uniquely terrifying true energy of Qi Sea realm warriors. The Qi Sea realm is divided into 4 stages: gathering Qi into streams, gathering Qi into rivers, gathering Qi into lakes, and gathering Qi into seas. Black Dragon and Black Tiger were merely at the initial stage of gathering Qi into streams, their true energy still not potent enough to project outward. However, Chu Wuzi had already reached the stage of gathering Qi into rivers, his dantian true energy flowing like an unending river, making him significantly more formidable than Black Dragon and Black Tiger. Swish! In the moment Mu Feng retreated, soldiers surrounded him, their long spears thrusting toward him with reckless abandon. Mu Feng snorted coldly, casting forth his true dragon sword, which soared through the air with a continuous hum. The sword traced a graceful arc, and every soldier who approached was met with a spray of blood and death. Waves of crimson energy streamed into Mu Feng's body, swiftly healing his injuries. Mu Feng, you are doomed. Chu Wuzi charged forward, the black iron spear lunging at him like a black dragon emerging from a sea. All-encompassing. After dispatching another group of soldiers, Mu Feng turned to face the rapidly approaching Chu Wuzi and immediately activated his heavy pupil technique. Sensing the danger, Chu Wuzi quickly stepped back, widening the distance between them. Mu Feng was helpless. He understood that Chu Wuzi was now wary of all-encompassing, making it far more difficult to catch him off guard. Moreover, the mental toll of all-encompassing was immense. After each use, he required rest to recover, and he could not overuse it, lest his mind shatter. You won't catch me with the same trick twice. You, a mere practitioner of the god concealment realm, have already done remarkably well to kill the mid-Qi Sea realm Black Dragon and Black Tiger. After creating some distance, Chu Wuzi regarded Mu Feng with wariness, coldly stating, "But you will ultimately die by my hand. Just how many times can you employ that technique? Once you can no longer use it, it will be your demise." Bam! Mu Feng immediately retracted all-encompassing, his foot shattering the ground as he charged at Chu Wuzi. Seeking death, Chu Wuzi sneered at Mu Feng's advance, thrusting his spear with fierce intent. Black Dragon crushes the city. With a single thrust, a torrent of black, true energy surged forth, forming a massive Black Dragon apparition in midair. The cold, indifferent eyes of the Black Dragon gazed down upon Mu Feng before it plunged downward with fury, seemingly intent on crushing everything below, including Mu Feng, a sword that cleaves through the heavens. Madness flickered in Mu Feng's eyes as he unleashed the strongest sword technique of Jun Wuti. His sword emitted a melodious ring, the blade radiating a chilling sword energy that froze the marrow. In that moment, Mu Feng appeared to merge with his sword, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that captivated the world. This beam of light, swift as lightning and vibrant as a rainbow, collided with the Black Dragon apparition. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the enormous Black Dragon shattered into fragments. Subsequently, Chu Wuzi was horrified to see his black iron spear begin to fracture from the tip. In the blink of an eye, the spear was reduced to powder. Yet that breathtaking beam of sword light continued unabated, growing ever larger in Chu Wuzi's eyes. The sword light pierced through Chu Wuzi's forehead, blood erupting forth. This sword, so fast. Chu Wuzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself before collapsing heavily to the ground, his breath extinguished. Dead? The formidable mid-Qi Sea realm master Chu Wuzi has perished just like that? Both Prince Yu and King Lu, as well as the hundreds of soldiers surrounding them, collectively gasped, staring in stunned silence at the lifeless Chu Wuzi. After a brief silence, fear was palpable in the eyes of all present. The Duke of Yu and the Duke of Lu stared wide-eyed, their gazes betraying intense regret. For the first time in their lives, they felt remorse for provoking Mu Feng. This man was not only audacious, but possessed an extraordinary strength that exceeded their expectations. Mu Feng's complexion was ashen, and his right hand, which gripped his sword, trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, his hand was covered in cracks, with blood oozing incessantly. The third sword of the invincible three swords, the celestial slash, still bore an overwhelming burden on him. Yet, he had no regrets, for the gains he had acquired far outweighed the sacrifices made. The blood-red aura emanating from Chu Wuzi was remarkably pure and immense. After absorbing this blood aura, Mu Feng's aura underwent a transformation. Surging to the pinnacle of the kidney concealment realm, he could sense that a breakthrough was imminent. Today, he would enter the Sea of Qi with a cold expression. Mu Feng cast his gaze upon the surrounding soldiers and hurled the true dragon sword. The sword darted through the ranks like a free-flying dragon, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Mu Feng brandished a long spear, plunging into the crowd and causing chaos. In an instant, the area outside the celestial prison resembled a hellish battlefield. The soldiers fell one after another, nearly powerless to resist. Flee! This man is terrifying. Is he even human? We cannot possibly defeat him. The soldiers, nearly paralyzed with fear, scattered in all directions. Don't run. Take us with you. I am a Duke of Lu. I command you to take us away. The Duke of Yu and the Duke of Lu lay on the ground, witnessing the soldiers' panicked flight, their own fear escalating. Unfortunately, the soldiers were too preoccupied with their escape to heed their cries. In the blink of an eye, the area around the two dukes was deserted, leaving them as mere helpless figures on the ground, staring in terror at Mu Feng, who continued his relentless slaughter. Soon, most of the soldiers had been slain, with only a few managing to escape. Mu Feng, drenched in blood, both his own and that of others, stood holding his sword, his eyes slowly closing. Countless streams of blood-red aura surged from the surrounding corpses, flowing into Mu Feng's body like rivers converging into the sea. His aura continued to rise, growing stronger until it reached a critical point. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from his dantian, and a minuscule amount of true energy materialized within the celestial coffin in his dantian. This true energy, pale white and viscous as mist, floated quietly within the coffin. In that moment, Mu Feng stepped into the Sea of Qi. The Duke of Yu and the Duke of Lu stared at Mu Feng, their eyes filled with despair. They could not help but realize that Mu Feng had already surpassed his previous limits. Before his breakthrough, he had been capable of slaying the mid-stage Chu Wuzi of the Sea of Qi. Now that he had ascended, there were scarcely any who could contend with him in the Sea of Qi realm. This realization left their hearts cold and devoid of hope. Inside the celestial prison, Yang Qi carefully arranged Chun Ping's remains, draping his outer garment over him before carrying him on his back. Uncle Ping, we must leave, regardless of the circumstances. This burden should not fall solely upon the Saint's son. Though I may fear death, I understand the principle of sacrificing oneself for justice. As scholars, we may fear for our lives, but we must never abandon righteousness. With Chun Ping's body on his back, Yang Qi stepped toward the prison's exit. Soon, he emerged from the celestial prison's gates and froze in shock. Outside, soldiers' corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling everywhere and bodies piled high. As he looked ahead, he quickly spotted the Duke of Yu and the Duke of Lu, reduced to mere husks, and then the black-clad youth standing amidst the heap of corpses. Uncle Ping, your vengeance has been avenged. You may now rest in peace. At that moment, tears streamed down Yang Qi's face. Suddenly, three figures appeared outside the celestial prison, accompanied by a gust of fresh air. These figures were the three esteemed scholars from the academy, alongside a pale-faced Lin Long. upon witnessing the gruesome scene outside the prison. Their expressions turned grave. Could it be that all these were slain by the Saint's son? Song Yulong exclaimed in astonishment. The general of the cavalry from the Grand Commandant's office, the Dukes of Yu and Lu, the guards of the celestial prison, and the transgressors who breached the prison. These are grave offenses that could warrant the extermination of their entire clan. Chu Wenyuan remarked, his countenance paling. Indeed, the two esteemed scholars were equally taken aback by Mu Feng's formidable prowess. Although the Dukes of Yu and Lu were not particularly strong, they were at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, far from weak. Especially Chu Wuzi, a powerful figure in the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi, renowned within the imperial city. His death was staggering. Mu Feng's combat capabilities exceeded the expectations of the three scholars. The old dean sighed deeply and approached Mu Feng. Young friend, are you aware of the consequences of your actions today? I am, Mu Feng replied calmly, retrieving a rope and binding it around the necks of the Dukes of Yu and Lu, as if tethering dogs. The two dukes' eyes reflected humiliation, but they dared not utter a word, fearing that any protest might provoke Mu Feng into slaying them. Why then do you act so impulsively? You should have consulted with us at the academy beforehand. The old dean lamented. Mu Feng slowly turned to face the old dean, his gaze piercing. Dean, what good would it have done to consult with you? Would you have me resort to royal law to save Qinping? You speak of law to the dukes. But do they heed it? No, they not only disregard the law, but also despise it. Employing vile means to harm an upright individual, one who merely sought justice for his fallen comrades. Yang Qi, bearing Qinping's corpse, cried out, Dean, esteemed scholars, we have arrived too late. Uncle Ping has been slain by the Dukes of Yu and Lu. They even orchestrated our notification to the Saint's son, all to lure him here, while they had already set a trap within the celestial prison. Had it not been for the Saint's son's formidable strength, we might have all perished. The old dean, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan exchanged glances, falling into a heavy silence. Shock and fury flickered in their eyes as they gazed at Qinping's mangled body, which was nearly unrecognizable. What kind of inhumane torment had he suffered to end up like this? Beasts! Lin Long seethed, charging forward to deliver a fierce kick to the Dukes of Yu and Lu. Though he had known Qinping for a short time, the latter's straightforward and honest demeanor had left a lasting impression on him. Now, the once cheerful and forthright middle-aged man lay reduced to this state, igniting a fiery rage within Lin Long. But you acted rashly. Had you refrained from intervening, the dukes would have faced justice for their unlawful actions before His Majesty. Now Chu Wenyuan's expression was one of helplessness, especially as he surveyed the multitude of corpses, understanding that Mu Feng's actions would lead to dire consequences. Yet Mu Feng laughed, his laughter growing louder. Master Chu, you are mistaken. A grave error indeed. Mu Feng's laughter bordered on madness. What do you mean? Chu Wenyuan furrowed his brow. The Dukes of Yu and Lu came here under the direct orders of the very emperor you speak of. The emperor you refer to knows everything, presenting one face publicly while hiding another behind the scenes. Mu Feng laughed, though his eyes bore no mirth, only a chilling intent. What? Kuinyon gasped in shook. The old dean and Song Yulong were equally stunned. They had not anticipated that the actions of the Dukes of Yu and Lu were, in fact, sanctioned by the Emperor Qin himself. But why would he permit such deeds? Dean, esteemed scholars, the Saint's son speaks the truth. Lin Long and I were present in the celestial prison when the dukes declared they were acting on the emperor's orders. Yanqi interjected. The three esteemed scholars fell into a profound silence, suddenly realizing that the death of Mu Yuan likely harbored deeper secrets than they had initially assumed. Esteemed scholars, the answers you seek can be revealed simply by asking. Mu Feng said coldly, gazing down at the Dukes of Yu and Lu beneath his feet. Speak. Did you devise the plan to sever the supplies of the Mu family and secretly exchange military arms? Or were you instructed by the Qin Emperor? The eyes of Prince Yu and Prince Lu flickered, remaining silent. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and Prince Yu's nose was severed cleanly. My nose, he cried out in a piercing wail. Will you speak? Mu Feng pressed the tip of his sword against Prince Lu's nose. Cold sweat trickled down Prince Lu's forehead as he hesitated, revealing his uncertainty. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the sword light flashed once more, and Prince Lu's nose met the same fate. He too emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Mu Feng then severed Prince Yu's remaining ear and pointed his sword at Prince Lu, demanding, Will you not speak? Prince Lu, trembling with fear, quickly replied, It was the emperor's command. He ordered us to cut off the Mu family supplies and to conduct the arms exchange. Both actions constituted serious crimes. Although our relationship with Mu Yuan is merely cordial, we stand united in battle and would not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's pupils contracted slightly. It became evident that Mu Yuan's demise was indeed linked to the Qin emperor, and shockingly, it was a direct command from him. Everything then fell into place. As the mastermind, the Qin emperor had shielded Princes Yu and Lu when Chen Ping filed his accusation, even imprisoning Chen Ping in the dungeons. Subsequently, he secretly ordered Princes Yu and Lu to eliminate Chen Ping, crafting the illusion that Chen Ping had taken his own life out of guilt. How could this be? Why would the emperor do such a thing? Yang Qi and Lin Long, visibly stunned, collapsed to the ground. The old dean, Chu Wenyuan, and Song Yulong also had their pupils constrict in shock at this revelation. They too were puzzled by the emperor's motives. Mu Yuan had set out to expand the empire for the Qin emperor, so why did he covertly orchestrate events leading to the annihilation of Mu Yuan and his army? This also resulted in a weakening of the military forces on the borders of the Qin, leading to unceasing turmoil. Why would the Qin emperor act in such a manner? Mu Feng then severed Prince Yu's last ear, directing his sword at Prince Lu, coldly asking, still not willing to speak? Prince Yu's voice had gone hoarse from screaming, and he glared at Mu Feng with fury brewing within. Why was it always him? Without questioning, Mu Feng simply acted. It was utterly unfair. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Prince Lu's forehead as he hesitated, but his response was met with another flash of the sword. Prince Lu felt a sharp pain as his right ear was severed, blood staining the entire side of his face. I will speak. I will speak. He hurriedly said, but I do not fully understand the emperor's motives. We had inquired before, and the emperor merely stated that Mu Yuan should have died years ago. Had that individual not been in the capital, he would have acted against Mu Yuan long ago. Now that the individual is absent from the capital, the emperor seized this opportunity to strike at Mu Yuan, commanding us to act against the Mu family's army. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's expression darkened, his mind swirling with further questions. The Qin emperor had harbored intentions to kill Mu Yuan for over a decade, yet hesitated due to someone's presence. Now that Mu Yuan was on an expedition to Dawan, and that individual was absent, the emperor seized a rare chance to eliminate Mu Yuan. Why did the emperor wish to kill Mu Yuan, who was the individual mentioned by the emperor in the capital? In an instant, Mu Feng was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Mu Feng, this is all I know. Prince Lu spoke cautiously, but before he could finish, Mu Feng struck again, severing his left ear. Why must you take my left ear after I have revealed everything? Prince Lu lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Is simply more symmetrical. Mu Feng replied with an expressionless face. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying auras surged from within the imperial city, swiftly approaching the dungeons. This is bad. The royal family has received word, and their experts are likely on their way. The old dean's face changed dramatically as he turned to Mu Feng, urging, young friend, let us retreat to the academy and weather the storm. Without waiting for Mu Feng's response, the old dean waved his sleeve, and a torrent of righteous energy surged forth, enveloping Mu Feng, Yang Qi, and the others, vanishing from sight. Chapter 46. The Qin Emperor's Fury Whoosh. Not long after the old dean and the others departed, powerful figures with terrifying auras leaped into the air and halted outside the dungeons. Situated on the outskirts of the imperial city and in a remote area, the dungeons were seldom frequented, which allowed Mu Feng's ruckus to go unnoticed by the guardians of the imperial city. It was only thanks to the escaped soldiers that they became aware of the turmoil in the dungeons. Who dares to brazenly invade the dungeons and slaughter so many guards? Look, is that General Chu Wuzi? He is dead as well. The intruder is undoubtedly a formidable expert, at least at the Qi Sea realm. Investigate, find out who did this, and report this matter to the emperor immediately. The experts present were astonished and enraged, particularly upon seeing the corpse of Chu Wuzi, causing them all to gasp in shock. Chu Wuzi had been a mid-tier expert at the Qi Sea realm, yet he had perished quietly outside the dungeons, instilling fear in the hearts of the crowd. In the imperial palace, within the study, the Qin emperor appeared unperturbed as he engaged in a game of chess. His opponent was none other than Grand General Shernhao. Your Majesty possesses exceptional chess skills. I, as an old minister, can only concede in admiration, Shernhao remarked, placing down a piece. The Qin Emperor smiled slightly and replied, General Shi is overly modest. Your skills are not inferior to mine. Your loss stems from your limited perspective. In terms of perspective, how could I ever compare to your majesty? You are the sovereign of the realm, while I am but a mere hound at your feet. Wherever you point, I shall follow. And there is no need for any grand perspective. Shi Niao flattered, earning the Qin Emperor's favor. I have heard that there are inscriptions on the Qing Shi Yushu that have gained the acknowledgement of sage, and that a remarkable phenomenon occurred yesterday. Quite spectacular indeed. The Qin Emperor casually remarked. Are you aware of who the inscriber is? Your Majesty. The inscriber is said to be named Feng Yuan. Since he left his mark on the Qing Shi Yushu, he has been revered as a saint by the Academy. Shi Niao replied with respect. Feng Yuan? Do you know the background of this individual? To receive the sage's acknowledgement, he must be quite talented. The Qin Emperor furrowed his brow, as this name was unfamiliar to him. Shi Niao shook his head. This individual has a mysterious background. I've been unable to uncover anything about him. However, a recent poem about chrysanthemums from the Ministry of Rites is related to him. The poem on the chrysanthemum, the Qin Emperor inquired. Indeed, the author of this poem is Feng Yuan, Shi Niao said with a smile. The Qin Emperor nodded. This individual appears to be a true genius in the literary arts. I am eager to meet him. Such talent, if utilized for my purposes, would be a tremendous asset. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, causing the Qin Emperor to frown in displeasure. What is it? He asked indifferently. A eunuch's sharp voice came from outside. Your Majesty, grave news has arrived. There has been an incident at the dungeons. The Qin Emperor and Shi Niao exchanged glances, their smiles widening. Is it that Shan Ping has perished? The eunuch hesitated. Shan Ping is indeed dead. The smiles on the Qin Emperor and Shi Niao's faces grew even more pronounced. Moreover, all the guards in the dungeons are dead. Additionally, nearly 1,000 soldiers from the Grand General's estate, including General Chu Wuzi, have also perished. The eunuch reported in a panic. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Qin Emperor and Shi Niao froze. What? You say Chu Wuzi is dead? The guards in the dungeons are all dead? The Qin Emperor sprang to his feet, sweeping open the study door with a wave of his sleeve, coldly fixing his gaze on the kneeling eunuch outside. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Every word I speak is the truth. This is a handwritten letter from the city supervisor. Please, take a look. The eunuch crawled forward, presenting a letter with both hands. The Qin Emperor took the letter, read it, and fell silent. We have underestimated Mu Feng. He sighed, handing the letter to Shi Niao. Chu Wuzi is truly dead? Shi Niao's expression was a mix of shock and anger. Chu Wuzi was one of his most trusted aides. Although not the strongest in the Grand General's estate, he was the most loyal and talented general, with the potential to reach the Divine Union realm in the future. However, now he lies dead in the celestial prison, and his murderer is none other than Mu Feng. This Mu Feng must not be allowed to live. His talent surpasses that of Mu Yuan by leaps and bounds. He must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. The Qin Emperor's gaze was profound, revealing a fierce intent to kill. Mu Feng is merely around 17 years of age, yet he was able to slay a mid-stage master like Zhu Wuzi. If given sufficient time to mature, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Divine Union realm. Once he attains that level, he will become a significant threat to the Qin Emperor. Your Majesty, leave this Mu Feng to me. I shall capture him and subject him to 1,000 tortures. Shi Niao gritted his teeth. The Qin Emperor nodded and stated, Catch him quickly. Do not let me down. Yes. Shi Niao bowed deeply. Above the academy, an overwhelming aura of righteousness surged forth. And soon the old dean, Mu Feng, and his companions appeared in the dean's residence. My young friend, how do you intend to deal with these two? The old dean inquired, glancing at the unconscious Prince Yu and King Lu lying on the ground. Calmly, Mu Feng replied, They cannot die yet. I shall keep them alive until they confess publicly. They will live in agony. Yang Qi, Lin Long, and the others felt a chill in their hearts, casting sympathetic glances at Prince Yu and King Lu. Yang Qi, Lin Long, you must not reveal a word of today's events. The Holy Sun shall henceforth be known as Feng Yuan, not Mu Feng. Do you understand? Chu and Yuan's gaze turned serious as he warned them. Rest assured, Master. I swear a solemn oath that if I disclose today's events, may the heavens strike me down. Yang Qi declared, raising 3 fingers in affirmation. I too, Lin Long hastily added. Suddenly, thunder roared across the sky, startling Yang Qi and Lin Long. who instinctively huddled together. A downpour followed, with dark clouds gathering and rain pouring down in a dense curtain. The old dean and Mu Feng's group took shelter under the eaves from the rain. I will go inform Prime Minister Yang. I fear they might slip up. Song Yulong volunteered. The old dean nodded, and Song Yulong, enveloped in righteousness, departed the academy. From this day forth, the entire imperial city and even the entirety of Daqin will be seeking you. You should move into the academy. You need not refuse. Since you are now the Holy Son, you are part of the academy. The old dean continued, looking at Mu Feng. Moreover, your younger sister requires a tranquil environment to recuperate. Must you continue to drag her about? Thank you, Dean. Mu Feng clasped his hands and, after a moment of silence, said, I will bring Yaoer to the academy. You shall go. I will personally visit the Fulu Inn. Holy Son, it is unwise for you to venture out now. Chu Wenyuan quickly interjected, departing shortly after. Holy Son, Lin Long and I will procure a coffin. It is inappropriate for Uncle Ping's body to remain exposed. Yankee approached respectfully. Mu Feng shook his head. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the coffin. If we go to procure one now, it could easily attract the attention of those with ill intentions, increasing the risk of exposure. Yang Qi and Lin Long were taken aback, silently acknowledging Mu Feng's meticulous thoughts. I will find a way regarding the coffin, Mu Feng assured, then turned to the old dean, bowing deeply. Thank you for your assistance. Please provide me with a room. I wish to be alone for a while. Very well. The old dean sighed and led Mu Feng deeper into the residence. Inside the room, Mu Feng sat in silence throughout the night. The bodies of Prince Yu, King Lu, and Qin Ping were stored within the chaos immortal coffin. As dawn broke and the thunder ceased, the rain subsided. Mu Feng stood, his eyes gleaming with intense light. After a night of contemplation, he ultimately made a decision, one that would weigh heavily on his conscience. In that moment of resolution, Mu Feng's heart transformed, becoming increasingly clear and transparent. Suddenly, the true dragon sword at his waist emitted a melodious chime, vibrating intensely as if stirred by some unseen force. Simultaneously, all students within the academy who bore swords were astonished to find their own blades singing and trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? I cannot control my sword. How would I know? It seems to be calling out on its own. It's simply bizarre. The crowd within the academy was struck with alarm, turning their gazes toward the dean's residence. They were soon awestruck to witness a beam of sword light soaring into the sky, transforming in midair into a gleaming sword-shaped brilliance. The old dean, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan rushed out of their rooms, fixated on the radiant sword light above. Is this the sword heart? Que Wenyuan exclaimed in astonishment. The old dean's expression turned grave. This is no ordinary sword heart. It is a clear sword heart. Even an ordinary sword immortal might not possess such clarity. Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. The Holy Son is indeed a prodigious talent. Not only has he condensed the sage's literary heart, but he has also attained the clear sword heart. He is destined to reach unparalleled heights in both literary and martial prowess. The old dean marveled. A clear sword heart will surely lead to the emergence of a sword immortal, and not just any sword immortal. Realizing this, the three scholars regarded Mu Feng with increasing esteem. Disperse the gathering crowd. Do not let anyone disturb the Holy Son. The old dean cast a glance at Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan. They nodded in understanding and vanished like streaks of light. Mu Feng entered a profound state of enlightenment, remaining motionless at the table for an entire day and night. When he finally reopened his eyes, they sparkled with radiant sword light. Upon introspection, he could see that his sword heart had become crystalline and flawless, akin to the most exquisite gem in existence. Having made my decision, I must prepare accordingly. Mu Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze shining with determination as his spirit delved into the chaos immortal coffin. He took slow steps towards the second level. In an instant, a flash of sword light darted forth, playfully circling Mu Feng. He regarded the lively broken sword and said, I have made a decision that may lead to my demise. Will you assist me? Sensing Mu Feng's sorrow and resolve, the broken sword emitted a soft hum, silently offering its hilt to him. Thank you. Mu Feng smiled broadly, his joy echoed by the sword's triumphant ringing. At the same time, Mu Feng noticed that the majestic silver door at the end of the second level had opened slightly. This door separated the second and third levels and was the only passage to the third level. Mu Feng understood that the frenzied slaughter from the previous night had allowed the chaos immortal coffin to absorb enough sanguine essence, thus indicating the door to the third level was beginning to open. Creak. Upon exiting the coffin space, Mu Feng opened the door to find a woman quietly waiting outside. You have arrived. Where is Yaoer? Mu Feng glanced at the woman and inquired. The woman was none other than Lu Qiuming, brought to the academy by Chu Wenyuan. Miss Mu Yao is in the adjacent room. Lu Qiuming pointed to the room beside Mu Feng's, hesitating before asking, Sir, is it true that Chun Ping is dead? Yes. Mu Feng paused briefly before continuing towards Mu Yao's room. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qiuming stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yaya, brother must attend to a very important matter now. Perhaps I will be unable to care for you in the future. You won't hold it against me, will you? Mu Feng sat at the edge of the bed, quietly gazing at Mu Yao's serene, sleeping face, speaking softly for a long time. After leaving Mu Yao's room, Mu Feng headed to the back mountain of the academy, where he felled several large trees. Over the next few days, he personally crafted a coffin for Chun Ping. Little did Mu Feng know, during this time, the entire imperial city and even the central plains were abuzz with rumors. The chaos in the celestial prison, resulting in countless casualties, spread rapidly throughout the imperial city, creating a tremendous uproar. The imperial court's wanted posters were disseminated throughout every city in Zhongzhou, featuring the likeness of Mu Feng. In an instant, Mu Feng became the focal point of fervent discussions within the entire imperial capital. Nearly everyone was aware that this youth, known as Mu Feng, had brazenly infiltrated the prison, not only slaying numerous guards, but also assassinating the esteemed General Chu Wuzi. Upon learning of Mu Feng's audacious exploits, the capital was thrown into turmoil. Chu Wuzi was a formidable master at the mid-stage of the Qixi realm, renowned throughout the capital, known by all. The fact that such a powerful figure could be killed was astonishing, especially by someone whom most had never heard of. Even more shocking was the revelation that Mu Feng was said to be under 20 years of age, a young warrior of the Qixi realm capable of eclipsing all the talents listed on the imperial rankings. Undoubtedly, his most lauded feat was the audacious act of breaking into the prison, a grave crime that could implicate 9 generations of his family. Even the most reckless masters of the demonic sect in Qin would hesitate to attempt such a daring rescue. Yet Mu Feng not only accomplished this, but did so with remarkable decisiveness. Was the imperial capital on the verge of upheaval? The emergence of a Feng Yuan was one thing, but now there was also a Mu Feng. Within the Wu mansion, Yan Guijue, upon hearing the news, could not help but express his astonishment. Behind him, Jian Kanglin clenched his fists tightly. He had once sparred with Chu Wuzi and knew he would undoubtedly be defeated within 100 exchanges. Yet now, this mysterious youth named Mu Feng had slain Chu Wuzi, filling Jian Kanglin's heart with a profound sense of defeat. He had always held the title of the #1 on the imperial rankings, with even the brilliant crown prince beneath him. Now he discovered that within Qin, there existed talents more extraordinary than he, and, astonishingly, 2 had emerged at once. The pride in Jian Kanglin's heart was utterly shattered. Master, I wish to enter seclusion. Until I comprehend the essence of the sword, I shall not emerge, Jian Kanglin declared resolutely. Yan Guijue glanced at his disciple with a complex expression and nodded. Very well. Days later, within Mu Feng's courtyard, a meticulously crafted wooden coffin appeared. Mu Feng stood silently before it, holding the urn of Chun Ping's ashes. Behind him stood the old dean, Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, Yang Qi, and L. Qiuming, among others who had known Chun Ping, quietly standing in solidarity. Even the renowned saint alchemist, Man Yao, had arrived, suppressing her urge to munch on a chicken leg upon witnessing the somber atmosphere. After placing the urn into the coffin and closing its lid, Mu Feng turned to the gathering and fixed his gaze upon Man Yao, saying, Miss Man Yao, I have an unusual request. Speak freely, Man Yao replied. Could I trouble you to take Yaoer to seek your master? Mu Feng asked with a respectful gesture. Man Yao furrowed her brows and pouted. My master is in the Star Burial Sea. I barely managed to sneak out, and now you want me to return? Anticipating her reluctance, Mu Feng produced a food box and handed it to Man Yao. She accepted it, declaring, a mere braised chicken leg will not sway me. As she opened the box, she discovered not a chicken leg, but a dish she had never seen before, though she recognized it was made from chicken. With a hint of curiosity, she pinched a strand of chicken and tasted it. Instantly her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is delicious," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with ecstasy as she began to devour the dish voraciously. "What is this called? Is there more?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is spicy chicken. Once you fully recover my sister, I shall prepare as much as you desire, and besides spicy chicken, I can create many other dishes you have yet to try, each more delectable than the braised chicken legs at the Drunken Immortal restaurant," Mu Feng stated earnestly. "Now, are you willing to take my sister to find your master?" Man Yao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking for grain. "Absolutely. I will be delighted." Chapter 48. Seeking no life or death. Only a clear conscience, Dean. Do you have any writing materials? Mu Feng turned to the old dean. The old dean was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes brightened as he stared at Mu Feng, exclaiming, "Young friend, do you intend to compose poetry?" Mu Feng nodded affirmatively. The eyes of Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, Yang Qi, and others lit up, while Bai Kaiwan dashed off to fetch writing supplies. The members of the Literary Academy were all filled with excitement. Ever since Mu Feng gained renown in the capital for his poem To the Chrysanthemum and his calligraphy on the greenstone jade tablet, they had regarded him as the holy son of the Literary Academy, harboring an almost blind admiration for his literary talent. Soon, Bai Kaiwan returned with the writing materials, personally grinding the ink. "Dean, please write on my behalf," Mu Feng requested of the old dean. The old dean nodded in relief, secretly glad that Mu Feng would not be writing himself, as his handwriting was notoriously dreadful. Jiangji Ji Run sends the dawn's offerings. The ceremonial robes just entering the emerald cloud cloak. Mu Feng began to recite. The old dean was momentarily stunned, realizing that the first line painted a scene of solemn grandeur, highlighting the majestic atmosphere of the morning court. The heavenly gates of the palace open wide, all nations bowing to the imperial crown. As the sun rises, the celestial hands move, fragrant smoke rising beside the dragon robes. After the morning audience, one must prepare the five-colored edict, the sound of ornaments returning to the phoenix pool. The old dean wrote effortlessly, growing increasingly animated with each stroke. This poem was truly magnificent. The language was ornate and vividly depicted the grandeur of the morning court, showcasing the emperor's nobility and opulence. He realized he could never compose such splendid verses. Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, Yang Qi, Bai Kaiwan, and the others, upon hearing the lines, found themselves deeply immersed in the poem's ambience, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. This poem, in Mu Feng's past life, was renowned, composed by the great Tang Dynasty poet Wang Wei, vividly capturing the myriad emotions of an emperor's morning court. Excellent poetry, truly splendid poetry. The old dean broke the silence, clapping with delight as he gazed at Mu Feng with increasing approval. "I never imagined that a mere morning court could be described with such grandeur. The Holy Sun is indeed a natural poet. Que Wenyuan s'y guide in admiration." Song Yulong, Yang Qi, and the others nodded in agreement. But soon, the old dean seemed to recall something, his expression darkening as he looked at Mu Feng and asked, "What is your purpose in writing this poem?" Mu Feng replied calmly, "To present it to the Qin emperor." "What are your intentions?" the old dean inquired sternly. This poem was evidently intended for the emperor. If anyone else composed such verses, Gu Haoge might interpret it as mere flattery toward the Qin emperor. However, Gu Haoge understood that Mu Feng harbored only hatred for the Qin emperor, so how could he pen a poem in praise of him? Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, and the others also sensed something amiss and looked at Mu Feng with concern. "Dean, please help me deliver this poem to the Qin emperor, and remember to sign it in the name of Feng Yuan." Mu Feng bowed respectfully. The old dean fixed a penetrating gaze on Mu Feng. "Do you wish to use this poem to summon the Qin emperor, then proceed to undertake a foolish act? You must think carefully. The royal family is the most powerful force in Qin, with masters in the divine harmony realm stationed there, especially the Qin emperor. He is the most gifted among all the emperors of Qin, a genius who has nearly stepped into the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm. Should you act recklessly, it would be tantamount to seeking your own demise." Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, and the others also urged Mu Feng, cautioning him against taking unnecessary risks. "This is not foolishness. It is something I must do," Mu Feng declared calmly. The old dean spoke sternly. "Do you not realize that once you go you may die?" "I am aware. Mu Feng replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Gu Haoge. Before making this decision, I have pondered thoroughly. There is no need for you to persuade me further. In this world, life is indeed precious, but some matters hold far greater importance than life. I understand what you wish to convey. You will surely say that with my talent, I merely need to remain dormant until I grow strong enough to exact my revenge. At this point, Mu Feng let out a self-deprecating smile. A gentleman takes 10 years to repay a debt, but for me, it is too late, because I am a sword cultivator. My sword is unyielding. I can evade, but I shall never retreat. Once I retreat, my sword heart will shatter, and my sword will never again rise. My spine will remain forever bent. I, Mu Feng, act not for the sake of life or death, but solely for a clear conscience. Gu Haoge fell into silence, as did Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan. Yang Qi, Lin Long, and others remained equally mute. Eventually, Gu Haoge let out a long sigh and said, Saint's son, I respect your choice. Take this, it should aid you. As he spoke, Gu Haoge waved his sleeve, and a shimmering golden paper flew through the air, landing in Mu Feng's palm. Use the righteous qi to activate it. Gu Haoge instructed solemnly. Mu Feng nodded and summoned the righteous qi within his literary heart. In an instant, the golden paper in his hand expanded rapidly, enveloping him entirely. It was as though he had vanished from sight, his presence and form dissipating into thin air. Yet soon after, Mu Feng reappeared in his original position, astonished as he gazed at the golden paper in his hand. This is a relic from the sage, capable of concealing one's aura and presence. Since you are the saint's son of our literature academy, this relic must rightfully belong to you. Handle it with care, Gu Haoge lamented. Thank you. Mu Feng smiled and stepped away from the academy. Sansong, where are you going? Yang Qi attempted to follow, but was halted by a formidable sword aura. Do not follow. I'm no longer Feng Yuan, but Mu Feng. With that, Mu Feng removed his disguise and leaped away. Saint's son, what are his intentions? Lin Long's face turned pale. Gu Haoge's expression grew complex as he replied. He seeks to avenge Chun Ping for Mu Yuan and for the countless soldiers of the Mu family army. After departing the academy, Mu Feng dragged Yu Wang and Lu Wang toward the main street. In the imperial city on the main street, Mu Feng led the subdued Yu Wang and Lu Wang, parading them through the bustling crowd. At that moment, the once proud Yu Wang and Lu Wang appeared frail, their eyes devoid of spirit. For days, Mu Feng had tormented them, pushing them to the brink of despair. The onlookers quickly noticed the two royals, dressed in luxurious purple and gold robes, garments reserved solely for the royal family, symbols of their status. Yet these once mighty figures were now shackled, limbs severed, dragged through the streets like animals. Is that not Yu Wang and Lu Wang? I have seen them before. How have they come to this state? Suddenly, recognition sparked among the crowd, igniting a wave of commotion. Yu Wang and Lu Wang, renowned royal relatives of the imperial city, were familiar to many. The most had only heard of them from afar. Instantly, all eyes turned to the dark-clad youth dragging them along. Was he not the fugitive Mu Feng? Indeed, he resembled the wanted poster. Has Mu Feng lost his mind? The entire city is searching for him, yet he dares to appear, parading Yu Wang and Lu Wang in broad daylight. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and speculation, with some even sneaking away to report to the authorities. Unfazed, Mu Feng continued his march, bringing Yu Wang and Lu Wang to the plaza at the end of the main street. Gradually, the throng grew, swelling into a surging tide of humanity. Mu Feng's plan was straightforward. He meant to compel Yu Wang and Lu Wang to confess the truth behind Mu Yuan's defeat. He aimed to unveil the truth for all to see. Upon reaching the plaza, Mu Feng suspended Yu Wang and Lu Wang with a rope, drew the true dragon sword, and with a single stroke, sliced a piece of flesh from Yu Wang's cheek. Yu Wang cried out in agony, Mu Feng, what do you intend to do? Why torment me so? Before his words could fade, Mu Feng struck again, taking a second piece of flesh from Yu Wang's face, directing his gaze toward Lu Wang. Lu Wang, if you wish to avoid experiencing the same fate as Yu Wang, speak aloud the truth of Mu Yuan's defeat. As he spoke, Mu Feng unleashed a third strike without pause. Lu Wang, filled with dread, watched in horror as Yu Wang's flesh was methodically removed, revealing the stark bone beneath. I will tell everything. Lu Wang nearly broke down, tears streaming down his face. Now speak louder. Reveal to the people the truth of the Daiyuan War. Tell them how Mu Yuan and the Mu family army met their demise at your hands. Mu Feng's cold gaze bore down on Lu Wang, continuing his grim task against Yu Wang. Lu Wang, amidst Yu Wang's cries of agony, finally divulged in the Dayuan War. Yu Wang severed the Mu family army supplies, and I intentionally withheld reinforcements, leading to their annihilation. Had it not been for our treachery, Mu Yuan could have conquered Lulan and integrated it into our Qin territory. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated such hidden truths regarding the infamous Dayuan War. After the Mu family army's defeat, it was rumored that Mu Yuan had been overconfident, leading to their downfall, which incited the public's ire against him. Many scholars had written scathing critiques, condemning Mu Yuan as a historical villain. Now, the truth was finally revealed. It was Yu Wang and Lu Wang who had orchestrated his ruin. We have misunderstood Mu Wang. No wonder the invincible Mu Wang met such a tragic end. It was due to the scheming of petty individuals. The crowd erupted, denouncing Yu Wang and Lu Wang, some even hurling insults. Bold Mu Feng. How dare you sow discord among the people? At that moment, figures emerged from the rooftops surrounding the plaza, each exuding an aura deep and unfathomable. More terrifyingly, they were all masters of the Qi realm, each one potentially stronger than Chu Wuzi. At the end of the main street, troops of the Imperial Guard charged forth on horseback, scattering the assembled crowd, who fled in panic. Help me! Save me! Lu Wang cried, his eyes alight with hope. Yu Wang, barely clinging to consciousness, managed a feeble plea, yet his eyes mirrored Lu Wang's hope. By order of His Majesty, anyone who encounters Mu Feng is to be executed without mercy. The leading figure among the masters, a gaunt man wielding a long spear, charged forward. To meet him, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. In an instant, before the gaunt man could react, his forehead was pierced. In that fleeting moment, as he felled the gaunt man, Mu Feng's eyes shone like gold, manifesting golden pupils. Instantly, within 100 meters surrounding Mu Feng, myriad golden pupils appeared, enveloping all the attacking masters in their gaze. The assembled masters fell into a haze, their eyes clouded with confusion. In that moment, Mu Feng sprang into action, launching himself into the fray. His speed was blinding, rendering him invisible to the crowd, with only a streak of sword light darting through the plaza like a dragon. In mere moments, Mu Feng returned to the center of the plaza, as if he had never moved. The masters, now regaining their senses, were horrified to discover their foreheads had been pierced. They stared in disbelief at Mu Feng before collapsing, their life energy extinguished. Since stepping into the Qi realm, Mu Feng's dantian, being that of an immortal coffin, transformed his cultivated Qi into a superior energy. Coupled with the elevation of his sword heart to a pure state, his strength ascended to new heights. Though still at the early stage of the Qi realm, Mu Feng's true combat prowess rendered him invincible within that realm. Blood-red energy surged into Mu Feng, transforming into the unique Qi within his dantian. What? How has Mu Feng become this powerful? Lu Wang and Yu Wang stared, mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. Do they still remember that when outside the dungeon, Mu Feng had to pay a considerable price to defeat the mid-stage Qi realm expert, Chu Wuzi? Yet now, he has effortlessly slain over a dozen Qi realm masters. It is known that among these numerous experts, 80% are at the initial stage of Qi, while the remaining 20% are at the mid-stage. Such a formidable lineup would make even late-stage Qi masters hesitant to engage. Nevertheless, the seemingly mere initial stage Mu Feng has dispatched them with ease. Is he a monster? As the elite troops surged forward, upon witnessing the swift execution of their peers, they collectively gasped in disbelief and abruptly reined in their steeds. The once mighty contingent of the elite forces came to a halt, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they fixed their eyes on Mu Feng in the square, now too terrified to advance. Moreover, Mu Feng cast a cold glance at the apprehensive elite troops before thrusting his sword, pressing it against the brow of King Li, demanding, "Why have you done this?" King Li's throat bobbed as he stammered, "This was all commanded by His Majesty. It was he who ordered me and Prince Yu to act thus." A thunderous silence enveloped the crowd, as if struck by lightning. The common folk were left in shock by King Li's revelation. Could it be that the lofty Qin Emperor was behind all of this? Yet, why would he orchestrate such events? Prince Yu and King Li are his vassals, are they not? and what of the hundreds of thousands of Mu family soldiers who fought valiantly for the Qin emperor to expand his realm and achieve glory? In that moment, the faith of countless citizens crumbled. Mu Feng, do not misinterpret your actions. Do you realize the grave sin of slandering the emperor? Warned the commanding officer of the elite troops, his expression darkening as he glared at Mu Feng, preparing to issue a fierce retort. However, a flash of sword light came swiftly, piercing through the officer's brow, blood gushing forth, staining his face a vivid red. Is there anyone else who fears not death? Speak if you dare. Let us see whether your words can outpace my blade, Mu Feng declared, his icy gaze sweeping the area. The elite troops felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating a few paces, disregarding the terrified elite troops. Mu Feng turned his attention to Prince Yu and King Li. He confronted Prince Yu, who had maliciously severed the supply lines during the Battle of Dayuan, resulting in the deaths of countless Mu family soldiers and their commander, Mu Yuan. Furthermore, he had colluded with King Li to murder Qin Ping, the sole survivor of the Mu family army. According to the law, he deserved death. With a swift motion, Mu Feng brought down his sword, and Prince Yu's head flew from his shoulders, blood tracing a parabolic path through the air. Prince Yu's eyes fluttered closed, a look of relief crossing his face. He had been tormented by Mu Feng to the brink of despair. Death was, in fact, a form of liberation for him. No, spare me. I know my wrongs. I will do anything you ask. Just grant me my life. The death of Prince Yu deeply rattled King Li, who fell into a pitiful state, pleading for mercy. Now you seek to beg for mercy? Did you ever consider sparing Qin Ping when you were in the dungeon? Did you think of sparing the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Mu family soldiers when you betrayed them? No, you did not. You even took pleasure in their suffering. King Li, the heavens are watching. Even if the Qin emperor shields you, and the laws of Qin protect you, my sword shall show you no mercy. Mu Feng raised the true dragon sword, gradually speaking, during the Battle of Dayuan. King Li not only ignored the pleas for aid from the Mu family scouts, but also killed them, leaving the Mu family soldiers trapped in Lulan without food or support. Subsequently, under the emperor's directive, he abused his power in the dungeon to execute Deputy Commander Qin Ping. His heart deserves punishment, and his crimes warrant death. According to the law, execution is warranted. With that, the true dragon sword fell, and King Li's head joined that of Prince Yu. Exhaling a long breath, Mu Feng felt as though he had expelled the burdens weighing upon his heart. Qin Ping, father, and the countless brave souls of the Mu family, do you see? The ones who caused your demise have now been vanquished. Mu Feng gazed up at the vast sky, slowly uttering, "Yet it is not enough. The true instigator remains at large." At this point, Mu Feng's resolve grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, within the depths of the royal palace, terrifying auras surged forth. Mu Feng's actions had utterly alarmed the palace's experts, who were now dispatched to the scene. Mu Feng looked toward the palace's depths and declared, "Today, my actions serve but to convey one message to the Qin emperor." The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Mu Feng. He spoke slowly, his words resonating like thunder. In a world governed by righteousness, one sacrifices oneself for the way. In a lawless world, one sacrifices oneself for justice. The Qin emperor has acted unjustly, disregarding the law. Thus, I, Mu Feng, shall carve a path of righteousness with my sword. The surrounding citizens were absorbed in Mu Feng's words, some quietly weeping, others shedding tears, and many gazing at him with reverence. Then, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing Mu Feng to leap down from the platform and walk into their midst, where, without any organization or announcement, they bowed deeply before him. They understood that from this day forth, this brave youth who dared to expose the Qin emperor's injustices might never again see the light of day. They admired his unwavering courage, his forthrightness in the face of tyranny, and his unyielding conscience. As the approaching experts and elite troops arrived, they were stunned to find throngs of citizens blocking all paths. They could only watch helplessly as Mu Feng vanished into the crowd, never to be seen again. Chapter 50. The prince and princess captured in the shadows. Countless eyes were fixated on the main square. Upon witnessing Mu Feng's instantaneous defeat of over a dozen Qi Si realm masters and the public executions of Prince Yu and King Li, many were left profoundly shaken. My third brother's judgment was indeed lacking. Had he supported Mu Feng back at the Mu Wang mansion, he would not only have survived but possibly contended for the throne. The ninth prince sat atop a nearby tavern, silently observing the unfolding events below, his expression grave and serious. Ninth brother, your assessment is misguided. This Mu Feng is audacious. Even if my third brother had supported him, he would likely have been ensnared by Mu Feng's recklessness. A sharp, domineering voice echoed from below the tavern. The ninth prince turned to see a tall, elegantly dressed youth in luxurious black attire, accompanied by a retainer. Upon sighting the youth, the ninth prince's expression shifted, and he quickly rose to bow, saying, I greet my royal brother. The youth was none other than the current crown prince, Ji Baxiao. No need for such formality. Ji Baxiao waved his hand dismissively and took a seat beside the ninth prince, casting his gaze down upon the square. This Mu Feng is indeed audacious. To publicly execute Prince Yu and King Li, and even to slander our father, he must have a death wish. Yabuxiao remarked leisurely. The ninth prince nodded in agreement. Scoffing, the royal city is already under martial law. His escape is futile. He cannot flee the city, akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, and will be captured eventually. Ji Baxiao replied nonchalantly, what a pity for this young man's talent. If I did not misjudge, he is merely at the initial stage of Qi-Si, yet has managed to kill over a dozen Qi-Si realm masters. Not even I could achieve such a feat, let alone Jian Kanglin. His talent surpasses even that of the rumored Feng Yuan. The ninth prince's expression darkened, feeling a sense of discomfort. He was the fourth in line for the imperial decree, always overshadowed by Jian Kanglin, the crown prince, and the eldest princess. Though he felt discontent, he had no choice but to accept it. Now, suddenly faced with two talents surpassing him, he was understandably unsettled. Ji Baxiao glanced at the ninth prince, remarking coolly, Ninth brother, you should temper your competitive nature. A ruler does not need to be first in all things. The true skill lies in the ability to command those stronger than oneself. If only Mu Feng had not acted recklessly, I would have sought to win him over and make him my sharpest blade. The ninth prince scoffed disdainfully. He is merely a man on the brink of death. What merit is there to discuss? Indeed, it is quite lively, with both my eldest brother and ninth brother present. Suddenly, a chilling female voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Approaching was the regal princess, clad in an elegant gown, accompanied by two charming maidservants. The imperial sister had also arrived. Are you here for Mu Feng as well? Ji Baxiao inquired with a faint smile. The princess, with an aloof demeanor, replied, Mu Feng is reckless and unrestrained, causing such a commotion. I am merely curious to see for myself. Since you are here, why not sit down, enjoy some tea, and engage in conversation? Once Mu Feng is captured, we can have him brought over for a closer look, the ninth prince languidly suggested from his perch by the window. The princess nodded and took a seat beside him, while her two maidservants swiftly served tea and attended to her needs. As time passed, the imperial city was abuzz with elite warriors, and numerous patrols scoured the streets in a relentless search for Mu Feng. Strangely, it was as if Mu Feng had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the tavern, the crown prince, ninth prince, and the princess awaited with furrowed brows, growing increasingly anxious. What is going on? Several hours have passed, and yet Mu Feng remains at large. Are the imperial guards merely idling? The ninth prince exclaimed impatiently. The crown prince and the princess shared his bewilderment. They were well aware of the efficiency of the imperial guards. When mobilized, they could locate even the tiniest fly in the city. Yet now, their failure to find Mu Feng was troubling. Where could he have gone? Logically, he should have been caught by now, the crown prince mused, frowning. Suddenly, a jarring voice echoed within the tavern. The faces of the ninth prince, crown prince, and the princess paled, and they sprang to their feet, but alas, a flash of sword light appeared seemingly from nowhere, faster than their reactions. Bang! 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 All three of them spat blood as they crashed violently into the wall. Their expressions ashen. The maidservants and guards, quick to respond, attempted to act in the moment, but were no match for the swiftness of the sword light. In an instant, more than 10 maidservants and guards fell, blood spurting from their foreheads as they were pierced through. The ninth prince struggled to rise, only to find the sword light slicing through, severing his tendons before his horrified gaze. The crown prince and the princess, alarmed, attempted to retreat, but the sword light arced through the air toward them, equally severing their tendons. After executing this swift attack, the sword light retreated, landing a dozen meters away, where a figure gradually became visible, It was none other than Mu Feng. In the moment, he turned to blend into the crowd. He had utilized the golden paper, channeling his righteous energy to conceal his presence and form. Thanks to the golden paper, evading detection amidst the city's lockdown was feasible. By sheer coincidence, Mu Feng had entered this tavern and overheard the conversation between the crown prince, ninth prince, and the princess. Mu Feng, what are you doing here? The ninth prince gasped in shock, fixated on the recently revealed Mu Feng. I have been here all along, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. The crown prince and the princess exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that the city-wide fugitive Mu Feng had been hiding in the very tavern they occupied, completely unnoticed. Mu Feng, do not act rashly. We bear no grudge against you. There is no need for hostility. You must understand, I am the crown prince, and they're my royal brothers and sister, the crown prince calmly stated. We are the most talented youth of the royal family. If you were to kill us, the royal family would surely go mad. And then you. Who said anything about killing you? Mu Feng looked down at them, shaking his head. Then what do you intend to do? The princess questioned, her voice firm. The Qin emperor still owes my father Mu Yuan and the tens of thousands of Mu family soldiers a reckoning, as well as an explanation. You three are the finest among the younger generation of the royal family. Your lives are of great importance to the Qin emperor. Using you as leverage is the most prudent course of action, Mu Feng stated calmly. The ninth prince, furious, opened his mouth to curse, only to be knocked unconscious by Mu Feng's palm. Subsequently, Mu Feng swiftly incapacitated the crown prince and the princess, binding them securely and blindfolding them. Having completed this, Mu Feng's consciousness plunged into the chaotic immortal coffin, transporting the three into the coffin's realm. Afterward, Mu Feng leapt away from the tavern. Not long after his departure, a squad of imperial guards stormed into the tavern's upper floor. They were met with chaos. The bodies of guards and maidservants lay strewn about. However, the ninth prince, crown prince, and princess had vanished without a trace. Commander, there's a piece of paper here with some writing, an imperial soldier exclaimed, retrieving a note left on the table and presenting it to the commander. The commander took the paper, glanced at it, and his pupils constricted with fury, for it read, The ninth prince, crown prince, and princess are in my possession. The note was signed with Mu Feng's name. How could Mu Feng have abducted them, right under our noses? This matter must be reported to His Majesty. The commander, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily departed with the note in hand. Chapter 51, Breakthrough. Mid-stage, Qi Si in the Imperial Palace, within the study. Emperor Qin sat with an unpleased expression, listening to a guard's report. Shi Niao is disappointing. Days have passed, and he has yet to capture even Mu Feng. Not a single lead in sight. Emperor Qin scoffed, causing the guard kneeling before him to bow repeatedly in fear. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a flustered old eunuch halted at the open doorway. Emperor Qin glanced up, frowning. What is it? The old eunuch crossed the threshold and knelt on the ground, saying, Your Majesty. Today, the criminal Mu Feng appeared in the main street square, even brought the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Lu. Emperor Qin's eyes twitched, his voice cold. This boy has audacity. Knowing I have issued a warrant for his arrest, he still dares to show himself. What is his purpose? The old eunuch's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he trembled. He compelled the Prince of Honor and the Prince of Lu to reveal the truth of the Diyuan War before the multitude, even slandering Your Majesty, claiming you condone the actions that led to Mu Yuan's death, along with tens of thousands of Mu family soldiers. Emperor Qin's pupils constricted, his body shuddering as his face twisted in rage. Boom! He slammed his palm onto the desk, shattering it, and spoke each word with deliberate intensity. What audacity! Truly, what audacity! Where is he? Has he been captured? The old eunuch, prostrate on the ground, quivered as he replied, after Mu Feng vanished into the crowd. He seemed to disappear entirely. The imperial guards have mobilized in full force, yet they have yet to locate him. Emperor Qin's eyelids twitched, his expression almost monstrous as he bellowed. Useless. A complete pack of fools. Despite the entire guard being deployed, they still cannot find Mu Feng. Search. Continue searching. The old eunuch remained on the ground, cautiously adding, Your Majesty, there is one more matter I must report. What else is there? Emperor Qin asked, his tone unfriendly. The ninth prince, the princess, and the crown prince have been captured alive by Mu Feng. The old eunuch forced out. Silence. The study fell into a terrifying stillness, the atmosphere thick with tension. The old eunuch and guards lay prostrate, trembling, not daring to utter a sound. After a long pause, Emperor Qin's voice, as cold as frost, broke the silence. Summon Shirnyao at once. I wish to see him. Yes, the old eunuch and guards, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, hurriedly complied. Shortly thereafter, Shirnyao rushed into the palace, coincidentally crossing paths with Prime Minister Yang. Prime Minister Yang, what brings you to the palace? Shirnyao inquired with surprise. I come to deliver a poem for His Majesty. Prime Minister Yang replied nonchalantly. Could it be a work by the famed literary prodigy Feng Yuan? Shirnyao asked, intrigued. Prime Minister Yang did not respond, hastily departing. As Shirnyao noticed that Prime Minister Yang was deliberately ignoring him, he let out a cold snort and hurried towards the imperial study. Both Shirnyao and Prime Minister Yang arrived at the imperial study almost simultaneously. Upon entering, they immediately knelt to pay their respects. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of true energy surged through the air, striking Shirnyao, who was caught off guard. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, crashing through the door of the imperial study and landing heavily in the courtyard outside. Prime Minister Yang's expression shifted slightly as he stole a glance at Emperor Qin, noticing the emperor's face was as deep as water, with a hint of ferocity. Shirnyao, I have given you numerous opportunities, yet you have consistently disappointed me. Your misjudgment during the prison incident may be forgiven, but now that Mu Feng brazenly appears in the main square of the imperial city, forcing Prince Yu and Prince Lu to publicly slander me, and you have yet to capture him. This scoundrel even managed to capture the 9th prince, the crown prince, and the princess right under the eyes of the imperial guards. Your incompetence renders you useless to me. Emperor Qin, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Shirnyao without restraint. Shirnyao, in a state of disarray, quickly scrambled back into the imperial study and bowed his head, pleading, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The moment Mu Feng appeared, I dispatched all the palace's skilled warriors. Yet for some reason, it was as if he vanished into thin air. I suspect he possesses a type of concealing artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to have failed to locate him until now. Furious, Emperor Qin hurled an inkstone at Shirnyao, exclaiming, Do you dare to make excuses? Incompetence is incompetence. You offer too many explanations. Shirnyao dared not utter another word, silently enduring the emperor's scathing remarks. Finally, after venting his frustrations, Emperor Qin glanced at Shirnyao and coldly stated, I shall give you 3 more days. If you do not capture Mu Feng within this time, you may as well resign from your position. Now get out of my sight. With a face full of shame, Shirnyao left in utter disarray. Emperor Qin then turned his attention to the silent Prime Minister Yang, standing nearby, and asked, Prime Minister, what brings you here? Your Majesty, recently, Feng Yuan has composed a poem specifically dedicated to you. Might you be interested in reading it? Prime Minister Yang replied respectfully. Feng Yuan? Is he not the young sage of the academy who penned on the chrysanthemum? Emperor Qin inquired with surprise. Indeed, Prime Minister Yang affirmed. In that case, let's have a look. Emperor Qin said nonchalantly. Prime Minister Yang presented the calligraphy with both hands, and Emperor Qin casually unfolded it, reading intently. After finishing, the emperor's furrowed brow relaxed, his expression softening, and a smile crept onto his lips. What an exquisite poem! Truly remarkable. I attend morning court daily, yet I never imagined a poem could so magnificently depict the grandeur of morning court, with such a multitude of emotions. Emperor Qin chuckled. This Feng Yuan is certainly a peerless talent in poetry. Prime Minister Yang, he must have sent you with the intention of seeking an official position, correct? Prime Minister Yang slightly bowed, saying, Your Majesty, you possess remarkable insight. Emperor Qin pondered for a moment. Let us permit him to enter court. I have the same intention. However, Feng Yuan lacks official credentials, and entering court without them would be somewhat inappropriate. Here's what we shall do. Tomorrow at morning court, you will bring Feng Yuan to the palace, and I will publicly share this poem, allowing the officials to appreciate it. Once they have experienced Feng Yuan's poetic talent, they will naturally be convinced, and I will then propose him for an official position. This should eliminate any obstacles. Your Majesty is wise. I shall bring Feng Yuan to the morning court tomorrow. Prime Minister Yang replied, bowing deeply. After Prime Minister Yang departed, Emperor Qin held the calligraphy with great fondness, summoning the eunuchs from the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs to transcribe dozens of copies. In a shameless act, he even titled the poem a gift to Emperor Qin from the morning court at Xianyang Palace. In the academy, upon learning that Emperor Qin had gladly accepted his poem and summoned him for the next morning escort, Mu Feng realized that his plan was progressing smoothly. As night fell, the moon illuminated the sparse stars. Mu Feng sat cross-legged in the pavilion of the secluded courtyard, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Waves of spiritual energy swirled around him like small whirlwinds, rushing into his body through his acupoints, quickly enveloping him before converging in his dantian. Upon closer inspection, the true energy within his dantian transformed from a mere trickle into a mighty river. The relentless flow of true energy surged and ebbed, resembling a great river in tumultuous motion. During the day, Mu Feng had decimated over 10 masters of the Qi-Si realm in the main square, absorbing vast amounts of blood-red energy, which significantly accelerated the growth of the true energy in his dantian. He was now on the cusp of breaking through to the mid-Qi-Si realm, only needing a single opportunity. As time gradually passed, when the eastern sky revealed a hint of dawn, Mu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, the sound of flowing river resonated from his dantian, and his aura surged to new heights. At that moment, Mu Feng effortlessly broke through to the mid-Qi-Si realm, with the true energy in his dantian flowing like a raging river. Suddenly, a figure burst into the courtyard, drawing Mu Feng's attention. Chapter 52. The Emperor's Summons. A sword to slay the sovereign. The intruder was a tall young woman, around 19 years of age, with a delicate face and a prominent nose. Even more peculiar, she was gnawing on a chicken leg, her mouth smeared with grease. It was none other than the saint alchemist, Man Yao. Mu Feng, as per our agreement, I am taking your sister to the Star Burial Sea today. Man Yao boldly strode into the courtyard and plopped down beside Mu Feng. Mu Feng smiled faintly, rising to enter the inner room, where he carried out Mu Yao and presented a pile of food boxes to Man Yao. Lady Man Yao, Iong trust yoar to you. These boxes contain my signature spicy chicken, which I prepared yesterday, Mu Feng said earnestly. Man Yao took the food boxes, opened one, and inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling. You truly know how to please. Ever since I tasted your spicy chicken, the braised chicken leg from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion no longer appealed to me. You must take responsibility for this. Mu Feng. By the way, here, take these. Man Yao seemed to recall something and pulled out several vials, thrusting them into Mu Feng's hands. Mu Feng was astonished to discover that the items Man Yao had given him were all high-grade healing elixirs, worth a fortune. Even if the Mu family were to exhaust their resources, they could hardly amass such a collection of precious elixirs. You must take care of yourself and not die. If you do, who will cook such delicious meals for me in the future? Man Yao warned while munching on the spicy chicken. Mu Feng chuckled silently, discreetly stowing the vials and replying, My life is quite resilient. I won't die so easily. I leave Yaoer in your capable hands. Rest assured, I will handle it well, Man Yao said, flicking her fingers, causing a streak of light to emerge from her spatial ring, forming a resplendent little vessel. Mu Feng gazed in astonishment, secretly admiring how the saint alchemist possessed her own spirit boat, a mode of transportation that could soar through the skies. Crafted by the hands of the extraordinary, spirit boats were highly sought after across the continent, yet their scarcity made them immensely valuable. In the entire Qin dynasty, few could boast ownership of such a vessel. After placing Mu Yao aboard the spirit boat, Man Yao skillfully maneuvered it into the air, soaring towards the distant horizon. Mu Feng watched the vessel depart, his gaze lingering long after it was out of sight. At that moment, a group of people entered the courtyard. Leading the trio were 3 esteemed scholars, followed closely by Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and Chief Bai. Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Chiwen trail behind them. Sanson, the morning court is about to commence. Are you truly prepared? Prime Minister Yang approached, casting a complex look at Mu Feng. Everyone present was aware of Mu Feng's identity. So upon learning that he had presented poetry to Emperor Qin, they began to speculate about his intentions. I have made up my mind, Mu Feng replied calmly. Very well. Please follow us. Prime Minister Yang, Inspector Lin, and chief by all expressed their respect as they led Mu Feng away from the academy. Principal, are we really going to let him proceed? Allow him to make a fool of himself? Chu Wenyuan could not help but question as he watched Mu Feng's retreating figure. Gu Haoge sighed. Wenyuan, you have yet to grasp the significance of the inscription the Saint's son wrote on the Qing stone jade tablet. This is precisely why the three of us old fellows have yet to unite our literary hearts. Chu Wenyuan was taken aback, his gaze revealing a contemplative expression. In the main hall of the Xianyang Palace, the Qin Emperor sat regally upon his dragon throne, while 2 rows of civil and military officials bowed respectfully below. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Once the officials had paid their respects, the Qin Emperor scanned the assembly and laughed heartily. My esteemed ministers, yesterday I came across a splendid poem and have meticulously copied dozens of versions for you all to appreciate. Upon hearing this, the officials began to murmur among themselves, their faces displaying surprise. They were well aware of the emperor's temperament. He would only share something he truly cherished, allowing the officials to partake in his joy. The fact that he was sharing a poem indicated its profound appeal to him. With curiosity, the officials accepted the calligraphy presented by the eunuchs. Marvelous. Indeed, it is a remarkable poem, they exclaimed. Who could have imagined that someone could depict the morning court with such grandeur and myriad atmospheres? A timeless masterpiece. Who is the author of this poem? It is truly exquisite. After perusing the poem, the civil and military officials were unanimous in their praises, especially the scholars, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. The emperor, pleased with their reactions, declared with authority, the author of this poem is named Feng Yuan, the prodigious son of the Literary Academy. Feng Yuan? That name sounds familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere before. Isn't he the one who composed on the chrysanthemum in the Imperial Music Bureau? He is indeed a rare poetic talent, remarked one official. With on the chrysanthemum already making waves, this new poem is sure to cause a stir in the court. I have also heard of Feng Yuan. To produce 2 brilliant poems consecutively is nothing short of remarkable. I would very much like to meet him. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's name, a commotion erupted among the officials, as it was clear that most had heard of his poetic talents. Feng Yuan is truly a gifted individual. I wish to invite him to the Hanlin Academy. What do you think, my esteemed ministers? The emperor inquired with a smile. The officials exchanged glances, and not a single person opposed. Your Majesty is wise. A talent like Feng Yuan is more than suited for the Hanlin Academy. Led by Chancellor Yang, the officials voiced their agreement. I second that. I second that. With Chancellor Yang leading, the civil and military officials stepped forward in unison. The emperor's smile deepened. If so, let us summon Feng Yuan. I am eager to meet such a literary prodigy. Summon Feng Yuan to the palace, commanded the head eunuch, who promptly dashed out, calling loudly. Outside, the waiting Mu Feng adjusted his attire, slowly clenching his fists as he stepped into the hall. Inside, the emperor and officials turned their gazes towards the entrance. When they saw a youth clad in black enter, they were momentarily stunned. The commoner Feng Yuan pays his respects to your majesty, Mu Feng said, approaching the steps, bowing his head in deference to the emperor. The emperor looked down at Mu Feng and praised, truly a fine young man. At such a tender age, you have crafted 2 renowned verses, showcasing your extraordinary talent. He continued, from this day forth, you shall be a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Serve me diligently, and you shall not be treated poorly. Of course, if inspiration strikes again, composing more poems on the theme of morning court would be even better. With his head still bowed, Mu Feng replied, Your Majesty may not be aware, but yesterday I experienced a surge of inspiration and composed another poem on the theme of morning court. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of calligraphy from his bosom. The emperor's eyes sparkled. Is that so? Bring it forth for me to see. The officials erupted in astonishment, looking at Mu Feng in disbelief. They had not anticipated that he, having just penned one celebrated poem, would present a second. Such talent was truly astonishing. The head eunuch stepped forward, eager to take the calligraphy, but Mu Feng declined. Your Majesty, this poem is a heartfelt creation of mine, and I wish to present it personally as a token of my respect. Mu Feng stated solemnly. The emperor, believing in his sincerity, nodded. Very well. Step forward. Thank you. Your Majesty. Mu Feng gently held the calligraphy, ascending the steps towards the emperor's throne. The Grand Commandant Shi Niao furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to reprimand Mu Feng, but ultimately refrained. After being scolded by the emperor the previous day, he dared not provoke him further, viewing Feng Yuan merely as a scholar, not a threat. Tan Young, Inspector Lin, and Minister Bai quietly clenched their fists, their eyes betraying their apprehension. They had already surmised Mu Feng's intentions. Had they not learned the truth behind Chun Ping's death, they would never allow Mu Feng to act recklessly. Yet, knowing the truth, they understood that Mu Feng's actions were rooted in righteousness, and they could not betray their principles. At last, Mu Feng halted, standing merely 5 steps away from the emperor. He then bowed deeply, presenting the calligraphy with both hands. The emperor accepted it, slowly unfurling the scroll. The first line captivated him immediately. Silver candles illuminate the sky on the purple road, the spring colors of the forbidden city dawn pale. 1,000 slender willows droop in green. 100 warbler songs weave around the palace. Upon reaching the 3rd couplet, the emperor noticed that the 4th line was conspicuously absent, heightening his curiosity. Eagerly, the emperor unfurled the scroll further, only to find a large blood-red character inscribed at the end, Injustice. The emperor was taken aback. In that instant, a glimmer of steel flashed before the dragon throne. Chapter 53. The sword points at the officials with a single stroke. He could slay the celestial. The will of the sword. As the Qin emperor focused on the scroll and beheld the blood-red character of injustice, Mu Feng's murderous intent was laid bare. In an instant, he drew the true dragon sword from the celestial coffin and struck at the emperor. This strike was executed with all his might, representing the most potent attack he could muster. He was acutely aware of the emperor's formidable strength, and thus aimed to deliver a fatal blow. With a soft sound, the emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not even reacted before the sword's light sliced through his neck. His expression remained one of shock, yet his head rolled from the throne, tumbling down the steps. Silence. The entire court was enveloped in an eerie stillness. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the rolling head. As they recognized the face, gasps of horror and fury filled the air. This strike had been utterly unexpected, catching everyone off guard. No one could have foreseen that Feng Yuan, who had come to present a poem, would suddenly attempt to assassinate the emperor. An assassin. Someone apprehend the assassin. The head eunuch, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Pointing at Mu Feng, Feng Yuan, how dare you? You would commit regicide. Do you wish for death? With a swift motion, Mu Feng's cold blade silenced the eunuch's screams. His brow was pierced, extinguishing his life force. The court erupted into chaos, the officials glaring furiously at Mu Feng. Feng Yuan, you have committed an audacious act of regicide. Do you not realize this is a capital offense? A military general shouted, stepping forward, his face flushed with rage. Yet before he could finish, the true dragon sword soared through the air, severing his head in a moment of terror. This is insurrection, since the founding of the Great Qin. Such absurdity has never occurred. Feng Yuan, cease this madness or else. A civil official, enraged, pointed at Mu Feng, but before he could complete his sentence, the true dragon's sword pierced his brow. In an instant, the court fell silent. Those who had intended to greet Mu Feng were rendered speechless. Their eyes filled with dread as they regarded him. This man was a lunatic. Whoever dared to speak against him was met with death. He had completely lost his mind. Unforgivable. Grand Commandant Shi Niao roared, a tremendous aura surging from within him, his purple robe billowing without wind, fiercely soaring. He had reached the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. Mu Feng cast a cold glance at Shi Niao, his heart heavy with gravity. He never anticipated that this venerable elder among the 3 dukes harbored such profound strength. Reaching the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm, mere steps away from entering the Divine Union realm. Boom! With Commander Shi Niao leading, over 30 martial generals unleashed their auras, 10 of whom were at the late stage of the Qi Si realm, while the rest were at the early stage. Concurrently, urgent bells rang throughout the imperial palace, as squads of the imperial guards converged from various directions. Masters hidden within the palace swiftly made their approach. Feng Yuan, why would you do this? His Majesty has treated you well, even bestowing upon you the title of Hanlon Scholar. How could you repay kindness with malice? Shi Taiwei questioned, visibly agitated. Mu Feng smirked. Because I am not Feng Yuan, I am Mu Feng. Upon finishing, he removed his disguise to reveal his true identity. The court officials stared at Mu Feng in disbelief. They never imagined that the renowned saint of the Literary Academy was, in fact, Mu Feng. Chancellor Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Mu Feng, exclaiming, "How can it be you? Where is Feng Yuan? What have you done to him? Feng Yuan? I have slain him." Mu Feng replied with a chilling smile. Chancellor Yang staggered, tears streaming down his face. "I have betrayed His Majesty. It is my fault that His Majesty has perished. I can only atone with my life." With that, he lunged toward a nearby dragon-carved stone pillar. However, Inspector Lin and Bai Fengchong swiftly intervened, restraining him. "Chancellor, do not act impulsively. You too have been deceived by this scoundrel Mu Feng. While you bear some responsibility, it is not a crime deserving of death," Inspector Lin urged. The other civil officials soon grasped the situation and chimed in. The Chancellor is the head of the officials, with the Qin Emperor deceased. If the Chancellor were to perish as well, chaos would surely ensue in the Great Qin. Signor regarded Tanjolor Yang deeply, uncertain whether the latter's emotions were genuine or merely an act. But he had no time to concern himself with Yang. His foremost priority was to apprehend Mu Feng. The regicide, Mu Feng. Given the circumstances, what more do you have to say? Regicide is a crime that spans the ages. Not only must you die, but your entire Mu family and your friends must perish as well. Shi Niao glared coldly at Mu Feng, declaring, "You still refuse to confess." Whoosh! A flash of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at Shi Niao's brow. Shi Niao's expression shifted slightly as he stomped the ground, swiftly retreating. After retreating for more than 10 steps, Shi Niao drew his long knife in an upward slash. Boom! Terrifying true energy erupted like a whirlwind between the two. Shi Niao grunted, retreating 7 or 8 steps, while Mu Feng, momentarily slowing down, stood immovable as if rooted to the ground. If we are to fight, then let us fight. What purpose do all these grandiloquent words serve? I, Mu Feng, have come here today to kill. Stepping forward, Mu Feng surged toward Shi Niao, the true dragon sword poised to pierce his brow. Shi Niao swung his knife horizontally, deflecting the incoming true dragon sword. Mu Feng closed the distance in an instant, reaching out with his right hand to grasp the returning sword, gripping it tightly and bringing it down upon Shi Niao. Shi Niao's expression changed as he raised both hands to block the long knife, which clashed violently with the true dragon sword. Puffed! Shi Niao spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. How can this be? How are you so strong? Shi Niao's disbelief was palpable. Mu Feng's power exceeded his imagination. He was at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, yet found himself utterly powerless against the mid-stage Mu Feng. Whoosh! In the court, martial officials drew their weapons and surrounded Mu Feng from all sides, attacking him. Clang, clang, clang. Mu Feng unleashed a series of sword strikes, his moves flowing seamlessly like an endless tide, battling against over 30 martial generals. Let us go. We must leave, they exclaimed. They've gone mad, attacking the court. This is a place of chaos. We cannot linger. A group of civil officials hastily fled the Grand Hall, with Chancellor Yang following Lin and Bai out of the palace. Once outside, they deliberately distanced themselves from the Grand Hall, gazing in trepidation. Although they could not discern the battle inside, the incessant sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries indicated a brutal confrontation was underway. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, figures began to be hurled from deep within the hall, crashing violently onto the plaza outside. The officials looked on in horror, discovering that every figure sent flying was one of the martial officials who had besieged Mu Feng. Moreover, each of these officials was bleeding from their 7 orifices, meeting a gruesome fate. When the last figure was flung out, crashing heavily to the ground, the civil officials gasped collectively. They recognized the final figure. It was none other than Taiwei Shi Niao. Though still alive, he was on the brink of death, his limbs severed, reduced to a pitiful state. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The crisp sound of footsteps emerged from the Grand Hall, capturing the attention of the civil officials. They looked up to see a bloodied young man in black, sword in hand, stepping out of the hall. His robe was soaked in blood, the once black garment now a dark crimson, appearing both otherworldly and tragic. It was Mu Feng. He single-handedly battled over 30 martial officials, including one at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, sustaining significant injuries himself. Mu Feng, do you intend to oppose all of Great Qin? Will you not cease? Shi Niao's gaze was filled with terror as he fixed his eyes on Mu Feng, shouting. Mu Feng feigned ignorance, stepping forward, crossing the threshold and descending the steps, advancing toward Shi Niao. You, along with that old dog, have conspired against Mu Yuan and the Mu family army. Did you think I was unaware? I vowed to avenge my father and the hundreds of thousands in the Mu family army with blood. Mu Feng's visage twisted with ferocity as he loomed over Shern Yao, who writhed on the ground, attempting to distance himself from Mu Feng. The civil officials fell silent, instinctively retreating a good distance, creating a wide separation from Shern Yao. At last, Mu Feng halted before Shern Yao, his right foot crushing down onto Shern Yao's chest, forcing another spurt of blood from him. Madman, you lunatic! Do you believe that by killing us, you can escape the palace? The palace is far more terrifying than you imagine. You too shall die. Shern Yao shrieked in madness. But you will die before me, won't you? Mu Feng retorted mockingly. Shern Yao's expression stiffened as he looked on in despair, witnessing Mu Feng draw his sword, its tip aimed at his brow. At that moment, Mu Feng's countenance shifted dramatically, his right hand wielding the true dragon sword slicing back without hesitation. A strike that pierces the heavens. The sword light shone brilliantly like the sun, dazzling and resplendent. From deep within the hall, a colossal hand of true energy descended with immense force, crashing down upon Mu Feng. This hand of true energy was several zhang in size, nearly enveloping Mu Feng's entire body. Boom! The sword light collided violently with the hand of true energy, unleashing a radiant explosion, with powerful shockwaves sweeping outward like a tempest. The surrounding civil officials stumbled and fell, thrown to the ground. Mu Feng was forced back over 10 steps, his right hand trembling violently, covered in terrible cracks, blood flowing from it and dripping onto the ground alongside the true dragon sword. Yet Mu Feng's gaze remained fixated on the depths of the hall, where footsteps drew nearer, and a figure emerged from the darkness within. Upon recognizing this figure, Mu Feng's pupils constricted, shock etched across his face. Not only Mu Feng, but the gathered civil officials outside were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 54. The Qin Emperor Who Sees Through Everything. Emerging from the depths of the hall was a figure clad in a yellow robe, adorned with a bejeweled crown, the cascading pearl curtains perfectly obscuring his face. The Qin Emperor. Mu Feng's eyes remained locked on this figure, disbelief washing over him. That strike was his strongest blow. How could the Qin Emperor still be alive after such a close encounter? Yet paradoxically, the Qin Emperor now stood before him and scathed, "Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" The ministers knelt in unison, fervently calling out the name of the Qin Emperor, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Mu Feng, you have ultimately failed. From this point onward, you shall have no opportunity to assassinate His Majesty, and your demise is inevitable. Shern Yao laughed maniacally, his face twisted with malice and delight as he relentlessly mocked Mu Feng. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through the air, and Shern Yao's laughter froze. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. Cold and resolute, Mu Feng flicked his wrist, casting away the blood from his blade. His gaze warily fixed upon the elevated platform where the Qin Emperor stood. At the moment of Shern Yao's death, a surge of blood energy flooded into Mu Feng's body. Thunder rumbled within him as his inner vitality expanded exponentially, transforming from a mere trickle into a vast lake of energy. In that moment, Mu Feng successfully advanced to the later stages of the Qi realm. Simultaneously, skilled warriors hidden deep within the palace surged forth. Kneeling on one knee behind the Qin Emperor, Mu Feng observed that nearly 100 masters had emerged from the depths of the palace, all of them experts in the Qi realm. Among them, 3 exuded the most formidable aura, standing at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. A cacophony of neighing horses and synchronized footsteps echoed from all directions as battalions of imperial guards surged forth, encircling the entire palace like an impenetrable dragon. Kill! Kill! The deafening roar of nearly 10,000 guards reverberated throughout the palace, a chilling wave of murderous intent. The Qin Emperor slowly raised his hand, and the multitude fell silent. "I have not perished. Are you surprised?" he taunted. Mu Feng's expression grew grave. "The Qin Emperor I just killed was merely a decoy? How did you know I would attempt to assassinate you?" The Qin Emperor replied with a faint smile, "I relish conversing with intelligent individuals. Indeed, the one you killed was a substitute I had arranged in advance. As for the assassination, it was merely my conjecture. On the day you impulsively killed Prince Yu and Prince Lu, Shi Niao scoured the entire imperial city, but found no trace of you, except for one place he overlooked. Mu Feng's expression shifted, and the Qin emperor continued, "It seems you have deduced it. That place is the academy. The academy is an official institution where most officials have received their education, and Shi Niao was no exception, which is why he neglected it. If it were only this, I would merely harbor suspicions. However, upon learning that you stealthily captured the crown prince and his companions, I concluded that you must possess a treasure that conceals your presence. In the entirety of Daqin, few items can obscure one's aura, but only the sacred golden book of the academy possesses the ability to conceal both presence and form. Coincidentally, the academy has produced a holy son, who, having gained the recognition of the sage, is naturally qualified to wield the sacred golden book. Thus, I had someone investigate the first appearance of Feng Yuan and calculated the timing of your entry into the imperial city, discovering that they occurred almost simultaneously. At this point, a mocking expression crossed the Qin emperor's face. Mu Feng, your flaws are exceedingly numerous. Deducing that you and Feng Yuan are one and the same is not difficult. And now, as you offer poetry so earnestly, it is clear you harbor ulterior motives. Do you think I would not take precautions? Mu Feng remained silent. Yet turmoil surged within him. He had underestimated the Qin emperor, surprised by the depth of his cunning. Mu Feng, your rate of advancement truly surpasses my expectations. The Qin emperor proclaimed, standing with hands clasped behind his back, surveying Mu Feng from the steps of the palace, admiration gleaming in his eyes. In the battle for the title of king of Yongzhou, you were merely at the initial stage of the divine concealment realm. Now in just half a month, you have ascended to the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. Truly remarkable. Mu Feng stood resolutely with his sword, coldly observing the Qin emperor, frowning as he inquired, "You were watching me during the battle for the title of king?" The Qin emperor shook his head with a smile. "No, I have been observing you since the moment you were born. After all, you are the son of that woman. Later, when you inexplicably fell into disrepair, I ceased my attention. Yet, to my astonishment, you suddenly returned to the martial path, advancing at an unimaginable rate. Otherwise, do you think merely the battle for the title of king would draw the royal offspring personally?" Mu Feng recalled the third prince, Jiang, realizing that Jiyang's presence in Yongzhou was indeed by the Qin emperor's directive. "You knew my mother?" Mu Feng asked, his voice heavy with intrigue. The Qin emperor's gaze grew complex. "She is a woman beyond reach. Not to mention Mu Yuan. Even I am unworthy of her." Doubt clouded Mu Feng's heart as he furrowed his brow. "Is it because my mother was close to my father that you grew envious and sought to harm him?" The Qin emperor scoffed. "Ridiculous. Mu Yuan is merely my subject. If I desired his woman, a mere imperial edict would suffice. He would have no choice but to comply. Regardless, you are soon to be dead. To tell you the truth, it is not I who seeks to kill Mu Yuan, but the forces behind your mother. They not only wish to eliminate Mu Yuan, but also you. Over the years, if not for that woman's relentless interference, would you and Mu Yuan still be alive today? Now, it seems Mu Yuan is dead, and you shall soon follow suit. My mission can finally conclude." A thunderclap echoed in Mu Feng's mind, leaving him in a daze. He had never anticipated that the Qin emperor's actions were directives from the forces behind his mother. What were those forces? Why did they harbor such intentions? "Speak. What is the name of the force behind my mother?" Mu Feng demanded, his gaze fixed on the Qin emperor, his visage twisted with fury. "You, a dying man, need not know so much. Just understand that it is a formidable power you can never afford to offend." The Qin emperor sneered. "If you refuse to speak, I will beat you until you do," Mu Feng declared, stepping forward like an arrow set loose, charging at the Qin emperor. "With just you? Truly overestimating yourself." The Qin emperors in the bustling streets and alleys. Countless citizens were engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the imperial city, various powerful factions, concealed in the shadows, mobilized towards the royal palace. Their perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and they quickly realized that a formidable presence had emerged deep within the palace. It was highly likely that a battle of masters was unfolding. "Master, what on earth is happening in the palace?" The commotion is unprecedented. In the martial hall, Jian Kanglin, who had been in seclusion, was roused by the disturbances emanating from the palace and hurried to meet Yan Guide. "Someone has intruded into the palace." provoking a master to take action. Yin Guijue replied with a grave expression. Jian Kanglin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? A master has intervened? Who could it be to warrant such a response? Is it some hidden old monster?" Yin Guijue shook his head, stating, "I do not know either, but I have dispatched someone to investigate. I believe news will arrive shortly." Just then, a hawk swooped down from afar and gently landed on Yin Guijue's shoulder. He removed a note from the hawk's talon, unfolding it to read. After perusing its contents, Jian Kanglin noticed his master's face turn pale, plunging him into an unprecedented silence. "Master, did it reveal who has intruded into the palace, causing such upheaval?" Jian Kanglin inquired cautiously. Yin Guijue exhaled slowly, replying, "It is Mu Feng." "What? The one in Mu Feng?" Jian Kanglin's pupils contracted. "He possesses immense audacity to dare trespass into the palace." Jian Kanglin's expression turned puzzled as he continued. "But I recall he is merely at the Qi Si realm. How could he provoke a master?" Yin Guijue regarded Jian Kanglin thoughtfully, saying, "He has another identity." "What identity?" "The holy son of the Literary Academy, Feng Yuan." Yin Guijue's tone was laden with complexity. Jian Kanglin's face stiffened as he murmured, "So it is true. Mu Feng is Feng Yuan. This Mu Feng is indeed a prodigious talent. Alas, his actions are far too rash. This reckless intrusion could lead to his demise." Yin Guijue sighed in lament. Jian Kanglin's gaze grew intricate. The realization of Mu Feng's potential fate left a hollow ache in his heart. "The three great scholars of the Literary Academy have taken action. We must go to the palace," Yin Guijue declared, leading Jian Kanglin swiftly toward the royal palace. At the teaching court, within the Lanhua pavilion, Hua Wuqing stood by the window, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed toward the palace. An intense, terrifying aura emanated from her, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. "Master, you must not act impulsively. You cannot intervene. Otherwise, you will breach the agreement unilaterally, and those on the other side will retaliate." Hong Wan, dressed in palace attire, knelt behind her, her lovely eyes filled with concern. Hua Wuqing coldly replied, "Rest assured, I will not intervene. If he cannot even overcome the Qin Emperor, then he has no right to expect my assistance." Upon hearing this, Hong Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Qin raised his gaze, his expression grim as he fixed his eyes on the three great scholars wielding righteous energy. "Esteemed scholars, are you plotting rebellion? Do not forget, the Literary Academy exists by virtue of the great Qin's fortune," he warned ominously. "Should you dare to oppose me, the Literary Academy shall lose its standing." In the distance, numerous civil officials cast complex glances toward Gu Haoge and the others. Upon realizing that Mu Feng was indeed Feng Yuan, they understood that his assassination attempt must have the Literary Academy's shadow behind it. However, they were taken aback to see the three esteemed scholars willing to stand against Emperor Qin. Gu Haoge calmly stated, "Ji Chuan, you are mistaken. The Literary Academy does not belong to you, but to the entire realm of Great Qin. 4 or 5 centuries since its founding, the fortune has not been created by your emperors, but by the common people. The emperors of Great Qin, like us in the Literary Academy, are reliant on the fortune created by the populace. Our mission is not to serve the rulers, but to serve the common folk. When a ruler is virtuous, the Academy honors him. When a ruler is corrupt, the Academy expels him. The war against Yuan was your overreach. Mu Feng merely seeks justice. What crime has he committed? Wherefore does it become a rebellion?" Emperor Qin's countenance darkened like murky waters as he replied, "I will grant you one more opportunity. Retreat at once, and I shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. You hypocrite, spare me your nonsense. I've long harbored disdain for you. You wretched creature born of a motherless dog, entangled in your foolish deeds. I need no opportunity from you," roared the irascible Song Yulong. Though Gu Haoge and Chu Wenyuan remained silent, their stance was evident as they hovered in the air, unmoving. "Very well. From this day forth, the Literary Academy shall cease to exist." Emperor Qin seethed, stomping the ground fiercely as he leapt into the air, confronting the three great scholars. Warriors of the God-harmonizing realm can initially communicate with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, thus possessing the ability to traverse the skies. "You all together, swiftly eliminate Mu Feng. Whoever kills him shall be granted the title of Duke, with a territory spanning 1,000 miles, inheritable for generations. Choose 10 treasures from the royal treasury. Emperor Qin's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the air. Not only did nearly 100 Qi realm experts below hear him, but also those powerful figures rushing from outside the palace. Instantly, every pair of eyes glimmered with fervor. In the Great Qin dynasty, noble titles are divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The title of Duke is the highest, granting not only an exalted status, but also extensive territories and boundless benefits. The most enticing aspect is the inheritance of the title through generations. Once conferred, it is a matter of great pride. It is known that in the 5 centuries since the founding of the Great Qin, aside from those who contributed to the establishment, titles have been scarcely granted, let alone that of Duke. Even the lowest title of Baron may not be conferred to anyone for decades. Yet now, anyone who slays Mu Feng can attain this hereditary title of Duke. The temptation is overwhelming. Kill Mu Feng. Ha ha ha, Duke awaits. I must seize this title. It is the honor of a lifetime. Nearly 100 Qi realm experts surged forth without hesitation, charging from all directions towards Mu Feng. Simultaneously, those hidden in the shadows outside the palace could no longer contain their greed, rushing toward Mu Feng with fervor. In the eyes of all, Mu Feng was now the most delectable morsel in the world. The 3 great scholars' expressions shifted dramatically as they summoned their righteous energy, striving to rescue Mu Feng, yet were repelled by Emperor Qin's formidable force. Scholars, today, Mu Feng's demise is inevitable, and you shall accompany him to the grave. With a single step, Emperor Qin shot forth like an arrow, aiming for the 3 great scholars. Before he even arrived, the first to charge forth was a middle-aged swordsman, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he aimed a thrust directly at Mu Feng's brow. Yet, to his astonishment, the sword betrayed him, its tip inexplicably turning to strike at himself. Was it the will of the sword? The swordsman's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding his own blade. However, Mu Feng's sword had already sliced through the air, piercing his neck in the midst of his terror. With a swift motion, Mu Feng severed the swordsman's head, which soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures surged towards Mu Feng from all directions. Chapter 56. The Performance. The drama must be grand, all-encompassing. Mu Feng's eyes blazed with resplendent golden light. In an instant, a myriad of golden phantom eyes manifested within a 100-meter radius around him. The 4 assailants, ensnared in an illusion, fell into a trance. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Feng unleashed a single stroke of his sword, causing torrents of blood to erupt. 4 lifeless bodies collapsed around him, irrevocably dead. Streams of crimson energy surged forth from the corpses, flooding into Mu Feng's body. His injuries healed rapidly, the restorative effect far surpassing that of any extraordinary elixir. In the aftermath of dispatching 5 foes, Mu Feng found no respite, as an ever-increasing number of experts rushed towards him. Among them were formidable warriors from the palace, and those lured by the promise of titles from Emperor Qin, their numbers exceeding 500. Each individual among them possessed at least the strength of the divine concealment realm, with the more powerful reaching the peak of the Qi realm. Mu Feng's swordsmanship surged like thunder, each strike faster than the last, resembling an unending tsunami. Those who dared to attack were either swiftly dispatched or forced to retreat. Yet, the sheer volume of attackers was overwhelming, and Mu Feng's defenses faltered, resulting in a growing number of wounds that rendered him a sight of horror. After the passage of a fragrant moment, Mu Feng knelt, his body drenched in blood. Surrounded by over 50 fallen corpses, some from the divine concealment realm, others from the Qi realm. With one knee on the ground and sword in hand, he gasped for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. The attackers had momentarily retreated, their gazes laden with trepidation. Most were awestruck by Mu Feng's formidable prowess, despite the overwhelming odds. He had not only survived, but had also claimed the lives of more than 50 of them. A truly terrifying feat, huh? This Mu Feng cannot last much longer. Gentlemen, do you have anything left to say? Emperor Qin, exuding an aura akin to an ocean of true energy, pressed the 3 scholars back, his gaze momentarily drifting towards Mu Feng as he let out a hearty laugh. The 3 scholars, their countenances darkened, exerted their utmost to channel righteous energy against Emperor Qin, their hearts burdened with concern. They understood that should Mu Feng perish, their academy would face utter ruin. Yet, they held no regrets. having prepared for the worst before their intervention, even contemplating self-sacrifice to rescue Mu Feng. After all, he was the only saintly disciple recognized by the Academy in centuries. How despicable! A throng attacking a single individual. Sword Kanglin, standing beside Yen Guijue, exclaimed indignantly. Yen Guijue replied, "Wealth entices the heart. Who wouldn't be tempted by title? Their madness is somewhat understandable. It is merely regrettable for Mu Feng." Upon witnessing Mu Feng's precarious state, the attacker's eyes lit with renewed bloodlust. He was at his last breath. "Kill him," a voice shouted, prompting several to rush at Mu Feng without hesitation. Struggling to rise, Mu Feng managed to fend off the first three attackers with a desperate strike, but the fourth's blade struck his shoulder. Grasping the long knife firmly, Mu Feng retaliated, piercing the fourth's brow. He then wrenched the knife from his shoulder and hurled it, impaling one of the two ambushers from behind. With blinding speed, he dispatched the other, severing his head in a single stroke. After the carnage, Mu Feng coughed up blood, his complexion ashen. The assailants exchanged glances, bewildered. What was happening? Despite appearing gravely wounded, how could he strike with such ferocity? Was his condition merely a ruse? Were they all cowards? Were they not intent on killing him for the reward? Mu Feng surveyed his surroundings, his eyes wild, akin to a cornered beast, howling in desperation. Yet soon, his expression shifted as he clutched his mouth, expelling another mouthful of blood. In that very moment, three figures concealed within the crowd launched a synchronized attack, targeting Mu Feng. They were experts at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. Sensing the potent energy emanating from the trio, many in the crowd felt a stir of anxiety, their expressions changing. As Mu Feng coughed blood, his gaze ignited with lethal intent, and he pivoted, executing a strike with his sword. A divine sword strike. The brilliance of the sword shone as brightly as the sun, dazzling and resplendent. The assailant approaching from behind, a peak Qi-Si expert, was taken aback. He swung his spear, unleashing a torrent of true energy akin to a raging tsunami. Yet, in a moment of despair, the radiant sword light pierced through his defenses, shattering his protective energy. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Feng's eyes glinted with lethal intent. He evaded a fatal blow, braving the assaults from the two peak Qi-Si experts. His chest caved in as he spat blood, yet his madness propelled him forward towards the staggered peak Qi-Si expert. Mu Feng had recognized these three from the onset. Aware of their cunning and caution, they had concealed themselves among the crowd, inciting the onslaught against him while waiting to strike from the shadows. Mu Feng feigned his injuries to lure them into a trap. The true energy of a peak Qi-Si warrior is vast and with protective energy. Delivering a fatal blow is no simple feat. This was why Mu Feng chose to endure damage to eliminate the heavily wounded peak Qi-Si expert. If he could not dispatch him swiftly, the expert would vanish among the throng, continuing his treachery. "You shall not." The peak Qi-Si expert, hurtling backward, could only watch in terror as Mu Feng closed the distance. Without uttering a word, Mu Feng cast his sword, the true dragon sword flashing like a leaping dragon, severing the man's head cleanly. Meanwhile, the other two peak Qi-Si experts pressed in, seizing the moment to launch a dual assault on Mu Feng's back. Both were masters of the sword, wielding blades imbued with intent. Their strikes were swift as lightning. Mu Feng summoned the righteous energy within his heart, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his chest. Streams of righteous energy surged forth like golden serpents, intercepting the lethal blades of the two peak Qi-Si experts. At that moment, Mu Feng grasped the chance to reclaim his true dragon sword, spinning around to deliver a decisive blow, a strike that could slay immortals. The sword sang as it cleaved the air, releasing a chilling aura that could freeze marrow. In that moment, Mu Feng melded with his sword, transforming into a breathtaking beam of light. This radiant sword light, swift as a flash of lightning, pierced the brow of the right-hand peak Qi-Si expert before he could even summon his protective energy. The left side peak Qi-Si expert, face twisted in rage, seized the perfect opportunity to slash at Mu Feng's neck. At that moment, Mu Feng, having just penetrated the right expert's brow, was unable to withdraw his sword in time to defend himself. Mu Feng, without a moment's hesitation, raised his left hand into a fist and struck fiercely. With a sharp sound, the blade infused with true energy clashed against Mu Feng's fist, instantly shattering the true energy enveloping it and cleaving his hand in two. the blade wedged deep into his wrist. "You scoundrel!" The expert to his left was taken aback, and just as he attempted to withdraw his sword, Mu Feng had already drawn the true dragon sword and lunged forward. This strike was as swift as lightning. The pinnacle expert of the Qi realm could only watch in horror as the sword pierced his heart, impaling him completely. "I refuse to accept this." The man roared, but Mu Feng offered him no chance for final words. He infused his true energy into the true dragon sword, instantly obliterating the man's heart. With a swift motion, Mu Feng dispatched 3 pinnacle Qi experts, but landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning to its lowest ebb. This time, Mu Feng had sustained severe injuries, nearly unable to rise. Fortunately, from the corpses of the 3 pinnacle experts, 3 streams of dense crimson energy surged into him, reviving him somewhat and preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. If anyone were to attack him at this moment, Mu Feng would have little power to resist. Yet, witnessing his precarious state, the hundreds surrounding him hesitated to approach. This man had been on the brink of collapse. Yet each time he was attacked, he had effortlessly dispatched his assailants. Now, even 3 pinnacle Qi experts had fallen to his blade. They would not be fooled again. In an instant, no one dared to make a move. Meanwhile, Mu Feng continued to cough blood, absorbing the surrounding crimson energy, striving to mend his wounds. He yanked the blade from his wrist, grimacing in pain, then sat on the ground, sword in hand, silently absorbing the crimson energy. He could sense his realm beginning to stir, indicating that he was nearing the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Around him, the crowd exchanged glances, yet none dared to advance. Chapter 57. The slaughter that strikes fear into all silence. The surroundings were as quiet as the grave. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether among the attackers, the distant scholars, or the hidden observers, all were struck dumb by the spectacle. Hundreds had besieged one, and not only had they failed to kill Mu Feng, but nearly 100 had fallen, including 3 of the most formidable pinnacle Qi experts. These were the apex of the Qi realm. In the entire Qin dynasty, such figures were regarded as supreme powers, second only to the divine unity realm. Such experts were not to be trifled with by any faction in the Qin. Yet, 3 had perished. All eyes turned to Mu Feng, filled with trepidation and fear. Those were hundreds of Qi experts. It was understood that without the divine unity realm intervening, no one could withstand such a force. Yet, Mu Feng had not only survived this onslaught, but had also retaliated, killing nearly 100, including 3 pinnacle experts. It was utterly terrifying. Who would have thought that our Qin could produce such a prodigy as Mu Feng? He is undoubtedly qualified to enter the celestial rankings, and his position will be formidable. Yan Guijue gazed at Mu Feng in astonishment, his heart heavy with sighs. For Mu Feng had provoked the Emperor of Qin, and there was no doubt the Emperor would not spare him today. Regardless of the cost, the Emperor would seek to end Mu Feng's life. Jian Kanglin clenched his fists tightly, filled with frustration, yet more so with regret. He understood that it would be nearly impossible for Mu Feng to leave the palace alive today, a sentiment that weighed heavily upon him. In the air, the Emperor of Qin, engaged in battle with 3 great scholars, noticed the situation below. Upon witnessing Mu Feng slay nearly 100 experts, including 3 pinnacle Qi warriors, shock flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a blazing fury. "What are you hesitating for? This Mu Feng is at his last gasp. Rally together and finish him off." The Emperor's gaze darkened as he continued. "Whoever kills him will not only receive a title of nobility and 10 treasures from the imperial treasury, but I shall also grant him 100 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Spirit stones, rare gems of pure energy, formed over countless years of natural spiritual nurturing, contained extraordinarily pure spiritual essence. It was said that absorbing a single spirit stone was equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation. In the entire Qin, spirit stones were exceedingly scarce, with reports of a single stone fetching tens of millions of taels in the black market, often with no availability. Now, the Emperor was offering 100 spirit stones as a reward, a temptation far greater than mere titles. The martial artists besieging Mu Feng were stirred, as were many high-ranking experts who had been observing from the sidelines. With such a generous reward, brave souls would surely arise. The previously hesitant warriors, invigorated by the enticing prospect, no longer wavered and charged towards Mufeng. After all, 100 spirit stones were at stake. Kill him. If we take him down, such abundant rewards await. With that, the remaining 200 or so warriors, faces wild with frenzy, rushed toward Mufeng, disregarding their own safety. Even those who had been watching from afar joined the fray, surging toward Mufeng. The first wave of 10 or so warriors swiftly encircled Mufeng, their weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, charged with true energy, striking him with ferocity. In an instant, a maelstrom of true energy coalesced, forming a spectacular vortex. In that moment, Mufeng's eyes snapped open, and a torrent of true energy erupted from within him, enveloping his form. Unlike the true energy of other Qi Sea warriors, his was not white but a soft golden hue. Bang, bang, bang. The weapons clashed against Mufeng's exterior, yet were repelled by the golden true energy. What? Protective true energy? You have actually broken through to the pinnacle of the Qi Sea realm? The faces of the 10 warriors paled, their spirits sinking. Protective true energy was a unique technique of the pinnacle Qi Sea realm, allowing practitioners to harness their vast reserves of true energy to shield their bodies completely. This was why pinnacle Qi Sea warriors were so difficult to kill. Moreover, they realized that Mufeng's protective true energy was unlike any they had encountered, far more solid and resilient than the norm. Retreat. One warrior sensed the danger and attempted to withdraw immediately, but he was too late, for a flash of sword light was faster, slicing cleanly through his neck. By the time he registered what had happened, he found himself gazing down at his own headless corpse. With a flourish, the sword light danced like a dragon, encircling the remaining warriors, who fell with little resistance, their heads rolling. Kill! Mufeng's eyes gleamed with madness as he wielded the true dragon sword with unwavering resolve, drawing 2 long swords from a distance and charging into the throng. The slaughter commenced. After ascending to the pinnacle of the Qi Sea realm, Mufeng's combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights, far surpassing that of ordinary pinnacle Qi Sea warriors. Now, should he encounter those 3 pinnacle experts again, he could easily dispatch them. With his unique protective true energy, even those who managed to exploit his vulnerabilities found their attacks utterly ineffective. The disparity was insurmountable. At this moment, Mufeng was like a wolf unleashed in a sheepfold, virtually unmatched. Within the span of a single incense stick, he had slain nearly 100 foes, instilling terror in every observer. It was utterly horrifying. This man was excessively powerful, especially with his protective true energy. Not even a coordinated assault from dozens could break through. It was futile. This is no ordinary pinnacle Qi Sea warrior. Without the divine unity realm, who could contend with him? We must flee. Approaching him is tantamount to courting death. The remaining experts, paralyzed by fear, dared not come closer to Mufeng, and some began to flee in panic. Weren't you all eager to kill me for the reward? Why has everyone turned cowardly? Mufeng's eyes burned with frenzy, refusing to relent against those who assailed him. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The once aggressive crowd besieging Mufeng suddenly scattered in disarray, while Mufeng relentlessly pursued them, continuing his merciless slaughter. In that moment, the roles of predator and prey had been utterly reversed. Mufeng, I was wrong. Must you still pursue me, even though I vowed not to kill you? A desperate martial artist pleaded, yet the only response he received was a cold, merciless strike that ended his life in an instant. Anyone who seeks to kill me shall meet their demise. Mufeng's gaze was frigid, his figure darting like lightning as he pursued the fleeing martial artists. Oof. With so many of us dispersed, there's no way you can catch up? One martial artist sneered, his confidence palpable. However, that smirk quickly froze as a faint golden sword chi sliced through the air, piercing his heart with lethal precision. He collapsed heavily to the ground, struggling to raise his gaze towards Mufeng, only to be horrified by the sheer volume of faint golden true energy erupting from within him. Such a vast reservoir of true energy coalesced into hundreds, even thousands, of sword chi that radiated outward in all directions. How is this possible? A martial artist at the Qi Sea realm cannot possess such immense true energy. The shock was evident on his face, but before he could utter another word, he was pierced through by another beam of faint golden sword chi. Simultaneously, the other fleeing martial artists were overtaken by the faint golden sword chi, resulting in either instant death or severe injuries. Since ascending to the peak of the Qi Sea realm, Mu Feng's true energy had grown tremendously, tenfold that of an ordinary peak Qi martial artist. Just moments ago, Mu Feng had released this energy driven by his sword intent, creating a devastating array of sword Qi. He was immensely satisfied with the result. This technique had a broad range and considerable destructive power when facing a group. However, the consumption was immense. The faint golden true energy within Mu Feng's dantian was now entirely depleted, leaving him with a profound sense of weakness that nearly caused him to falter. Thankfully, the immense blood essence provided by the lifeless bodies of the slain martial artists surged into him, rapidly replenishing his true energy, injuries, and spirit. Silence engulfed the scene. The martial artist who had been lurking in the shadows extinguished any thoughts of killing Mu Feng. He was simply too terrifying. This individual was anything but a typical Qi realm martial artist. Master, is Mu Feng truly at the Qi realm? That recent attack was on par with a God Harmony realm expert, wasn't it? Jian Kanglin gasped, turning to inquire of Yin Guizhue, only to find his master standing frozen in place, as if turned to stone. After a long moment, Yin Guizhue sighed. That strike approached the power of the God Harmony realm. It seems I have underestimated Mu Feng. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted in mid-air, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, capturing everyone's attention. They then beheld 3 disheveled figures plummeting from the sky, crashing to the ground nearby. Mu Feng turned to look, and upon recognizing the 3 figures, his expression changed drastically as he rushed forward. Esteemed teachers, are you unharmed? Mu Feng leaped to the side of the battered Gu Haoge and the others, expressing deep concern. At that moment, the 3 scholars were in dire condition, their elegant robes stained with blood, hair disheveled, and they were coughing up blood. Young friend, you must flee. The God Harmony realm is beyond what the Qi realm can contend with. If you do not leave, you shall surely perish here. Gu Haoge strained to keep himself upright, gripping Mu Feng's shoulders with urgency. We 3 old bones shall sacrifice ourselves to shield you from the Qin Emperor. Go. Mu Feng fell silent, his gaze shifting between Gu Haoge and his companions, recognizing their unwavering resolve in the face of death. Why go to such lengths for me? Mu Feng asked bitterly. Because you are the holy son of our academy, the only one acknowledged by the sages. If we do not protect you, whom shall we protect? Gu Haoge replied with a smile, echoed by the grins of Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan. Huh, Gu Haoge, Song Yulong, Chu Wenyuan, you're merely scholars. How can you stand against a martial artist? Today, you shall accompany Mu Feng to the grave. The Qin Emperor hovered above, gazing down at Gu Haoge and Mu Feng with disdain. Mu Feng raised his head defiantly to meet the Qin Emperor's gaze. Do not forget, the crown prince, the princess, and the 9th prince are still in my grasp. If I perish, they shall accompany me. Do you dare threaten me? There are merely 3 offspring. As long as I draw breath, I can always have more. But you must die. The Qin Emperor's eyes burned with murderous intent as he raised his hand, striking down with immense force. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and coalesced into a colossal spiritual hand, crashing down like a mountain. The 3 scholars' expressions shifted as they struggled to rise and brace for the impending blow, only to be astonished as Mu Feng leaped into the sky. No, Mu Feng, do not act foolishly. Come back. You cannot possibly contend with the Qin Emperor. They shouted desperately, but Mu Feng remained undeterred. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Mu Feng would dare to confront the Qin Emperor head-on. Despite Mu Feng's astonishing strength, the gap between the Qi and God Harmony realms was insurmountable. You are nothing more than an insect seeking your own demise. The Qin Emperor sneered from his lofty position, looking down at the sword-wielding youth charging toward him. Brut d'explosion secrète technique. In an instant, as Mu Feng soared into the air, he activated the blood explosion secret technique, causing his blood and true energy to surge explosively. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged several times over, far exceeding the peak of the Qi realm, nearing the God Harmony realm. One sword to slash the immortals. A manic glint flickered in Mu Feng's eyes as he unleashed his sword, charging forward without hesitation. The sword in his hand emitted a clear cry, and the blade radiated a chilling sword Qi that could freeze marrow. At that moment, Mu Feng seemed to merge with his sword, transforming into a breathtaking beam of sword light. This soared light, like a streak of lightning, pierced through the air and collided fiercely with the spiritual hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the massive spiritual hand shattered into countless pieces. What? You? The Qin Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, caught off guard. As Mu Feng became one with the Zhenlong sword, he transformed into a beam of sword light, surging toward the Qin Emperor without losing momentum. Boom! The two figures collided violently in midair, and both were sent crashing to the ground. As the spectators beheld the scene, they collectively gasped in shock. They discovered that the seemingly invincible Qin Emperor now had his crown shattered, precious jewels scattered across the ground, and his hair disheveled. More astonishingly, the Qin Emperor's right arm was severed, blood gushing from the wound, painting a gruesome picture. No one could fathom that Mu Feng, in a head-on clash with the Qin Emperor, had managed to sever his arm. It was simply unbelievable. In contrast, Mu Feng was bleeding from his mouth and nose, a horrifying imprint of a palm etched deep into his chest. Although his protective, true energy was formidable, it could not withstand the full force of a God Harmony Realm expert strike. How did you suddenly? The Qin Emperor stared incredulously at Mu Feng, but before he could finish his thought, Mu Feng attacked once more, his eyes reflecting a growing madness. The Qin Emperor's remaining left arm shot out, summoning the world's spiritual energy to strike at Mu Feng, desperate to halt his advance. Thud! 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 Mu Feng charged at the Qin Emperor, as if possessed, unleashing one strike after another, breaking through the Qin Emperor's onslaught, relentlessly closing the distance. As Mu Feng closed in, the Qin Emperor's left palm crashed down onto Mu Feng's chest. He had expected Mu Feng to evade the blow, allowing him to execute his prepared follow-up. But to his astonishment, Mu Feng disregarded the attack entirely, refusing to retreat. Thud! The fierce strike landed squarely on Mu Feng's chest, nearly shattering his ribcage. His face turned pale, blood streaming from his orifices, yet his expression remained ferocious as the Zhenlong sword surged forth without hesitation. Immediately, the Emperor of Qin watched in horror as his left arm was severed at the shoulder. Mu Feng! The Emperor's eyes widened with fury as he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Mu Feng, fixing a fierce gaze upon him, filled with desperation. Mu Feng's expression was twisted with rage, disregarding his own injuries. He fervently channeled the true energy within him, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he charged toward the Emperor. Madman! You lunatic! For the first time, fear flickered deep within the Emperor's eyes, and then, before the watchful crowd, he fled in panic. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was the numerous Imperial Guards surrounding them, the officials, or the hidden, powerful adversaries launching their ambush, all were stunned by this spectacle. The formidable master of the God Union realm, the Emperor of the mighty Qin, was now fleeing like a lost dog. This scene was indelibly etched in the hearts of all present, a memory they would carry for a lifetime. With a sword strike that could slay immortals, ignoring his injuries, Mu Feng unleashed the third move of the unparalleled triple sword technique, merging once more with his sword, his speed reaching its zenith. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Mu Feng and the Emperor shrank to mere inches, a flash of sword light slicing through the air. In his frantic escape, the Emperor felt a sudden pain in his legs, and before he knew it, he had collapsed heavily to the ground. He realized with horror that his legs had been severed. Mu Feng, I am the Emperor of Qin. Do you dare to kill me? A chill ran through the Emperor's heart as he glared feebly at Mu Feng. Mu Feng remained silent, his true dragon sword piercing forward, penetrating the Emperor's dantian. My dantian? You have ruined my dantian, you. The Emperor's face twisted with hatred, unleashing a torrent of curses, but his words were abruptly cut off. For the tip of Mu Feng's true dragon sword was now aimed directly at the Emperor's forehead, the chilling sword energy carving deep gashes across his face, silencing him entirely. Next, I shall ask you a question. Should you utter even a word of nonsense, this sword will pierce your forehead. Mu Feng's complexion was pale, blood pouring from his 7 orifices, his body drenched in blood. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries as he glared fiercely at the Emperor. The Emperor's expression darkened as he spoke. Mu Feng, the true ancestors of my royal family have yet to appear. Do not rejoice too soon, they puffed. The sword tip pierced the Emperor's forehead by an inch, blood gushing forth and quickly staining his entire face red. The Emperor felt a jolt in his heart. acutely sensing the presence of death, and immediately fell silent. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do not test my patience. Mu Feng slowly pushed the sword tip deeper into the emperor's forehead. I will speak. I will speak. The emperor, no longer arrogant, immediately yielded. What is the name of the power behind my mother? Why do they wish to annihilate my father and me? And does my mother know about all of this? Mu Feng inquired solemnly. The emperor's gaze flickered as he replied, I am unaware of the name of the power behind your mother, but I have heard it is not of this realm. It is said to come from beyond the heavens. The first sect of the Central Plains, the Big Dipper Star sect, serves this power, and the order to kill you and Mu Yuan comes from the Big Dipper Star sect. As for whether your mother knows about all this, I do not know, for she mysteriously vanished after giving birth to you, her whereabouts unknown. The Big Dipper Star sect? Mu Feng's expression turned grave. He had heard of this sect, known to be the foremost sect in the Central Plains, deeply rooted and extraordinarily powerful. The mere Qin dynasty was but an insignificant ant before the Big Dipper Star sect. He had not anticipated that the forces conspiring against him and Mu Yuan were indeed from the Big Dipper Star sect. Even more shocking was the revelation that such a formidable sect was under the command of the power behind his mother, which originated from beyond the heavens. The situation had suddenly become exceedingly complicated. Were it not for that woman's interference, you and Mu Yuan would have perished more than a decade ago. How could you still be alive now? The emperor ground his teeth in resentment. Who is that woman? Mu Feng asked in a low voice. He had heard that woman mentioned by the emperor more than once, evidently indicating that she was secretly protecting him and Mu Yuan. She, before the emperor could respond, a piercing purple-gold sword energy surged from the depths of the palace, instantly penetrating the emperor's forehead. Chapter 59. The Purple Dragon Sword Emperor, Ji Wuming. Yihun, you speak too much. A voice, ancient and deep, resonated from within the palace. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared into the depths of the palace, utterly unable to close them. Mu Feng's expression grew solemn as he cast his gaze toward the palace's interior, an intense sense of impending danger rising within him. A terrifying purple-gold sword energy shot up into the sky from the palace, and amidst countless sword energies, an elder wielding a sword strode through the air, resembling a legendary sword immortal descending upon the world. All eyes converged upon the elder, filled with uncertainty. The elder, with hair white as snow, yet youthful in appearance, donned a purple robe and a purple-gold crown, his sword-like eyes emanating a chilling sharpness. Particularly striking was the purple long sword hanging at his waist, intricately engraved with the image of a purple dragon. The purple dragon sword? Could it be he is Ji Wuming, the purple dragon sword emperor? The head of the martial house, Yan Guijue, changed countenance upon seeing the elder. The utterance of this name sent shockwaves through the crowd. The ancestral figure of the Ji family, Ji Wuming, the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty from 500 years ago. My heavens! Ji Wuming has not shown himself for 300 years. It was thought that this ancestral figure of the Ji family had ascended, yet he had not only survived but thrived to this day. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, their gazes filled with reverence as they beheld the elder, cloaked in purple, gliding through the air on sword energy. Ji Wuming, the purple dragon sword emperor, was a legendary figure in the Qin dynasty. 500 years ago, during a time of great strife, Ji Wuming emerged, defeating numerous rebel armies and ultimately claiming the territory that established the Qin dynasty. Yet, no one had anticipated that a figure from 500 years ago would still be alive today. It is well known that the greater the cultivation of a warrior, the longer their lifespan. Within the Qin realm, the highest known cultivation level was the God Union realm, equivalent to the master level. However, the maximum lifespan of a God Union realm warrior is a mere 300 years. Ji Wuming, back then, was undoubtedly a master of the God Union realm, making it implausible for him to survive into the present era. Could it be that the ancestral figure of the Ji family has surpassed the God Union and attained an even higher realm? Yan Guijue speculated in shock. Not only he, but many present also pondered, their gazes towards Ji Wuming filled with awe. All hail the great ancestor! All hail the great ancestor! The distant officials and numerous imperial guards, their expressions brimming with excitement, knelt to the ground. With a whoosh, Ji Wuming stepped forward, ultimately hovering above Mu Feng, his piercing gaze coldly surveying him. You are Mu Feng? Look at the chaos you have wrought, disturbing my Qin palace to such an extent. Do you plead guilty? Ji Wuming spoke with indifference. Mu Feng scoffed. What crime have I committed? It was the emperor of Qin who repeatedly indulged Prince Yu and King Lu, leading to the death of my father and the slaughter of tens of thousands of the Mu family army. I, Mu Feng, traveled 1,000 miles from Yongzhou to the imperial city solely to seek justice. Yet the emperor fails to discern right from wrong, disregards the law, and continually favors Prince Yu and King Lu. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Had it not been for the emperor's lack of righteousness, would I, Mu Feng, have recklessly stormed your palace and sought death? Am I so idle? Ji Wuming shook his head with a cold laugh. You still do not understand anything? Do you not realize that your very existence is a transgression? You should never have been born into this world over a decade ago. Kneel. If you confess now, acknowledging your existence as a sin, I shall spare your life, leaving you a mere dog-s existence. Sudondi, Ji Wuming uniached en overwhelming aura, pressing down upon Mu Feng like towering mountains. Mu Feng spat blood, his body bending, knees buckling on the brink of kneeling. Ji Wuming, do not overreach. From the beginning to the end, it has been your royal family oppressing Mu Feng. By what right should he confess? Gu Haoge erupted in anger, a righteous aura surging from him as he sought to rescue Mu Feng, followed closely by Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan. You are overestimating your abilities. JWM flicked his fingers, and a thunderous sound echoed through the air as a powerful surge of energy shot forth. Boom! The righteous aura gathered by Gu Haoge and his companions erupted violently, sending the three of them crashing to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, unable to rise. How formidable! Yan Guju's pupils constricted, his face filled with trepidation. Gu Haoge and his companions had fought against the Emperor Qin of the Divine Realm for nearly 100 rounds. Yet they were no match for a single strike from JWM. The disparity was simply too vast. Still not kneeling? JWM's gaze fell upon MF Ing, who stubbornly held his ground, furrowing his brow as an even more terrifying aura erupted from within him. Simultaneously, JWM flicked his fingers again, and 2 beams of purple-gold sword energy shot forth, targeting MF Ing's knees. The outcome was already determined. Yan Guju shook his head in regret. Seeing N's eyes revealed a hint of pity. In this battle, MF Ing had fully proven himself. Since his debut, Seeing LN had been the pinnacle of the younger generation, unmatched by anyone. Yet, MF Ing was the only peer he ever respected. But now, he understood that MF Ing's journey was at an end. JWM Ing was too powerful, nearly invincible. The others wore varied expressions, some lamenting, others reveling in schadenfreude, while some merely observed coldly. Yet, no one believed that MF Ing could stir any storm in the face of JWM Ing. No, kneel. MF Ing's eyes were filled with madness as he let out a defiant roar. In an instant, a dazzling sword light erupted from within him. Boom! The sword light soared to the heavens, a magnificent spectacle. The 2 beams of purple-gold sword energy aimed at MF Ing were obliterated upon contact with the sword light. JWM Ing's expression shifted. Within the sword light, he saw a rusted broken sword. This seemingly ordinary sword emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. What made his countenance even grimmer was that this broken sword was clearly aimed at him. He stepped forward, and the endless purple-gold sword energy beneath his feet transformed into a dragon, lunging madly toward the broken sword. Boom! The dragon formed from the purple-gold sword energy disintegrated upon contact with the broken sword, vanishing from existence. What? How can this broken sword be so powerful? JWM Ing was taken aback, and without hesitation, he drew the purple dragon sword, slashing at the broken sword. As the purple dragon sword was unsheathed, its cry echoed like a dragon's roar, resonating through the skies. Clang! Toyot Vem Engies Horror. The seemingly indestructible purple dragon sword shattered into 2 upon colliding with the broken sword. Puffed! The broken sword surged forward, appearing before JWM Ing in an instant, piercing through his heart amidst his terrified gaze. JWM Ing spat out a mouthful of blood, turning to flee as he shouted into the void, "Save me! Quickly save me!" The crowd was astonished. No one had anticipated such a sudden reversal of fortune. Not only had JWM Ing failed to eliminate MF Ing, but he was now being pursued in a state of disarray by the mysterious broken sword that had erupted from MF Ing. The broken sword arced brilliantly through the air, continuing its relentless pursuit of JWM Ing, now aiming for his forehead. JWM Ing was paralyzed with fear. Although his cultivation was formidable enough to survive a heart-piercing, a strike to the forehead would surely spell his death. As the broken sword drew closer, just as it was about to catch JWM Ing, a radiant starburst erupted from the void. A colossal hand, formed entirely of starlight, broke through the clouds, crashing down toward the broken sword. This hand, nearly 100 feet in size, resembled a towering mountain of fingers, leaving all present in awe. What on earth is that? Such terrifying power. Could it be a deity descending to the mortal realm? This force surpasses anything we could have imagined. JWM Ing had such a terrifying entity backing him. It was no wonder he had survived until now. The onlookers were struck with shock, their minds reeling at the sight of the enormous hand. Bang! The broken sword collided with the giant hand, then was sent flying, embedding itself in the ground not far from MF Ing. Meanwhile, the starlight hand began to disintegrate in the void. Puffed. MF Ing coughed up blood, his body convulsing, his head pounding, as his consciousness began to fade. In that life or death moment, MF Ing summoned the broken sword from the second layer of the immortal coffin. He understood that once he wielded the broken sword, he might very well exhaust himself completely, losing all combat capability, for the backlash from the broken sword was too devastating. At that point, he would become a lamb to the slaughter, unable to escape death. With both hands gripping the sword, MF Ing strained to support his body, bitterly reflecting, "It seems I have reached my limit. Though I have slain Prince Y, King Li, and Emperor Qin, I still feel unsatisfied." MF Ing was indeed unwilling to accept his fate. He resented his own weakness, being manipulated like a puppet by others. He resented that he had yet to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, only to meet his demise here. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the depths of the void. "What a waste. You can't even deal with a mere Chi Si Realm Jr." JWM Ing's face turned pale, yet he dared not refute the voice from the void. "I cannot intervene. You go and kill MF Ing." The voice resonated again. "Yes." JWM Ing nodded eagerly, his face filled with deference, before casting a venomous glance at MF Ing. "You little past die?" JWM Ing dove down, his right hand forming a sword finger, sending a surge of sword energy directly toward MF Ing's forehead. MF Ing watched as JWM Ing drew nearer, but he found himself unable to move, his entire body racked with pain, lacking even the strength to raise a finger. The bloodburst secret technique, combined with the backlash from summoning the broken sword, inflicted excruciating torment upon him, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. "Am I going to die?" As JWM Ing's sword finger approached, a self-deprecating smile emerged on MF Ing's face. Suddenly, the scene before him changed, a resplendent figure clad in red blocking his view, occupying his entire line of sight. Chapter 60. Who WQ Ing makes her move. Blood flames burn the heavens. Puffed. JWM Ing felt a flash of red before him, and then the sword energy at his finger exploded violently, a wave of red flames sweeping toward him. JWM Ing's right hand ignited like an oil lamp, rapidly engulfed by the crimson flames, consuming his entire arm in an instant. My hand!" JWM Ing let out a shriek, clutching his right hand and stumbling backward. To his horror, he discovered that his entire arm had been devoured by the red flames, leaving only a bare bone. What terrified him further was that the flames spread like a parasite, creeping toward his body. In a moment of desperation, JWM Ing severed his right arm, his gaze fixated warily on the woman in red who stood before MF Ing. This woman donned a flowing red robe, adorned with golden ornaments, her beauty radiant, her skin flawless, her neck slender, especially her enchanting phoenix eyes brimming with allure. Is this the renowned courtesan who WQing? How did she appear here? Could it be that she has a secret affair with MF Ing? How could WQ Ing be so powerful? To have injured JWM Ing with a single strike, her strength is truly terrifying. The onlookers, upon seeing the woman in red, were taken aback. many recognizing her identity immediately. The first courtesan of the Great Qin, who W.Q. was known throughout the imperial city, though few had seen her in person. Her likeness was well known through circulated portraits, described as possessing national beauty and heavenly grace. This was why many present were able to identify her at once. W.Ng's expression darkened, his gaze warily fixed on Hu W.Q. as he spoke in a solemn tone. Lady Hu W.Q. Do you intend to breach our agreement? How dare you openly intervene in matters within the Great Qin? Hu W.Q. narrowed her beautiful eyes, a dangerous curve forming on her lips as she replied coldly, Ridiculous. Who is it that breached the agreement first? Though the Emperor Qin's intervention could be overlooked, I tolerated your actions, J.W.M. But how dare the Northern Dipperstar sect make a move? Do you truly believe I do not exist? J.W.M.'s complexion shifted slightly, and he retorted, Lady Hu W.Q. do not speak carelessly. The Northern Dipperstar sect has not intervened. It was you. Before J.W.M. could finish his sentence, a red lotus flame surged through the air, engulfing his knees. In the blink of an eye, J.W.M.'s knees were reduced to ashes, and the flames continued to spread, threatening to consume his thighs and even his upper body. No! J.W.M.'s face changed drastically as he was forced to sever his legs. I did not hear clearly. Please repeat that. In a realm where emotions intertwine with power, Hua Wuqing delicately cradled a crimson lotus flame, uttering softly. Ji Wuming, who had lost his legs, lay helplessly on the ground, enduring excruciating pain, yet too terrified to utter a word. Humph. Hua Wuqing, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. That broken sword was undoubtedly a clandestine gift to Mu Feng. From the depths of the void, a chilling voice resonated. Otherwise, how could a mere Qi realm be a match for Ji Wuming? Hua Wuqing smiled, retorting such futile chatter. So you blame me? In that case, let's engage in battle. Once I vanquish you all, I need not waste my breath. With that, she flicked her finger, sending the crimson lotus flame soaring into the heavens. The flame ascended with astonishing speed, expanding until it enveloped the entire sky above the imperial city. Humph. Hua Wuqing, our realms are equal. To defeat me is nothing but a delusion. The cold voice echoed again from the void, followed by a cascade of starlight descending from the abyss, coalescing into countless meteors that struck the fiery lotus. Boom! The sky rumbled with relentless explosions, culminating in the lotus exploding into a conflagration. More terrifying yet, the inferno surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal fire dragon that devoured the meteors. Roaring, the fire dragon ascended into the depths of the void, where fierce combat and enraged voices ensued. This is no ordinary power. Who are they? A pallor washed over the countless spectators, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the celestial battle that surpassed their understanding. Mu Feng, sword in hand, struggled to lift his gaze, upon witnessing the clash above. A fierce light ignited within his eyes. This was the true essence of strength. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the void, as a charred figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Hua Wuqing, you have been concealing your strength all along? The charred figure struggled to raise its head, fixating on Hua Wuqing. But before it could finish speaking, she flicked her fingers once more. A crimson flame erupted from her fingertips, piercing through the figure's brow. Dead? Dead? Ji Wuming's face drained of color as he turned to Hua Wuqing, trembling. Hua Wuqing, are you truly willing to sever ties with the Beta Star sect? Still defiant? Then summon more. I am eager to see how many of the Beta Star sect have infiltrated the Qin. Hua Wuqing replied coldly. Yi Wuming hesitated. Upon witnessing Hua Wuqing effortlessly slay a formidable adversary from the sect, he realized she was far stronger than he had imagined. Suddenly, a burst of crimson flame surged toward him, hovering perilously close to his brow, its searing heat rendering him as if trapped in a hellish inferno. Will you call or not? Hua Wuqing inquired indifferently. Ji Wuming swallowed hard, trembling as he produced a transmission talisman, stammering, I will call. I shall do it now. With that, he activated the talisman, which transformed into a golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Moments later, dark clouds gathered in the distance, thunder rumbling ominously. Emerging from the depths of the clouds was a middle-aged man, riding a sword, surrounded by crackling thunder as if it were a shield of protection. Hua Wuqing, you dare to slay my kin from the Beidou Star sect? You must be tired of living. The man soon halted above the imperial palace, the dark clouds casting a shadow over the entire city. Lightning flickered ominously within the clouds. In the palace, countless individuals were struck with fear, hiding indoors, too terrified to emerge. Is there anyone else? Just one worthless fool is hardly a challenge for me. Hua Wuqing dismissed the middle-aged man, turning her gaze back to Ji Wuming. Seeing her impatience, Ji Wuming quickly produced 2 more transmission talismans, activating them in rapid succession. Hua Wuqing, who do you call worthless? The middle-aged man seethed, glaring down at her as he pointed his sword. Boom! Instantly, the thunder within the clouds erupted, forming a torrential downpour of lightning swords that cascaded down upon the palace. The storm of swords enveloped the entire palace, causing panic among the inhabitants, some fainting from sheer terror. They all understood that such a terrifying display of lightning was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. A mocking smile graced Hua Wuqing's lips as she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, torrents of crimson sparks erupted from her being, launching skyward. Boom! The heavens resounded with a terrifying roar as lightning and flames clashed violently in the void. Then, the lightning was extinguished, leaving only the crimson sparks to blanket the sky. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the approaching crimson sparks. His sword box opened instinctively, unleashing a flurry of swords that formed an impenetrable array around him. Yet, to his horror, the sparks were far too powerful, melting the swords into molten iron, rendering them non-existent. No! As the last of the swords melted away, the myriad sparks struck him, the overwhelming heat vaporizing him instantly. Stop! A furious voice cried out from afar, as 2 figures emerged, riding on starlight, one male, one female. Upon reaching the imperial palace, they found the middle-aged man had been entirely vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 61. What do you want? Hua Wuqing, do you realize the gravity of your actions? Have you lost your mind? The woman, clad in regal attire, her elegant brows furrowed, admonished sharply. Beside her stood a burly man, around his 30s, wielding a long spear, equally furious as he glared at Hua Wuqing. Is there anyone left? Hua Wuqing disregarded the duo, focusing her inquiry on Ji Wuming. His face turned ashen, trembling. No, there's no one else. For years, I have only dealt with these 4 lords. As for others, I truly do not know. Hua Wuqing nodded. In that case, you can meet your demise. Ji Wuming barely had time to react before the crimson flame ignited at his brow, reducing him to ashes. Hua Wuqing, you have not only broken the pact but dared to kill my kin from the Beidou Star sect. What do you truly seek? The spear-wielding man gritted his teeth. To deal with you. Hua Wuqing's eyes glinted coldly as she unleashed an endless torrent of blood flames, propelling herself skyward like a resplendent blossom of crimson. The man and woman exchanged alarmed glances, taken aback by Hua Wuqing's sudden fervor. The man drew his spear, unleashing a tempest of spear shadows that surged toward her like a storm. The woman, her eyes radiating a brilliant blue, conjured towering ice mountains in the void, hurling them toward Hua Wuqing. At that moment, she was enveloped in blood flames, trailing a long crimson tail as if the very space around her was fracturing from the heat. Boom! The tempest of spear shadows erupted upon contact with the blood flames, while the ice mountains crumbled into vapor before they could reach her. I have endured your machinations for far too long. For over a decade, you have schemed in the shadows, thinking I was oblivious. You were the ones to breach the agreement, yet now you dare to blame me. With a graceful stride, Hua Wuqing appeared before the man as if she had teleported, her magnificent red attire billowing wildly in the fierce wind. She delivered a gentle yet powerful strike. Humph, you meddlesome fool. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have wasted over a decade in this remote area, squandering our time and missing numerous opportunities. The man gripped the gun tightly, thrusting it forward with ferocity, only for it to collide with Hua Wuqing's palm. To his astonishment, the blood flames enveloping her hand seemed as impenetrable as steel. His spear could not pierce through. What terrified him further was the unbearable heat emanating from the blood flames, which quickly melted the tip of his weapon, then the shaft, spreading rapidly up his right arm. He retreated swiftly, but was a moment too late. The flames licked at his fingertips and raced up his entire arm. With a decisive action, he severed his own limb to escape, but Hua Wuqing was faster. closing in with her crystalline hand resembling jade, striking him squarely in the chest. Why waste breath? If words fail, then let actions speak. Once I eliminate you all, none shall dare to defy me. Her expression was icy as she increased the force of her strike. A series of cracking sounds echoed from his chest as his ribcage caved in, ultimately resulting in Hua Wuqing's hand piercing through his body. Run! Flee quickly! She isn't merely at the celestial slaying realm. She has been concealing her strength. The man's eyes widened in horror as he coughed up blood, shouting at the woman in palace attire behind him. However, before he could finish, flames erupted from within him, incinerating him entirely. The palace-dressed woman watched helplessly as he perished, tears streaming down her face. Resolutely, she conjured a talisman to escape. A precious earth escape talisman acquired at great cost, capable of transporting her thousands of miles away. Hua Wuqing, no matter how powerful, could not catch her. In that instant, a flash of sword light shot upward, and the talisman vanished from her grasp. Her face paled as she looked up, realizing a broken sword had pierced the talisman. Taking it away. You scoundrel! Return that to me. Panic engulfed the palace woman as she pursued the broken sword. The sword arced through the air, swiftly descending to land beside Mu Feng, circling him as if seeking praise. It's you, Mu Feng, you little wretch. How dare you ruin my plans? The palace woman spotted Mu Feng beside the broken sword, shaking with rage, and struck out with her jade hand. An ice arrow materialized in the air and shot towards Mu Feng. Damn it! This time, I have nothing to do with it. Mu Feng's expression changed drastically as he cursed the broken sword in his mind. He was gravely injured and could barely move, lacking the strength to control the sword. It was this sentient broken sword that had independently sought to seize the palace woman's escape talisman. Despair filled Mu Feng as the ice arrow sped towards him, and he could not evade it. Suddenly, a figure in fiery red appeared, leaping forward and grabbing the back of Mu Feng's collar, launching into the sky. Mu Feng felt the world spin and realized he was soaring upward, with Hua Wuqing effortlessly lifting him as if he were mere refuse. She did not speak or even glance at him, her gaze fixed on the fleeing palace woman. Lady Hua, I am safe now. You can set me down. Mu Feng awkwardly smiled, feeling uncomfortable being carried this way, but before he could finish, Hua Wuqing shot away like an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hua Wuqing's speed was blinding, soaring through the air like a comet. What on earth? This is too much pressure for my age. Mu Feng struggled under the immense force of the wind, his features contorted as tears streamed down his face, making for a pitiful sight. This purgatorial experience ended swiftly as Hua Wuqing transformed from a blur of motion to complete stillness, catching up to the fleeing palace woman. No, Hua Wuqing. You can't kill me. The palace woman's face drained of color, and she conjured massive ice mirrors to shield herself from Hua Wuqing. Alas, these mirrors shattered before her, as fragile as paper, and Hua Wuqing's palm struck the palace woman's forehead. Crack! The beautiful head of the palace woman shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Mu Feng curled up beneath Hua Wuqing, relieved. Finally, it's over. He feared that if the palace woman had fled too swiftly, Hua Wuqing's pursuit would be prolonged, and he could not guarantee how long he would survive being whisked away like this. Yet, a chill crept into his heart as he felt a piercing, icy gaze upon him. Slowly, he raised his head to meet a pair of beautiful yet emotionless phoenix eyes. Hua Wuqing scrutinized him coldly, then approached, raising her hand to strike at his chest. Mu Feng watched in horror as the blood flames surged closer, his pupils dilating, his face paling. Chapter 62. Mu Feng is innocent. The sin lies with Qin Di. Bang! The jade hand, ablaze with blood flames, struck Mu Feng's chest under his astonished gaze. In an instant, the chaotic flames enveloped him completely. You? Mu Feng gazed at Hua Wuqing in disbelief, but her cold phoenix eyes remained devoid of emotion. Expecting death, he was astonished to find the flames surrounding him, like a vast ocean, entering his body through every pore. The raging flames coursed through his veins, healing his wounds at an astonishing pace. Even the side effects of the broken sword's blood explosion technique seemed to be eradicated by the flames. How extraordinary! Mu Feng's eyes lit up, his body brimming with surging power, both his aura and state reaching their zenith. He had not anticipated that the blood flames could both kill and heal. Lady Hua, who exactly are you? What is this agreement you speak of? What power lies behind my mother? Can we discuss this calmly? Mufeng bowed deeply to Hua Wuking, his demeanor sincere as he summoned the courage to meet her gaze. The enchanting allure of her phoenix eyes seemed to draw him into a trance, momentarily rendering him spellbound. Yet soon, a golden light erupted from the depths of his eyes, and he quickly regained his composure, lowering his gaze, no longer daring to meet her gaze. Had it not been for your dual pupils, you would have been lost in that illusion and never awakened, Hua Wuching remarked coolly. Mu Feng, stubbornly keeping his head bowed, implored, I beseech you, Lady Hua, to clarify my doubts. With a soft sigh, Hua Wuching replied, since our agreement with the Northern Dipper sect has been nullified, you must now confront certain truths. Come to the moon-embracing pavilion tonight. I will elucidate everything for you. Moreover, both Qin Di and Ji Wuming have perished. No one in the Great Qin can threaten you now. You may release the captured prince. Embarrassed, Mu Feng scratched his head. Just as he was about to speak, Hua Wuching grabbed the back of his collar. Then, in a flash of red, they soared into the sky. Damn it. Mu Feng once again endured pressures beyond his station. His handsome face contorted grotesquely under the intense wind pressure, tears and snot streaming down, a sight most unbecoming. At this moment, the Xianyang Palace was engulfed in silence. Whether it was Yin Guijue, the head of the martial house, the three esteemed scholars of the Literary Academy, or the officials and imperial guards, they stood frozen as if turned to stone. The battle between Hua Wuching and the four formidable warriors of the Beidaoxing sect left all present utterly astounded. They came to a profound realization of what it truly meant to be a powerful individual, and how insignificant they were in the presence of such genuine strength. The three great scholars exchanged glances, their hearts tumultuous like a raging sea. They had steeled themselves for inevitable death. Yet they were taken aback by the colossal reversal that unfolded. It seemed that the Son of Heaven harbored many secrets yet unknown to them. Song Yulong chuckled bitterly. Chu Wenyuan nodded, as they were all astute enough to discern that both the Beidaoxing sect and Hua Wuching were intent on confronting Mu Feng. Gu Haoge remarked indifferently, the Son of Heaven is no ordinary person. It is only natural that he possesses some secrets. Remember, do not ask questions that are better left unasked. Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan nodded in agreement. The Emperor of Qin has passed, and the great ancestor has fallen. Our great Qin is doomed. Do not forget that Mu Feng is a ruthless being. He is truly a cold-blooded killer. The Emperor and the great ancestor nearly killed him. Do you think he will not seek revenge against us? Indeed, this time, our great Qin is truly without hope. The fact that Mu Feng has such terrifying strong allies behind him, if Hua Wuching were to assist him, our great Qin could face annihilation. On the open ground, the numerous civil officials and imperial guards, recalling Hua Wuching's overwhelming power and Mu Feng's ruthless decisiveness, were thoroughly panicked. Why the panic? Do not forget, Mu Feng is also the son of the academy. He is not an unreasonable man. The Chancellor Yang appeared, his gaze authoritative as he surveyed the surroundings, calmly stating, what happened today is a matter between the imperial family and Mu Feng. What concern is it of us officials? Inspector Lin stepped forward, asserting, this entire affair was instigated by His Majesty, who openly defied the law, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Mu family army. How is this any different from treason? Bai Fengchong quickly concurred. I propose we draft a self-criticism edict for His Majesty, exposing his grave crimes and injustices to the world. Upon hearing the Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchong speak, the remaining officials felt reassured and wholeheartedly supported their proposal. Suddenly, a figure clad in red descended from the sky, hovering above the Xianyang Palace. The previously murmuring crowd fell silent, too fearful to speak. After witnessing Hua Wuching's terrifying prowess, their fear had seeped deep into their bones. Yet, was there still anyone who dared to punish Mu Feng? Hua Wuching looked down upon the gathered crowd, articulating each word with clarity. A moment of silence enveloped the assembly. Even the imperial guards, who were the most loyal to the emperor, shrank back like ostriches, too intimidated to utter a sound. If you remain silent, then Mu Feng is innocent. Since Mu Feng is innocent, who is guilty? Hua Wuching spoke calmly. It is the Emperor of Qin. The Chancellor Yang stepped forward first. It is the Emperor. It is the Emperor. With Yang taking the lead, the officials stepped forward one after another, followed by the imperial guards and finally, the martial artists lurking in the shadows, all trembling as they voiced their agreement. In that case, Mu Feng's act of killing the emperor is justified. He is not a traitor, but a savior of the people, is he not? Hua Wuqing continued. Indeed, the crowd, drenched in cold sweat, hastily affirmed. Leave the subsequent matters to you. Hua Wuqing cast a glance at the disheveled, pale-faced Mu Feng, discarding him to the ground before vanishing into the air. Suddenly, the broken sword hovering nearby surged forward, encircling Mu Feng and delivering a soil-escaped talisman to his hand. You nearly got me killed, Mu Feng cursed inwardly, but maintained a facade of appreciation. He dared not provoke the broken sword. Should he do so, it might indeed pierce him. The broken sword emitted an excited, ringing sound, then transformed into a beam of light, re-entering the celestial coffin within Mu Feng's dantian. Son of Heaven, are you all right? The three great scholars led by Gu Haoge hurried over, concerned for Mu Feng's well-being. I am fine. I sincerely thank the three gentlemen for your assistance. Mu Feng expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Gu Haoge waved his hand with a wry smile. In truth, we did not offer much help. It was ultimately Hua Wuqing who resolved your predicament. Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan exchanged awkward smiles. Mu Feng stated earnestly, Gentlemen, I too do not know why Hua Wuqing suddenly chose to aid me. I came here with a heart prepared for death. Your willingness to risk your lives for me is a debt of gratitude as vast as the heavens. How can you say that you did not assist? Gu Haoge, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan shared a knowing glance, their faces lighting up with gratitude. Esteemed scholars, here is a bottle of healing elixir. Please take it. Mu Feng produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to the three great scholars. They accepted it without hesitation and consumed the healing elixir. They knew that the esteemed alchemist, before departing, had gifted Mu Feng several precious elixirs. Thus, this young man was not lacking in them. At that moment, Chancellor Yang and Inspector Lin, along with the officials and imperial guards, approached, bowing deeply to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, we deeply regret the matters concerning the emperor and the great ancestor. We have resolved to draft a self-criticism edict for the emperor and the great ancestor, publicly revealing their transgressions. Chancellor Yang spoke solemnly. If you have any further demands, feel free to voice them. We shall surely accommodate you. After all, this matter originated from the royal family's wrongdoing. As he spoke, Chancellor Yang winked at Mu Feng, conveying a silent message. Mu Feng understood and replied, You were all deceived by the emperor. I shall not hold this against you. Upon hearing this, the officials and imperial guards sighed in relief, their eyes filled with admiration and respect for Mu Feng. However, since the emperor and Ji Wuming were both of the imperial lineage, and now that they had perished, this debt must be repaid by the royal family. Please wait a moment. Mu Feng's tone shifted, becoming markedly colder, and he turned to dash into the Xianyang Palace. Once inside, he released the prince, the princess, and the ninth prince from the celestial coffin space. The trio was still in a state of unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Mu Feng delivered a slap to each of them, waking them all. The prince, Ji Baocao, slowly regained consciousness, looking around in confusion, asking, Where is this? This is the Xianyang Palace. Mu Feng replied with a smile. Oh, so this is the Xianyang Palace. You, Mu Feng, how are you here? The prince, Ji Baocao, instinctively nodded, rubbing his eyes, and upon seeing Mu Feng's handsome face, was so startled that he jumped up immediately. The princess and the ninth prince also awoke, instinctively distancing themselves from Mu Feng, their expressions filled with fear. Chapter 63. Mu Feng, never to be provoked since this is the Xianyang Palace. How dare you enter? Do you not fear my father punishing you? The ninth prince instantly distanced himself from Mu Feng, feeling somewhat reassured, and pointed at Mu Feng with a cold laugh. Slap! Just as his words fell, the ninth prince was astonished to find that Mu Feng had somehow closed the distance, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The ninth prince was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly humiliated. You mean the emperor, right? He.s. dead now. He likely won't have the chance to punish me. Mu Feng lightly stepped on the ninth prince, speaking nonchalantly. What? The expressions of the prince and the princess changed dramatically, but after regaining their composure, they wore expressions of scorn. Ridiculous. My father is the illustrious emperor of Qin, a master of the divine unity realm, surrounded by experts in the palace. Who could possibly kill him? The ninth prince sneered repeatedly, stating, Mu Feng, even if you are lying, could you at least fabricate a more plausible story? Mu Feng replied calmly, I did it. The prince, the princess, and the ninth prince froze momentarily, then burst into laughter. Mufeng, I understand that you wish to intimidate us, but could you please say something credible? You really think you could kill my father? The princess retorted, unable to restrain herself. What I speak of, is it not the truth? Why not step outside and see for yourselves? Mufeng declared as he produced 3 strands of hemp rope, swiftly fastening them around the necks of 3 individuals, dragging them out from the Xianyang palace. At that moment, outside the palace, a multitude of officials and imperial guards stood anxiously before the gates, utterly oblivious to Mu Feng's sudden intrusion into the palace, left only to await patiently. Before long, Mu Feng emerged from within, the 3 captives in tow. Upon sighting them, a look of astonishment washed over the crowd. For these 3 were none other than the missing crown prince, the grand princess, and the ninth prince, all of whom had been captured by Mu Feng. As they exited the palace, they squinted against the light, taking some time to adjust to the brightness of the outside world. They then beheld a throng of officials and guards, alongside numerous martial artists gathered from beyond palace walls. Their gazes ultimately settled on the gruesome sight ahead, bodies strewn across the ground in chaotic disarray. There lay hundreds of corpses, blood staining the earth, resembling a hellish battlefield. Among the fallen were renowned generals such as the Grand Chancellor Shernyiao and General Cheng, alongside many others unknown to them. Suddenly, the Crown Prince Ji Ba Zhao's gaze fixed upon one particular corpse, rendering him motionless, as if turned to stone. The ninth prince and the Grand Princess, noticing his peculiar demeanor, followed his line of sight and gasped in horror. The body before them bore severed limbs and a face frozen in eternal agony. Their shock stemmed from the grim realization that this lifeless form belonged to none other than their father, the Emperor of the Great Qin, Ji Chuan. He is truly dead? Mu Feng did not deceive us. The ninth prince fell to the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring in disbelief. Ji Ba Xiao and the Grand Princess hurried towards the fallen emperor, collapsing to their knees in a fit of inconsolable grief. The emperor had been their pillar of strength, an entity they revered. With his demise, their world crumbled. Minister Yang, what transpired? How could my father have perished? And how did the Xianyang Palace come to be in such disarray? Ji Ba Xiao turned to Minister Yang, his voice hoarse with desperation. With a heavy sigh, Minister Yang recounted the events of the day in meticulous detail. As the Crown Prince, Grand Princess, and Ninth Prince absorbed the harrowing truth, their astonishment deepened, leaving them oblivious to the tears streaking down their faces. Mu Feng and Feng Yuan are one and the same. Most of these corpses fell victim to Mu Feng's hand, including their father, the emperor. Their ancestor, Ji Wu Ming, still lives and even intervened, only to be slain by Hua Wuqing. The North Star sect was involved too, with 4 masters surpassing the god-harmonizing realm falling in battle against Hua Wuqing. The revelations shattered the trio. They had no inkling that within the brief span of their captivity, such monumental events had unfolded. Moreover, Mu Feng's might and lineage far exceeded their expectations. They had never fathomed that the seemingly unassuming Hua Wuqing was, in truth, a formidable powerhouse, eclipsing the god-harmonizing realm. Mu Feng, this is treason. In the 5 centuries since the founding of the Great Qin, never has there been a precedent for regicide. You are audacious beyond measure. The ninth prince's voice rose in a frenzied accusation, nearly losing his sanity in the face of such devastation. Alas, his tirade was cut short as a flash of sword light pierced through his brow. Fool, I had considered sparing you, but it seems that is unnecessary. Death shall be your fate. Mu Feng sheathed his sword and stepped over the ninth prince's lifeless body, advancing towards the crown prince and grand princess. And what are your thoughts, esteemed ones? Mu Feng inquired, a disarmingly innocent smile gracing his features. A chill coursed through Ji Ba Xiao and the grand princess, compelling them to bow their proud heads. Mu Feng, you are blameless. It is our royal family that bears the fault. Ziba Xiao Sai, acutely aware that with the emperor and the founding sovereign both deceased, the royal family of the Great Qin could no longer contest Mu Feng's supremacy. Since you acknowledge your error, an apology is in order, do you not think? Mu Feng grinned. Gritting his teeth, Ji Ba Xiao responded, I shall bestow upon you the title of Duke, grant you a fief of 1,000 li, and allow you to select 10 treasures from the Great Qin treasury. Upon my ascension, I will personally draft a proclamation of repentance for my father and the founding sovereign, revealing the truth to the world and vindicating Mu Yuan, Chun Ping, and all the Mu family army. Not sufficient. Mu Feng shook his head. Yibaxio is complexion palette. What more do you desire? I demand the entirety of the Great Qin treasury, along with the military authority of the Great Qin. You must also reinstate me as Tian Su Wang, with status equal to that of the emperor. Mu Feng's voice was frosty. Ji Ba Xiao and the Grand Princess exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom such audacity. Mu Feng, you tread dangerously. The treasury is the legacy amassed by generations of my royal family. It is the very foundation of the Ji clan. We cannot relinquish it entirely. The military authority is even more out of the question. Ji Ba Xiao's expression hardened, but soon his pupils narrowed in fear as Mu Feng unveiled the true dragon sword, pressing its blade against his brow. Ji Ba Xiao, remember, in this game of kings, you are but meat upon the butcher's block, and I wield the knife. Do you truly believe you possess the standing to negotiate with me? Mu Feng loomed over Ji Ba Xiao, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent, the pressure of the sword increasing. Faced with such peril, Ji Ba Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He lowered his head and conceded, very well, I accept your terms. With Ji Ba Xiao's capitulation, the officials and guards bowed their heads in acquiescence. Meanwhile, numerous powerful figures lurking in the shadows quietly retreated, their first order of business being to swiftly report the day's events within the palace to their respective factions, issuing stern warnings that henceforth, none should provoke Mu Feng, lest they face immediate execution. At that moment, a hearty laughter resounded from behind Mu Feng. He turned to see two figures approaching, one old, one young, none other than Yan Guizhu, the head of the martial house, and his disciple Jian Songlan. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. My young friend, with your talent, you are destined to soar to great heights. But I wonder, should I address you as Feng Yuan or Mu Feng at this moment? Yan Guizhu's laughter was robust, yet tinged with caution, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Hua Wuqing, leaving him somewhat apprehensive in his discourse with Mu Feng. Jian Songlan followed closely behind, his gaze fervently fixed upon Mu Feng, unrestrained admiration evident in his eyes. This battle had completely won Jian Songlan over to Mu Feng's side. Feng Yuan is merely a pseudonym. Please, refer to me as Mu Feng, Senior Yin. Mu Feng replied with a smile, appreciating Yan Guizhu for the kindness shown after his previous recruitment attempt had failed, gifting him a vial of blood-building pill, a significant favor. This time of upheaval in the palace, Yan Guizhu had not been swayed by the emperor's rewards to join in the assault against Mu Feng, but maintained a neutral stance, which was no small assistance to him. Young friend Mu Feng, I have an unorthodox request. Yan Guizhu hesitated momentarily. Speak freely, Master Yin, Mu Feng encouraged. Since the position of deputy head of the martial house has remained vacant since my deputy's passing, if young friend Mu Feng does not mind, would you consider taking the position of deputy lord of the martial house? Yan Guizhu looked at Mu Feng with eager anticipation and continued, rest assured, young friend, you will not need to worry about the affairs of the martial house. You will merely hold a nominal title while enjoying the privileges of the deputy lord, on an equal footing with me. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Yan Guizhu's intentions. He was being courted, and the sincerity was palpable. Furthermore, young friend Mu Feng, do not be concerned. I understand that the Great Qin may seem too small for you. Your future stage lies in a vast expanse, and the martial house shall never restrict your freedom, Yan Guizhu explained, seemingly considering Mu Feng's apprehensions. After pondering for a moment, Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Holding a nominal title while drawing a salary was far more delightful than freeloading. He had no reason to decline. You need not worry, Lord. Now that I have become Deputy Lord, I will occasionally hold lectures to impart my experiences regarding sword intent and the will of the sword. Mu Feng said with a smile. Yan Guizhu and Jian Kanglin's eyes lit up with excitement. In the realm of sword intent and the will of the sword, Mu Feng was undoubtedly a master. If he were willing to share his insights, it would be an invaluable boon for the martial house. Your Highness, I must trouble you to take me to the national treasury. Mu Feng's gaze fell upon Ji Ba Xiao as he grinned. Upon seeing Mu Feng smile, Ji Ba Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, nodded, and turned to the princess. Sister, please make a trip to retrieve the key to the treasury. The princess sighed deeply, saying nothing, and headed toward the depths of the palace. Brother Mu, please follow me, Ji Ba Xiao said, steeling himself. Esteemed scholars, you may accompany me. If there's anything you fancy, feel free to take it. Mu Feng addressed the three great scholars beside him. The scholars' eyes sparkled with excitement, and Gu Haoge chuckled, saying, "Since it is so, I shall not stand on ceremony. The national treasury of the Great Qin is located deep within the palace, heavily guarded and filled with experts." However, Ji Baxiao and Mu Feng's party passed through unimpeded. The battle in the palace had thoroughly intimidated the entire royal family, with both the Qin emperor and Ji Wuming deceased. The remaining experts within the palace dared not impede Mu Feng. At the entrance of the treasury, after a brief wait, the princess arrived with the key. The moment the treasury door opened, Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he could not help but marvel at the immense wealth of the royal family. Inside the treasury lay a plethora of spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and herbs, and he even spotted numerous spirit stones. Roughly estimating, there were at least 1,000 spirit stones, a treasure that would incite a frenzy among countless martial artists if placed in the outside world. Moreover, there were dozens of top-tier spiritual artifacts, hundreds of top-grade elixirs, and countless top-grade herbs. To his astonishment, he also saw rows of bookshelves filled with martial arts collected by the royal family over centuries. Martial arts are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the highest and the 9th the lowest. The most widely circulated martial arts in the Great Qin are of the 9th grade, which most martial artists practice. 8th grade martial arts are rare, typically held by forces of some standing, while 7th grade martial arts are virtually non-existent on the market, monopolized by the top powers of the Great Qin dynasty. For instance, the Mu Wangfu behind Mu Feng possesses only one 7th grade martial art, treasured as the clan's heirloom. However, Mu Feng found dozens of 7th grade martial arts, and even a few 6th grade martial arts on those shelves. It must be said that the foundation of the Great Qin royal family is indeed remarkably profound. Your Highness, do you require these spirit stones? Mu Feng pointed to a pile of spirit stones and glanced at Ji Baxiao. Ji Baxiao's expression darkened, forcing a smile as he replied, "If Brother Mu desires them, feel free to take them." Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction and swiftly collected the spirit stones. These top-tier spiritual artifacts appear to be idle. You surely have no use for them, right? Take them. You have so many top-grade elixirs. The royal family cannot possibly consume them all, can you? Take them. These martial arts are quite remarkable. May I borrow them for a moment? Certainly. As they ventured deeper into the treasury, the expressions of the prince and the princess grew increasingly grim, yet they were compelled to maintain smiles, creating an awkward atmosphere. The 3 great scholars did not hold back. Anything that caught their eye was taken without hesitation. However, most of what they chose concerned scholarly items and antiques. Eventually, Mu Feng stopped deep within the treasury, his gaze fixed ahead. There, on the wall, hung a sword box made of rosewood, its surface adorned with 7 blue gemstones arranged in the shape of a ladle. The Big Dipper? Mu Feng stared at the sword box in astonishment, discerning that the arrangement of the gemstones mirrored the Big Dipper constellation. Moreover, the aura emanating from this sword box was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of the true dragon sword in his possession. Undoubtedly, this sword box was of a higher grade than the true dragon sword. It is the 7-star sword box, containing 7 exquisite swords, each a fine treasure. It is said that when combined, the 7 swords can form the Big Dipper sword formation, wielding power comparable to that of top-tier treasures. Ji Baxiao sighed softly as he introduced it to Mu Feng. Mu Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated that the royal family possessed such exquisite treasures. Beyond spiritual artifacts, there are treasures. Treasures in the Great Qin dynasty are almost legendary weapons. Even the top powers seldom possess weapons of this caliber. In Mu Feng's view, it would be remarkable for the royal family to own even one low-grade treasure. Yet here they were, concealing a set of high-grade treasures, along with an entire sword formation. This was a gift from the esteemed members of the Big Dipper sect, designated as the national treasure of our Great Qin. Brother Mu, you may take anything else you desire, but this item. Ji Baxiao cautiously glanced at Mu Feng. Before he could finish, Mu Feng interrupted, "I will take it." Ji Baxiao's expression stiffened, and as he was about to protest, Mu Feng fixed a cold gaze upon him and said, "Do you have any objections?" "No, none at all." Ji Baxiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and immediately capitulated. Satisfied, Mu Feng reached for the sword box. The moment he touched the sword box, however, Mu Feng's expression changed entirely. Chapter 65. Comprehending the will of the sword suddenly, the sword box erupted with dazzling starlight, and then it opened on its own, unleashing 7 beams of sword light that rushed out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 swords formed a sword formation, aiming lethally at Mu Feng with every strike. Mu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he drew the true dragon sword, executing a horizontal slash. Clang! Sword chi intertwined wildly, and Mu Feng involuntarily retreated more than 10 steps. The 7 swords relentlessly pursued him, working in perfect harmony to trap him within the sword formation. The prince and princess were taken aback. They had not expected the sword box to suddenly become hostile. The 3 great scholars' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed to support Mu Feng. However, to their horror, their righteous aura struck the 7-star sword formation, yet failed to even shake it. The power of the high-grade treasures exceeded their expectations. Your Highness, you must quickly halt this sword formation. If Mu Feng dies here, your royal family will face utter calamity. Gu Haoge glared fiercely at Ji Baxiao, nearly shouting. Ji Baxiao panicked, saying, Director Gu, I have never touched this sword box. It has always been personally safeguarded by my father, and I had no idea it would suddenly attack. Ji Baxiao understood the gravity of the situation. After all, Mu Feng had the unparalleled expert Hua Wuqing backing him. If Mu Feng were to perish here, Hua Wuqing would undoubtedly seek vengeance, leaving no escape route for their royal family. What should we do? Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong were as restless as ants on hot pan. Let's go find Hua Wuqing, Gu Haoge decisively said. Only Hua Wuqing could save Mu Feng now. Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong nodded and quickly followed Gu Haoge out of the treasury. Your Highness, what should we do now? The princess's face turned pale as she looked at Ji Baxiao. Ji Baxiao sighed lightly. We are powerless. We can only pray that Mu Feng can hold on until Hua Wuqing arrives. Clang, clang, clang. Within the 7-star sword formation, 7 swords relentlessly assaulted Mu Feng, nearly enveloping his vital points. Mu Feng continuously shifted, skillfully evading critical strikes while slashing out with his sword, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the 7 blades. His injuries multiplied, rendering him a figure drenched in blood. Yet, Mu Feng's gaze gradually sharpened with understanding, for within this 7-star sword formation, he felt the momentum of the sword. The momentum of the sword represents the 3rd realm of sword intent, transcending mere will. Sword will imbue a weapon with intention, allowing it to move at the wielder's command, yet it requires mental focus to control. The more weapons in play, the greater the mental toll, and the less powerful they become. This is why Mu Feng specialized in a single sword. Conversely, sword momentum draws upon the vast energies of the heavens and earth to endow the weapon with sentience. A sentient sword can not only initiate attacks autonomously, but also protect its master in perilous moments. This explains why the 7 swords within the sword box formed an autonomous formation against Mu Feng. They had been imbued with sword momentum by a formidable master. Mu Feng had wholly inherited Jun Wudi's teachings, his mind filled with countless insights and principles of sword intent. Now, experiencing the true essence of sword momentum, it was as if enlightenment had dawned upon him, as he gradually approached the threshold of this profound understanding. As time passed, Mu Feng's injuries worsened, yet his comprehension of sword momentum deepened. Suddenly, within the sword formation, the 7 swords aligned in the pattern of the Big Dipper, swiftly targeting 7 critical points on Mu Feng's body. At this moment, however, Mu Feng relinquished the Zhenlong sword, standing still with closed eyes, seemingly surrendering. Not good. Mu Feng is doomed. The crown prince and the grand princess turned pale at the sight, aware that Mu Feng was finished, and so were they. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Gu Haoge and his 2 fellow scholars had returned, and behind them, Hua Wuqing appeared out of thin air in a crimson attire. No. The 3 scholars of Gu Haoge immediately beheld the scene within the 7-star sword formation. The menacing 7 swords and Mu Feng, who had abandoned his resistance. A flicker of urgency crossed Hua Wuqing's otherwise indifferent face as she stepped forward, rushing towards the formation. Yet, despite her speed, she was too far from Mu Feng. The swords were already upon him, leaving no time for intervention. But then, a miraculous event occurred. The 7 swords halted mere inches from Mu Feng's body, trembling violently as if controlled by an unseen force. Upon closer inspection, Mu Feng's eyes were closed, and mysterious energies rippled from within him like gentle waves. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Mu Feng, an indescribable force radiating from him, rapidly spreading throughout the treasury. The 7 swords, suspended in midair, emitted reluctant cries, their embedded sword momentum being utterly extinguished. One by one, they plunged into the ground, tilting towards Mu Feng, as if bowing in submission. Hua Wuqing stood silently, her beautiful eyes fixed in astonishment upon Mu Feng's form. Gu Haoge, Song Yulong, and Chu Wenyuan's expressions shifted, their bodies bending under the weight of this overwhelming presence. Their faces flushed red. Most severely affected were the Crown Prince and the Grand Princess, who found themselves pressed to the ground by this force. Is this sword momentum? Gu Haoge's face paled, staring in disbelief at Mu Feng. Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan gasped, their faces reflecting shock. Historically, sword cultivators have been rare, and those who comprehend sword intent are even more scarce. The will of the sword, above intent, is even rarer, with only a handful throughout the history of the Great Qin. And sword momentum? For 5 centuries, no one had ever grasped it. Yet now, Mu Feng had comprehended sword momentum, making him the first in the annals of Great Qin. Everyone, please step back. Do not disturb him, Hua Wuqing said softly. Understood. The 3 scholars respectfully bowed to Hua Wuqing, laboriously exiting the treasury. The most wretched were the Crown Prince and the Grand Princess, struggling to crawl toward the exit as the treasury filled with the formidable sword momentum, their strength the weakest. Hua Wuqing remained in place, her phoenix eyes gazing at Mu Feng, her expression gradually softening into a smile that could enchant 100 hearts. In this moment, Hua Wuqing was no longer frigid, her eyes brimmed with warmth. That smile transformed into the most radiant scene in the world. If Mu Feng were to open his eyes at that moment, he would surely be mesmerized. Anyao, you were right. What we deemed impossible, perhaps he truly has the hope to achieve. Hua Wuqing seemed to shed all pretense, both laughing and crying, murmuring softly. Yet, her eyes were filled with a heart-wrenching sadness. Gradually, Hua Wuqing's gaze turned resolute as she stepped in front of Mu Feng, extending her right hand above his head, mimicking a gesture of ruffling his hair. Unknowingly, you have grown so much. You must continue to grow, to become ever stronger. Only then will no one dare to bully you or those you cherish. Hua Wuqing withdrew her hand and gently declared, there are matters I will help you resolve, burdens I will bear for you, enemies I will eliminate. But you must never perish. With that, Hua Wuqing turned and departed. Chapter 66. Clouds and Vision Garments. Flowers envisioned beauty. The turmoil within the palace had drawn its curtain. Within the imperial city, countless individuals buzzed with speculation and rumors flourished. The battle within the palace was so terrifying it could hardly be described as anything less than cataclysmic. Most commoners, unaware of the intricacies, spread various tales. Some recalling the gruesome slaying of Prince Yu and King Lu from the previous day. They began to surmise that perhaps the Qin emperor had orchestrated the deaths of the tens of thousands of Mu family soldiers, inciting divine wrath and punishment. In an instant, discontent brewed within the hearts of the people towards the current Qin emperor. Thus, 3 days passed. On this day, the court plastered notices throughout the imperial city. Within the palace, a throng of people gathered before the numerous proclamations. When they discovered that the notice was a self-criticism edict, the entire city erupted in an uproar. In the 500 years since the founding of the Great Qin, no reigning emperor had ever issued a self-criticism edict. Ji Chuan was the first Qin emperor to do so. However, as the crowds examined the self-criticism edict, they became increasingly perplexed upon noticing that it mentioned not only the current Qin emperor Ji Chuan, but also Ji Wuming. The purple dragon sword emperor Ji Wuming? Good heavens! Is that not the founding emperor of our Great Qin Empire? What? The founding emperor Ji Wuming is still alive and has also issued a self-criticism edict. The crowd erupted in astonishment, murmurs of disbelief cascading through the masses. Look at the end. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the conclusion of the notice. It read, Mu Feng acts on behalf of heaven, slaying the guilty emperors Ji Chuan and Ji Wuming, thus ending the sinful lives of these 2 sovereigns. Silence. The vast crowd seemed to have pressed a pause button, falling into a hushed stillness. Yet after a brief pause, the uproar surged back. Mu Feng, the same Mu Feng who was wanted throughout the city just days ago, he actually killed the Qin emperor and the founding emperor? This world has gone mad. So, the disturbances of within the Wu mansion, Yan Guizhue swiftly emerged, his gaze fixed intently upon the sword-shaped clouds above. He realized that directly beneath those clouds lay the imperial palace. That direction leads to the palace. Could it be? As a thought struck him, Yan Guizhue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leapt into the air, soaring towards the palace. Haha, the Holy Sun has successfully grasped the essence of the sword. Such talent is truly enviable. Gu Haoge, stationed outside the treasury, looked up at the clouds and laughed heartily. Let us enter and take a look. Song Yulong eagerly dashed into the treasury. Gu Haoge and Chu Wenyuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison before following suit. Deep within the treasury, Mu Feng stood tall, gradually opening his eyes, which emanated 2 beams of sword light. Whoosh! The 7 swords embedded at his feet ignited with brilliance, levitating and swirling around him. What a marvel! Is this the essence of the sword? Mu Feng extended his right hand, and the sword closest to him gracefully settled into his palm, exuding a remarkable spirit. With the mastery of the sword's essence, both the quantity and might of the swords experienced a transformative leap. At that moment, footsteps approached. Mu Feng looked up to see Gu Haoge and the others hastening toward him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Esteemed scholars, how long has it been? Mu Feng inquired. 3 days, Gu Haoge replied, scrutinizing Mu Feng as if he were a rare treasure. So long? Mu Feng was taken aback. Recalling his agreement to meet Hua Wuqing that very evening, now a promise broken. The thought of Hua Wuqing's displeasure sent a shiver down his spine, paling his complexion. I must head to the Bureau of Music. With that, Mu Feng turned and dashed away. The Bureau of Music is closed during the day. Chu Wenyuan urgently called out. But alas, Mu Feng ran too swiftly to hear the warning. Gu Haoge and Song Yulong swiftly redirected their gaze towards Chu Wenyuan. Que Wenyuan looked skyward, whistling nervously. I only heard it from Bai Chiwen. I am an honest man, never venturing into such frivolous places. Oh, now I see. I must ensure Bai Chiwen is punished to transcribe scriptures 10 times. Gu Haoge nodded. Song Yulong huffed in exasperation. It's clear Bai Chiwen is a habitual offender. 10 times is hardly sufficient. He should be made to write it 50 times, and on his knees. Chu Wenyuan gently covered his face, silently mourning Bai Chiwen for a few seconds. Young friend Mu, where in such haste are you headed? Just as Mu Feng exited the treasury, he encountered Yan Guizhue. But before Yan could complete his sentence, Mu Feng had already brushed past him, fleeing into the distance. I have been overlooked. Yan Guizhue stood frozen, then noticed Gu Haoge and the other scholars emerging. Master Yan, the 3 scholars bowed in greeting. Esteemed scholars, Yan Guizhue reciprocated respectfully, pondering. I sensed someone within the palace comprehending the essence of the sword. Could it be my young friend Mu Feng? Indeed, the Holy Sun has just grasped the sword's essence. Chu Wenyuan replied with a smile. Yan Guizhue inhaled sharply. Despite his suspicions, the revelation still struck him with astonishment. That is the essence of the sword. Even among the prodigies of the heavenly ranking, few can comprehend such principles, let alone the lethal sword essence. A moment later, Mu Feng stood before the tightly shut doors of the Bureau of Music, deep in thought. He had rushed so hastily that he forgot it only opened at night. Suddenly, the doors creaked open, revealing a woman in a graceful palace gown. Mu Feng recognized her. She was Hong Wan, who had presided over the dual literary and martial examinations. Young Master Mu, my lady requests your presence. Please follow me. On lui en courtier. Thank you, Miss Hong. Mu Feng replied, following her inside. Upon entering the Bureau of Music, Mu Feng noticed it was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the night. Soon, Hong Wan led him to the second-floor flower room of the Lanyu Pavilion. As Mu Feng stepped into the garden outside the flower room, his gaze fell upon a figure in a red dress, back turned, delicately inhaling the fragrance of roses amidst a sea of blossoms. Even from this mere silhouette, an unparalleled beauty emanated. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with awe. This was not his first encounter with Hua Wuqing, yet each meeting felt as breathtaking as the first, as if her allure never dulled. She possessed a unique and ever-changing beauty, revealing something new with every visit. In an instant, a poem surfaced in Mu Feng's mind, prompting him to muse. Clouds desire garments, flowers yearn for beauty. The spring breeze brushes the rail, dew glistens thickly. Suddenly, the figure in red paused, turning to face Mu Feng. It seemed as if, in that fleeting moment, A faint smile graced her lips before vanishing, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. Indeed, the Holy Son of the Literary Academy possesses a rare poetic talent. Hua Wuqing scrutinized Mu Feng with her almond-shaped eyes, her expression still cool, yet her tones softened considerably. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Lady Hua, you flatter me. It is primarily your stunning beauty that inspires my poetic musings. Furthermore, given my failure to meet you, this poem serves as an apology. Hua Wuqing nodded, observing him with a semblance of amusement. And Mu Feng quickly grasped her implication, responding with a grin. It seems you have taken quite a liking to this poem. Like is not the right word. I merely find it amusing. Hua Wuqing replied indifferently. Had we not met atop the Chuanyu mountain, we would not have encountered each other beneath the moonlight of Yao Tai. Mu Feng recited the latter lines of the poem slowly. Hua Wuqing paused, her gaze momentarily distant, as if lost in the poem's imagery. After a prolonged silence, she regarded Mu Feng with a complex expression, saying, with your literary talent, it would be a pity not to pursue the path of Confucianism. You have the potential to achieve great heights in scholarly pursuits. Mu Feng shrugged. Lady Hua, you are mistaken. I am not a poet. These verses belong to others. I merely borrowed them. Do not be so humble. However, compared to Confucianism, the path of martial arts suits you better. While Confucian sages are formidable, their lives are often short-lived. The pinnacle of martial arts can allow one to share longevity with the heavens. Hua Wuqing remarked coolly. If I speak the truth, no one believes me. Mu Feng lamented internally. He was not a creator of poetry, but merely a conveyor of it. Let us enter the flower room. There are matters you ought to be informed about. Hua Wuqing turned and stepped into the room, passing through the front hall and into the inner chamber, lazily leaning against the bed. Mu Feng followed, taking a seat at the table before her, his heart a whirlwind of emotions and nerves. He knew he was finally on the brink of uncovering the truth. Though he had gleaned some understanding of his origins, numerous questions still plagued him. You already know your mother's name, yet you remain unaware of the forces behind her, correct? Hua Wuqing inquired. Mu Feng nodded. Indeed, I once pressed the Qin emperor for answers, but he too was unaware of the name of the forces behind my mother, only that they hailed from beyond the heavens. Hua Wuqing confirmed. The force behind your mother is known as the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi. Indeed, from beyond the heavens, a formidable power. Your mother is the saintess of the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi. She. Hua Wuqing slowly divulged, and Mu Feng gradually learned of Feng Xiao's past. As the saintess of the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi, Feng Xiao held a position of utmost prestige, even being earmarked as the next leader of the sect. However, she fell in love with someone she should not have and eloped with a man. Upon learning of this, the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi was furious, unleashing the full force of the sect to pursue Feng Xiao and her companion. During their escape, the man sacrificed himself to distract the myriad powerful members of the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi, allowing Feng Xiao to successfully flee to the mortal realm. Concealing herself there, aided by a treasure that concealed her presence, Feng Xiao evaded all searches by the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi. Where injuries healed, she intended to ascend to the heavens to seek her lover, but discovered she was with child. The saintess of the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi bore a unique mark, closely tied to her destiny. Once imprinted, it could not be eradicated. Had it not been for the treasure masking her presence, her mother would have never eluded the Su New Jersey Shi Enzi's relentless pursuit. As she spoke, Hua Wuqing let out a sigh, continuing, Your mother once faced a dilemma. If she chose to give birth to you, her presence would certainly be revealed, and the Xuanji immortal sect would swiftly locate her. The most prudent choice at that time would have been not to bear you. Yet your mother, unable to bear the thought, made what was, for her, the most irrational and detrimental decision. Mu Feng fell silent, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't help but recall the ending of the story in Mu Yuan's letter. He understood that the moment Feng Xiao bore him, she had already been discovered by the Xuanji immortal sect and taken away. Was she well now? With reddened eyes, Mu Feng lowered his head and asked. Hua Wuqing sighed softly. I do not know. Since your mother was taken by the Xuanji immortal sect, I have had no news of her. However, as a traitor to the sect, her days in the Xuanji immortal sect would not be pleasant. I believe the sect refrains from taking action against you, partly out of disdain, but also because she bears the burden for you. Mu Feng remained silent, Yet guilt gnawed at him. In the past, when he was unaware of his origins, he could brush it off. But now, knowing the truth, realizing the suffering his mother had endured over the years because of him, how could his heart not ache? You need not blame yourself, nor feel guilty. Such feelings are utterly futile. Hua Wuqing said coldly. What should I do? Mu Feng asked, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked to Hua Wuqing for guidance. Become stronger, ceaselessly stronger. When you possess the strength to instill fear in the Xuanji immortal sect, will they dare to bully your mother? Will they dare to kill you? Hua Wuqing spoke piercingly. At her words, Mu Feng's eyes gradually filled with determination, a fervent desire igniting within him. He yearned to grow powerful enough to storm the Xuanji immortal sect and eliminate all who dare to torment his mother. And my father? Mu Feng inquired curiously. Hua Wuqing shook her head. I know little of your biological father. During the time your mother trained me, she never mentioned him. A look of regret crossed Mu Feng's face. His curiosity about his father was profound. To have inspired the Xuanji immortal sect's esteemed saintess to elope with him. His father must be extraordinary. Yet, the Xuanji immortal sect remains restless regarding you. Although they had an agreement with your mother, their intent to kill you has not waned. Therefore, they have contacted the Beidou Star sect, intending to use them as a tool for assassination. Hua Wuqing continued. Mu Feng's heart sank. With the strength of the Beidou Star sect, annihilating the Mu family would be but a trivial task. Is it because of you that the Beidou Star sect failed? Mu Feng asked Hua Wuqing. She nodded indeed. Your mother secretly cultivated an assassin organization known as Xingyao, of which I am the leader. Our mission was to protect you and Mu Yuan. Upon learning that the Beidou Star sect would pose a threat to you, I led all the elite members of Xingyao to the Central Plains and fought fiercely, assassinating many of the Beidou Star sect's talents and elders. However, Xingyao suffered severe losses, nearly reaching the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the Beidou Star sect's conflicts with other major forces in the Central Plains, they would have easily wiped Xingyao out over a decade ago. Ultimately, the Beidou Star sect declared a ceasefire and signed an agreement with me, prohibiting them from taking action against you and Mu Yuan. Hearing this, Mu Feng felt a wave of clarity wash over him. So, the Beidou Star sect stationed powerful individuals in Daqin, contacting Ji Wuming and the Qin Emperor to deal with us? Hua Wuqing nodded precisely. According to the agreement, I am also unable to take direct action, but the individuals sent by the Beidou Star sect have engaged in numerous small schemes over the years. I have dispatched people to secretly thwart them. Otherwise, how could you and Mu Yuan have survived until now? Mu Feng's expression turned solemn as he rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Hua Wuqing. Lady Hua, please accept my gratitude. Your kindness is immeasurable, and I, Mu Feng, am not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Once I am capable, I will repay you 100-fold. Mu Feng spoke earnestly. Hua Wuqing replied coldly. What use are such flowery words? You should focus on how to grow stronger. Your time is limited. Following this battle, the agreement between Xingyao and the Beidou Star sect has become nothing but a formality. Although I killed the 4 stationed by the Beidou Star sect here, preventing them from notifying their sect in time, the truth cannot be hidden forever. Eventually, the Beidou Star sect will surely become aware, and their retaliation will come swiftly. You must be prepared. Mu Feng felt the weight of her words. He was desperate to become stronger. Lady Hua, do you have a portrait of my mother? After a moment of silence, Mu Feng suddenly asked. Throughout his life, Mu Yuan had spoken little of his mother, and he had never even seen her likeness, leaving Mu Feng unaware of what she looked like. Moreover, he recalled the mysterious woman he had seen 3 years ago under the blazing sun. Could that enigmatic figure be his mother? During his time with the Chaos Immortal Coffin, he had vaguely understood its extraordinary value, recognizing it as no mere artifact of the mortal realm. His mother, being an otherworldly being, led him to connect the two. Yes. Hua Wuqing flicked her fingers, and a scroll appeared before Mu Feng on the table. With excitement, Mu Feng slowly unrolled the scroll. As his gaze fell upon the woman in the painting, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 68. The realm beyond harmony. The woman in the painting wore a simple skirt, and though she bore no makeup, her beauty resembled that of a peach blossom, enchanting beyond measure. Mu Feng stood frozen, the scroll slipping gently from his hand. The woman he had seen carrying the coffin under the scorching sun was not his mother. Feng Xiao. So who is she? Why did she come bearing a coffin and bestow upon him this mysterious chaos immortal coffin? What is it? Is there an issue? Hua Wuqing noticed the change in Mu Feng's expression and raised an eyebrow. asking in a deep voice. And no, there's nothing wrong. I just realized my mother is so beautiful, and I was momentarily taken aback. Mu Feng picked up the scroll, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Lady Hua, may I keep this scroll? It was meant for you. Hua Wuqing's gaze softened. Thank you. Mu Feng carefully wiped away the dust from the scroll, blowing gently on it, and once satisfied that it was clean, he stored it away. Is there anything else you wish to know? Hua Wuqing asked casually. I would like to inquire about the cultivation levels and statuses of those 4 experts from the Beidou Star sect. Mu Feng asked sincerely. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Understanding that the Beidou Star sect was his foe, Mu Feng realized he needed to gather more information about them. Are you referring to those 4 useless ones? They're all at the sky-severing realm, with the strongest among them barely at the 3rd level of the sky-severing, and the weakest at just the 1st level. Hua Wuqing remarked nonchalantly. They are actually at the sky-severing realm. Mu Feng's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the 4 sent by the Beidou Star sect to be such formidable experts. Above the harmony realm lies the innate realm, and above that is the sky-severing realm. The sky-severing realm represents true peak power within the mortal realm, capable of ruling over regions and becoming a dominant force. Above the sky-severing realm is the divine power realm, which represents the pinnacle of strength in the mortal realm, typically attained by ancient beings who have lived for thousands of years. Having received the legacy of Jun Wudi, Mu Feng was well aware of the cultivation levels within the mortal realm. Jun Wudi's own realm was the divine power realm. And what about you, Lady Hua? Mu Feng asked curiously. Since Hua Wuqing could effortlessly eliminate 4 sky-severing realm experts, did that mean she had reached the divine power realm? Guess. Hua Wuqing replied with a smile that held an air of mystery. Mu Feng was momentarily speechless. You seem quite familiar with the realms beyond harmony. Did someone tell you before? Hua Wuqing scrutinized Mu Feng, het gaze penetrating. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I inadvertently acquired the legacy of a senior sword cultivator, so I have some understanding of various aspects of cultivation. Hua Wuqing cast a deep glance at Mu Feng, her expression grave as she stated. The North Star sect should not be underestimated. It is a lineage that has endured for millennia. Within the sect, there must undoubtedly be formidable beings of the divine passage realm, and not just ordinary ones. Your time is running out. Mu Feng's countenance turned serious. His heart weighed down with urgency. He resolved to grow stronger, the desire intensifying within him. Take this spatial ring. It contains over 10,000 spirit stones. Although they are merely low-grade spirit stones, they will suffice for your needs, Hua Wuqing said, flicking her finger to send the ring gently into Mu Feng's palm. Over 10,000 spirit stones? Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had previously emptied the treasury of the Great Qin, acquiring only a few thousand spirit stones. Yet here was Hua Wuqing, effortlessly bestowing him with such an immense fortune. It was almost beyond comprehension. Observing Mu Feng's astonishment, Hua Wuqing clarified. This is your spoils of war. I have obtained the spatial rings of those 4 members of the North Star sect. These 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are merely a fraction of their wealth. Given your low cultivation level, higher-grade spirit stones would be counterproductive and potentially harmful. I trust you understand the principle of moderation. Mu Feng accepted the spatial ring with a foolish grin. In the Great Qin Empire, spirit stones were exceedingly rare, and even a handful could incite fierce competition among martial artists. To acquire over 10,000 at once felt like a windfall. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Hua Wuqing dismissed him. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Miss Hua, if I wish to find you in the future, should I still go to the teaching house? Hua Wuqing replied calmly, After today, I shall depart from the Great Qin. If you require anything, you can contact Hong Wan. She will always be available. Mu Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Where are you going? He asked, realizing he shouldn't pry. Do not ask what you should not. Hua Wuqing replied coolly. After Mu Feng left the flower chamber, Hua Wuqing slowly rose from the bed, taking the position he had previously occupied. She retrieved a piece of writing paper from beneath the table, her delicate hands grinding ink before she began to write. Upon completing her poem, she gazed silently at the freshly penned lines and softly recited, Clouds yearn for garments, flowers seek beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew blossoms richly. As she spoke, a radiant smile graced her lips, and in that moment, the flowers outside bloomed with unprecedented vibrancy. Greeting, Odisson. Upon his return to the academy, Mu Feng was met with the adoring gazes of his peers, which left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Since the announcement of the guilt edict, his deeds had spread rapidly throughout the royal city, embellished through the tales of storytellers to the point of absurdity. Rumors circulated that Mu Feng had merely glared at the Qin emperor, causing Ji Wuming to be vanquished, that he had annihilated hundreds of Qi martial artists with a mere breath, and more outrageous tales besides. As he passed the lecture hall, Mu Feng was astonished to see three familiar figures, Yang Qi, Lin Long, and Bai Qiwen. They knelt on the ground, sighing deeply as they copied scriptures. What had befallen them? Mu Feng approached a nearby student for an explanation. The student respectfully replied, Master Song has punished them to kneel and copy scriptures 50 times, as they were frequently visiting the teaching house, undermining the integrity of scholars. Hearing this, Mu Feng felt a twinge of guilt and turned away from the lecture hall without a backward glance. Upon returning to his residence, he found Lu Chiyue sitting beside Chun Ping's coffin, lost in thought. With a gentle sigh, he approached her. Lu Chiyue sensed his presence, turned, and quickly rose to bow, exclaiming, My lord, you have returned. Mu Feng nodded, taking a seat beside the coffin. The truth of the Yuan War has been revealed. The true culprit, the Qin emperor, is dead, and the guilt edict has been issued. Your previous efforts were not in vain. You can now rest assured. Lu Chiyue's eyes shimmered with sorrow as she softly asked, My lord, when shall we lay Chun Ping to rest? Now that vengeance has been exacted, he deserves peace. Mu Feng shook his head. It is not yet time. Why? Lu Chiyue inquired, bewildered. Chun Ping once told me that after presenting the imperial complaint, he would return to the military and head to the borders. He vowed to dedicate the remainder of his life to battling Lulan and to retrieve the remains of all the brothers of the Mu family army. Continuing, Mu Feng declared, I intend to fulfill the journey he was meant to take to bring back my father and the remains of countless brothers to reunite with him. Lu Chiyue sighed. If Chun Ping knows of your intentions from the afterlife, he would surely find contentment. I will march northward soon. During my absence, please take good care of Chun Ping's remains, Mu Feng instructed. Yes, Lu Chiyue replied, bowing respectfully. Once inside his chamber, Mu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, snapping his fingers to produce a translucent white crystal. The crystal, about the size of half a palm, emitted a milky glow, radiating an intensely rich aura of spiritual energy. This was a spirit stone. Currently, Mu Feng possessed over 11,000 spirit stones. With this wealth, he could easily strive for a breakthrough to the divine union realm and perhaps even ascend to its pinnacle. The North Star sect loomed like a sword above Mu Feng, instilling in him a profound sense of urgency. He needed to enhance his strength without delay to prepare for any potential retaliation. 3 days later, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, his expression darkening. Chapter 69. I am informing you, not consulting you. Why haven't you broken through to the divine union realm? Mu Feng's face contorted with frustration. In 3 days, he had consumed over 1,000 spirit stones. Yet despite his Qi expanding to 5 times that of an ordinary peak Qi martial artist, there were no signs of a breakthrough. This was utterly perplexing. Was it because my dantian has been replaced by the chaos immortal coffin? Furrowing his brow, Mu Feng pondered. Ever since the immortal coffin had supplanted his dantian, the true energy he cultivated was stored within the coffin. One of the conditions for a peak Qi martial artist to break through to the divine union realm was to fill their dantian with true energy, surpassing its limits to stimulate the center of the mind, the Naiwan Palace. Once stimulated, the 3 souls hidden within would gradually awaken. Upon awakening, the souls would merge to form a powerful primordial spirit, which would then fuse with the true energy in the dantian to transform into primordial spirit power. However, the issue now was that Mu Feng's dantian was far from normal. It was a mysterious immortal coffin. The space within the coffin far exceeded that of an ordinary dantian. The 2 layers of space currently opened within the coffin could hold hundreds of times more than a typical dantian. This meant that to achieve a breakthrough, Mu Feng would need to fill the 2 layers of space within the coffin with true energy completely. Only then would the dantian experience the pressure necessary to stimulate the Naiwan Palace. Mu Feng calculated that to fill his dantian entirely, he would need at least 100,000 spirit stones. In other words, the 11,000 spirit stones he currently possessed were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. 100,000 spirit stones. even if they were low-grade, amounted to an astronomical sum. Mu Feng immediately thought of Hua Wuqing, but quickly dismissed the idea. She had already helped him immensely. It would be inappropriate to ask for spirit stones. Moreover, considering the time, she likely had already departed from the Great Qin. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in Mu Feng's eyes. With the chaos immortal coffin at his disposal, he could absorb energy through killing. The stronger the adversary, the greater the energy he could obtain. If acquiring spirit stones was exceedingly difficult, then his only recourse was to take lives. And the most effective way to do so was on the battlefield. What? You intend to march north against Lulan? In the imperial palace, within the study, the newly enthroned Prince Ji Baxa stared in astonishment at the black-clad youth before him. The youth was none other than Mu Feng. Since the upheaval in the court, Ji Baxiao wisely surrendered the national treasury and conferred the title of Heavenly Strategy King upon Mu Feng, elevating his status to that of the emperor himself. Moreover, Mu Feng was granted the privilege of entering and exiting the imperial palace armed. Consequently, after deciding to launch a northern campaign against Lulan, Mu Feng promptly entered the palace to meet Ji Baxiao. Ji Baxiao, acutely aware of the significance of Mu Feng's arrival, immediately summoned Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchang to deliberate together. Ji Baxiao was astute enough to recognize the exceptional bond between Mu Feng and the three officials, thus enhancing his own negotiating power. Even if Mu Feng chose not to regard the new emperor, he would surely extend some courtesy to Chancellor Yang and the others. At this moment, the three officials were quite taken aback. They had not anticipated that Mu Feng would suddenly propose a northern expedition against Lulan. Although Mu Feng possessed remarkable personal strength, it did not necessarily imply that he was adept at leading troops in a battle. Warfare relies on military strategy and tactics, and a truly skilled commander can outmaneuver even the mightiest of warriors. Mu Feng, with a calm gaze fixed on Ji Baxiao, stated, "I am here to inform you, not to discuss. Now, hand over the tiger talisman." Ji Baxiao's complexion turned pale, and with a sigh, he retrieved a brocade box and presented it to Mu Feng. Upon opening the box, Mu Feng discovered a vividly crafted jade tiger talisman. The Qin dynasty possessed two such talismans, one for mobilizing the northern army and the other for the southern forces, known collectively as the Northern and Southern Tiger Talismans. Ji Baxiao handed over the Northern Tiger Talisman. "Lord Mu," Chancellor Yang interjected with concern. Since the destruction of the hundreds of thousands of Mu family troops in Daiyuan, the northern forces have been severely depleted, with even the defense hanging by a thread, let alone launching a counteroffensive. Undertaking a northern campaign against Lulan at this juncture is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, added Inspector Lin, the northern front is currently in disarray, and the situation is dire. Lord Mu, venturing into this chaos is hardly worthwhile. Unfamiliar with the current state of the northern front, Mu Feng inquired, "How many troops remain in the north?" With a sigh, Chancellor Yang responded, "According to the latest reports, the northern forces number merely 80,000, including the temporarily conscripted elderly, sick, and weak. At this rate, the fall of the entire northern region is merely a matter of time." Lin Long interjected, "Moreover, the national treasury is in dire straits, with severe shortages in logistics, provisions, and weaponry. It is said that the Yuan dynasty has amassed an army of 500,000 at Lulan City and will soon launch an attack. This is a veritable quagmire. Ji Chuan deserves condemnation for his selfishness, plunging the nation into such turmoil." Mu Feng coldly retorted, "If what you say is true, then the Qin is in grave danger. Should the northern front fall, the Yuan will be able to strike directly at the heart of the imperial city. We have reached this juncture. There is no room for hesitation. We must fight with all our might. If we do not, we will have no chance at all." With that, Mu Feng cast a frigid glance at Ji Baxiao and declared, "Your Majesty, I give you 3 days to gather sufficient provisions and military supplies. If you fail, I shall send you to meet your father." With that, Mu Feng turned and departed. Once his figure had completely vanished, Ji Baxiao let out a long sigh of relief, his face revealing a bitter expression. "My lords, what shall I do?" Chancellor Yang clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, Lord Mu speaks the truth. If the northern front falls, the imperial city will be the next target for Daiyuan. We have no choice but to gamble everything now. Indeed, Lord Mu's strength rivals that of a great master, and he is the only one currently willing to fight for the court. With him, though the chances of a counteroffensive may be slim, we should be able to hold the northern stronghold. Inspector Lin concurred. Ji Baxiao sighed deeply and said, Dayuan is not to be underestimated. They have far greater numbers of masters, and most are loyal to their court. Relying solely on Mu Feng is but a drop in the bucket. The three officials fell silent. Very well. Proclaim my decree. Mobilize all civil and military officials to gather 100,000 troops and 3 months' worth of provisions within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in execution without mercy. Yabuxio commended solemnly. 3 days later, Mu Feng surveyed the mountains of provisions and military supplies before him with satisfaction. Ji Baxiao, Chancellor Yang, and the others followed closely, relieved to see Mu Feng pleased. Lord Mu, in addition to these provisions and supplies, I have dispatched 20,000 Imperial Guards to assist in their transport. Ji Baxiao announced. The Imperial Guards were the elite forces guarding the palace, and there were only 30,000 in total. Ji Baxiao's willingness to send 20,000 of them to Mu Feng clearly indicated his earnestness. There is no need for them to transport the provisions and supplies. The 20,000 Imperial Guards shall accompany me lightly equipped to the north. Mu Feng declared, waving his sleeve, causing the piles of provisions and supplies to vanish into his celestial coffin. The space within the coffin was vast enough to accommodate all these resources. Ji Baxiao, Chancellor Yang, and the others were taken aback, realizing that while they knew Mu Feng possessed a spatial ring, they had not expected its capacity to be so immense. Such rings were exceedingly rare and valuable. Even a mere 10-square-meter ring was worth a fortune in the Qin dynasty. To hold such a large quantity of provisions and supplies would require at least a space of over 10,000 square meters. Such a colossal spatial ring was unheard of. Yet considering Mu Feng's backing of the extraordinary Hua Wuqing, they were not entirely surprised. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, an elderly eunuch rushed over, whispering urgently in Ji Baxiao's ear. As Ji Baxiao listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, ultimately constricting his pupils in terror. What has happened? Your Majesty? Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchang sent something amiss and inquired hurriedly. Mu Feng, too, turned his gaze towards Ji Baxiao. With a pale face, Ji Baxiao replied, the Yuan's 500,000 iron cavalry has launched a full-scale advance southward. Of the 16 cities in the northern region, 10 have fallen, and the remaining 6 are on the brink of collapse. What? The three officials were utterly shocked. They had never anticipated that the Yuan's offensive would be so swift, capturing 10 cities in the northern front in such a short time. Whereas Liu Hao, the pacification envoy of the northern region, he is a master nurtured by our Qin court, known as the god of war in the north. How could the northern front fall so quickly with him present? Inspector Lin exclaimed, trembling with anger. Ji Baxiao gave a bitter laugh. Liu Hao was ambushed and gravely injured by 3 masters from the Yuan, and his forces were caught off guard, leading to the loss of 10 cities in quick succession. At this, the 3 officials trembled, their faces devoid of color. This was the end. Bai Fengchang expressed his despair. Suddenly, Ji Baxiao knelt before Mu Feng, pleading, Mu Feng, can you request the assistance of the esteemed Hua Wuqing? Only he can save our Qin now. Chancellor Yang, Inspector Lin, and Bai Fengchang looked at Mu Feng with hopeful eyes. Liu Hao was the last hope for the northern front, and with him injured, the situation appeared bleak. The only one capable of saving the Qin was the immensely powerful Hua Wuqing. Mu Feng shook his head. Hua Wuqing departed the Qin 3 days ago. Ji Baxiao's gaze dimmed, his face ashen. It's over. Our Qin is doomed. You all should consider your escape routes. Slap. As Ji Baxiao succumbed to despair, Mu Feng delivered a sharp slap to his face. Ji Baxiao, stunned, stared at Mu Feng in disbelief. Who says it's over? The northern front has not completely fallen, and our soldiers have not all perished. How can it be over? Mu Feng declared passionately. The emperor guards the nation. The monarch must die for the realm. As the sovereign of the Qin, you cannot give up, especially not now. If you surrender, who will be willing to fight for the Qin? His words resonated like a clarion call, gradually rekindling the dim light in Ji Baxiao's eyes. What must I do? Yabuxio humbly sod guidance. Fight. Fight until the last man stands. Even in defeat, we must ensure that the enemy pays dearly. Besides, the Qin may not necessarily face defeat. Mu Feng articulated with unwavering conviction. Well said. The three ministers were stirred to fervor by Yang's words. Master Mu, I have learned much from you. This is the token of the Imperial Guards. There are 30,000 troops in the Imperial City at your command. I entrust the northern frontier to you. Jive Baxiao deeply bowed to Mu Feng and presented him with a jade token inscribed with the character forbidden. Excellent. Mu Feng accepted the jade token, nodded, and turned to leave. The emperor guards the nation's gates, and the king sacrifices himself for the state. Truly well said. Ji Baxiao gazed at Mu Feng's retreating figure, his eyes filled with determination. Your Highness, with only 30,000 Imperial Guards and Master Mu, I fear we cannot contend even with the 500,000 cavalry of Dean, let alone confront Hao's rebel forces. Should Master Mu fail, the Imperial City will be left defenseless, Bai Fengchang said with a bitter smile. Ye Buxiao replied calmly. If we lose the northern frontier, do you truly believe 30,000 guards will suffice to defend the Imperial City? The three ministers fell silent. Now, all we can do is place our faith in him. Perhaps he can work miracles. And from this moment forth, we must recruit soldiers en masse to bolster the Imperial City's defenses, Ji Baxiao said in a grave tone. Yes, the three ministers hastily agreed. The next day, 30,000 Imperial Guards assembled at the gates of the Imperial City. Ji Baxiao, accompanied by the officials, came to bid farewell. Additionally, the three esteemed scholars from the academy, the head of the martial department, Yan Guijue, Jian Kanglin, and the princess, also came to see them off. After everyone had taken their leave from Mu Feng, Jian Kanglin and the princess stepped forward and mounted their horses. Mu Feng looked at them in astonishment. Jian Kanglin gazed at Mu Feng with fervent eyes and declared, Deputy Lord, I have received the approval of the Lord to follow you henceforth and heed your teachings. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Mofumas elit tvichet. And he turned to Yan Guijue, who shrugged and said, He insists on following you. I can't stop him. Since Mu Feng's rise to fame after the battle in the palace, Jian Kanglin had transformed into a devoted admirer, shedding his earlier aloof demeanor. When Mu Feng's gaze fell upon the princess, she turned her face away haughtily and stated, as a member of the royal family, How could I stand idly by in times of national peril? This expedition to the north may lead to death. Do you still wish to proceed? Mu Feng asked seriously, looking at Jian Kanglin and the princess. Though we may face death, we have no regrets. They replied earnestly, Haha, and we two old fellows are here as well. At that moment, the two esteemed scholars Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan stepped forward. Two esteemed scholars, you. Mu Feng was taken aback. What? Do you look down upon us, old men? Song Yulong retorted, I, old Song, am well versed in countless strategies from ancient to modern times. Leading troops in a battle is far beyond the capabilities of those crude warriors. Chu Wenyuan scoffed, with your half-baked skills. How dare you boast? In terms of military strategy, I am far superior. Young master, with me here, your northern campaign will be significantly enhanced. Old Chu, repeat that. How dare you slander me? Do you believe I won't make you regret it? Old Song, do you wish to fight? If so, stop talking and let us settle this. Are you truly going to fight? You've gone too far. Scoundrel, I'll unleash my righteous spirit to vanquish you. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two esteemed scholars' verbal quarrel escalated into a brawl. Stop! Gu Haoga shouted, causing the two scholars to tumble to the ground, disheveled. Young master, while Confucian techniques may lack strength in direct combat, their support is formidable. With these two alongside you, your army will be greatly benefited, Gu Haoga said with a smile. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate the assistance of both esteemed scholars, Mu Feng said with a bow. Having encountered Confucian strategies before, Mu Feng understood that their support was far stronger than their combat prowess. With two esteemed scholars accompanying his army, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. To the five of you, let us drink this farewell toast. I wish you all a triumphant return. Ji Baxiao personally brought 5 cups of wine and handed them to Mu Feng, Song Yulong, and the others. Mu Feng downed his drink in one gulp, smashing the cup on the ground, and laughed heartily. In the yellow sands, I shall don golden armor, and I will not return until the Lulan is conquered. Let us depart. With that, Mu Feng mounted his horse and led the 30,000 Imperial Guards away with vigor. Truly the Holy Sun, to compose such bold and unrestrained poetry so effortlessly. The sentiment is profound, Gu Haoga remarked, his eyes shining with admiration. Yabuxio, Yun Gviu. And the others were also completely absorbed in the sentiment evoked by Mu Feng's recitation, unable to break free from its grasp. In the northern frontier, snow fell heavily, blanketing the land. On a desolate ancient road, a troop of soldiers galloped past. This was the 30,000 imperial guards who had set forth from the imperial city. They had pressed on tirelessly for 7 days and finally reached the northern territory. The northern frontier lay at the extreme north of the Qin Empire, perpetually shrouded in snow. A truly frigid place. As they rode, Mu Feng's eyes burned with fury. Since entering the northern region, he saw the roadside littered with the starving dead, countless victims of disaster, and with every few steps, he encountered piles of frozen corpses. The northern frontier had turned into a veritable hell on earth. Countless displaced citizens fled southward from the north, yet many succumbed to the harsh winds and snow, becoming nameless corpses. Not only Mu Feng, but also the Princess Ji Yu, Jian Kanglin, and Chu Wenyuan were seething with rage. They understood all too well that the devastation of the northern frontier was wrought by the cavalry of Deyuan. Master Mu, ahead lies North Dragon City, the largest city in the northern frontier and the bastion of the remaining 6 cities. Jian Kanglin pointed ahead. Mu Feng looked up to see the outline of a massive city emerging through the snowstorm. As they arrived at North Dragon City, a volley of arrows shot towards them. Mu Feng pulled hard on the reins. His steed neighed in protest, rearing up as it struggled to halt. At the same time, several sharp arrows struck the ground before him. Mu Feng's expression darkened as he looked up to see soldiers clad in armor atop the towering walls of North Dragon City. Bows drawn and aimed at him and his men. Who goes there? A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd on the wall, his cold gaze surveying Mu Feng and his entourage. Mu Feng, I come at the behest of the emperor to render aid to the northern frontier. Mu Feng clasped his fists in salute. Aid? Do you bring provisions, military supplies, and other necessities? The middle-aged man scrutinized the 30,000 imperial guards, his tone frosty. Indeed, Mu Feng replied. Then wait a moment. I must report this. The middle-aged man turned and departed, showing no intention of opening the city gates. This man is truly discourteous. We have traveled a great distance to offer assistance, yet he doesn't even open the gates. Jian Kanglin said, clearly displeased. Mu Feng remained silent, scanning the surroundings and noticing a cluster of refugees huddled outside the city gates, numbering nearly 100. Among them were the elderly and young, men and women, all sharing a common trait. Their faces were gaunt, and their eyes reflected profound despair. Mu Feng's gaze was drawn to a little girl, about 5 years old, dressed in tattered clothing, curled up beside a woman. The woman held the girl close, her head bowed, motionless. Mu Feng quickly discerned that the woman had frozen to death. Kanglin, instruct our men to distribute some rations to these refugees. Mu Feng commanded Jian Kanglin. Jian Kanglin nodded and ordered the troops to share food with the displaced people. Mu Feng dismounted and approached the little girl, pausing before her as he took out a bag of water and bread to offer her. The little girl opened her wide eyes, first glancing at the bread, swallowing hard, and then slowly turning her gaze towards Mu Feng. Big brother, is this for me? Her voice was weak, yet her large eyes brimmed with hope. You must be starving. Take it and eat. Mu Feng replied with a smile. The little girl reluctantly accepted the bread and beamed at Mu Feng. Thank you, big brother. You're a good person. Struggling. She broke off a small piece of the bread, swallowed hard, but instead of eating it herself, she handed it to the woman beside her. Mother, we have food now. Please eat. I'm not hungry yet. The little girl gazed hopefully at the woman, yet the woman remained motionless. Mother, what is wrong? Are you asleep? Please wake up and eat. You've been hungry for so long. The girl persistently nudged the woman, her voice laced with sobs, her large eyes turning red. Big brother, is my mother? Is she dead? Just like my father and my brother, never to awaken again. The little girl looked up at Mu Feng, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to be contained. Mu Feng sighed inwardly, gently ruffling the girl's hair, and softly said, Your mother is merely asleep. Save half of your food for her. Once she wakes, she will naturally eat. Really? The girl sniffled. Mu Feng nodded earnestly, and the girl immediately broke into a smile, beginning to devour her food ravenously. With so many refugees gathered here, why did Beilong City refuse to open its gates? Allowing them to suffer hunger and cold outside was simply unacceptable. The princess approached, her beautiful eyes surveying the ravenous refugees, revealing her indignation. Mu Feng shared her displeasure. The army's duty was to protect the homeland, and the essence of that homeland lay within its people. Now, Beilong City had barred these refugees from entry, a gross violation of their humanity. What are you doing? How dare you distribute such vital supplies to these lowly people? Suddenly, a middle-aged man returned to the city wall and coldly reprimanded the scene below. The provisions are ours to manage. How we dispose of them is our decision. Who are you to dictate to me? Mu Feng retorted icily. The man's expression faltered, his eyes filled with resentment, and he waved his hand, signaling the archers on the wall to aim their arrows at Mu Feng and his companions. You are bold indeed. I am Princess Jiyu. How dare you point weapons at me? The princess stepped forward, exuding an unyielding authority. Hearing this, the soldiers atop the wall fell into disarray, wary of the repercussions. The middle-aged man's face shifted, clearly surprised that a royal would personally visit such a desolate northern frontier. Greetings, princess. My subordinate was merely offering a well-meaning warning. These refugees are as good as dead. Providing them with supplies is a waste. As the main force guarding the northern front, our soldiers must be prioritized. He bowed to the princess, justifying his stance. What do you mean, as good as dead? They are living beings. They have not perished yet. Keeping them locked outside the gates is tantamount to premeditated murder. Mu Feng replied coldly. Silence. Am I conversing with the princess, or with you? The middle-aged man shot a fierce glare at Mu Feng. You should be the one to be silent. He is the newly appointed Tian Su King Mu Feng, of equal standing to the emperor. Who are you to speak so brazenly? The princess countered sharply. The man's demeanor shifted to one of disbelief as he stared at Mu Feng. Tian Su King? Of equal status to the emperor? When was this conferred? The happenings within the imperial city had yet to reach the northern front, leaving the middle-aged man ignorant of Mu Feng's rise. Otherwise, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly before him. What is going on? Why are the refugees being kept outside? The princess inquired icily. The man's expression darkened. It is the decree of the Diyuan cavalry. They require 100 people daily for their amusement, and in return, they will not attack Beilong City. Before he could finish, a volley of arrows suddenly rained down from behind, striking like a torrential downpour. Mu Feng and the princess's expressions changed as they dodged, while the 30,000 Imperial Guard were thrown into chaos by the unexpected onslaught. The situation escalated rapidly. Numerous refugees at the city gates were struck by arrows, some dead, some wounded, their cries of agony echoing in the air. Mu Feng's gaze hardened, piercing through the chaos to the ancient road ahead, where a cavalry of several hundred approached swiftly. Clad in iron armor, they moved with agility, brandishing a banner bearing the Dayuan emblem. Mother, it hurts so much. Truly it does. At that moment, the anguished voice of the little girl pierced through the tumult. Mu Feng's heart sank as he turned to see her curled beside her mother's lifeless body, clutching her arm tightly, trembling in pain. An arrow had pierced her back, blood oozing forth, staining the snow like a tragic rose. Mu Feng rushed to her side, gently lifting her and channeling his energy to sustain her life. Yet, as an ordinary child, she had suffered a fatal wound. His efforts could only delay her inevitable demise. Big brother, am I going to die? Mother said that when one dies, there is no more feeling, no hunger, no cold. Blood continued to spill from her lips as her small hand struggled to retrieve half a flatbread from her clothes, offering it to Mu Feng. Big brother, please take this and give it to my mother when she wakes. Tell her not to go hungry. It's very painful. Mu Feng fell silent, reaching for the flatbread, but as he extended his hand, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed, and her hand fell limply. He stared blankly as the flatbread slipped from her fingers and fell into the snow. Suddenly, a surge of rage ignited within Mu Feng, an almost uncontrollable fury. Ha ha ha! The Qin army is full of cowards. Our general merely jested about offering 100 people for us to slay each day, yet you foolishly complied. Just how afraid are you? Brothers, kill them. There are no men among the Qin. Slay the men and take the women for sport. I shall relieve myself atop this heap of cowardice. At the forefront of the Yuan cavalry, a burly man with a thick beard wielded a sword, leading his men with wild shouts. As they spotted the 30,000 Imperial Guards, instead of feeling fear, the cavalry brazenly charged past them towards the remaining refugees at the city gates. Gently, Mu Feng laid the little girl's body down and picked up the half-eaten flatbread, placing it back in her hand. Kill. Annihilate them all. Spare not a single one. He commanded, his back turned to the crowd, his voice dripping with menace. The 30,000 guards, who had been holding their breath, erupted into a battle cry upon receiving Mu Feng's order, charging towards the Deyuan cavalry. Stop! Are you mad? If you kill them, the 500,000 Deyuan cavalry station 100 miles away will march in full force, and Beilong City will be doomed. The middle-aged man atop the wall shouted in a mix of rage and fear, but before he could finish, a flash of steel shot upward, vanishing before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he realized his right hand had been severed, blood gushing forth, followed by his left hand and then his legs. In an instant, he became a mere stump, with the true dragon sword poised at his brow, ready to pierce his skull. If you dare utter another word, I will end you. Mu Feng's cold voice resonated from below the wall. Chapter 72. Close your mouth. Mu Feng's sword was too swift. Only after the middle-aged man was completely incapacitated did the soldiers atop the wall react, aiming their arrows at Mu Feng. Your arrows should be aimed not at me, but at those Deyuan scum. Mu Feng coldly gazed at the soldiers. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before they involuntarily lowered their bows. They were not fools. In the instant Mu Feng acted, they comprehended the boy's extraordinary strength, far beyond the ordinary. The middle-aged man was their deputy commander, a master of the initial stage of the Qi realm, yet he had been utterly powerless against this youth, a testament to Mu Feng's terrifying prowess. Moreover, the princess's position indicated that this youth held significant status. Do you possess such audacity, unafraid of the 500,000 Deyuan cavalry trampling Beilong City? The audacity of these soldiers from the Great Qin to rebel against us is beyond comprehension. Have they lost their sanity? On the ancient road, a formidable force of 30,000 imperial guards surged forward, swiftly inflicting heavy casualties upon the several hundred cavalry of Dewan, completely encircling them. The disparity of 30,000 against a mere few hundred left no room for doubt. At the forefront, a man with a scruffy beard displayed a visage of terror. For days, he led a small band of cavalry to provoke the defenders of Beilong City, ruthlessly slaughtering refugees at the city gates to humiliate the Great Qin's garrison. The guards, fearing the Dewan cavalry, had consistently allowed the refugees to be released for their torment, deepening the man's contempt for them. Thus, emboldened by his previous successes, he dared to confront 30,000 imperial guards, believing the Great Qin soldiers were too cowardly to retaliate. Unfortunately for him, they encountered Mu Feng. Do not forget, stationed 100 miles away are my Dawan's 50,000 iron cavalry. Should you kill me, they will flatten Beilong City without hesitation. The man, wielding a curved blade and emanating a powerful aura, shouted defiantly as he fought off the encroaching guards. At this moment, he stood alone against the onslaught, having already slain dozens of imperial guards. Mu Feng, taken aback, observed the man, realizing he was a late-stage Qi cultivator. Despite the encirclement, capturing him would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Stand down, Mu Feng commanded, his voice calm. The disciplined guards halted their assault, maintaining their formation. Now you fear? I tell you, even if you let us go, I will not let this matter rest. The scruffy man glared at Mu Feng, his chin lifted defiantly. When the time comes, my Dawan cavalry will surely descend upon your city and annihilate you all. Unless, Mu Feng approached steadily, locking eyes with the man, his expression impassive. Unless what? The man grinned, legs spread apart, pointing to his own groin. Unless you kneel and crawl through my legs. Then compensate me with 50 million silver and deliver thousands of commoners for our amusement. Only then will this matter be settled. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light cut through the air. The man gasped in horror as his right arm was severed, blood gushing forth. You are a sword cultivator? Clutching his wound, he stared incredulously at Mu Feng, who continued to advance. The sword in Mu Feng's hand seemed to possess a will of its own, launching towards him. The man retreated hastily, drawing his curved blade, but the clash of steel sparked wildly. In a critical moment, he felt a sudden chill below and was struck by excruciating pain. Looking down, he was horrified to see another sword piercing through his groin, executing a technique known as the severing lineage sword. No, my lifeblood, he shrieked, abandoning his weapon and rolling on the ground in agony, clutching his bleeding wounds. With a decisive step, Mu Feng brought his foot down heavily upon the man's lower abdomen, producing a sound akin to a deflating balloon. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, "You have destroyed my dantian, you." Before he could complete his sentence, Mu Feng stomped on his mouth, shattering his jaw with a blast of energy. "Silence your foul mouth." Mu Feng's gaze was icy as he seized the man's hair, dragging him in a humiliating manner towards the city gates. "Open your eyes and see clearly. These are not commoners but the citizens of the Great Qin, the backbone of our nation. What right do you have to insult them?" With a flick of his fingers, 2 bursts of energy shattered the man's kneecaps, forcing him to kneel. "Now, you shall bow and apologize for your deeds." Gripping the man's hair, Mu Feng repeatedly slammed his forehead against the ground, releasing a pent-up fury that seemed insatiable, driven by the haunting image of a little girl who had perished, her life just beginning, yet snuffed out in this place without even a name to remember her by. As Mu Feng's rage erupted like a volcano, the onlookers, Princess Chang, Jian Kanglin, Song Yulong, and the soldiers on the city wall, watched in solemn silence. Mu Feng was filled with both wrath and sorrow. "Those Dewan scoundrels are truly worse than beasts," Princess Ji murmured, her eyes reddening. "They take pleasure in slaughtering innocents. They deserve to be cut to pieces." Jian Kanglin clenched his sword tightly, gritting his teeth in fury. "This is war. Here, there is no right or wrong, no laws or restraints, only slaughter." Chu Wenyuan sighed deeply before stepping forward to pat Mu Feng on the shoulder. With a resounding thud, Mu Feng slammed the scruffy man's head against the ground once more, finally regaining some clarity. The once defiant man lay bloodied and broken, life extinguished. A crimson aura surged from his body into Mu Feng, replenishing his energy. "Forgive me for my display, Chu Fuzi," Mu Feng said, still gripping the man's hair to keep him kneeling. "It is a natural reaction. I was terrified on my first battlefield. You have surpassed me greatly," Chu Wenyuan reflected, nodding in understanding. Mu Feng gently lifted the lifeless body of the little girl and addressed the crowd. "Let us gather these remains and give them a proper burial within the city." "Yes." The Imperial Guards responded in unison, beginning to collect the bodies of both the refugees and the fallen guards. "Open the gates," Mu Feng commanded, fixing his gaze upon the soldiers atop the wall. His voice, though not loud, sent shivers down their spines, instilling fear. The scene of his brutal retribution had left an indelible mark on all present. Soon, the massive gates creaked open before Mu Feng, who stepped into Beilong City. Chapter 73. General Hua Xuesong with the Imperial Guards marching resolutely into Beilong City. The few surviving refugees followed, their eyes gleaming with the joy of newfound hope. After being selected for execution, despair had consumed them. Yet now, with Mu Feng's backing, they felt a flicker of life reignited, their gazes towards him filled with reverence and fervor. Within the city, the common folk, who had hidden away in their homes, emerged to silently observe Mu Feng and his entourage. In their eyes, he saw only a haunting mix of stupor, numbness, and hopelessness. Prior to entering the city, Mu Feng had learned of the dire circumstances from a refugee. Fearing the might of Dewan's 50,000 cavalry, the guards had retreated repeatedly, acquiescing to increasingly unreasonable demands, including the daily sacrifice of 100 civilians for the Dewan cavalry's amusement, a decision that had plunged the citizens into utter despair. "Bring him forth," Mu Feng instructed Jian Kanglin. Understanding the command, Jian Kanglin leapt onto the wall, dragging a middle-aged man, his limbs severed, and cast him before Mu Feng. "My lord, I am Wei Bing, the deputy commander of Beilong City. You cannot kill me." The middle-aged man, pale from blood loss, gazed at Mu Feng with terror. Mu Feng seized the middle-aged man's hair, lifting him up, his cold gaze locking onto the man's eyes. "Speak. Who is responsible for promising the daily supply to the commoners of Deyuan? Is it Wu Hao?" Wei Bing trembled, swallowing hard before replying. "It is not Lord Wu Hao. Ever since he was ambushed and severely injured, he has been in seclusion to recover and no longer oversees military affairs." "Then who is in charge?" Mu Feng pressed on. "It is General Xuan Wu, Lord Ho Xuesong. Currently, he has full authority over the military affairs of the 6 cities in the northern borders," Wei Bing admitted candidly. "I know of Ho Xuesong. He is the second most powerful figure in the north, second only to Wu Hao." Song Yulong interjected. Wei Bing cautiously glanced at Mu Feng and said, "My lord, I have told you everything. May I be released now?" With an expressionless face, Mu Feng held Wei Bing aloft and crossed over the crowd to the main street. Immediately, a throng of numb, indifferent civilians turned their attention to the scene unfolding before them. Remember, you are citizens of Dachin, dignified individuals, not livestock of Bailong City. Today I, Mu Feng, vow to you that anyone who dares to treat you like cattle and hand you over to the Yuan cavalry for slaughter, I shall kill. As he spoke, Mu Feng drew the Zhenlong sword, its light ascending like a radiant sun. In an instant, Wei Bing was cleaved in two, blood staining the snow like a blooming, grotesque flower. Countless civilians stared in shock, but soon, amidst their dim gazes, a flicker of hope ignited. Ever since the fall of the northern borders, they had lived in misery. Fleeing Bailong City meant being mercilessly slaughtered by the Yuan army, while staying in oppression under the command of the garrison. Both paths led to death, and thus all had lost hope, like walking corpses struggling to survive in Bailong City. Yet now, Mu Feng's appearance shone like a beacon, igniting a spark of hope within them. "Thank you, my lord, for standing up for us," cried a commoner, tears welling in their eyes as they knelt in gratitude before Mu Feng. Suddenly, from deep within the city, a troop rushed forward. At the forefront was a square-faced man in his 40s, clad in black armor, twin swords hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of authority even without anger. The crowd recoiled in fear upon seeing him, parting like the sea. "You have a lot of nerve, coming to Bailong City and daring to kill my vice commander. According to military law, this is a capital offense. Are you seeking death?" The square-faced man stopped before Mu Feng, his gaze igniting with fury as he took in the sight of Wei Bing's severed body. "Who are you?" Mu Feng replied coolly. "I am Wan Yao, the commander of Bailong City. You must explain Wei Bing's death to me. Otherwise, even if you are reinforcements from the imperial city, I will not spare you," Wan Yao declared coldly. With a flash, the sword gleamed like lightning. Wan Yao squinted, and when he opened his eyes again, he was horrified to see a blade aimed directly at him, its tip mere inches from his brow. "What speed?" Wan Yao's expression shifted drastically. His gaze fixated on Mu Feng, filled with trepidation. Although he was a master at the late stage of Qi Si, he could not fathom how this youth had drawn his sword. He instantly realized that this young man was of superior strength, and significantly so. "I need not explain my actions to you. Now, return and summon Ho Shuesong. If there is to be an explanation, let him come and kneel before me to explain. By the way, my name is Mu Feng. Remember it." Mu Feng stated coldly. "Do not overstep your bounds." Wan Yao gritted his teeth. But before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his legs as they were severed at the roots, collapsing to the ground in a heap. One more word, and the next strike will not merely be a severed limb. The murderous intent in Mu Feng's eyes was palpable. This man is a madman who fears nothing. Wan Yao finally understood the gravity of the situation he had invoked, his heart filled with overwhelming dread. I will notify," Wan Yao stammered, scrambling through the snow, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Silence enveloped the scene. Soldiers on the walls, Wan Yao's troop, and the hidden civilians alike were all stunned, watching in shock. No one had anticipated Mu Feng's decisive ruthlessness and the terrifying ferocity of his strike. The soldiers regarded Mu Feng with apprehension, their hearts filled with respect, while the commoners looked up to him with reverence. For he was the first to stand up for their plight. "Song Lan, hang Wei Bing's corpse at the city gate. The rest of you, ensure the deceased civilians and soldiers receive a proper burial," Mu Feng instructed, casting a glance at Jian Songlan before turning to the imperial guards. After issuing his orders, Mu Feng found an appropriate piece of land within the city and personally dug a grave. He gently laid the bodies of the little girl and the woman into the pit, silently watching as the snow and earth covered them, whispering softly, "I'm sorry." In the general's mansion of Bailong City, Ho Shuesong stared intently at a letter in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. "General Ho, what more is there to hesitate about? Our national master is also one who cherishes talent, which is why he has not launched a full-scale attack yet. This is your chance. You must seize it." A figure cloaked in black stood silently in the shadows, their voice raspy. Ho Shuesong's brow knitted tighter, caught in a web of indecision. "General Ho, according to our intelligence, both the Qin Princess Chuan and the founding Emperor Ji Wuming have fallen. Do you believe Daqin still has hope?" At this revelation, Ho Shuesong's pupils constricted, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What? The Emperor and the late Emperor have both fallen? Impossible." It is indeed true. Do you not possess the communication talisman of Princess Chuan? Why not send a message to verify? The figure in black scoffed. Taking a deep breath, Ho Shuesong retrieved the talisman from his robe and sent a message. After a long wait, the talisman remained silent, causing an unsettling weight to settle in Ho Shuesong's heart. Previously, during urgent military matters, he would always use the talisman to contact the emperor, who would invariably respond promptly. But now, the emperor's lack of reply led to Ho Shuesong's wavering resolve. Who could have slain the emperor and the late emperor? In the vast dantian, there are only a handful of masters at the divine union stage. And since the late Emperor Ji Wuming reached that stage hundreds of years ago, he must be even stronger now. I cannot fathom who could kill them, Ho Shuesong sneered. The figure in black replied coolly. We are also unclear on the specifics, but it is said that a figure surpassing the divine union stage was involved. And the deaths of Ji Chuan and Ji Wuming are indeed facts. Of course, you may choose not to believe me. Just let my Diyuan's 50,000 iron cavalry launch a full-scale assault. And you, Ho Shuesong, will perish alongside countless others in the northern borders. Do you truly believe our national master values you? As the black-clad figure turned to leave, Ho Shuesong called out, Wait, I agree to your terms. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. I look forward to your good news. The figure in black smiled ominously before vanishing into the shadows. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed through the room. Ho Shuesong's brow furrowed as he said, Come in. The door swung open, and Ho Shuesong was taken aback to find no one at the threshold. General, I am here. A weak voice emanated from the ground. Lowering his gaze, Ho Shuesong was shocked to see Wan Yao crawling towards him, his legs severed at the roots, struggling to approach. Chapter 74. Kneel and Explain. Ho Shuesong's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Wan Yao crawling on the ground. Wan Yao was one of his trusted subordinates, the commander of Beilong City. Yet he had been maimed. This was a slap in the face. Who? Who did this? Ho Shuesong slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. It was the leader sent from the imperial city. He claims his name is Mu Feng. Wan Yao's eyes burned with resentment. Mu Feng. Ho Shuesong frowned, finding the name unfamiliar. He had never heard of it before. Wan Yao was a master at the late stage of the Qi Si realm, and to defeat him, one would need to be at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm at the very least. What is his cultivation level? Ho Shuesong asked in a deep voice. Wan Yao pondered for a moment before replying. From the aura he exudes, he should be at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. Upon hearing this, Ho Shuesong felt a sense of relief. As a master at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm himself, he realized that as long as no one from the Divine Harmony realm intervened, no one could pose a threat to him. Now, tell me what exactly happened. Ho Shuesong stated calmly, intending to understand the situation first. Wan Yao took a deep breath and recounted everything that had transpired in detail. Bang! After hearing the account, Ho Shuesong smashed his palm onto the desk, trembling with rage. What an outrageous fool! Does he intend to destroy all of Beilong City? Ho Shuesong nearly roared. The fury intensified upon learning that Mu Feng had recklessly obliterated a squad of hundreds from Diyuan and had publicly executed Wei Bing. General, he also said for you to roll over and explain on your knees. Wan Yao relayed Mu Feng's words nervously. Ho Shuesong's breath hitched, and his eyes blazed with fury, nearly erupting. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Who does he think he is? Forcing me to crawl over and explain? How arrogant! How utterly arrogant! In a fit of anger, Ho Shuesong lost all ability to manage his expression, while Wan Yao quietly retreated to a corner, using his true energy to heal his injured legs. Despite his cultivation level, with both legs broken, he knew he could recover as long as he acted swiftly. However, the problem was that Mu Feng had been right in front of him. He dared not risk his own legs. After venting his rage, Ho Shuesong's demeanor turned cold as he seized Wan Yao. General Yu. Wan Yao stared at Ho Shuesong in astonishment. Let us go. I want to see what Mu Feng can do against someone at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm, Ho Shuesong declared, dragging Wan Yao at the door and commanding the guards outside. Gather the other 3 commanders. We shall confront this damned Mu Feng together. Yes. The guards departed promptly. Lord Mu, the bodies of the refugees and the Forbidden Army have been properly buried. In the outskirts of Beilong City, at the encampment, Jian Kanglin came to report. Mu Feng sat in a chair outside the tent, nodding at Jian Kanglin and saying, Brother Kanglin, we are of similar age. There is no need to call me Lord. Just address me normally. Jian Kanglin hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, Brother Mu? Mu Feng smiled and nodded, about to speak when a commotion erupted at the end of the street. Both Mu Feng and Jian Kanglin turned to look. They saw a cavalry unit charging swiftly down the street. The cavalry was clad in heavy black armor, and even their steeds were encased in formidable, fierce black plating. At the forefront rode a figure clad in golden armor, bearing a golden spear, standing out among the black-armored cavalry. It was General Hou Xuesong. Princess Jiyu approached and quietly warned Mu Feng. The moment the townsfolk saw the cavalry, fear surged in their eyes, and they quickly parted to make way. Following Hou Xuesong were 4 powerful, black-armored commanders, among them the familiar figure of Wan Yao, though he now rode with both legs incapacitated, relying solely on his hands to control his horse. It appeared rather humorous. Clang! Soon, the golden-armored Hou Xuesong led the troop to a halt, looking down from his elevated position at Mu Feng. However, his expression changed when he noticed Princess Jiyu, and with flickering eyes, he clasped his fists, saying, I am Hou Xuesong, and I greet the princess. Princess Jiyu frowned slightly. Hou Xuesong's demeanor was excessively arrogant, bowing without even dismounting, gazing down at her. You must be Mu Feng. I offer you an opportunity to explain yourself. Hou Xuesong raised his chin, looking down on Mu Feng. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression completely shifted. A flash of sword light, like a swimming dragon, leapt from Mu Feng's waist, slicing towards Hou Xuesong. Seeking death. Hou Xuesong's expression darkened as he bellowed, swiftly drawing his golden spear. The moment he unleashed his strike, it soared like a dragon, and a terrifying wave of true energy erupted from within him. The 4 commanders, including Wan Yao, exchanged knowing smirks, recognizing Mu Feng's youthful arrogance in directly attacking. Did he truly believe he was the only one at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm here? They had immense confidence in Hou Xuesong, for he was no ordinary master at that level. He was on the verge of entering the divine harmony realm, vastly stronger than an average pinnacle Qi-Si cultivator. Boom! The sword light, like a comet striking the moon, collided violently with the golden spear. The explosive true energy created rippling waves of force. Then, everyone watched in shock as Hou Xuesong's warhorse disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, and the protective true energy surrounding Hou Xuesong shattered. In an instant, he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Stumbling, Hou Xuesong fell to the ground, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing himself, lifting his head sharply. Whoosh! A beam of sword light followed closely, hovering mere inches from his forehead, the tip piercing into his brow. Blood flowed from his forehead, nearly staining his entire face crimson. The will of the sword? Hou Xuesong's pupils constricted to pinpoints as despair washed over him. He realized he had struck a formidable opponent. Mu Feng's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The soldiers led by Wan Yao, as well as the many townsfolk who had retreated, were left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the second most powerful figure of the North, General Hou Xuesong, a master at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, would be so swiftly defeated. Indeed, with just a single strike, Jian Kanglin and Princess Jiyu exchanged knowing smirks. They had witnessed Mu Feng's true capabilities and knew that even though he was merely at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary master. Yet, even Jian Kanglin was unaware that Mu Feng's current power was significantly greater than when he had slain the Qin Emperor. Not only was he capable of easily dispatching Hou Xuesong, but he could also effortlessly slay early divine harmony realm practitioners like Ji Chuan, the Emperor of Qin. During his journey northward, Mu Feng had diligently refined his skills, exhausting the over 10,000 spirit stones in his spatial ring. His true energy had expanded to 60 times that of a normal Qi-Si cultivator. Even Mu Feng himself was uncertain of his full strength. He had never had the opportunity to unleash it entirely. Did I not instruct Wan Yao to convey my message? I commanded you, Hou Xuesong, to crawl over here and explain on your knees. Why have you not yet knelt? Mu Feng said languidly, sitting in his chair, his voice calm yet chilling. Mu Feng, do not go too far. This is the North, and General Hou is the guardian of the North. How dare you? One burly commander glared angrily at Mu Feng, defending Hou Xuesong, but his words were abruptly cut short. A streak of sword energy shot forth at blinding speed, piercing through the burly commander's brow. Thud! The burly commander fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Mu Feng, you cannot be unreasonable. You. Another slender commander stepped forward in indignation, only to meet the same fate as a sword energy pierced through his brow. I. The third commander barely uttered a word before the sword energy pierced his heart, causing him to convulse on the ground. Is there anyone else who wishes to defend Ho Shuesong? Mu Feng said nonchalantly. The remaining one Yao sat alone on his horse, swallowing hard, his mouth tightly shut. Ho Shuesong stood rooted in place, fearfully gazing at Mu Feng. Now kneel and explain. Mu Feng's gaze fell sharply on Ho Shuesong, his voice icy. Mu Feng, you. Ho Shuesong attempted to protest, but the true dragon's sword trembled, piercing another half-inch into his brow, silencing him. I told you to kneel. Do you not understand human language? As the murderous intent gradually surfaced in Mu Feng's eyes, a heavy thud echoed as Ho Shuesong knelt down, humiliation evident in his gaze. This scene was deeply etched in the minds of both the soldiers and the common folk. The once arrogant Ho Shuesong, who had reigned over Beilong City as if he were their sovereign, now resembled a dog, kneeling before a young man clad in black. Chapter 75. You are not wrong, but you deserve to die. Speak. Why did you cast the citizens of the Great Qin to the mercy of the Dawan army? Mu Feng coldly interrogated, his gaze fixed on the kneeling Ho Shuesong. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you shall die. Ho Shuesong replied, his voice low. Master Mu, you have never been to the front lines. You cannot comprehend how dire the situation in the northern borders is. The Dawan cavalry numbers 500,000, just 100 miles from Beilong City. His tone grew fervent as he continued. Once they launch a full-scale attack, Beilong City will fall. If Beilong falls, the northern borders will be lost. If the northern borders cannot be defended, can the imperial city survive? With an impassive expression, Mu Feng urged, continue. Everything I do is for the Great Qin. Hence Beilong City must not fall. I shall defend it at all costs. Therefore, I have shamefully acquiesced to all the demands of Dawan. Ho Shuesong exclaimed, increasingly agitated. What I do is merely sacrificing my own interests for the greater good. Without my presence at the front lines, the Dawan cavalry would have already trampled the northern borders and stormed the imperial city. Am I in the wrong? Mu Feng calmly replied, you are not wrong. A sigh of relief washed over Ho Shuesong, his face lighting up with joy. Master Mu, I am now the commander of the northern defense. If I am removed, Beilong City cannot withstand the onslaught. You must, before he could finish. The true dragon's sword pressed against his forehead suddenly pierced through his skull. You, Ho Shuesong stared at Mu Feng in disbelief. But you deserve to die, Mu Feng declared coldly. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness so profound that no one anticipated Mu Feng would kill Ho Shuesong so decisively. Brother Mu, killing Ho Shuesong, the second in command of the northern borders, may be unwise. Jian Kanglin stepped forward, cautioning him. You acted impulsively. This man should not have been slain. His death might destabilize the morale of the troops in Beilong City. The princess spoke, her brow furrowed. Mu Feng maintained his calm demeanor. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Should I allow him to plunge the northern borders into chaos and hand them over to the enemy? Though inexperienced, Mu Feng had encountered many like Ho Shuesong throughout history. Those who were ruthless to their own, yet submissive to their foes. Such individuals were either traitors or collaborators. As the overall commander defending the northern borders, he should have been fighting valiantly against external threats. Yet he chose to appease those demands with extravagant concessions. The consequence of such actions would only embolden the enemy, ultimately leading to their insatiable greed consuming everything. If this man remained alive, he would surely engage in treachery when facing the enemy. To prevent such a scenario, Mu Feng deemed it best to eliminate him. Rising to his feet, Mu Feng leaped onto the city wall and raised the Northern Tiger Talisman above his head. This is the Northern Tiger Talisman, granted to me by His Majesty. From this moment forth, the military authority of the northern borders shall heed my command. Should anyone dare to defy, they shall face death without mercy. His voice thundered, resonating throughout Beilong City. The soldiers on the walls knelt down in unison. For a long time, the majority of the soldiers had been seething with indignation, forced to endure daily insults from the Dawan cavalry, while witnessing the brutalization of the civilians within the city. Their anger had reached a boiling point. Were it not for Ho Shuesong's orders, they would have long ago charged out to confront the Dawan forces. Now, Mu Feng's series of actions, though audacious and overwhelming, resonated deeply with them. Why should they submit to their enemies? They were determined to fight back. Not only the soldiers, but civilians emerged from their homes lining the streets, kneeling in solidarity. News of Mu Feng's deeds had spread throughout Beilong City, shared among the surviving refugees. The populace understood that a true man of valor had arrived, one who regarded them not as livestock but as dignified beings. Wang Yao, caught between kneeling and standing, appeared awkward. When Mu Feng's gaze fell upon him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly dismounted and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Wang Yao is willing to serve you, my lord, to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Remember your words today. Your legs shall be returned to you." Mu Feng waved his sleeve, and the discarded legs fell beside Wang Yao. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Yao wept with gratitude, hastily channeling his energy to reconnect his legs. When he discovered that the vitality still lingered within them, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the life force remained, they could be reattached. My purpose in coming to Beilong City is to bring reinforcements and supplies. My goal is clear: to vanquish the Dawan scum and drive them from our land. Mu Feng continued passionately. The Dawan army is stronger than we are, outnumbering us. But does that mean we should submit and allow them to pillage and burn without resistance? Consider this. Those who are not of our kin must be eradicated. Regardless of whether Beilong falls, the Dawan will not spare any of us from the Great Qin. If the city stands, they will seek our lives. If it falls, they will still seek our lives. Now, I ask you, since they will kill us regardless, do you wish to rise with dignity and resist, or kneel in humiliation as you perish? His words plunged the crowd into a momentary silence before a resounding shout arose. "We shall resist! We shall resist!" The outcry grew louder, igniting the spirits of both soldiers and civilians alike. Jian Kanglin and the princess exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Mu Feng's speech had successfully rallied the emotions and morale of the people. In that instant, they began to comprehend that Mu Feng's seemingly impulsive actions were, in truth, meticulously a scout from in rushed in, kneeling before the national advisor in a state of panic. "National advisor, a grave matter has arisen." The figure cloaked in black retreated silently into the shadows, while the female national advisor remained unfazed, engrossed in her military texts, and inquired, "What is it?" "Our small detachment dispatched today has been utterly annihilated." The scout reported, his head bowed low. With a sharp sound, the military text fell from the advisor's hands. "What? Annihilated? Even Commander Chun has perished?" The national advisor furrowed her brows, her cold gaze fixed upon the kneeling scout. "Indeed, Commander Chun is among the dead. All fell at the northern gate of Longcheng." The scout replied, mustering his courage. "At the northern gate of Longcheng?" The advisor cast a chilling glance at the figure in the shadows, who promptly knelt. "National advisor, please quell your anger. I truly had no knowledge of this." The cloaked figure explained hastily. With Ho Shuesong's temperament, he would never strike against our men at such a critical juncture, unless he seeks his own demise. "Have you discovered who is responsible for this?" The national advisor pressed on. The scout pondered for a moment before responding. "It is said to have been the reinforcements sent from the imperial city. They dispatched 30,000 imperial troops led by a youth named Mu Feng, alongside the talented swordsman Jian Kanglin, the crown princess Jiyu, and the scholars Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan." The national advisor's brows knitted together as she questioned, "Mu Feng? Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him?" She was well acquainted with Jian Kanglin, crown princess Jiyu, and Song Yulong. But this Mu Feng was unknown to her. Dismissed, she stated coolly. The scout bowed and slowly retreated. "Find out from Ho Shuesong who exactly this Mu Feng is." The national advisor instructed the cloaked figure. He nodded and took out a communication talisman to send a message to Ho Shuesong. After a prolonged wait, however, there was still no reply. "National advisor, there has been no response from Ho Shuesong." The cloaked figure's expression darkened. Could he have gone back on his word? The national advisor shook her head. "No, he's a clever man. Even with 30,000 imperial troops, the odds remain against him. Do you think he would have any reason to go back on his word?" The cloaked figure frowned. Could it be that something has happened to Ho Shuesong? "Go to the northern gate yourself and ascertain what has transpired with Ho Shuesong. Remember, do not reveal your presence." The national advisor commanded sternly. "Understood." The cloaked figure clasped his hands in salute before vanishing into the shadows. "Mu Feng, this battle seems to have taken an intriguing turn. The national advisor murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips as she picked up the military text, once more to continue her reading. As night descended and the moon shone dimly among sparse stars, Mu Feng stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the vast land shrouded in snow and wind. "My lord, as per your instructions, the rations and arms have been distributed." Wan Yao approached from below, kneeling to report. "What is the current strength of the troops at Longsheng?" Mu Feng inquired. "Longsheng currently has 30,000 defenders, plus the 30,000 imperial troops you brought, totaling 60,000. Additionally, many citizens have come forth to enlist, approximately 40,000. Wan Yao responded earnestly. 100,000, of which 40,000 are hastily assembled militia. This force is scarcely enough to defend Longsheng. Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan approached, their expressions laden with complexity. "Masters," Mu Feng greeted with a cupped fist. "No need for formalities." Song Yulong waved his hand, sighing. "Mu Feng, this battle will be challenging. I have heard that the commander of the Yuan cavalry is the national advisor, Qin Shaoxian." Qin Shaoxian? Mu Feng expressed his surprise, having never heard of such a figure before. Qin Shaoxian is the national advisor appointed directly by the Yuan emperor, treated with the utmost respect. In just half a year, she has quelled the rebellions in Dayuan's eastern, western, and northern territories, earning the title of the war god of Dayuan. Chu Wenyuan added with admiration, her strategies, military tactics, and leadership are unparalleled. Even Mu Yuan pales in comparison. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes dangerously, stating coldly, "Was a massacre of the hundreds of thousands of Mu troops at Lulan connected to Qin Shaoxian?" Song Yulong shook his head. "Not at all. The commander during the Lulan battle was someone else." It is said that upon learning of the Qin emperor's scheme, Qin Shaoxian disdainfully chose not to exploit the situation and thus did not participate in the battle. Mu Feng nodded. "What about Wu Hao?" "Gu Wenyuan Sigid. Old Song and I visited Wu Hao's retreat. That old fellow has not made a sound, as if he truly is in seclusion. At such a critical moment for Longsheng's survival, he dares to remain in seclusion?" Mu Feng scoffed. "Where's his place of retreat?" "Within the general's manor." Song Yulong's eyes flickered. "Holy Son, what do you intend to do? Drag him out. Even if he must die, it should be on the battlefield, not hidden away like a coward." Mu Feng declared as he turned away towards the general's manor. Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong exchanged glances before hastily following. Deep within the general's manor stood a massive artificial hill, beneath which lay a deep and dark passage. A small team of 10 guards surrounded the hill. As Mu Feng approached, the guards became agitated, instinctively parting to allow passage. Mu Feng's actions during the day had already spread throughout Longsheng, and the guards protecting Wu Hao were well aware that the black-clad youth before them was a force to be reckoned with. Having slain Ho Shuesong and 3 commanders without hesitation. "Open it." Mu Feng cast a cold glare at the leading guard. The guard paled and, trembling, produced a key to unlock the hidden door beneath the hill. Beyond the door lay a dark and deep passage. Mu Feng instructed Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong to remain outside while he stepped into the passage. Upon entering, Mu Feng's keen senses detected a foul stench, raising an ominous premonition within him. He quickened his pace, soon reaching a spacious secret chamber at the end of the passage. Within this chamber, furnished with all essentials for living, Mu Feng's gaze was drawn immediately to a middle-aged man seated cross-legged at the center. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, was slender and unremarkable in appearance, yet emanated an imposing presence even in death. At that moment, the man's eyes were wide open, his face purple, yet he could not close his eyes in death. "Wu Hao is dead?" Mu Feng recognized the slender figure as the northern region's protector, Wu Hao. To his shock, Wu Hao had died in his place of seclusion, evidently from poison. After surveying the chamber without finding anything amiss, Mu Feng exited the secret room. During Wu Hao's seclusion, who else has entered this chamber? Mu Feng queried the guards. The leading guard, trembling with fear, replied, during this time, "Only General Ho has entered to report military matters to Lord Wu Hao. No one else has come." Ho Shuesong? Mu Feng was taken aback. Could it be that Ho Shuesong was the one who poisoned Wu Hao? But what motive would he have for such a deed? After all, with the northern region in turmoil, Wu Hao's death would strip Ho Shuesong of a crucial ally against the Yuan cavalry. Unless a realization struck Mu Feng as he hurried towards the study, leaving the handling of Wu Hao's death to Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan. Upon entering the study, Mu Feng began to search, finally uncovering a concealed compartment that held numerous secret letters. Among them, he found correspondence with none other than the Yuan national advisor, Qin Shaoxian. Indeed, Ho Xiuesong had betrayed them, and it seemed Wu Hao had fallen victim to his treachery. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from the shadows of the study. Drawing Mu Feng's attention, Mu Feng gazed coldly at the figure in the black robe. The man, unhurried, introduced himself. "I am He Ying, a subordinate of the national master, Qin Shaoxian." Just as he finished his introduction, Mu Feng stepped forward, drawing the Jinlong sword and striking with a single, fierce blow. The brilliant sword light illuminated the dim study, causing He Ying to retreat frantically, cursing inwardly. Mu Feng had completely disregarded the usual protocols. He hadn't even had the chance to explain his intentions before attacking. How utterly ruthless! With a thud, He Ying thrust his palms forward, manifesting a dark, eerie skull with his primordial spirit power, extinguishing the radiant sword light. Mu Feng, taken aback, realized that He Ying was at the divine unity realm, far superior to the Qin emperor he had encountered earlier, as evidenced by the ease with which his strike was negated. He Ying sneered, "I must say, for someone at the peak of the Qi realm, you possess quite the audacity to strike at me. Are you not aware that I am a master of the Qi aperture realm? The divine unity realm consists of 4 stages: the gathering spirit, Qi aperture, essence aperture, and spirit aperture. The gathering spirit is the initial stage, where one condenses the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man to form a primordial spirit, capable of initially mobilizing primordial spirit power and resonating with the spiritual energy of the world. Following this stage, the primordial spirit opens the 7 apertures, further enhancing the connection and resonance between the primordial spirit power and external spiritual energy. The more apertures opened, the stronger the resonance. As ancient wisdom states, the ears correspond to the essence aperture, the eyes to the spirit aperture, and the mouth and nose to the Qi aperture. Thus, the 7 apertures are divided into the Qi, essence, and spirit apertures. Once all 3 are opened, the primordial spirit takes on the form of an infant, marking the birth of the primordial infant, which signifies entry into the innate realm. Back then, the Qin emperor had only recently entered the divine unity realm, merely at the gathering spirit stage, and was significantly weaker than He Ying. "Ha ha ha," Mu Feng laughed, a wild and unrestrained sound. "What are you laughing at?" He Ying furrowed his brow, his voice cold. "I am delighted. Finally, I have found a worthy opponent. Now I can unleash my full power. I hope you do not perish too easily." With a flick of his right hand, Mu Feng summoned the Jinlong sword back into his grasp, channeling the full force of his Qi Si. Ever since his Qi Si had expanded over 60 times its original size, he had never fought at full strength, as he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary within the great Qin territory. Now, with He Ying being a more formidable opponent than the Qin emperor, Mu Feng felt a surge of excitement. He could finally unleash his full potential. Arrogant, He Ying roared in fury, completely forgetting his original mission as he charged at Mu Feng, determined to teach this presumptuous youth a profound lesson about the vast chasm separating the divine unity and Qi Si realms. In the blink of an eye, He Ying lunged forward, his right palm striking out, unleashing countless dark, primordial spirit energies that coalesced into a massive black skull. This attack was terrifying. The entire study trembled with eerie echoes of despair. Mu Feng stood tall, his expression calm as he gazed at the approaching figure in black. Finally, as the black skull loomed dangerously close, he drew his sword. This strike was devoid of flashy techniques, merely a straightforward slash. Boom! The black skull erupted, disintegrating into a myriad of dark vapors. The brilliant sword light burst forth, resembling a blazing sun rising abruptly. He Ying looked on in terror, unable to fathom how a practitioner of the Qi Si realm could possess such horrifying true energy. The energy unleashed by this strike was akin to an endless ocean, boundless and ceaseless. This power far surpassed the Qi Si realm, even eclipsing many in the divine unity realm. In the depths of the General S residence, a brilliant light erupted into the night sky, capturing the attention of countless people in North Dragon City. It was from the direction of the study. Alarmed, Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan, who were near the rockery, immediately noticed the soaring light and rushed toward the study with ashen faces. Additionally, the Grand Princess, Jian Kanglin, Wan Yao, and others hastened towards the General S residence. Upon their arrival outside the study, They collectively gasped in horror. The study and the surrounding courtyard had been reduced to ruins, shattered remnants scattered about. In the center of the debris stood a young man in black, sword in hand. "Is that Brother Mu?" Jian Kanglin stared intently at the sword-wielding youth, uncertainty in his voice. His uncertainty stemmed from the overwhelming true energy radiating from Mu Feng, which was terrifyingly potent. Waves of true energy swirled around him, forming a tempest of energy 10 meters thick. Such immense, true energy was beyond what a practitioner of the Qi realm could unleash. "That is indeed the Holy Sun," Guinyon exclaimed soudainly. The Grand Princess, Jian Kanglin, and others turned to look and indeed saw a figure in black amidst the ruins before Mu Feng. This black-robed man was in tatters, bloodied and battered, appearing on the brink of death. "How is this possible? You are merely at the Qi realm, yet your true energy, how can it be so?" "Fosht!" Haiying struggled to lift his head, staring in disbelief at the youth enveloped in the true energy storm, a wave of shock and despair washing over him. A single strike, just one blow. He had been gravely wounded. Such a result was impossible for Haiying to accept. He was a mid-level master of the Divine Unity realm, yet he had been defeated so embarrassingly by someone of the Qi realm. "Why are you so weak? Are you truly at the Qi Aperture realm?" Mu Feng approached, looking down at his left palm, where sharp, true energy swirled into sword-shaped cyclones, then cast a dissatisfied glance at Haiying. In that moment of unleashing full power, Mu Feng felt an exhilarating rush. He had anticipated a fierce back-and-forth battle with Haiying, only to find that the man couldn't withstand even a single blow, leaving him gravely injured. This disappointment lingered within him. Hearing this, Haiying nearly spat blood. Was it he who was too weak? No, it was you who were too strong. Haiying even suspected that Mu Feng had deliberately concealed his strength, allowing him to grow complacent before delivering a decisive blow. "Is it true that I am already this strong?" Mu Feng inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. He realized it was not that Haiying was weak, but rather that he was extraordinarily powerful. The explosive force of his Qi, expanded over 60 times, unleashed a terrifying might. "Mu Feng, you cannot kill me. I am a secret envoy of the National Master, Qin Shaoxian. If you slay me, the National Master will lead 50,000 cavalry to raise your North Dragon City." As Mu Feng drew closer, Haiying panicked, threatening in a trembling voice. "Do you think that letting you go will cause the Wan cavalry to retreat? There will inevitably be a battle, so why should I allow a tiger to return to the mountain?" Mu Feng raised his sword, striking down without hesitation. "No, I came to offer your North Dragon City a path to survival. If you kill me, there will be no way out for your North Dragon City." Haiying spoke rapidly, hoping Mu Feng would hesitate and spare him, but Mu Feng's sword remained unyielding. With a swift thrust, he severed Haiying's head, a torrent of blood surging into Mu Feng's body, causing his Qi to expand once more. In an instant, it grew to 70 times its original size. "The path you speak of is merely a means for us to surrender. Unfortunately, I am determined to fight to the bitter end. This path to survival does not require your concession, but rather must be carved out by my own sword." With a flick of his wrist, Mu Feng cast off the blood from his blade, coldly gazing down at the lifeless Haiying beneath him. Chapter 78, The Battle Begins. Who was that black-robed man? The long princess, Ji Yulio, furrowed her delicate brows, silently observing the black-robed figure whose head had just been severed by Mu Feng. She voiced her inner query. Jian Kanglin, Chu Wenyuan, and the others shook their heads, but only Wan Yao's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "He is the secret envoy, the black shadow of the Grand Yuan's national master." Ji Yu and Chu Wenyuan exchanged glances, turning their attention to Wan Yao. His eyes filled with terror. He continued, "The Black Shadow once visited Beilong City and had a clandestine discussion with General Ho, which is why I recognize him. I recall this Black Shadow is a formidable master at the Qi Aperture realm, possessing extraordinary strength." Qi Aperture realm? Jian Kanglin lost his composure, unable to contain his astonishment. The princess, Chu Wenyuan, Song Yulong, and the others were equally shaken, struggling to keep their expressions in check. They were well aware that the Qi Aperture realm was the second stage of the Divine Harmony realm, far surpassing the strength of the former Qin Emperor. Now, such a master lay dead, effortlessly slain by Mu Feng. Yet, their greatest shock stemmed from the sheer destructive power demonstrated by Mu Feng. As they surveyed the surrounding ruins, they swallowed hard. This devastation was beyond what a mere Chi Si realm warrior could achieve, even one at the pinnacle of that stage. Oh no! Lord Mu has slain the Black Shadow. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Grand Yuan. Wang Yao fretted. The Long Princess, Jian Kanglin, and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The thought of the Grand Yuan's 50,000 iron cavalry loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a profound sense of unease. With only a mere 100,000 soldiers in Beilong City, of which 40,000 were hastily conscripted militia, they knew they could not withstand a full-scale assault from the Grand Yuan. Suddenly, a head fell in a parabolic arc, rolling to a stop before them, landing at Wang Yao's feet. As they beheld it, a profound silence enveloped the group, for the head belonged to none other than the secret envoy, the Black Shadow. Wang Yao, dispatch this head to the Grand Yuan's military camp. Mu Feng strode forward, his tone indifferent. Wang Yao trembled, forcing a wry smile. Lord Mu, you're playing with fire. Sending this head to the Grand Yuan's camp leaves us no room for negotiation. Indeed, Brother Mu, your actions are tantamount to provoking Qin Shaoxian. Once dispatched, he will surely mobilize his forces. Saint Sun, you must reconsider and avoid such impulsive actions. Jian Kanglin, Chu Wenyuan, and the others urged. Mu Fengke replied calmly. You are mistaken. This battle is inevitable. It cannot be avoided. If that is the case, why delay any further? In war, courage is paramount. A single surge of momentum can lead to victory, while dragging it out will only sap the hard-won morale of our troops. Since this is an unavoidable conflict, let us engage directly and fight to the bitter end. Upon hearing this, Chu Wenyuan, Song Yulong, and the others felt enlightened. Yes, this battle was unavoidable and concerned the very survival of the Great Qin. What was there to hesitate about? They faced two choices: fight to the death or surrender in defeat. Clearly, surrender was not an option. Wang Yao sighed heavily, silently retrieving the Black Shadow's head as he departed. Brother Mu, why did the Grand Yuan's envoy suddenly seek you out? Jian Kanglin inquired curiously, with Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong also looking toward Mu Feng. To negotiate surrender, Mu Feng replied, producing several letters and tossing them to Jian Kanglin and the princess. As they opened the letters, they were astonished to find correspondence between Ho Shuesong and Qin Shaoxian. Ho Shuesong is indeed a traitor, having defected. No wonder he acquiesced to the Grand Yuan's humiliating demands. Jian Kanglin scoffed. Song Yulong cursed vehemently. Saint Sun, well done. Ho Shuesong is a scoundrel. He is the one who poisoned Wu Hao. What a despicable wretch. Lord Mu, you have done well. Traitors like Ho Shuesong deserve death. The Long Princess, Ji Yu, coldly remarked. Mu Feng stated calmly, these secret letters were transmitted through the envoy. Thus, upon seeing him, I spoke not a word and simply executed him. The group remained silent. As the great battle approaches, prepare yourselves. This conflict concerns the life and death of the Great Qin. We must fight to the death. Mu Feng addressed the assembly, bowing solemnly. Jian Kanglin, Song Yulong, and Jian Kanglin reciprocated the gesture, their expressions grave and resolute in the face of impending doom. At the Grand Yuan's military camp, within the main tent, the national master Qin Shaoxian sat at the head of the table, flanked by two generals. One stood tall, with a fierce visage and a temper to match, while the other, clad in a long robe and wielding a feather fan, appeared scholarly and refined. These two were renowned as the dual marshals, the most formidable generals of the Grand Yuan, excelling in both personal prowess and command. National Master, why we delay our assault on Beilong City? The fierce General Zhang inquired gruffly, casting a glance at the aloof National Master. To conquer without fighting is the pinnacle of military strategy. If we can take Beilong City without shedding a drop of blood, why squander our forces? Qin Shaoxian leaned back in her chair, casually holding a military treatise. Zhang Yi and Lu Sheng exchanged knowing glances, nodding in realization. Truly, the National Master is wise. If you are so confident, why then summon the three masters from Lulan? Lu Sheng queried, his curiosity piqued. Days prior, he learned that the three masters, originally stationed in Lulan City, had secretly arrived at the military camp, leaving him puzzled. These masters had previously dealt a crushing blow to Wu Hao, leading to his utter defeat. Now that Wu Hao posed no threat, he did not understand why the National Master had called them back. To guard against unforeseen events. The battlefield's dynamics can shift rapidly, and surprises lurk at every turn. Moreover, I have a feeling that the reinforcements dispatched by the Great Qin are not to be underestimated. Qin Shaoxian shifted her posture, her beautiful eyes still fixed on the treatise as she spoke nonchalantly. The leader of the Great Qin's reinforcements is named Mu Feng. Is he not? His abilities remain uncertain, but his audacity is undeniable. He dares to kill our envoy. Zhang Yi remarked it coldly. Lu Sheng smiled faintly. He is but a fledgling. Once he faces our 50,000 iron cavalry, he will surely be terrified. Zhang Yi let out a hearty laugh. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached rapidly. A scout entered, holding a blood-stained white cloth. What news? Qin Shaoxian asked, her gaze still fixed on the treatise. National Master, a head has been sent from Beilong City. Purportedly for you. The scout reported, his head bowed. Both Zhang Yi and Lu Sheng narrowed their eyes, their gazes locked onto the bloodied cloth the scout held. Qin Shaoxian slowly set down her treatise, her exquisite features turning icy. Bring it here, she commanded coldly. The scout hurriedly stepped forward, placing the bloodstained cloth on Qin Shaoxian's table. She carefully unveiled the cloth, revealing the head of a masked figure before her. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted within the tent. The expressions of Zhang Yi, Lu Sheng, and the scout shifted dramatically, especially the scout, who was overwhelmed and felt his knees. Zhang Yi and Lu Sheng exchanged silent glances, fully recognizing the identity of the severed head. It belonged to Qin Shaoxian's envoy, the Black Shadow. Excellent. How bold of Mu Feng to provoke me. Qin Shaoxian remained calm, yet her eyes grew increasingly frigid, resembling ancient ice. Zhang Yi, Liu Xing. Qin Shaoxian began slowly. At your command. Both responded eagerly. Tomorrow, gather supplies. I will personally lead 50,000 iron cavalry to flatten Beilong City, she declared coldly. Exchanging glances, Zhang Yi and Lu Sheng were filled with excitement, responding in unison. They have awaited this moment for an eternity. Chapter 79. No matter how many, I shall advance. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, Mu Feng, seated cross-legged atop the city wall, slowly opened his eyes. Rising gradually, he stood at the edge of the wall, gazing into the distance. Before him, the vast expanse of snowfields gradually shed its darkness, growing increasingly luminous. At the edge of the snowfield, clusters of dark figures surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing madly towards him. Suddenly, the entire North Dragon City reverberated with urgent and piercing drumbeats. In an instant, countless civilians awoke from their slumber, swiftly rising to dress and step outside their homes. Under the guidance of soldiers, these civilians began to efficiently transport supplies, weaponry, and siege equipment to the walls. Numerous divine extermination crossbows stood ready within the city, aimed skyward. These crossbows were specifically designed to counter high-level martial artists. Should a formidable warrior dare to descend, the crossbows could strike them down. While the crossbows could not eliminate a master, they were sufficient to prevent them from easily infiltrating the city. Within the city, 100,000 defenders were already clad in armor, prepared for battle, standing solemnly atop the walls. The night before, after Mu Feng had slain the man in black, he had ordered the entire North Dragon City to be on high alert and informed that the Deyuan Iron Cavalry would assault the city that day. Initially, upon hearing this news, North Dragon City fell into chaos, but it quickly regained its composure. Most inhabitants of the city were refugees, those who had lost their homes to the Deyuan Iron Cavalry. Their hatred for the cavalry ran deep, and upon learning that North Dragon City would finally resist, they felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. Their families and friends had perished beneath the iron hooves of the cavalry, and now the time for retribution had arrived. The 100,000 defenders of North Dragon City stood resolute, aware that the city represented the final bastion of the northern frontier. Should it fall, the imperial capital of the Qin dynasty and its vast territories would be exposed. There resided their loved ones, friends, and cherished companions. To protect them, they must fight to the death for North Dragon City. Here they come. Chu Wenyuan, Song Yulong, Jian Kanglin, and the princess ascended the city wall, their eyes fixed upon the dense throng of dark figures in the distance, their expressions grave. Following closely behind, Wan Yao appeared pale with fear. The 50,000 iron cavalry advanced in a formidable wave, their sheer numbers creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Soon, the torrent of cavalry halted several thousand meters from North Dragon City, forming an orderly line. At that moment, Mu Feng spotted two figures stepping forward. With his keen eyesight, he easily discerned their appearances. One stood 8 feet tall, with a fierce countenance. The other, clad in a long robe and holding a feather fan, resembled a refined scholar. They were the renowned generals of Dayuan, Zhang Yi and Lu Sheng, known for their prowess in both martial and literary pursuits. Wan Yao bowed respectfully behind Mu Feng, providing timely introductions. Mu Feng nodded, yet his gaze drifted past the mass of troops to a carriage at the rear. Through the layers of beaded curtains, he vaguely discerned the silhouette of a woman seated within. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, the woman slowly lifted her gaze, and upon making brief eye contact with Mu Feng, he felt a sharp pain in his brow, instinctively averting his eyes. Could she be the Dayuan national master, Qin Shaoxian? Mu Feng's expression grew considerably serious. In that fleeting glance, he discerned her formidable presence, instilling within him a profound sense of danger. Lu Sheng fixed his gaze upon Mu Feng atop the city wall, sneering, "You must be Mu Feng. Your audacity is remarkable, repeatedly slaying my Dayuan men. Do you truly believe that the 50,000 iron cavalry of Dayuan are mere decorations? I advise you to open the city gates immediately and commit suicide before us. We may accept North Dragon City as surrender. Otherwise, when the city falls, it will be a day of slaughter." Lu Sheng's arrogance was abruptly interrupted as a flash of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at his forehead. Lu Sheng tumbled from his mount, his feather fan spinning from his grasp, barely deflecting the lethal strike. "Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then come forth, if not, begone." Mu Feng bellowed from the city wall. In an instant, the defenders of North Dragon City erupted in a rallying cry, their spirits ignited. "Attack! Conquer North Dragon City, then lay waste to it." Furious, Lu Sheng roared, "Charge!" At his command, the 50,000 iron cavalry surged forward like a relentless flood. Behind them, nearly 10,000 men carried massive siege engines, advancing slowly to a suitable range for assault. As the cavalry rushed forth, they drew their bows, ready to unleash a hail of arrows. With a whoosh, countless arrows soared skyward, tracing parabolic arcs as they descended upon North Dragon City like a rainstorm. The defenders, anticipating this onslaught, raised their iron shields, forming an impenetrable phalanx, while the civilians sought refuge within the buildings. As the arrows rained down, most defenders successfully shielded themselves. But some fell victim, pierced through and riddled like a beehive. Having withstood the initial barrage, the 100,000 defenders of North Dragon City began their counterattack, drawing their own bows to retaliate. In that moment, the skies were filled with arrows from both sides, casualties mounting rapidly. Across the battlefield, the ground became a harrowing tapestry of bodies, rivers of blood flowing freely. This is war, brutal and merciless. On the city wall, Song Yulong and Chu Wenyuan began to chant inspiring verses, bestowing various buffs upon the defenders below. The Confucian teachings proved exceptional in their supportive role, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the troops. Meanwhile, the princess and Jian Kanglin stood resolute, deflecting the torrent of arrows while coordinating the defense to maintain order amidst the chaos. Yet, regardless of their efforts, casualties within North Dragon City continued to rise alarmingly. Though the Dayuan cavalry suffered losses, their overwhelming numbers rendered North Dragon City's defenses ineffective. As the cavalry's charge approached the city gates, the expressions of all within North Dragon City darkened with despair. Such a massive force crashing against the gates would breach them in no time, leading to the total collapse of North Dragon City. "We cannot hold." The princess, Ji Yu, paled, finally grasping the terror of the Dayuan cavalry. Jian Konglong, Ku Wenyuan, and Song Yulong all displayed expressions of hopelessness, their hearts sinking into despair. "We must hold," Mu Feng declared solemnly. Instantly, all eyes on the wall turned toward him. As long as they prevented the Dayuan cavalry from breaching the gates, they could endure. Mu Feng did not turn back. Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong exchanged wry smiles, fully aware of the truth in his words, yet realizing it was an impossible task unless they sent troops out for a desperate fight. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. A sortie would lead to certain death. 50,000 Dayuan cavalry would annihilate the defenders before they could even make a dent. "You defend the city. I shall break their ranks." Mu Feng articulated, his voice steady. The others were taken aback, snapping back to reality as Chu Wenyuan shouted, Have you lost your mind? This is a death wish. Brother Mu, do not act impulsively. Although you possess extraordinary strength, how can one man withstand an army? You will exhaust yourself and perish. Jian Kenglin vehemently opposed. The princess and Song Yulong echoed their disapproval. In their eyes, Mu Feng's plan was nothing short of seeking his own demise. The cavalry of De Yuan consists solely of ordinary warriors. No matter how numerous they are, it is not an easy feat to slay a master. A master merely needs to escape into the sky, and they would be impossible to pursue. However, the issue lies in the fact that Mu Feng intends to single-handedly withstand the onslaught of thousands, which is akin to leaping into a fiery pit. Human strength is finite. No matter how formidable a master may be, they too can become exhausted. They may slay thousands, but what about 100,000 or 500,000? This is also the reason why masters rarely participate in large-scale wars. Once trapped, they could be slowly worn down by the army. Amidst the voices of dissent, Mu Feng resolutely leaped onto the city wall, channeling his true energy as he proclaimed, "All commanders, heed my orders. Defend the city walls at all costs. I alone shall break the cavalry below." Within and around North Dragon City, countless soldiers and civilians looked up at the figure on the wall. A tall silhouette leaped down from the battlements. Even if there are millions, I shall not falter. The king of the great Qin, Mu Feng, is here to break through the myriad armies. His boisterous laughter reverberated through the skies of North Dragon City. In that moment, Chu Wenyuan, Song Yulong, Jian Kenglin, and others rushed to the edge of the wall, their eyes reddening with emotion. Simultaneously, countless soldiers and civilians within the city felt a surge of anger burning within them. None could have anticipated that this young king from the imperial city would risk his life to single-handedly confront the vast cavalry for the sake of North Dragon City. In an instant, the intense fury transformed into a fighting spirit, invigorating the morale of the soldiers and civilians who roared in unison. Chapter 80. One man stands as the gate. No army can pass, ha ha ha. Even if there are millions, I shall not falter. The king of the great Qin, Mu Feng, is here to break through the myriad armies. His voice, akin to thunder, echoed throughout North Dragon City. Whether it was the valiant defenders, or the determined militia, or even the terrified civilians hiding in their homes, all were stirred into action. The defenders' eyes glistened with determination, the militia gritted their teeth, and the civilians emerged from their shelters. In this moment, the name of Mu Feng was indelibly etched into the hearts of all in North Dragon City. Even the most naive of commoners understood the terror posed by 500,000 De Yuan cavalry. What could any warrior, no matter how strong, achieve against such overwhelming numbers? It would be tantamount to courting death. Yet this young king from the imperial city was willing to risk his life for them, shattering the preconceived notions of the powerful. It was a revelation that there indeed existed those in authority who would sacrifice for the sake of the ordinary and humble. At that moment, both soldiers and civilians felt their blood surge, awakening the latent courage within. On the city wall, Wan Yao bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Shoot your arrows. Unleash them with all your might. Even if we die, we must hold our ground. Lord Mu fights for us, standing alone against the myriad armies to alleviate our burden. If anyone dares to slack off at this moment, I shall strike them down." Wan Yao's eyes burned with fervor at the moment Mu Feng leaped down. All his grievances against him evaporated, replaced by profound respect. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with resolve. In that instant, the spirit of North Dragon City unified as they prepared for a desperate fight. Chu Wenyuan and Song Yulong, both esteemed scholars, had red eyes but unwavering determination as they shouted, "Jian Kenglin, Princess Chong, what are you still waiting for? See to it that North Dragon City is defended. Do not let the sacrifice of the Holy Sun be in vain." Jian Kenglin and Princess Chong regained their composure, their expressions complex, and resumed their duties. With a thunderous crash, Mu Feng leaped down, akin to a meteor, landing heavily at the city gates. A terrifying surge of true energy erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the ground. Waves of true energy transformed into countless sword energies that shot in all directions, causing the horses of over 10 cavalrymen to explode into clouds of blood. The moment they hit the ground, a flash of sword light arced through the air, piercing the foreheads of the fallen soldiers. Streams of blood gushed forth from their corpses, surging into Mu Feng's body. The reason Mu Feng dared to confront the 500,000 cavalry alone was due to the support he had. Otherwise, why would he willingly court death? His source of strength was the chaotic, celestial coffin. With each life he took, he could absorb their blood energy, converting it into his own true energy, replenishing his strength, and even healing his wounds. Kill! Kill! In an instant, as he dispatched over 10 cavalrymen, an even greater number surged forth from behind, brandishing sabers, attacking Mu Feng from all angles, fearless of death. Dozens of sabers struck him, but they were all repelled by his protective true energy, failing to inflict any harm. The true energy within Mu Feng's dantian was incredibly vast, a staggering 70 times that of a peak Qi realm practitioner, an astonishing amount. Thus, his protective true energy was equally dense and formidable. Not even a master of the spirit-gathering realm could hope to breach it. After eliminating the second wave of cavalry, Mu Feng retrieved the 7-star sword box, strapping it to his back. With a swift motion, the box opened, and 7 brilliant swords soared into the sky, surrounding Mu Feng, sweeping through a radius of several dozen meters. Wherever they passed, cavalrymen fell, pierced through the forehead, heart, or throat, meeting their demise. Thus, Mu Feng stood at the city gates, single-handedly preventing the massive cavalry from breaching. More and more cavalry charged forth, most being held at bay by the 7-star sword formation, while a few broke through, launching frenzied assaults on Mu Feng. For cavalrymen stormed into the sword formation, leaping from their horses to strike at Mu Feng's head, waist, and legs, respectively. The sound of clashing steel echoed as their sabers struck Mu Feng's body, only to find their blades dulled and incapable of breaching his protective true energy. With a swift counter, Mu Feng severed the 4 cavalrymen in half, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Gradually, the number of fallen cavalrymen increased. After 500 to 600 had perished, the cavalry remained undeterred, pressing forward relentlessly. After 1,000 had fallen, the cavalry, now bloodthirsty and enraged, intensified their assault. However, after 5,000 had been slain, fear crept into their hearts. Their attacks grew less aggressive, adopting a more guerrilla-style approach rather than a direct assault. Simultaneously, countless streams of blood energy coalesced into a tempest, continuously flowing into Mu Feng's body, causing his true energy to expand exponentially. In the blink of an eye, his dantian true energy surged to 100 times its original capacity. The torrential true energy coursed through his limbs and bones, filling him with an overwhelming desire to howl at the heavens. What's the matter? Why have you all turned into cowards? I am but one man, and you are 500,000. What is there to fear? With his sword held aloft, Mu Feng stood at the city gates, laughing heartily, his gaze disdainful. The 7-star sword swirled around him, a mesmerizing display, as if he were an unparalleled sword immortal. Within North Dragon City, countless soldiers and civilians felt their blood surge, their spirits soaring. The morale of the defenders swelled as they fought fearlessly, unleashing a barrage of arrows, spears, and crossbow bolts. Everyone instinctively believed that Mu Feng was doomed. Yet what transpired exceeded their wildest imaginations. Not only had Mu Feng survived, but he had truly held back the myriad armies of the city gates. The fervor in North Dragon City reached unprecedented heights, their fighting spirit ignited. This Mu Feng was extraordinary. Though he was merely at the peak of the Qi realm, his true energy far surpassed that of any ordinary practitioner at that level. Riding a magnificent steed, Wu Wei-ho pierced through the ranks of cavalry, ultimately fixing his gaze on the black-clad youth surrounded by the myriad armies. This child's strength is indeed extraordinary, but his true reliance lies in that sword formation of 7 swords. If I am not mistaken, those swords are all precious artifacts. Wen Chu-ho let out a cold snort, his eyes chillingly fixed on Mu Feng. Precious artifacts? What is this child's origin to possess such treasures? Wu Wei-ho furrowed his brow. Although the overall strength of the Yuan dynasty surpassed that of the Great Qin, precious artifacts were exceedingly rare and valuable within the Yuan's borders. At such a tender age, Mu Feng possesses such a remarkable treasure, which astonishes both Wu Kuai-ho and Wen Xiu-ho. Yet soon, their eyes are filled with greed. If they can eliminate Mu Feng, those 7 exquisite swords will be their spoils of war. Let's not speak of just the peak of the Qi realm. Even a master of the divine harmony realm would exhaust their strength and perish before 1,000 troops. I am curious to see how long Mufeng can endure. Once he falls, the treasures will belong to us. Wu Kuaiho's gaze burned with intensity as he glanced at Wen Xiuho, understanding the unspoken intent, smiled widely and proclaimed, "Spare no effort to kill Mufeng. Whoever manages to slay him will be granted the title of 1,000 household and awarded 100 acres of fertile land." Upon hearing this declaration, the countless iron cavalry surged into a frenzy, abandoning their guerrilla tactics around Mufeng and charging recklessly towards him. Additionally, numerous cavalrymen from behind joined the fray, competing to be the first to reach him. The title of 1,000 household in Diyuan is a hereditary position of great authority, a rank unattainable by these soldiers in their lifetimes. Yet now, the prospect of killing Mufeng to earn such a title, along with generous land grants, was incentive enough to risk their lives. In an instant, the pressure upon Mufeng intensified as waves of cavalry attacked with relentless fury, ceaselessly crashing upon him. Wen Xiuho and Wu Kuaiho exchanged knowing smiles, exuding an air of confidence. Behind them, within a luxurious carriage, Qin Shaoxian reclined on a soft seat, her gem-like eyes quietly observing the battlefield ahead. She had anticipated that Mufeng would bring her some surprises, but now she found herself utterly disappointed. Qin Shaoxian gently shook her head, her beautiful eyes betraying her discontent. She had expected Mufeng to deliver some astonishing performance. Yet he appeared to be nothing more than a reckless fool, attempting to stand against 500,000 cavalry. Even a master of the divine harmony realm would find such an endeavor suicidal. Perhaps only one who transcended divine harmony and reached the mysterious innate realm might possess the capability to confront such an army alone. As she reflected on this, Qin Shaoxian withdrew her gaze, her interest waning. She understood that this battle held no suspense. Once Mufeng fell, the northern dragon city would surely be breached. However, as time progressed, Qin Shaoxian began to sense something amiss. Chapter 81. 1 against 10,000 kill. Outside the northern dragon city, the sounds of slaughter reverberated through the air as countless iron cavalry surged like a torrent towards Mufeng. From Mufeng's vantage point, he beheld a sea of iron hooves, flashing blades, and swirling dust. The seven-star sword formation moved with frenzied vigor, like a stream of light, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the charging